are about what I expected, but Rojin is 24 WTF. Rojin looks so young. Eh? Sihu is 25? He's 25? No way Sihu being 25 is killing me. Rojin. Sihu their oppas. Sihu being the oldest is such a shock. Next came brief interviews with the eliminated contestants, and then the reassignments of rooms for the 10 remaining contestants appeared on the screen. After that, a quick segment about the Rental Lover production presentation was included. Viewers who had watched that live were excitedly typing in real time, and scenes of the daily lives or break time of the top 10 contestants were broadcast. A new theme song for Produce has been selected. PD Woo Han-suk appeared, briefing the participants. He explained quite seriously. It's titled Survival 100, and the guide recording has been completed. Thanks to the teaser about the theme song dropped in episode 11. The moment the title of the new theme song was announced, viewers went wild. Regardless, the camera angle showed number 26, Do Kyung, asking a question. That theme song. Did Rojin and Sihunim make it? PD Woo Han-suk smiled as he replied. That's right. Sihunim did the composition, and Rojinim wrote the lyrics. At that moment, the screen suddenly changed. A clip from quite a while ago was edited to appear as if it had just happened. Scenes of Kong Rojin writing lyrics in the lounge and 58C, who composing the melody, appeared one after another. Super handsome. They really wrote and composed it together? So, let's hear that theme song already. Even Rojin's focused face is handsome. I mean, of course it is. Once again, PD Woo Han-suk appeared on screen and explained how the new theme song, Survival 100, would be used, and finally mentioned the small-scale concerts to be held in Korea and Japan. He covered everything from the scale to the rough process. Then, thanks to one line from PD Woo Han-suk, the viewers grew restless. Then let me play the guide version of Survival 100, which has already been recorded. Across the country. Survival 100, with lyrics and guide vocals by Kong Rojin and composition by 58C, who began to play. Of course, it was only about the first verse. Even so, the real-time open chat, which had already surpassed hundreds of thousands of users, exploded like a bomb. This is insane. This song is 100% going to blow up. This is so good. It's got a hip vibe, but also powerful. It sticks in your head. Honestly, 100 times better than the previous theme song. The lyrics and composition are god tier. But isn't that Rojin on the guide vocal? Sounds like his tone from Farewell. Whoa, it really does sound like Rojin. This song is nuts. It's fucking amazing. Just released the full track already. I can't take it. PD Woo Han-suk revealed the guide. Vocalist. Yes, Rojin Nim did the guide. Then it was announced that Rojin and 58C, who were the lead and main vocals for Survival 100, and their individual parts were highlighted, concluding with the fact that Kong Rojin was the leader of this project. The screen shifted again, showing the 10 participants throwing themselves into fierce practice. Soon, choreographer Lee Han-na appeared. Then, let's look at each person's condition first. A brief evaluation of the participants' Survival 100 dance followed. Overall, they were still lacking. The last turn went to Kong Rojin. Wasn't it difficult this time, Rojin? It wasn't. As Rojin's villainous side came into focus, the viewers' chat sped up. Just as they were about to show Rojin's dance, the screen skipped ahead. Then came the shocked expressions of the 9 other participants and the stunned voice of Lee Han-na. Wait, Rojin. You're not using some kind of superpower, right? And with that, episode 12 of Produce That 100 ended. Afterwards, as soon as episode 12 ended, an even stronger storm swept across the internet. Since the show had taken a break for a special episode, the impact was even greater. Endless articles were published, and viewers' fingers didn't stop typing. In addition, edited clip of Survival 100 theme song from Produce That 100. Can't quit this fandom. My own edit of Survival 100, just to keep replaying Kim Yoojin. New theme. Song Survival 100 loop video, Music Man. Guide recordings of Survival 100 began to circulate on platforms like YouTube. Most were edited clips from the broadcast. Some videos hit 1 million views. Others reached up to 5 million. Its impact was so massive that it quickly rose into YouTube's real-time rankings. This meant that Kang Rojin's vocals were being played in countless places. And so, by Saturday morning, 1 day later, Issue Pick, Produce That 100, returns with episode 12, instantly rebounds in ratings. 31.4%. Produce That 100 proves itself a monster variety show with episode 12 hitting 31.4% ratings. The ratings, which had dipped due to the special episode, soared back past 31% with the return of episode 12. The new theme song, Survival 100, also dominated the main pages of various search engines. Not just on Saturday, but through Sunday, and even into Monday morning, the 12th, the momentum continued. It was a truly monstrous level of popularity. At that moment, Kang Rojin was seated inside a minibus. Not just him. The vehicle carried all 10 participants as it sped down the road. Most of them looked deeply nervous. Rojin, wearing a black cap pulled low and staring out the window, was no different. It made sense, as each day passed quickly before they knew it. It's already the day for the rehearsal on concert venue. Time's flying like crazy. The small-scale concert in Korea was set to be held tomorrow. Chapter 92. Advance 8. Inside the minibus carrying the 10 participants of Produce That 100. The tension was so heavy that the bus remained silent. Kang Rojin, looking out the window, 26 Hyung in the seat to his right, and 58C, who with his eyes closed, not a single participant opened their mouth. They were either reading articles about Produce That 100 on their phones or mentally reviewing the practice they had done so far. It wasn't strange. While Rojin had gone out a few times as a lyricist, actor, and writer for the rest of the participants, this was their first activity outside the campus. And it was a concert, no less. Even if the size was relatively small, like a fan meeting, thousands of audience members were expected, and since it was their first concert in life, the heart-pounding excitement was only natural. Then, Rojin glanced at 26 Hyung seated to his right. He was already a thin guy, and now he looks even thinner. Kang Rojin wasn't without nerves either, but he felt more anticipation than fear. It was his first time performing at an outside venue, not the campus hall stage. The heavy mood seemed a bit uncomfortable. Hey Dash, the one with the most energy, puppy-faced 71 Young Woo, awkwardly laughed as he opened his mouth. I looked up the concert venue, and it's bigger than I thought. Only then did a few of the stiff participants react. If you include standing room, it easily goes over 3,000 seats. If they pack it tight, maybe even 4,000 people. Why are you shaking so much? I don't know. I'm just really nervous. Huh. When we had the 4th evaluation on campus, at least the space felt familiar. Doing it completely off-site is killing me. Among them, the exotically handsome 46 Kang Min called out to Rojin, who was looking out the window. Rojin Hyung seems totally fine, like he's in a photo shoot by himself. All the participants turned their eyes to Kang Rojin. Hyung, you're not nervous? Looking at you, it's not just your face, but even your guts are maxed out. You're way too calm, Hyung. Kang Rojin gave a small smile and replied, pretending to be relaxed. I'm just excited, more than scared. 26 Hyung casually poked Rojin's hand with his index finger. Your hand is shaking, Hyung. I've always had a bit of a tremor. You were fine until yesterday. I developed it this morning. I didn't even have to move my hand while brushing my teeth. The shaking did it for me. Most of the participants burst into laughter. It helped ease some of the tension. Meanwhile, the minibus entered heavily congested Seoul and came to a stop at an underground parking lot of a building near Uido. It was a fairly large building, and as the minibus's front door opened, PD Woo Han-suk poked his face in. Let's go check out the concert venue. The participants, exhaling lightly, began to get off the bus one by one. Outside, about a dozen staff members, including PD Woo Han-suk, were gathered, and once all 10 participants, including Kang Rojin, had exited, PD Woo Han-suk took the lead. It seemed the entire building was being used for the concert venue, as there were no outsiders in sight. Then, swish. Among the group that came up to the first floor, PD Woo Han-suk opened a thick iron door. The staff members entered the interior without much fuss. Soon, the concert venue came into view for Rojin as well. Dozens of staff already on site were busy with the final setup. At the site, Rojin's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly in awe. Wow, it's way bigger than the campus stage. Voices followed from behind. Whoa, this is insane. This concert venue is freaking cool. We're really going to perform on this stage? Around Kong Rojin, the other participants let out sincere exclamations. And understandably so. The concert hall was at least twice the size of the Produce That 100 campus stage. The ceiling was extremely high, and numerous lights were attached to it. Just from a glance, the standing area around the protruding-shaped stage and the audience seating on the first and second floors easily added up to thousands of seats. Of course, for famous idols, this might be considered a small venue, but to Kong Rojin, it felt enormous. What kind of fan meeting is this huge? The entire concert venue had a black color tone. The stage, floor, fences, seats, and walls were all black. For a moment, Rojin even felt slightly spooked. The overwhelming impact of a performance venue larger than the fourth evaluation stage was real. How gigantic must those concerts with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people from the articles be? The other participants were thinking the same thing. Famous idols flying high before tens of thousands of spectators were truly incredible. As the others remained momentarily dazed, PD Woo Han-suk approached. You okay? At the same time, cameras started rolling. Actually, even in the minibus, small cameras had been installed. In other words, everything was being filmed. The participants, barely snapping out of it, muttered a few words of impression, and PD Woo Han-suk handed out papers. The concert cue sheet is out. Make sure to go over it. Let's also check out the waiting room in the back, including your outfits. The outfits aren't flashy. Before that, a brief explanation. PD Woo Han-suk pointed to the shaped protruding stage. Today, we'll be doing repeated rehearsals according to the cue sheet. While your coordination is important, we'll also check sound, lighting, and screen visuals, and you'll be practicing your onstage talk too. Rojin. Yes. You'll handle most of the stage comments on concert day, Rojin. Usually, the leader does that kind of thing. Damn, being a leader was already unfamiliar enough, and now even the stage. MCing? Rojin politely gestured with both hands to 58C, who's standing next to him. PD Nim, wouldn't it be better for Sihu Hyung to do it as the leader? Wah, what are you talking about? Me? I ISD stutter, so I can't do it. With a look that said, just accept it, PD Woo Han-suk placed a hand on Rojin's shoulder. You're perfect as the leader, Rojin. Why act all shy? You handled that just fine in front of 100 reporters at the Rental Lover production presentation, didn't you? In the end, Rojin nodded. Will the comments be provided? Yes, but you'll probably need to ad-lib some parts as well. A few minutes later, after finishing the briefing, PD Woo Han-suk made a request to the 10 participants, including Rojin. Everyone, get on stage. Let's take one group photo for promotion. Then, swish. Leader Kong Rojin took the lead as the 10 survivors of Produce That 100 struck their poses. Soon, several white lights flashed onto them. Click. The shutter sound signaled the start. Later, after about an hour of preparation, Kong Rojin and the participants began full-fledged rehearsals. Most of it followed the cue sheet, but the key performance was definitely Survival 100. Regardless of what it was, each participant focused more during rehearsal by starting with the songs they had performed during past evaluations. Normally in rehearsals, people hold back compared to the real performance. But since the participants lacked experience, they gave it their all even during rehearsal. They feared slacking off now might lead to mistakes during the real performance. Whether on stage, below it, or waiting in the backstage room, everyone, including Kong Rojin, poured themselves into it. On site were not only Lee Han-na, but also the judges of Produce That 100. They offered advice or rolled up their sleeves to help. Eye contact. Of course, vocals and dance are important, but eye contact with the audience is really important in a performance. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk had to monitor the participants' form while also checking numerous concert-related details, from the sound system down to each seat. Not only that, but nearly 100 staff members were busy. PD Nim, this seat here's kinda squeaky. Replace it. If it's even slightly off, just change it. Rehearsals continued past lunch into the afternoon, and now, on stage, Kong Rojin and 58C, who were standing with guitars. It was time for the acoustic version of Survival 100. Both of them were highly focused. Rojin was so engrossed he didn't even notice the AI simulation had sent him a reward. You've completed the hidden mission first concert rehearsal. You've been awarded 15 coins. Because everyone gave their all in their respective roles, no major issues occurred, and time flew by. Though night had fallen, the passion within the concert venue hadn't cooled. At that hour, the media was in a frenzy covering the upcoming Produce That 100 mini-concert scheduled for the next day. Star Talk. Tomorrow, the Produce That 100 mini-concert finally opens. What will the 10 survivors show the audience? The public was the same. On SNS, communities, and elsewhere, news about the mini-concert could easily be found. I really wanted to go, but failed again. Anyone going to the Produce That 100 mini-concert? Please write a review. Me. I'm going. I'm already shaking. So jealous. The competition must have been way tougher than for studio seats. Bet all the fan site masters flooded in. I want to see Rojin in person too. And just like that, Tuesday, the day of the mini-concert, dawned. Tuesday the 13th, morning. In the early hours, around the concert venue building near Udo, many people holding cameras as large as cannons could be seen. In front of the building, across the street, in nearby spots, and in the surrounding cafes. Among them were people who appeared to be reporters. What is that? Why is there a line like that? Is it a famous restaurant? No, I think it's the concert venue in that building. Looks like there's some concert happening. A long line had already formed at the building entrance. Although the Produce That 100 mini-concert was scheduled for 1 p.m., audience members had begun queuing since morning. Around this time, Kong Rojin could be found inside the venue. He was performing a flashy dance in sync with the music. The other participants were the same. Even right before the actual performance, they were still rehearsing together. They began makeup around 10 a.m., and simultaneously, entry started for the thousands of audience members. The crowd that had filled the outside of the building began to pour in one by one, jumping excitedly as they saw the stage decorated with posters of the Produce That 100 participants. About an hour later, look at all those people, it's insane. How many are there? This is supposed to be a mini-concert? If this were for a popular idol, yeah, I guess it counts as a small venue. But wow, they must be really nervous. Thousands of people had gathered in the concert hall. Hundreds packed the standing area around the stage, and about 2,500 more surrounded the standing crowd and stage area. There were many Produce That 100 staff members as well. Cameras were pointed toward the stage. What stood out most among the crowd were the light sticks. These had been specially made by the Produce That 100 team and distributed for today. Over 3,000 light sticks swaying in unison was a spectacular sight. Those light sticks became even more prominent 2 hours later. SSSHH. The entire concert hall dimmed, and the massive screen set behind the stage lit up with the Produce That 100 logo. A grand sound effect echoed into the ears of thousands of spectators. Realizing the concert was about to begin, the audience began screaming so loudly it felt like the venue would tear apart. In the darkness, bright lights snapped on toward the stage. Standing there were 10 young men dressed in matching black blazers and pants. Kong Rojin and the other participants. Their makeup and hair had been completed. As soon as the long-awaited 10 participants appeared, the screams and shouts from thousands of fans grew several times louder. Kaya! Kaya! Among the participants standing in a line, Kong Rojin, positioned at the center, lifted the handheld mic in his hand after gazing at the crowd for a few seconds. Soon, Rojin's deep voice echoed throughout the concert hall. Hello, we missed you so much. Of course, this line had been scripted by the production team. Welcome to the Produce That 100 concert. We'll be showing you a lot today, so even if we make mistakes, please be kind. Then, the giant screen behind them displayed the faces and names of the 10 participants, including Rojin. Amidst ear-shattering cheers, Kong Rojin introduced the first performance. Then we'll begin. The opening performance is Produce That. Barely a second after he finished speaking, Produce blasted through the venue at full volume. Meanwhile, at SBC Broadcasting Station, in a fairly large meeting room sat PD Young Soo Ryong, her frizzy hair somewhat tidied. Along with her were a few executives. They were all staring at the screen in front of the meeting room, where Tom Cavill, the executive director currently in Japan, was being displayed. PD Young Soo Ryong was in the middle of a video conference with Netflix Japan. Naturally, a translator was present, and the meeting had already gone on for about an hour, discussing the launch schedule of Rental Lover, and was now wrapping up. Executives began to rise from their seats after exchanging farewells. At this point, PD Young Soo Ryong, remembering her promise with Kang Rojin, called out to the blonde-haired Tom Cavill on the screen. Executive Director, I have something to ask you aside from Rental Lover. Tom Cavill, as if he'd been waiting, immediately replied. Yes, PD Young Soo Ryong. Actually, I also had something I wanted to ask. Oh, really? PD Young Soo Ryong gestured for him to go first. Please, you go ahead, Executive Director. This is about writer Rojin who wrote Rental Lover. I was wondering, if we were to make an offer, is there a chance he would write something for us? Since you worked with him on Rental Lover, I figured you might have some sense of it. For some reason, her smile deepened, and she shrugged her shoulders. Well, the plan changed. She had intended to make a move from her side, but the other side had taken the first step. As you know, writer Nim is very popular these days, and recently seems busy with Produce That 100. I'm swamped with my own work too. I doubt he has any time to write. Is that so? She already had a script to offer. But for now, she kept it hidden. Now I'll have to raise writer Rojin's value first. She intended to make executive director Tom Cavill desperate. I think I heard something too. Yes. Schemes were her specialty, especially as a veteran. He might already have a script written. Chapter 93, Japan 1. At PD Young Soo Ryong's words, the expression of Tom Cavill, the executive director on the screen, visibly changed. His eyes got bigger. It was obvious he had fallen for PD Young Soo Ryong's scheme. Seeing Tom Cavill's widened blue eyes, Young Soo Ryong quickly composed her expression. Is it because he's a foreigner? His reactions are big. If he were a friend, it would be fun to tease him. Tom Cavill, the executive director on the screen, asked again. You said there's already a written script? By writer Rojin. PD Young Soo Ryong nodded with a faint smile. Yes, I think I heard about it during the filming of Rental Lover. So I thought I'd ask him properly about it later, but I got so busy I forgot. Although she had already read through 3 other scripts by Kang Rojin, she feigned ignorance. Writer Rojin works fast. If you've seen Produce That 100, you'll know he also writes lyrics. I know that. For you, executive director, having a script already written would be better than starting a new one, right? Of course, if the script is decent, it saves a lot of time. If the script is decent, PD Young Soo Ryong, already aware of the script's quality, pointed to the Rental Lover script in front of her. Did you read through the Rental Lover script I sent? I did. You liked it, right? It far exceeded my expectations. It was so entertaining I couldn't take my eyes off it. Rental Lover was the winning piece in our contest, and back then writer Rojin responded pretty vaguely. Said writing was just a hobby or side job for him. As for the other scripts, just my opinion, but I think they might be even fresher or denser than Rental Lover. For a moment, greed appeared in Tom Cavill's blue eyes. At that point, PD Young Soo Ryong slightly shifted the flow. But now, even in Korea, writer Rojin's reputation has risen quite a bit thanks to Rental Lover. Not just us, but a lot of other broadcasters and production companies are eyeing him. I understand. His activity range isn't typical, and to get this much attention with a debut work, others may have already approached him. If Netflix Japan is interested in writer Rojin, you'll need to go all in. In other words, don't be stingy with the money. I don't know exactly either, but he has a primary occupation elsewhere, and he's not in a position where he lacks anything. Tom Cavill's expression on the screen deepened in thought, and PD Young Soo Ryong, maintaining her composed face, pretended to check the time and wrap things up. This is as much as I can tell you. Thank you. That's more than enough. For anything further, it would be quicker to communicate with PD Woo Han-suk from Produce That 100, since he's the closest director to writer Rojin. Yes, understood. Originally, PD Young Soo Ryong had planned to gauge Netflix Japan's interest herself, but that was no longer necessary. It was clear Tom Cavill, the executive director, was already boiling over with interest in writer Rojin. You could say he's obsessed. In this case, It's better for writer Rojin to handle it directly than for me to stay involved. During the delay, writer Nim's value would rise, an added bonus. Of course, PD Young Soo Ryong's contract negotiation skills were factored in as well. As far as I know, writer Rojin is heading to Japan soon. That's when the real showdown will happen. Produce That 100 was also holding small-scale concerts in Japan, in addition to Korea, and the Japanese concerts were co-hosted with Netflix Japan. In other words, it was certain Tom Cavell would bring up the script with Kang Rojin then. Remembering the upcoming future, PD Young Soo Ryong smiled and gave a final farewell, and as soon as the video call ended, she pulled out her phone and stepped into the hallway. Swish. The person she called was PD Woo Han-suk. The call tone rang for quite a while, but soon PD Woo Han-suk's voice came through the phone. Yes, PD Young. PD Young Soo Ryong spoke. PD Woo, is now a good time to talk? Make it quick, please. I'm in the middle of the small concert. I'm sorry. Right, it must have already started. Then I'll just get to the point. PD Young Soo Ryong quickly explained everything, from the other scripts Rojin had, to the promises made with him, to the recent conversation with Netflix Japan. Please let writer Rojin know about all of this. Meanwhile, the venue where the Produce That 100 small concert was taking place was filled with the screams of thousands of fans. Kiowa. Since the opening performance, Produce, had just ended. Including Kang Rojin, the 10 members moved as one, showing off dazzling choreography. Not just Rojin, but the other participants as well had clearly improved their skills. Watching them from close to the stage, Lee Han-na clapped with deep satisfaction. Soon, the 10 participants, panting for breath, bowed deeply to the thousands of spectators. SSSS. The stage lights dimmed. Though it signaled that the next performance was coming, the frenzied screams and howls from the audience showed no signs of calming down. PD Woo Han-suk, the writers, and the staff were all smiling brightly. Wow, this is several times crazier than during the fourth evaluation taping? This is legendary. Of course, a taping and a concert feel completely different. The kids are so good. If someone didn't know better, they'd think this was just an idol concert. With arms crossed, PD Woo Han-suk scanned the faces of the hundreds of people bouncing in the standing section. He was completely enchanted by the concert. A quiet smile spread across PD Woo Han-suk's face like a father's pride. For amateurs to have this much impact, once they debut as professionals, it'll be something else. I don't know why I'm feeling nervous. He had planned many audition programs before, but nothing like this. Around that time, the stage lights came on again, and 26 Do Hyung, now in a changed outfit, appeared and hyped up the crowd. A rap beat immediately played. It was 26 Do Hyung's self-written rap from the first evaluation. From here, a few participants began their solo performances. After 26 Do Hyung raised the energy with his rap, it was 58C, whose turn next. Once 58C, whose turn ended, the lights went out again. In the darkness, a familiar song began to echo through the venue. Piano notes, followed by a heartbreaking melody. Though no one had appeared on stage yet, the thousands of audience members quickly recognized the song. Farewell. It's farewell. It's farewell. Wow. I really wanted to hear this. If it's farewell, then it's definitely Rojin. Right. Yeah, 100%. The song was Farewell, and as the audience had guessed, the person who appeared on the dark stage was Kang Rojin, with a solemn expression. He was wearing a white shirt. His arms were covered in goosebumps. I felt it earlier too. This is really spectacular. Thousands of spectators watching only him, their eyes full of anticipation, the countless light sticks swaying like stars in the sky, the lights on him warm like sunlight. If he had to sum up this feeling in one phrase, this thrill is insane. It was pure ecstasy, a surge of adrenaline. At that moment, strangely enough, all of Kang Rojin's nervousness vanished. Your fragrance lingers still, your scent keeps me here. Though seasons change their colors, I remain right here. Everything stays in place. All memories remain. Kang Rojin's powerful, emotional vocals swept through the concert hall. The audience, quickly drawn in, began to wave their light sticks slowly from side to side. His vocals, he's clearly the standout among the participants. His voice tone is completely good. He's more than good enough to be the main vocal. Honestly, he could crush some of those so-called skilled idols out there. Just as the audience was falling into an emotional trance with Rojan, the concert atmosphere flipped 180 degrees. After the solo performances, it was time for groups of 2 or 3 participants to take over the stage. With their high-energy performances, a parade of familiar songs heard during evaluations now evolved and polished. Whoosh! With effects like exploding fireworks, the audience lost themselves in the moment. How much time had passed? Kong Rojan and the other 9 participants all came back on stage and took their positions. Then, an unfamiliar song played for the audience. The intro had a rapid guitar sound, like a heartbeat. It was Survival 100, the new theme song of Produce That 100. Realizing this, the thousands of audience members, Ewa, Kaya, this is crazy. It's so good, nearly lost their minds. Afterward, when the mini-concert ended, the 10 participants stood on the shaped stage. The closing remarks were made by Kong Rojan, who stood at the center. 2-3. Thank you. Thank you. When the 10 of them bowed at a 90-degree angle, an explosive wave of applause and cheers erupted. Among the celebrating participants, something caught Kong Rojan's ear. Oh! He heard a shout from the standing area near the stage. Smiling slightly with his eyes, he walked toward the female fans. As they became flustered by the sudden attention, Rojan crouched down. I heard you. Say things like that louder, please, louder. He brought the mic to one of the women's mouths, and soon her shout echoed throughout the concert hall. Rojan, you're so handsome. Really, really. Super. Handsome. Kong Rojan clapped as if satisfied. The audience was captivated by that smile. PD Woo Han-suk and the production crew burst into laughter. The other 9 participants smiled as if in agreement. Then, as Rojan turned to walk back to the group, he twisted his ankle. Though he quickly regained his balance, he ended up in an awkward posture. Slip. Pretending it was nothing, he casually bent down as if to tie his shoelace. What's that? He's so freaking cute. Huh. I'm switching to Rojan for real. His charm is insane. All of this was captured vividly on the Produce That 100 cameras. The next day, Wednesday morning, October 14th. Since the afternoon before, one topic had taken over the main pages of multiple search portals. Produce That 100 finishes its first domestic mini-concert. What kind of performances were showcased? Issue talk. Long lines just to see the Produce That 100 concert/photos. The Produce That 100 mini-concert had ended without a hitch, and to great success. Thousands gathered at the Produce That 100 concert, audience reviews say. It was the best. On top of that, posts and reviews from those who had attended the concert poured in from night through dawn. Produce That 100 mini-concert review, long post. They appeared in various online communities, continuously adding fuel to the fire. Rojan looks unreal in person. They performed the new theme song at the mini-concert, and it was insanely good. Produce That 100 concert from start to finish, feat how they looked IRL. I'm so jealous of the people who went to the concert. The response was hotter than that of any famous idol concert. As the media and public opinion buzzed at its peak, Gimpo Airport was packed despite it being a weekday morning, filled with people either departing for or returning from trips. Friends, couples, families, all of them dragging large suitcases and bustling around. Amid the crowd, a group of women chatting with phones in hand talked excitedly about Produce That 100. I guess the Produce That 100 mini-concert ended yesterday? Yeah. Huh. I really wanted to go. Who's your favorite? Definitely Rojan for sure, and I like Kyung too. He's got that cold handsome guy vibe. I'm into Sihu and Youngwoo. Youngwoo's like a golden retriever. Rojan is just the default pick. But seriously, I want to see Rojan in person. People who saw him say he's insane in real life. Just then. Yeah, no way. Oh my god. The airport entrance suddenly became chaotic. As a result, everyone in the lobby turned their attention toward the commotion. Even at a glance, dozens of people seemed to be crowding around something, bouncing up and down as they slowly moved. Something was definitely going on. What is it? Over there? A celebrity? Looks like a celebrity showed up. What is it? Let's go. Check it out. No wonder, everyone surrounding the center was frantically taking photos with their phones. Getting closer, they could see large security guards holding back the swelling crowd. Like a snowball gaining mass, the initial dozens quickly grew to hundreds. The airport lobby was filled with shrieks and screams as the decibels rose. At the same time, Rojan, whoa, it's really them. See who? Please look this way. Cheek heart. Just one cheek heart. Rojan, Kong Min. Somehow, the screams included the names of the Produce That 100 participants. It was no surprise. What's happening? Who's over there? It's Produce That 100. Seriously? Because the ones causing the airport mayhem were the 10 participants from Produce That 100, along with the production staff. Hundreds of people shoved their phones forward in a chaotic frenzy. In the midst of it all, Kong Rojan, wearing a deeply pulled-down cap, was completely overwhelmed by the situation he was experiencing for the first time. Wait, I want to run away? From the start, the Japan advance was rough, and Kong Rojan, a few hours later, am I even going to make it onto this plane? Was scheduled to set foot on Japanese soil. Chapter 94, Japan, 2. From the morning of Wednesday the 14th, online and offline alike were filled with talk of Produce That 100. To be specific, it was about the small concert of Produce That 100. That concluded yesterday. How was Rojan in real life? Freaking insane, right? No. Saying he was freaking insane isn't enough. The other guys were all better than on broadcast too, you know? But Rojan, that guy's just god tier? His visuals are crazy. Seriously. If it wasn't for work, I would have gone no matter what. For a mini concert, there was honestly a lot to see. Oh right, Rojan playing guitar was super cool. Guitar? He played guitar too? Yeah, it melted my ears. The audience reviews from those who had attended the small concert were endlessly being uploaded, and there was plenty of juicy content in them for reporters to salivate over. Reviews pouring in from Produce That 100. Mini concert. Fans say Rojan plays guitar too. From new theme songs to participants' duet performances, Produce That 100. Mini concert was full of things to see. Just as the media and communities were buzzing, unexpected news suddenly dropped. Star photo. Produce That 100. Participants appear in real time at Gimpo Airport/photos. It was that 10 participants including Kong Rojan had appeared at the airport right after yesterday's concert. Sudden appearance of 10 Produce That 100 survivors causes chaos at the airport. Huge crowds gather around Rojan, Sihu and others from Produce That 100/photos. The quickest were the general public who spotted the Produce That 100 participants at Gimpo Airport. They immediately shared the photos they snapped on SNS. Insane. The Produce That 100 guys are at Gimpo Airport right now. Total chaos. Thanks to the large number of people who shared photos and videos, not just a few, reporters who weren't on the scene were ecstatic. It didn't take long to find out why Rojan and the participants had shown up at the airport. The Produce That 100 team had previously announced that they would hold concerts both domestically and in Japan. Right after wrapping up the domestic mini-concert to the airport, Produce That 100 participants about to depart for Japan/photos. In other words, they were going to Japan. Though it was a bit sudden, the schedule was tight, but for PD Wuhan Suk, it had been an unavoidable decision. Along with the Produce That 100 schedule, filming and editing were also on a very tight timeline. Regardless, the news that the Produce That 100 team was heading to Japan without prior notice became an issue. News of Produce That 100 departure to Japan causes stir in Japanese communities/photos. It spread quickly to Japan as well. Starting with SNS, it swept across all kinds of communities. The upcoming small concert in Japan had already been promoted in advance. However, since there had been no specific mention of when the Produce That 100 team would leave for Japan, the real-time news had Japanese fans buzzing with movement. By this time, Kong Rojan was thinking, do celebrities always go through this whenever they leave the country? Wow, it's intense. He had just barely made it through the crowd and finished the departure inspection. It was the same for the other participants. Naturally, the airport staff also recognized Rojan and the others, whispering busily. Somehow, the Produce That 100 team boarded the plane, and seated by the window, Rojan tried to steady his breath. How long's it been since I've been on a plane? His heart was pounding. The last time he had been on a plane was when he was a child. as Kang Rojin faintly recalled the family trip to Jeju Island with his parents. Hyung. It was 71 Young Woo, with a puppy-like face, who spoke from the seat to his right. Have you flown before? Yeah, I've flown. Is this your first time? Yeah, first time. I'm totally nervous right now. It's no big deal. But the sky is kinda amazing. There are tons of clouds, right? Want to sit here instead? No. I've got acrophobia, so that's a bit. If I sit there I might throw up. Please don't. At that moment, the female flight attendants, who had been smiling at Rojin and the other participants, swish, started their announcements, and not long after, accompanied by 71 Young Woo's fuss. Holy shit. We're taking off. Hyung, the plane's taking off. The flight bound for Japan took off. Several tens of minutes later, aboard the plane flying in the sky, the Produce That 100 team was passing the time each in their own way, and they were scheduled to arrive at Haneda Airport in Japan in about 40 minutes. Just as Kang Rojin was gazing out at the clouds filling the window, Young-woo, whether he had just woken up or not, PD Woo Han-suk, with his hair messy, approached and made a request to 71 Young-woo. Could you switch seats for a moment? I have something to talk about with Rojin. 71 Young-woo, who had been struggling with motion sickness, nodded with difficulty. Yes, yes. As soon as the seats were swapped, PD Woo Han-suk took off his glasses and pressed firmly between his eyes. Then, turning his head toward Kang Rojin. You got the call from PD Young too, right? In a low whisper, PD Woo Han-suk asked, and Kang Rojin responded. Yes, yesterday afternoon. Right. So with that situation, once we arrive in Japan, Tom Cavell, the executive director, is definitely going to bring it up during the schedule. The topic PD Woo Han-suk had brought up was about writer Rojin. Specifically, it was regarding Like a Kaleidoscope, one of the scripts written by Kang Rojin. PD Young Soo Ryong had strategically planted word of it with Netflix Japan in advance. Naturally, Kang Rojin had been informed. PD Young Soo Ryong had given him advice like, I've laid the groundwork, and given the situation, you're the top dog here, so go in with confidence. Yeah, go in with the air of, I'm being generous. That vibe's perfect. In addition, since it's Netflix Japan that wants it, she also told me to properly raise my value. Still, it didn't feel real to Rojin. Rental Lover hasn't even aired yet. I never imagined Netflix Japan would be interested in another one of my scripts. Sure, they must have read the Rental Lover script, but to get a reaction this quickly was surprising. That said, Kang Rojin was feeling a bit overwhelmed. How does one even do a meeting or negotiate value? The only meeting he had experienced as writer Rojin had been with PD Young Soo Ryong. He'd never been to one of those heavy, serious meetings, nor even imagined them. He wasn't exactly scared, but feeling anxious was a natural reaction. Noticing this, PD Woo Han-suk gave a small smile. Suddenly there's meetings and contracts and whatnot. You don't know what's what, right? Honestly, yeah. It's kind of difficult. I don't have any experience. Of course, if writing were your main profession, you could study up and ask around yourself, but you've got a different main job, plus a bunch of side jobs. This time, since PD Young asked me to, and I'm a bit concerned, how about I come with you to the meeting? With you, PD Nim? Yeah. Why? You don't want me to. No, please. I'm begging you. PD Woo Han-suk, no less than PD Young Soo Ryong, was a veteran and strategist. He'd actually worked with her on planning both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover. If he was coming along, that's like having 10,000 allies. PD Woo Han-suk scratched his chin lightly and continued speaking. Well, I'm not a broadcast writer or drama writer myself, so screenwriting isn't really my area of expertise. But when it comes to pre-contract meetings, it's all pretty similar, so I can at least help with sowing the seeds. Thank you, really. What's with the thanks? You've done way more for Produce That 100 than we've done for you. Even doing a few things like this isn't enough. Anyway, this meeting with Netflix Japan probably won't be for a formal contract. It'll likely just be to build things up. Build up? Basically, let's say you're the one with the upper hand right now, Rojin. We'll bluff a bit with Netflix Japan, hint that your value's high, maybe even pass along the script. If Tom Cavell, the executive director, likes the script, things will go smoothly. They'll start panicking like, what if a domestic production company snatches it up first, and writer Rojin's value will keep rising? Then the formal contract can come after that. What did I just hear? It sounds huge, but PD Woo Han-suk says it so casually. Truly the presence of someone with over 10 years of experience as a PD. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk added an explanation. When it's time for the formal contract, Rojin won't even need to go to Japan. Netflix Japan will come to Korea. Of course, the value. Negotiations need to be settled before that. I kind of expected it, but it's complicated. You brought the script, right? Yes. Kong Rojin pointed at the backpack placed by his feet. Inside were the first and second episodes of the script for, like a kaleidoscope, already translated into Japanese. PD Woo Han-suk, nodding, scratched his chin and changed the topic. I think you should join separate agencies for your main career as an idol and your side job as a writer. For now, PD Young Surayong and I are around, so we can manage somehow. But once you start soaring as an idol, there's no way you'll be able to handle it all alone. Is it possible to sign with different agencies separately? Of course, an idol agency for your idol work and a different agency for your writing. Naturally, there are no idols who are also writers, but there are similar cases. Down the road, the agency you're with as an idol might manage your writing career too, but since it's not their area of expertise, it could end up being slapdash. Separating your idol and writer identities clearly is the only way to properly secure your value. This was the first time Rojin had heard about the structure of the industry, and it sparked a lot of curiosity. Are there many agencies that specialize in writers? There are quite a few. Some deal exclusively with writers, some include star writers and major directors, and some combine content production with management. There are plenty if you look. Especially management agencies with big-name writers and directors, they carry a lot of weight. Just mentioning the names brings recognition. Off the top of my head, some of the behemoth-level agencies are Culture Drawer, M&D Pictures, and the like. Those are the best, but since you're still a rookie writer, it'd be tough to get in now. But after building up experience, you might start getting offers. Oh dash. Anyway, think about the agencies you'll join for both your main and side jobs. Especially since you might work on overseas projects too, like this Netflix Japan thing. You're good at Japanese and English too. That's true. So even if it's sometime down the line, you might find yourself flying back and forth for meetings in Japan or even the US. How could you manage that all on your own? Whether you're an idol or a writer, handling all the miscellaneous stuff is what those agencies are for. That's their job. Rojin was feeling overwhelmed, but he decided to think of it simply. Separate management for idol and writer. For now, I'll settle on that. I'll look into the details when I have time. At the same time, PD Woo Han-suk crossed his arms and lifted the corners of his mouth. But I don't know about the major ones, but mid-sized writer management companies might already have you in their sights. He pointed his index finger at the super handsome Rojin. There's no way a writer with a face like that exists. At the same time, in Korea, in a large Korean restaurant in the Samseongdong area of Seoul, a place that looked like a traditional tiled house with even a small garden. Inside a private room of the obviously expensive restaurant, a familiar woman with long straight hair was seen. It was the S-class top actress Choi Rina, with a beauty mark beside her prominent nose. Sitting across from her, with her long hair tied in a single ponytail. Rina, you've gotten even prettier. Was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 50s. With a short bob that covered her ears and round glasses, her appearance was modest, but the force in her gaze was strong. Choi Rina smiled softly and responded to the woman. Oh come on, your skin is glowing, writer Nim. You look way younger. Still the same old Choi Rina-style flattery. No way. How can it be flattery when I have the one and only star writer Han Seo-ryong in front of me? You're teasing me, aren't you? Why would I risk getting kicked out of this industry by teasing writer Nim? So you are teasing me. The two seemed quite close. Despite the friendly banter, the middle-aged woman remained calm and exuded a powerful aura. It was no surprise. The woman sitting across from Choi Rina was none other than the ultra-big-name writer Han Seo-ryong, the star writer of star writers in Korea. She'd written hit after hit in both dramas and films. She was also the first Korean writer to sell rights overseas and succeed. As such, her script fees per episode easily ran into the hundreds of millions of won. Recently, she had also been expanding her reach into production. That very same writer Han Seo-ryong spoke up with a subtle smile. You saw the article, right? That I'm starting a new project. Of course I saw it. You're going with KBC, right? That's right. PD Park begged me for days, saying it'd be his last time directing. Anyway, I'm deep into writing the script right now, and for the female lead, you came to mind right away. I also saw the recent news about you and Rental Lover. Do you have anything lined up after that ends? No? Aside from the schedule that might get set around the airing of Rental Lover, I've basically got a gap. Then start warming up and wait for my script. I'll send it to you when the first episode's ready. Wow, our CEO Nim's going to be dancing for joy. He's been going on and on about how he need to have a meal with writer Han Nim. Is CEO Kim doing well? Very much so. Lifting her teacup, writer Han Seorang suddenly shifted the topic. Speaking of Rental Lover, that writer Rojan kid, what do you think of him? Choi Rina's eyes instantly widened like a goldfish. Writer Rojan Nim? All of a sudden? What do you mean exactly dash? Just in general. There's been such a fuss lately. I looked into him a bit myself, and he's quite unusual. For some reason. Choi Rina's cheeks turned a little red, and she laughed awkwardly. He is unusual. Even our management CEO Hyo seems to have his eye on him. CEO Hyo? Startled, Choi Rina glanced at writer Han Seorang's mysterious smile and screamed inside. If it's the management agency where writer Nim is, that's Culture Drawer, right? Culture Drawer was a massive agency specializing in writer management. Chapter 95, Japan 3. The agency Culture Drawer, which heavyweight writer Han Seorang belongs to, is eyeing writer Rojan. Choi Rina looked at writer Han Seorang across from her and thought, doesn't Culture Drawer have no rookies at all? Not only writer Han Seorang, but also star writers and master directors are gathered at Culture Drawer. Among the many writer and director management agencies, Culture Drawer was top tier in terms of scale and influence. Moreover, writer Han Seorang is the co-CEO. As Choi Rina muttered to herself, Culture Drawer began with writer Han Seorang and a figure named CEO Hyo. Writer Han Seorang handled the investment, while CEO Hyo took care of operations. Now, as a media giant, they also engage in production. Whenever writer management is mentioned, it is always counted among the top, and it has become a place that many writers and directors aspire to join. Of course, Choi Rina only knew from articles and rumors, so she wasn't fully informed. However, there was one thing she clearly recognized. They don't just accept anyone. The recruitment conditions of Culture Drawer were quite strict. There were no rookies among the affiliated figures. For that reason, just being part of Culture Drawer adds a premium, and one draws considerable attention in the industry. So, with Culture Drawer showing interest in writer Rojan, it was only natural for Choi Rina to be surprised. But writer Nim, doesn't Culture Drawer not have rookie writers or directors? To Choi Rina, who asked out of pure curiosity, writer Han Seorang gave a gentle smile. Not yet, that's true. But it's not like we don't recruit rookies at all. It's just that we have a clear standard. Writer Han Seorang swept back her bobbed hair and continued. I watched the production presentation for Rental Lover, and writer Rojan. He's interesting, isn't he? You watched it, Dash. I did. I mean, Produce That 100 was such a big fuss. Creators need to check out those trendy things as input. Even if I didn't watch every episode of Produce That 100, I knew about writer Rojan. For starters, there's no writer with visuals like that. Just looking at his face makes you stop in your tracks. Agreeing intensely, Choi Rina nodded as if she couldn't agree more. Even in the actor pool it's rare, so of course, in the writer pool, it's practically unheard of. More than anything, the path he's walking is unique. He's an idol, a writer, and even an actor. And it's not like he debuted as a proper idol first. He debuted as a writer. This is beyond unusual. That kid Rojan is pioneering a new path, but there's no one to follow in his footsteps. Well, it's hard to maintain high energy across idol, writer, and actor roles all at once. Writer Han Seorang adjusted her glasses. His latent star quality is deep and wide, whether as an idol or writer. It's hard to gauge. I'd say I'm pretty good at reading people, but he's the first one I can't figure out. His writing skills are great too, aren't they? Same for his acting. That's true. But writer Nim, you haven't seen writer Rojan's script yet, right? Did you get a copy of the script? No. I could get it if I wanted, but I chose not to on purpose. I want to watch the drama starting from the first episode of Rental Lover. That way, when I read the script afterward, I can absorb the writer's style more clearly. But even without going as far as the script, I can get a sense of it, can't I? If the script wasn't good, neither you nor that picky PD Young would have picked him. She may have looked unassuming, but there was a powerful heavyweight aura radiating from writer Han So-ryong's gaze. Plus, the fact that the scope of this one-act drama has gotten so big means PD Young got involved. You and I both know what it's like to work with PD Young So-ryong, right? Regardless of who the counterpart is, if something feels vague, she'll give direction without hesitation. She must have had a good amount of confidence in Rental Lover, which is why she kept expanding the scale. It was true. No matter how big the buzz around Kang Rojin might be, if the actual piece turned out to be underwhelming, the impact would fade quickly. Choi Rina understood that too. If writer Rojin does end up joining Culture Drawer, the synergy would be huge, and that alone would become a major topic. Rojin, the first rookie writer to enter Culture Drawer, where master directors and heavyweight writers gather. As she imagined the headline for the article herself, Choi Rina felt a slight thrill as if it were her own matter. My words probably won't be much help, but Then Choi Rina went on with her praises about Kang Rojin. If you're interested, you should move fast, you know? Before long, tons of management companies are going to be swarming around writer Rojin. Oh my, are you already taking his side? Don't tell me. Rina, are you fangirling over writer Rojin? No, not at all. Really? But somehow, whenever you talk about writer Rojin, you're full of energy. Writer Han So-ryong, narrowing her eyes and watching Choi Rina, whose cheeks had slightly reddened, shrugged her shoulders. He's an idol, but also a writer, and being able to appear as an actor in something he wrote himself is a huge merit. Idol, writer, actor, no matter which one, the promotion takes care of itself. That's right. If he keeps growing like this, he'll become an untouchable monster. Writer Han So-ryong laughed lightly and readily agreed. So far, he's definitely a proper disruptor to the ecosystem. 1 hour later, Japan. The plane carrying the Produce That 100 team, including Kang Rojin, had just landed at Haneda Airport. As they began walking for immigration procedures, Rojin sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. He spoke to Sihu next to him. Hyung, don't you think there are too many bodyguards around? That's what I'm saying. It looks like about 10 or so, but it feels good. Why? Doesn't it kind of feel like we've become real celebrities? Maybe so. Well, Rojin had seen scenes like this on TV before. Still, he thought it was a bit over the top. Regardless, after going through a few minor processes, the Produce That 100 team arrived in front of the arrival gate. Just then, PD Woo Han-suk, who had received a call from somewhere, suddenly turned very serious. He asked the guards to tighten up the security even more. Kang Rojin and the 9 other participants tilted their heads in confusion, and it only took 10 seconds to find out why PD Woo Han-suk had become so serious. As the participants stepped into the arrival hall following the flow, Kaya terrifying screams erupted throughout the arrival area. Hundreds of Japanese fans were surging behind the cordoned fences. Naturally, Kang Rojin couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. What is this? A scene he had never expected. The atmosphere was so intense, it almost felt like being in Korea. Hundreds of frenzied Japanese fans. At %% at dollar and at in dollar. Asterisk asterisk and hashtag asterisk dollar asterisk at dollar and asterisk. Hashtag percent asterisk asterisk hashtag. They screamed in Japanese and broken Korean. It was hard to understand. Not only were they filming the participants with phones, but many were even holding large cameras. Reporters were mixed in, of course. The reason so many Japanese fans and reporters had gathered? It was simple. News of the Produce That 100 team's departure to Japan had spread in Japan in no time. Even though it had only been about 2 hours, the crowd was overwhelming. Though unfamiliar with other countries, Rojin and the participants froze at the sight of foreign fans for the first time. That's when PD Woo Han-suk approached and whispered, "Stay sharp and wave and smile to the fans." The first to move was Do-kyung. With a lifeless expression, he raised his hand, and Kang Rojin also gave an awkward smile. This is crazy. Entering Japan happened so fast, he couldn't even remember what he'd done. Was this even real? Rojin was stunned, and the other participants were the same. Somehow, the Produce That 100 team got into the van they were waiting in. From there, the participants went wild. Did you see that? All those people were our fans. Insane. That was seriously insane. Wow. I was so shocked at first, I almost peed my pants. Japanese fans calling my name. It feels unreal, seriously. But that wasn't the end. The Produce That 100 team immediately moved to the hotel they would be staying at, and the moment they saw the rooms, the participants were bouncing around again. This is crazy. That's Tokyo Tower, right? The view is insane. The room is huge. Rojin's eyes also went wide at the view of Tokyo unfolding before him. But Rojin and the other participants didn't have time to keep admiring. After a quick unpacking, they had to head straight to the venue for a small concert. Back in the van again, the participants were completely absorbed in watching the scenery outside the window. It's Japan, Japan. I can't believe I came to Japan to perform. The concert venue wasn't far from the hotel. It took roughly 20 minutes, and the exterior of the venue they arrived at was quite large. It was a 3-story standalone building with a parking lot and a plaza of decent size. For Kong Rojin and the other participants, everything was a continuous source of amazement. Soon after, swish, they entered the interior of the concert hall where they would be performing. The participants' eyes and mouths widened again. Isn't this bigger than the ones back in Korea? Wow dash. Is it okay for it to be this big? I don't think we'll be able to fill all the seats. In fact, the size of this venue, which could accommodate over 5,000 people, was larger than its Korean counterparts. There was a large main stage and a runway extending from it with a round mini-stage at the end. Surrounding the area was standing space and seating that extended up to the second floor. Kong Rojin's eyes were busy as he looked around the venue. The stage screen is insanely big. The set construction for the concert had already been completed, and dozens of staff members were making the final adjustments. Among the staff, there were Japanese as well. As the participants stood around in awe for a few minutes, PD Woo Han-suk appeared with the writers. It's a bit bigger than the ones back home, right? But don't get intimidated. The number of attendees will be about the same anyway. Grinning wryly, PD Woo Han-suk continued his briefing. As we've already told you, the Japan schedule is for 3 days and 2 nights. Rehearsals will be today and tomorrow, and the actual performance is on the 3rd day. For your reference, I'll be going back and forth to Korea. If anything urgent comes up, talk to the writers here. Since he couldn't stay in Japan only due to editing and other responsibilities, PD Woo Han-suk held up a paper cue sheet. The basic concert order is similar to what we did in Korea, but since this is a small concert in Japan, there are naturally some slight changes. Just like in Korea, Kong Rojin would be in charge of the speaking segments. He was the leader and his Japanese was at a native level, so it was obvious. The sub-MC would be Sihu. Also, the Survival 100 segment would be the Japanese version, not the Korean one. That was the general outline. At that moment, swish, a group including a foreigner with curly blonde hair approached. It was the Netflix Japan team, who were co-hosting this Japanese mini-concert. Executive Director Tom Cavell, wearing a smile, greeted PD Woo Han-suk and the participants in Japanese. Welcome, everyone. Do you like the concert venue? The 9 participants, except Rojin, were flustered, and PD Woo Han-suk accepted the greeting. With a translator present, the two engaged in conversation, and when Tom Cavell glanced at Kong Rojin, the quick-witted PD Woo Han-suk spoke up. Rojin, just a moment. Soon, Kong Rojin, PD Woo Han-suk, and Executive Director Tom Cavell stepped away a few paces from the participants to begin a conversation. Tom Cavell extended his hand toward Kong Rojin. I wanted to properly greet you, writer Rojin. I'm Tom Cavell, Executive Director at Netflix Japan. Rojin, shaking his hand with curiosity, spoke fluent Japanese. Hello, I'm Rojin. I saw you attending the 4th evaluation round. Oh, your Japanese is really impressive. Thank you. The Japanese fans coming to the concert are going to love that. Their anticipation is extremely high. We look forward to your performance. Executive Director Tom Cavell opened the conversation with sincere politeness, and Kong Rojin found it strange how fluently this foreigner spoke Japanese. It's peculiar. I can't adapt. because it was unfamiliar. Anyway, after briefly speaking with PD Woo Han-suk, Tom Cavill changed the subject while looking at Rojin. As you've probably already heard, we'd like to have a separate meeting with you, Rojin Nim. Of course, in your capacity as a writer. Is that all right with you? Yes, understood. But for now, please focus on the concert. We'll hold the meeting after the performance. Now that the moment had arrived, Rojin felt even more nervous. This is kind of nerve-wracking. However, shifting his mindset to something like, I'll think about it later, Rojin soon blended back in with the participants, and about 30 minutes later, Rojin and the 9 others began their full-fledged rehearsal. Watching this were PD Woo Han-suk and Executive Director Tom Cavill. Then Executive Director Tom Cavill murmured, "It feels like it wasn't that long ago we talked about this concert, and now it's already happening." PD Woo Han-suk, arms crossed, raised the corner of his mouth. The concert day will be here in no time too. Indeed, 2 days flew by in an instant. Before long, it was Friday, October 16th, and today was a day with many events scheduled. At the same time as episode 13 of Produce That 100 was airing. It's already episode 13? Will today's episode of Produce That 100 show the Korea mini-concert? The Japan small concert was being held. Star Talk, Produce That 100, team heads to Japan, Japanese mini-concert today. And on top of that, one major thing was added. PD Woo Han-suk, who had boarded the plane to Japan early in the morning with a few writers, confirmed it. Survival 100, the new theme song of Produce That 100, written by Rojin and composed by Sihu, will be released today at 2 p.m. After lowering his phone, which had just released the hot news article, he murmured in a tone full of anticipation. Here comes the start of sweeping the music charts. Chapter 96, Japan 4. The news of the release of the theme song, Survival 100, further ignited the media, which had already been buzzing with multiple issues. It was proof of the destructive power of Produce That 100, which was hovering around a 30% viewership rating. Survival 100 release news has Produce That 100. Fans fired up while listening the moment it drops. The endless spawning of new issues was the source of Produce That 100's popularity. While there had already been the experience of Produce, this time was a different matter entirely. That was because the lyrics and composition of Survival 100 were done by the popular contestants Kang Rojin and 58C, who. So the moment the official release of Survival 100 was announced, finally, I've been waiting. Gonna stay up until 2 no matter what. From the moment I heard the guide version in episode 12, I just knew it was fire. According to those who went to the mini-concert, the new theme song will melt your ears. Super hyped. The public's reaction was several times greater than it had been during Produce. All the contestants participated in the theme song this time, right? Please release Rojin's solo version too. Agreed. I'm replaying Rojin's guide version on YouTube nonstop. Rojin, Sihu, lyrics and composition. How can anyone resist? But isn't it still kinda crazy that Rojin writes lyrics now? As someone who went to the concert, give us the acoustic version too. There's an acoustic version? If you look at the mini-concert reviews, they say the special performance was with the acoustic version of the theme song. Whoa, give it to us. Produce That 100. We want the acoustic too. I'm going to stream infinitely as soon as the theme song comes out. The contestants they cherished and adored had written and composed the song, and even participated in the vocals. Naturally, the firepower was far greater than it had been during Produce. Thanks to that, the news of the theme song's release spread in an instant, and the chart performance of Produce, which had slipped to the middle range as a casual listen, shot back up to the top ranks. At this time, over in Japan, Kang Rojin was traveling in a van from early morning. The destination was, of course, the concert venue. Even before makeup, Rojin's eyes, which shone with visual brilliance, widened. Wow! About 20 minutes later, because of the crowd gathered at the plaza in front of the concert hall entrance. The main performance was to begin at noon, and even though there was still quite a bit of waiting time, hundreds of Japanese fans were already packed into the square. Soon, several other contestants crowded around Rojin, who was looking out the window. TV already gathered this many? This is crazy. How many people is that? Wow. Ugh. I'm starting to get nervous. There are even self-made slogans. They had seen similar scenes in Korea, but since this was Japan, and it was the first time they had seen fans from another country, all the contestants were excited. Kong Rojin was no exception. It's amazing that all those people came to see us. To them, Rojin and the contestants were merely amateur idols from Korea who didn't even speak the same language. But the heated atmosphere was no less intense than in Korea. The contestants' nervousness and tension surged in an instant, and when they entered the venue for rehearsal, they were full of energy. Seeing the Japanese fans had triggered a rush of adrenaline. Any idol, no matter who, would have felt the same. Foreign fans calling out their names in awkward Korean was an electrifying experience. Meanwhile, the number of fans gathering in the plaza kept increasing. Is anyone willing to transfer their ticket? Me too. Please. Wow, your slogan is so well made. Could you make one for me too? I'll pay you. They say the boys already went into the venue. There were far more people who hadn't received invitations. Among the crowd were reporters and YouTubers with action cameras. What started as hundreds became over 1,000, and the plaza turned into complete chaos. It was a moment where the typhoon-level impact of the Korean wave could be felt. Of course, the popularity of Produce That 100 in Japan was significant in itself, but it had been amplified thanks to the backing of the Korean wave through K-pop and other trends. And so, several hours melted away like that. Before anyone realized it, the thousands of Japanese fans who had been buzzing outside had now filled the 5,000-seat concert venue. Of course, due to a limited audience cap, there were quite a few empty seats on the second floor, but the main first floor was packed tightly with fans. All of them were busy waving their slogans or the cheering sticks distributed by the Produce That 100 production team, screaming in anticipation. Then, the lights suddenly dimmed. The thousands of Japanese fans screamed, sensing that the moment had come. SSS. Lights focused only on the main stage. 10 Produce That 100 contestants stood in a line. The moment they appeared, fans in the standing zone around the protruding stage began to shriek, and the excitement quickly spread throughout the entire venue. Kaya. The 10 contestants, dressed in matching blazers, briefly scanned the Japanese fans, and the first to move was the leader at center, Kong Rojin. Hello, everyone. Rojin delivered his prepared line in smooth Japanese. Perhaps because he was so fluent, quite a few of the thousands of Japanese fans covered their mouths with their hands. Their favorite idol speaking in their own language, the emotion would naturally be multiplied several times over. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin also felt a tingling in his hands and feet. It had been the same in Korea, but a small-scale concert in Japan brought a different kind of thrill. So many people are calling my name. What is this feeling? When he had been at his worst, everyone avoided and cursed Kong Rojin. But now, in both Korea and Japan, people were calling his name madly and cheering for him. It was only natural for a rush of overwhelming euphoria to explode. Following him, 58C, who and the rest of the contestants took turns delivering their Japanese greetings, which they had practiced together. The mini-concert officially began. From that point on, starting with Produce, Kong Rojin and the 9 other contestants dominated the stage. The initial nervousness had vanished. Their previous experience in Korea helped, and the countless rehearsals they had done at this venue also paid off. The contestants had grown to the point where they could now communicate with the thousands of Japanese fans from their performances by making eye contact, grabbing hands, waving, and so on. Even without speaking the same language, it didn't matter. The unique heat of a concert overcame everything. It was clear that those in attendance were true fans of Produce That 100. Most were waving cheering sticks while listening attentively, but there were also fans who sang along in awkward Korean to the songs the contestants were performing. The excitement level gradually increased, and the peak came when, whoosh, fireworks exploded on stage, signaling the start of Survival 100. Naturally, it was the Japanese version, and Rojin and the contestants, all dressed in coordinated outfits, confidently showed off what they had been relentlessly practicing. When Kong Rojin and a few of the others walked out onto the protruding stage, the Japanese fans reached out frantically. Rojin, do kyung. So cute. Compared to professional idols, there were clearly still areas where they fell short. There were also disappointing aspects. In fact, a few contestants even made mistakes. Still, the Japanese fans enjoyed every moment. I didn't expect them to sing the theme song in Japanese. 2. Huh. Isn't this the most satisfying concert of the year? It's the best. I love it so much. Just being able to see the contestants they adored and cherished in person made them feel completely fulfilled. At that point, PD Woo Han-suk and Netflix Japan executive director Tom Cavell, who were scanning the entire concert, were each deeply impressed in their own way. PD Woo Han-suk watched the contestants with a broad smile. They've become proper idols now. Tom Cavell, who had co-prepared the concert, covered his mouth with one hand and clicked his tongue. I expected a lot, but this is remarkable. How could anyone call these kids amateurs? The concert, which had reached its boiling point with Survival 100, hit its peak with the following performances. The thousands of Japanese fans wished this moment would go on forever, but unfortunately, according to the cue sheet, the concert was drawing to a close. Suddenly, the entire concert hall went dark. But the stars in the night sky the thousands of cheering sticks continued to wave without pause. The murmurs grew louder. It lasted for about 30 seconds. Is it over? Is it really over? Just as the frenzied Japanese fans were overcome with deep disappointment, suddenly, late at night, as if echoing from an empty lot, the sound of a guitar rang out across the pitch-black concert hall. What the thousands of fans could see was darkness and the silhouettes of two people on stage. It was calm, yet melodic. Ad-libs made by plucking or scratching the guitar strings in a way that pleased the ear. With no audio enhancements, no special effects, the sound of the high-level guitar playing spread purely and completely, and the Japanese fans reacted in their own varied ways. What is that? A guitar? I love it. I love it so much. There's never been a guitar-related performance in Produce that 100. Some blinked, others gaped, some were frozen, or had goosebumps all over. Wait, are contestants playing that? Oh, looks like it. But who is it? Japanese fans deeply love guitar. There are many famous singer-songwriters, and band culture is well established. So expectations naturally began to rise. Just then, a few of the dim lights in the concert hall shone on the stage. Two figures in dark blue jackets, guitars strapped across their chests, were playing while looking at each other. It was Kong Rojin and 58C, who, the two, exuding a rather free-spirited aura, smiled at one another as they synchronized their melody. Rojin and 58C, who exchanged guitar ad-libs back and forth. Before anyone knew it, the wide concert hall was filled with the sound of guitars, and the intro performance that stole the hearts of the Japanese fans ended. The first to bring his mouth to the standing mic was Kong Rojin. Opening with a low tone and Rojin's distinctive vocal color, it was the acoustic version of Survival 100. Kong Rojin delivered the vocals to the mesmerized Japanese fans, while 58C, who supported him on guitar. When they switched roles, 58C, who sang with a hint of a sweet tone, and Rojin played guitar. Unlike the original version of Survival 100 that had been performed earlier by all the contestants, the acoustic version gently embraced the crowd. The thousands of Japanese fans looked up at Kong Rojin and 58C, who as if time had stopped. Sometimes, when you hear a song so beautiful it feels like a fantasy, you can't do anything else. All you can do is listen. That's exactly how the Japanese fans felt at that moment. Aside from breathing, they didn't move at all. Rojin and 58C, who entered the chorus. They paused their guitar playing to let only their vocals shine. Then both resumed strumming the strings again. The acoustic version of Survival 100 wasn't simply calm. When it needed strength, it was bold. When the vocals needed to shine, it was daring. In duet parts, it was powerful. And yet, at times, gentle. Whether in guitar or vocals, the tempo control was impeccable. As the song drew to its end, the eyes of the comforted fans turned red with emotion. The lyrics were in Korean, but it didn't matter. The voices and guitars music delivered by Kong Rojin and 58C, who carried sincerity, and the melody alone fulfilled so much. Eventually, as the fading guitar performance ended, Rojin and 58C, who remained still for about 5 seconds. Thank you for enjoying it. They expressed their thanks in Japanese and gave a deep bow. Only then did the thousands of Japanese fans, who had been frozen in time, come back to life. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Thousands clapped without holding back. Their arms were covered in goosebumps, and their minds were filled with Kong Rojin and 58C, who. Many of them said similar things. When the track comes out, I'm seriously going to listen to it for the rest of my life. It was the perfect ending performance. About an hour later, after the Japan mini concert had fully wrapped up, Kong Rojin, the contestants, PD Woo Han-suk, and dozens of staff gathered, buzzing with energy, in the backstage waiting room. Great work, everyone. It's over. I feel kind of regretful, but also super relieved. Everyone, amazing job. Really, really great performance. Thank you for your hard work. Though the voices of the produce that 100 staff were loud, the ones with the biggest reactions were, of course, the sweat-drenched contestants. The thrill of the concert was still lingering, and their noisy chatter showed it. Amid that vibe, Kong Rojin sat in a makeup chair and checked his phone. As expected, the AI simulation app had sent him a reward. You've completed the hidden mission first ever. Overseas concert performance. You have been awarded 20 coins. There wasn't just one reward, there were two. The second reward wasn't just a coin gift. The title recognition monster meets the condition for increased recognition and is now enhanced by +1. The title recognition monster is now enhanced to +4, increasing the bonus coins to 4. You have achieved +4 title enhancement. You have been awarded the item 10-point stat enhancement coupon as a gift. Among the titles, recognition monster was enhanced by +1. Kong Rojin couldn't help but burst into a smile. There's one more thing to celebrate, everyone. PD Woo Han-suk, holding up his phone, spoke as he showed it to Rojin and the other contestants. Our theme song hit #1 the moment it was released. On his phone screen was the real-time chart of the major domestic music platform Melon. 1 new. Survival 100/produced that 100. Theme song. 2-1. APT/0. 3-1. 2 pages/Lee Chong-hoon. 4-2. Small boy/Yoon. 5-8. Produce/produced that 100. Theme song. This happened just 1 hour after the song's release. Chapter 97, Japan, 5. 9 contestants clustered closely in front of PD Woo Han-suk. To be exact, they had rushed in to see the phone Woo Han-suk was holding. Whether it was 58C, who or 46 Kong Min, everyone reacted quickly. The first to exclaim in admiration was 26 Do Kyung. Even on his usually expressionless face, a huge shock was visible. Whoa! Survival 100 is #1. The rest of the contestants followed immediately. This is crazy. #1. Wasn't the theme song supposed to be released at 2? It's not even 4 yet. That's what I'm saying. Then it hit #1 in just an hour. Wow. This gives me goosebumps. They grew increasingly frenzied. It was only natural. The new theme song had reached #1 on the music charts. 1 new. Survival 100/produced that 100. Theme song. Kong Rojin, who joined in late, also looked at Woo Han-suk's phone screen from the very back of the frenzied group. Wow. At that point, PD Woo Han-suk, smiling broadly, spoke to the contestants. Don't look at mine. Check on your own phones. By the way, it's not just Melon. It's #1 on other platforms too. Only then did the contestants, who had been hugging and jumping around, begin pulling out their phones. After checking Melon, the top domestic music platform, they gradually finished checking the others. One by one, they shouted, really? It's #1 on Bucks and other platforms too. Amazing. Then we've swept the big 3 platforms. This is insane, seriously. PD Woo Han-suk and the staff looked on with satisfaction at the jumping contestants. Though Survival 100 was the theme song for Produce that 100. It's only natural they're happy, since the song with their voices hit #1 on a major platform. For contestants, dreaming of becoming idols, it was nothing short of a dream coming true. Even if more than half of them would eventually be eliminated, and the team itself was temporary, the contestants shared this thrilling first experience with huge smiles. Meanwhile, Baby Perm 58C, who, for some reason was staring blankly at his phone. Rojin, noticing this, gave Sihu a light jab to the side. Hyung, you're having an out-of-body experience in real time. Want me to grab your soul for you? And no, I just can't believe it. Same here. It doesn't quite feel real. Pinch my arm a bit. You sure you won't regret it? This is real, right? I think so. In particular, Kong Rojin and 58C, who were far more moved than the other contestants. They were the ones who wrote and composed the song. Soon, Sihu confidently tapped the song info for Survival 100, now proudly at number 1. The results displayed instantly. Song info, Survival 100. Produced at 100. Theme song. Lyrics, Rojin/composition, Sihu. Contestants quickly gathered around Sihu and Kong Rojin and began shaking them for no reason. Uhu, lyricist nim, composer nim. Damn. Honestly, this is so badass, right? It totally is. You guys wrote and composed a theme song that outperformed all the hit songs. Sihu Hyung, you're not crying, are you? Your eyes look a little red. I'm not crying. Shouldn't Rojin Hyung be a little more excited? Suddenly, Kong Rojin stood up and started dancing wildly. He was expressing his feelings through movement. Without using AI simulation, this was pure skill from Rojin. The contestants laughed and gave him thumbs up. This Hyung's definitely high on something. But why does Rojin Hyung's dancing still look good, even when he's flailing? What are you talking about? It's a total mess. What did you say? Hyung, it's a joke, a joke. With the atmosphere heating up, 26 do. Hyung made a request to Sihu. Hyung, check the comments. Sihu nodded and tapped his phone screen. The reactions of those who had just listened to Survival 100 were quickly displayed. This is fucking awesome, currently playing on repeat. GOAT status, instant thumbs up. Lyrics by Rojin. Music by Sihu. This is insane. No sir, the beat is insane. This year, no matter what anyone says, Produced that 100 has devoured everything. So good, can't they just debut all 10 like this? It feels like listening to the explosive power of youth. Went number 1 as soon as it dropped. Song is fire, love the show too. Captured the overwhelming emotion perfectly. Haha, Rojin's lyrics are a perfect match. What the hell can't Rojin do? Sihu is sneakily a talented dude too. Every acoustic version of this song is amazing too. Please release it fast, produce that. 100. The reactions were intense even at a glance. Comments were still pouring in non-stop. Kong Rojin and the contestants were thoroughly enjoying watching the fans' reactions, and PD Woo Han Suk, with a satisfied expression, added his thoughts. As you can see, judging by the mood, Survival 100 will probably stay at number 1 for quite a while. You've all seen it before, right? Chart domination. In simpler terms, it meant when one artist sweeps the top ranks of the music charts. Whether solo or idol, a strong fan base was essential for such a feat. Our Produce That 100 is aiming for chart domination. This is just the beginning, and it's entirely possible. Recalling the follow-up songs to be released, PD Woo Han Suk tapped the floor with his index finger. Even here, in Japan, dominating ranks 1 through 5 on music platforms in both Korea and Japan, just imagining it sent chills down their spines. The contestants' excitement hit its peak, and PD Woo Han Suk, as if to calm them down, listed the remaining schedule. Tonight, get a good rest back at the dorm. We're returning to Korea on tomorrow morning's flight. Again, great work everyone. PD Nim, aren't we having a team dinner? Team dinner. Haha, of course we are. Leader, what should we eat for the team dinner? All eyes turned to the visual powerhouse Kong Rojin, who stroked his chin quite seriously. Then, he answered with strong determination. Chicken. The contestants grumbled heavily. Select again. Chicken is the classic, sure. But this Hyung seems to have gone crazy for chicken. I mean, coming all the way to Japan and choosing chicken? That's madness, seriously. But Kong Rojin stood firm, unbothered. It's the leader's decision. Chicken, fried. The grumbling turned into intense booing. Later, when the Produce That 100 team, having finished cleaning up after the mini-concert, returned to the dorm, both Korea and Japan were already being flooded with non-stop articles about them. Several hours passed like that. As the buzz surrounding Produce That 100 continued to grow in both Korea and Japan, Kong Rojin and the contestants were enjoying their team dinner at the dorm. Just as the leader had decided, the menu was chicken and a few other items. Plus, a bit of alcohol. Thanks to the alcohol, the contestants were even more energized. Back when I messed up during the very first produced performance, I seriously freaked out. My vision literally went black. You did look flustered. Sorry, really, I'm sorry. But you finished it well. Cheers. At that moment in Korea, countless people gathered in front of their TVs. It was Friday, and the time was 9 p.m. In other words, they were tuning in for episode 13 of Produce That 100. Soon, the title of Produce That 100 appeared on JTVM. Produce That 100. Episode 13 began with a continuation of the final cut from episode 12, starting with Kang Rojin's appearance. The Survival 100 choreography that had been skipped last episode was finally aired. The flawless dance by Kang Rojin left PD Woo Han-suk and the contestants dumbfounded. And it ended with a line from Lee Han-na. Wait, Rojin. You're not using some kind of superpower, right? Viewers, who had already heard the chart-topping Survival 100, began spamming the live chat like crazy. The rest of episode 13 then showed the contestants' grueling efforts in preparation for the mini-concert. Practice, practice, and more practice. Then, the camera panned to a busily moving PD Woo Han-suk, checking both domestic and Japanese concert venues. I really wanted to go this time. Me too. Missed it again. I heard this mini-concert was insane. I've read so many fan accounts, it almost feels like I went. At this point, the screen transitioned to PD Woo Han-suk looking at Kang Rojin and 58C, who, specifically, it was about the special performance for the mini-concert. That is, the acoustic version of Survival 100. Then came the scene where Rojin and Sihu picked up their guitars. That took us roughly to the middle of episode 13, and the rest of the time was mini-concert. I've been waiting. Filled with footage of the domestic concert featuring the Produce That 100 contestants. Starting with Produce, then individual performances by each contestant, followed by Survival 100, and ending with Kang Rojin and Sihu. Viewers reacted fiercely, especially to the acoustic version enhanced with guitars. It's kind of obvious now, but Rojin is seriously super handsome. I mean, it's just so good, right? Wow, Rojin again? Somehow I figured Sihu would play guitar, but Rojin really seems like there's nothing he can't do. Guitar with that face? That's cheating, honestly. I want to curse. When are they dropping the acoustic version as an official release? I guess I'll just have to listen to it on YouTube again and again. The harmonies between Rojin and Sihu were insane. The end of episode 13, which featured the mini-concert, concluded with the screams of people swarming the airport. Kaya. It ended with a cut of Rojin and the 9 contestants departing for Japan. The next day, Saturday the 17th, in Japan. Around 9 a.m., the contestants, who had partied late into the night, were busy packing their things. Their return flight to Korea was scheduled around 11:30 a.m. However, Kang Rojin was nowhere to be seen among them. Noticing this, 26 Do Hyung, with his hair sticking out in all directions, asked expressionlessly, "By the way, where's Rojin Hyung?" Some contestants answered, "He went somewhere with PD Woo earlier. Probably to meet the Netflix Japan team. Rental Lover is launching in Japan too. Whoa, writer Rojin is seriously badass." In fact, Kang Rojin could be found in the room used by the staff, together with PD Woo Han-suk. He was seated at a 5-person table that doubled as a dining area. Next to him was PD Woo Han-suk. Across from them sat executive director Tom Cavell and 2 team leaders from Netflix Japan. There was no interpreter because Kang Rojin could handle it himself. The meeting had started 10 minutes ago, and just after they finished talking about the successful mini-concert, writer Rojin, Tom Cavell, with his curly blonde hair, got to the point in Japanese. As you may have heard from PD Young Soo Ryong, we at Netflix Japan are very interested in your other works. Tom Cavell showed his tablet as he briefed them on Kang Rojin's popularity in Japan, the reasons they were eager for his works, and issues within the Japanese drama market. We plan to launch many works similar to Rental Lover. That's why we are very keen on your other pieces. With Produce That 100, and now Rental Lover, both being launched on our side, working together on more of your works could create tremendous synergy. Kang Rojin, quietly listening, understood about half of it, while the rest flowed out the other ear. It all felt surreal. Am I really in a meeting with the Netflix Japan director right now? This is insane. It had felt so distant. No, He had never even imagined such a scene. Now it was unfolding right in front of him. Kong Rojin felt like he was floating, and PD Wu Han-suk, sitting beside him, picked up on it. This setting's probably a bit heavy for him to digest. I better step in. He lightly tapped Rojin's shoulder and whispered, "Just translate exactly what I say." Then he flashed a sly smile at Tom Cavell across the table. "Executive Director, as I'm sure you know, if writer Rojin and Netflix Japan work together, the synergy will be considerable. The impact will be felt not only in promotion, but also in marketing. The fact that Japanese fans clamored for Rental Lover just from being mentioned in Produce That 100 is proof. Indeed. However, writer Rojin's standing is currently higher in Korea than in Japan. Not only as an idol, but also as a writer and actor in Rental Lover, he's gained significant popularity. Whether or not Rental Lover airs, many production companies in Korea are already showing intense interest in writer Rojin. So for writer Rojin to commit to Netflix Japan would be a risk. Compared to Korea, the merit isn't that great yet. This was both factual and a veiled warning from PD Wu Han-suk. Though polite, to rephrase it more bluntly. This guy's already killing it in Korea, so you'd better come begging. Once he builds a solid base in Korea, there'll be no issue expanding to Japan or elsewhere. Of course, writer Rojin is still a rookie, but he's unique. Executive Director, have you ever seen a writer with this kind of journey or this kind of visual? Not at all. Writers are usually not seen by the public. But in this case, writer Rojin's face alone is a guaranteed ticket. And what you're seeing now is just the beginning of his rise. His influence will only grow from here, and with that momentum, any of his works will surely draw massive attention just by being announced. He only had one one-act drama, and even that hadn't aired yet, but his current influence already outshined many mid-level writers. Writer Rojin has a star quality that other writers simply don't. In short, so don't lowball us. Show some real commitment and offer a proper fee, you punks. A call to demonstrate genuine sincerity. Then, as PD Wu Han-suk's veiled warning settled in the air, Executive Director Tom Cavell silently turned his gaze to the face genius sitting across from him, Kong Rojin. And then, he asked an unexpected question. Writer Rojin, do you intend to continue your activities as an actor as well? An actor? Out of nowhere. Kong Rojin blinked at Tom Cavell's question. It made sense. They had been talking about his work as a writer, and suddenly, Tom Cavell was asking whether he planned to keep acting. Even PD Wu Han-suk briefly twitched his brow in puzzlement. Why is he suddenly swerving into acting talk at this moment? Tom Cavell, this guy? However, as a veteran, he picked up on it quickly. Enough. Looks like he's not viewing Rojin just as a writer. Chapter 98, Japan, 6. At the sudden question thrown by Tom Cavell of Netflix Japan, PD Wu Han-suk, who had roughly grasped the situation regarding that question, turned his head toward Rojin. He whispered quietly, "Well, I think it's okay to be honest about this part." Honestly, Kong Rojin scratched his chin lightly. "I'll just say it as it is." He answered Tom Cavell, the executive director, in fluent Japanese. "As of now, that is my plan. Although my main job is being an idol, I don't intend to neglect side jobs like writing or acting." Tom Cavell slowly nodded his head. "I see. Honestly, I was surprised. No, I was shocked. Writer Rojin's capability as a singer that I saw on the 4th evaluation of the Produce That 100 in Korea was remarkable, and yet, you're also working as a writer and actor, and I even heard talk about songwriting. It was astonishing to see how you're managing all that, even though the schedule for Produce That 100 must be quite busy." It was true that he was busy, but Kong Rojin was in a happy state. "I like being insanely busy." "Haha, is that so? So you did intend to continue acting after Rental Lover." "Well, writer Rojin's visuals are too good to be seen only in Korea. You should be widely known overseas, both as an idol, your main job, and as an actor, your side job." Tom Cavell paused for a moment. Even one outstanding skill is enough to go global. But this guy, everything he has, starting from his face, is connected, and all of it shines. Tom Cavell, though currently in Japan, was once a fairly well-known producer in Hollywood. Even from his perspective, this young Korean man in front of him was a type he had never encountered before. He's an unbelievable existence. If he grows just a bit more, he won't just stir up the ecosystem. He'll be a monster that shatters it. He then turned his gaze to PD Woo Han-suk. The things PD Nim mentioned, we've also been properly aware of them. We don't consider writer Rojin as merely a rookie writer, and we plan to make our proposal after a thorough assessment of everything. PD Woo Han-suk nodded. Thank you. Still, since I've been with writer Rojin for quite a while, I was concerned, so I decided to mention it. I understand. As the atmosphere eased a little, Tom Cavill asked Kong Rojin, Writer Nim, did you happen to bring the script? Yes. Rojin, who had the 2 scripts on his lap, placed them on the table. The moment Tom Cavill saw the thick scripts, his eyes sparkled, and Kong Rojin pushed the scripts toward him. Unable to resist, Executive Director Tom Cavill opened his mouth. I'll take a moment to check. As he opened the script, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked across at Rojin in that state. Could it be? Did you translate these scripts into Japanese? Kong Rojin chuckled. Inwardly. How's that for sincerity? Huh. How is it? Outwardly, he responded calmly. Yes, it's not yet confirmed whether we'll be working with Netflix Japan, but I translated them as a courtesy. Thank you. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered if the scripts were in Korean. Translating into Japanese would have been Netflix Japan's job. The fact that Kong Rojin had done it in advance deeply moved Tom Cavill. For several minutes, they discussed the scripts, and then Tom Cavill wrapped up. We'll review it thoroughly and carefully before getting back to you. PD Woo Han-suk recalled PD Young Soo-ryong. There was a specific line she had insisted on delivering. By the way, these scripts weren't given only to Netflix Japan. It was a tactic to make Netflix Japan more eager. Meanwhile, just as the meeting between Kong Rojin and Netflix Japan was wrapping up, news about Produce That 100 was pouring out in both Korea and Japan. Issue talk, Produce That 100, team finishes small concert in Tokyo. Japanese fans also fell for Produce That 100. Interview with concert attendees. I almost fainted. In Korea especially, the new theme song, Survival 100, was the main topic. Produce That 100, theme song Survival 100, tops the charts upon release. Survival 100 sweeps various music platforms /photo. Lyrics by Rojin, composition by Sihu. Survival 100 goes straight to #1 on Melon. The viewership rating for Episode 13 of Produce That 100, which aired yesterday, was also announced. Issue pick, Produce That 100, hits another viewership peak. Episode 13 ratings at 32.1%. Produce That 100 reaches 32.1%. How high can the viewership go? Around noon, while both Korea and Japan were still buzzing, Kong Rojin and the Produce That 100 team boarded their return flight to Korea. Participants of Produce That 100 return after finishing mini-concert in Japan, all smiles /photo. Just like in Japan, hundreds of reporters and fans swarmed Gimpo Airport. Compared to their departure, the attention was several times greater. Unlike their departure, the return schedule could be roughly tracked by the media and public. Regardless, the Produce That 100 team managed to leave the airport with some difficulty and headed straight to the campus. They arrived around 2 p.m. PD Woo Han-suk announced rest for the participants who had worked hard. Rest well today and tomorrow. You'll get sick if you overwork yourselves. The participants cheered, and naturally, PD Woo Han-suk had to return immediately to the broadcasting station. He had to edit episode 14 and select footage from the recent mini-concert in Japan. It was just as PD Woo Han-suk reached the station, his base of operations, when it happened. Be easy. His phone vibrated for a long time. It was a call from PD Young Soo-ryong. Yes, PD Young. Is this a good time to talk? I was just curious about the Japan story. Haha, it ended well. PD Woo Han-suk briefly explained the meeting between Rojin and Netflix Japan. PD Young sounded relieved, with a smile in her voice. Once Netflix Japan sees those scripts, they'll drool even more. The scripts are that good. They're amazing. All 3 of them, including the one given to Netflix Japan. Now I'm curious, Oh, by the way, in the past few days, a few writer management agencies contacted me, but I thought it'd be smoother if they reached out to you instead, so I passed them on. You'll probably start getting calls soon, so please explain things to writer Rojin. I figured interest would start bubbling up, but it came earlier than expected. I've already explained to Rojan Nim that idol and writer agencies need to be separate. As expected. Then, all that's left is to set up meetings between the managers and writer Nim. Once those are confirmed, just let me know which agencies they are. I'll explain the management part to the writer myself. About an hour after the call, PD Woo Han-suk began receiving calls from writer management agencies. They ranged from small to mid-sized, and the message was simple. They really wanted to meet writer Rojan. However, as PD Young had already briefed him, with someone going overseas as a writer, an inexperienced or weak management company just doesn't make sense. He cut off the small ones on his own. In the entertainment industry, the influence of a management company can't be ignored. Most of the top-tier idols today were under major entertainment companies. Ultimately, it comes down to financial power. Therefore, the minimum requirement to meet Kang Rojan would be a mid-sized agency. As PD Woo Han-suk took calls from several mid-sized agencies and finally arrived at the editing room. BVZ. His phone rang again. Another unregistered number, likely Rojan-related. As he put the phone to his ear, PD Woo Han-suk's eyes suddenly widened. Where? Culture drawer? At the same time, back at the Produce That 100 campus. While the other participants were sleeping or resting, Kang Rojan, who had just showered and whose black hair was still slightly damp, was sitting in the lounge and not resting. Tadadadadak. He was typing rapidly on his laptop. He was in the middle of writing a movie scenario. In fact, as soon as he arrived at the campus, Rojan had also completed the daily mission he had missed in Japan. Coins owned, 777. The reason he jumped straight into writing the scenario was, I can probably finish it today, because the script's completion was right around the corner. Thanks to that, even as a few participants glanced in disbelief, Kang Rojan stayed laser-focused. After a few hours, he finally closed all his devices. Phew, done. He scratched his chin while looking at the completed script on his laptop. This time I had a lot going on, so it took longer. Still, it doesn't feel bad. He had written it, but the evaluation of this scenario would be done by others, not Rojan. Soon, Kang Rojan, who was loosening his head from side to side, was about to move on to the next task. This time, studying composition and lyrics writing. Just then, as if something had come to mind, he pulled out his phone and accessed the AI simulation app. He recalled the item waiting for him in his inventory. Inventory. 1 10-point stat enhancement coupon. It was an item he had received when the title recognition monster was enhanced to +4, and with a faint smile, Kang Rojan used the item immediately. I already hit 40 in singing ability, let's go with dance. Along with a tingling sensation in his wrist, a few messages appeared on his phone screen, and then the updated stats were displayed. Appearance, 100/100, singing ability, 40.1/100, rap, 44/100, dance, 36.3/100, eloquence, 17.5/100, acting, 20.1/100, lyrics writing, 100/100, composition, 19.8/100, arrangement, 0/100. Rojan, whose satisfaction deepened immediately, dove into studying lyrics writing and composition. The next morning, Sunday, the Produce That 100 team had a day off until today. However, Kang Rojan could be found in a recording studio from the morning. Wearing a hat pulled low, his dazzling visuals were still impossible to hide as he sat on a sofa. He had visited this recording studio before, and today, OST recording. It's my first time doing an OST, but I guess the process is the same. It was the day to record Lovers, the OST for Rental Lover, for which Kang Rojan had written the lyrics and would be doing the vocals. It was already October 18th, and with the first broadcast of Rental Lover set for November 6th, time was tight. After wrapping up a short meeting with the audio staff, PD Young Surayong approached Rojan. Writer Nim. She looked in pretty rough shape. She had lost weight, had deep dark circles under her eyes, and her already messy hair looked even more disheveled. Rojan couldn't help but worry. PD Nim, are you okay? You don't look far from collapsing. Me? If I collapsed from something like this, I couldn't be a drama director. This is common. That's common. Just how merciless is the drama scene? Rojan felt a bit of a chill as PD Young Surayong posed a question. You haven't done an OST recording before, right? No. There's not much difference from what you did on Produce That 100. So don't feel pressured at all. Just take it easy. I feel fine for now. A bit nervous, though. Yeah. Oh, and the fact that you're handling the OST. We'll probably announce it around the time the first teaser for Rental Lover is released. If people hear that writer Nim wrote the script, acted, and even did the OST, the reporters will be drooling again. Writing, acting, and OST, achieving a triple crown. For a buzz-heavy drama like Rental Lover, it was the perfect final hook. PD Young then continued explaining about the OST recording, and toward the end, Rojan brought up another topic. I understand. By the way, PD Nim, I finished writing that movie scenario I mentioned before. Do you have a motor in your hands? How did you finish that already? I thought it took me longer than usual. Shaking her head as if overwhelmed, PD Young turned serious. Writer Nim, I heard you received information about writer management from PD Woo Han-suk. Yes, I heard. Have you set up any meetings? Around tomorrow. If a meeting with a writer management agency was imminent, then there was no need for PD Young to personally handle anything related to the movie scenario Rojan had completed. I can wait a bit, and when he contracts with management, they can handle it. But PD Young Soo-ryong had 3 things on her mind. First was the promise she made to personally push Rojan's movie scenario. Second, this monster writer's movie scenario, I'm honestly dying to know what it's like. Pure curiosity as a director. Lastly, the management issue. Usually, works initiated by a writer before they sign with a manager are handled by the agency without taking commission, right? Works handled independently by a writer before signing are typically passed over to the management agency as a free service. The writer already did the work, so it makes sense for the agency to just handle the rest. In short, if I move on it now, I can push that movie scenario without paying any fee. It's nothing. With a small chuckle, PD Young Soo-ryong waved her phone at Kong Rojan. Okay, send the scenario to my phone. Chapter 99. For People 1. Kong Rojan sent the movie scenario to PD Young Soo-ryong right from where he was sitting. Upon checking the scenario file that arrived on her phone, she chuckled. Before I start pushing this scenario around, can I read it over for a bit? That laugh is a bit scary. Rojan nodded as if to say it was okay. Yes, I don't mind. Please go ahead. I'm excited to see what kind of world will unfold this time. But did you also write this movie scenario without much deliberation again? Judging by how little time it took, I guess so. I don't think I deliberated much when writing it. Seriously, it's fascinating every time I see it. Then, PD Young Soo-ryong crossed her legs and let out a thoughtful hum. If you get signed to an agency as a writer, the things that were already in progress, like the Netflix Japan side or this movie scenario, the managee will probably handle them as a kind of service. Service? Yeah, service. Basically, the managee will handle writer management, errands, and split the money, right? But the stuff you did before the contract is kind of vague to divide. It's not that tough work anyway. Kong Rojan absorbed this new information, and PD Young Soo-ryong, whose expression had turned somewhat serious, continued. If during the managee meeting, they don't go along with what I said, and instead try to include the works you already did in the money split, then avoid that place. Got it. They have no conscience, so there's no point in dealing with them. Noted. Rojan muttered internally, and PD Young Soo-ryong asked, and by the way, do you know a writer management company called Culture Drawer? Culture Drawer. It was a name he had heard a few times. The source was PD Woo Han-suk. Yes, I heard it's a pretty famous place. PD Woo Han-suk said I'll be meeting with them tomorrow too. I also got contacted by Culture Drawer, and I passed that on to PD Woo. Honestly, I was a bit surprised at first, because I really didn't expect them to show interest. I heard they don't even glance at rookies. That's true, but to be more precise, you can think of them as a management agency that's thoroughly skill-based. Have you heard of writer Han Seo-ryong? One of the top 3-star writers in the country. She's a massive writer, and starting with her, they've got a ton of heavyweight writers and directors. Hearing this, Rojan felt a bit pressured. He had made up his mind to properly give this writing thing a try, but his main job was still being an idol. Wasn't the side job side getting a bit too big? As he began scratching his chin, PD Young Soo-ryong, perhaps sensing his inner thoughts, chuckled softly. The fact that Culture Drawer contacted writer Rojan before even seeing Rental Lover. I think they probably focused on your one-of-a-kind character. One-of-a-kind character. First of all, the face. This face is ridiculous, and on top of that, a writer who's also an actor. And an idol who can even freely do OSTs. That's super rare. And if you've got writing skills too? Total cheat character. It's not hard to find star writers, but you can pretty much say there are no writers with star quality. That's what you are, writer Rojan. He had heard something similar from Netflix Japan. Feeling needlessly embarrassed, Kong Rojan cleared his throat. Ahem, thank you. You must hear that kind of thing often, so why so shy? Anyway, even in the entire entertainment industry, when an actor does music too, they call them a multi-entertainer. But you've got even more than that, right? You're so unique there's not even a word to describe you. Keep that in mind. Yes, PDNim. So whether it's Culture Drawer or somewhere else, join the place you like. And the thing to be careful about during the Managi meeting is dash. Kong Rojan listened intently to the words of PD Young Soo Ryong, a veteran of the drama industry. Of course, it couldn't be helped that his head was becoming even more complicated. Ugh, meeting with the agency, I'm a bit nervous. Later, after finishing a rather deep conversation with PD Young Soo Ryong, Kong Rojan jumped straight into OST recording. The method was similar to when recording other songs. The lyrics for the OST Lovers were written by Rojan himself, and he had already learned them, so it wasn't too difficult. Even the sound engineer in charge of recording was impressed. You're really good, writer Rojan. Your tone too. Lovers is your song? Honestly, I thought PD Young decided a bit hastily, but it was the right call. Right? Maybe because he wrote the lyrics himself, the sync rate is high. He's also lover number 4, isn't he? I can already see the viewers loving this. Feels like his combat power is surging. Do a good job mixing it. We need this OST to rank high on the music charts. Haha. The theme songs from Produce That 100 already dominated several music platforms, so if our OST makes it too, the picture's going to be interesting. Even though it's technically part of Produce That 100 and Rental Lover, lining up on the charts before even a formal debut, our writer must be the first to do that. You're destroying the ecosystem in every way. The smooth OST recording was completed before the afternoon, and after saying goodbye to PD Young Soo Ryong and the staff, Kong Rojan returned to the campus. As soon as he arrived, he organized the information he had received from PD Young Soo Ryong. During the meetings, always end with "I'll think about it," and try to hear conditions from as many agencies as possible. Also memorize the ones I need to cut off. Even if they pressure me to sign on the spot, cut. If they act dismissive, cut. As he wrote, the list grew. If they try to take advantage of me being young and or an idol sensitive to public opinion, run. While scanning through the list of precautions, Kong Rojan muttered to himself quietly. Surely there wouldn't be such places? He didn't know yet just how much of a jungle the entertainment industry was. Monday, the 19th. For Kong Rojan, today was going to be a busy day. He had meetings scheduled back-to-back with 5 writer management agencies. Starting at 10 in the morning, he had to meet with all of them in roughly 1-hour intervals. PD Woo Han-suk really trimmed it down for me. The very small agencies had been filtered out by PD Woo Han-suk, and the ones he'd meet today were mostly mid-sized or larger. The location was a meeting room on campus. It was one that wasn't used often and was quite far from the dorms, so it wouldn't be visible to other participants. For reference, PD Woo Han-suk would not be accompanying today's meetings. He was also busy with work related to Produce That 100. I can't keep relying on him. He's already done so much. Time to wake up, Kong Rojan. Today's meetings had to be handled entirely on his own. The pressure was high, but Rojan composed himself. With the advice he had received from PD Woo Han-suk and PD Young Soo Ryong, and as long as he kept his own pace, he believed he could get through it well. And so, Kong Rojan came face to face with the first Managi. They were guided in by a staff member whom PD Woo Han-suk had pre-assigned, and a man in his 50s with a warm smile, along with a woman who looked to be in her 30s, shook hands with Kong Rojan. We really wanted to meet you, writer Nim. Ah, should I call you Rojan Nim instead? Hello, either one is fine. Hee alright. Wow, but seeing you in person really makes my jaw drop. After spending a few minutes complimenting Rojan's unreal appearance, The first Man-AG team got down to business. First, let us tell you about what kind of place we at Warren Pictures are. To Kong Rojan, Warren Pictures was unfamiliar. Well, it'd be strange if I knew. Had he not received the meeting list from PD Woo Han-suk and looked them up, he probably wouldn't have heard of them at all. Anyway, Warren Pictures was a fairly large mid-sized company. Their main focus was movie production, but they also managed writers and directors. Writer Nim's potential is limitless. You probably felt it already, but the writer side managers are all stirred up trying to get you. You're planning to meet several others besides us, right? Yes. If you were to join us, what we could offer is, overall, the impression was neutral, but there were parts that left something to be desired. If their main focus is film, won't they be lacking in other areas? Since it was his first meeting, Kong Rojan focused on listening and threw in a fair number of questions. What happens if there are works already in progress before signing with Warren Pictures? Nice tone on that question, right? Rojan complimented himself silently, and the Warren Pictures side responded. Well, in that case, we do our best to accommodate the writer's convenience as much as possible. Accommodate the writer? Kind of vague. Naturally, they also had questions for Rojan. But Rojan Nim, do you plan to continue juggling being an idol, a writer, and even an actor? On this point, Kong Rojan was firm. Yes, writing and acting are side jobs. My main job is being an idol. He made it clear that a side job should never exceed the main one. Warren Pictures looked slightly disappointed. Whatever the case, the meeting lasted over 40 minutes, and after exchanging closing remarks, Kong Rojan met the next Man-AG 10 minutes later. The opening process was similar to that with Warren Pictures. Greetings, introductions, explanations, bragging, proposals. The second and third managers followed the same pattern to the point of being indistinguishable. They were also mid-sized companies, and for Kong Rojan, each left something lacking. Back-to-back meetings aren't easy. This is tough. Eventually, it was time for the fourth Man-AG. 3 people greeted Rojan, 1 man and 2 women. The man, who appeared to be the oldest, had the loudest voice. Writer Rojan, your visuals are incredible. A man in his 40s with a wide face and a so-called buzz cut. Boisterous. It might be more accurate to call him noisy. After a firm handshake with Rojan, he introduced himself at high volume. I'm Seo Wu-tae, team leader from WW Creative. Yes, hello. I'm Rojan. Ego. Do you know how hard we pushed PD Wu to meet you? Finally seeing you now. Ever heard of me? I'm kind of famous in this field. Nice to meet you for the first time. That's disappointing. With a smirk, Seo Wu-tae from WW Creative glanced over at the female staff who came with him and replied, looks like I've got to hustle a bit harder. Now, let's move to the meeting room. A few minutes later, Kong Rojan and the WW Creative team entered the meeting room. Sitting across from the female employees, team leader Seo began the company introduction right away. WW Creative is a subsidiary of WW Entertainment. Unlike WW Entertainment, we focus exclusively on creators like writers and directors. Yes, I see. As he continued his introduction, team leader Seo suddenly pointed at Kong Rojan. From what we see, Rojan Nim, you're doing too much right now. Just sticking to being an idol and a writer is more than enough. Acting or lyric writing, save that small stuff for when you've got time later. Actually, balancing idol and writer roles equally might cause you to explode more. Our WW Creative is attached to WW Entertainment, so we'd be the perfect Man-AG for you. Idol part, WW Entertainment, writer part, WW Creative. No need to go around in circles. Kong Rojan was strangely irritated. I didn't come here to talk about the idol side. Alright. I'm sure you've got matters related to Produce That 100. I was just briefly sharing my thoughts. Then, for several dozen minutes, team leader Seo gave a briefing on conditions and a future vision, and when the timing felt right, Rojan, who had been quietly listening, gave his closing remarks. Yes, thank you. I'll consider it seriously. Do you really need to think it over that long? I can assure you our terms are the best in the industry. Since you're busy with Produce That 100, why not sign today while we're at it? I'll think about it. That's disappointing. WW Creative is quite solid in terms of funding and scale. May I ask what's lacking? No, it's not about something lacking. It's just that it's an important matter, and I don't want to decide right away. Maybe it's because Rojanim is still young, but thinking too much makes decisions even harder. Soon after, Rojan stood up. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Kong Rojan wrapped up the meeting without hesitation, and that, in itself, was a silent rejection. He had tolerated the subtle condescension and arbitrary judgments, but that was as far as he was willing to go. Back when I did manual labor, I saw plenty of uncles like this, spouting whatever they wanted, no matter how the other person felt. Rojan left the meeting room with no regrets. However, leaving the female staff inside, team leader Seo Woo-tae caught up with Kong Rojan in the hallway. Hey, don't be like that. Let's talk a little more, and if it goes well, how about sealing the deal today? This must be Seo Woo-tae's usual method. He probably thought pushing hard was effective. If he had met some other 20-something participants from Produce that 100, they would have been overwhelmed and pressured. Lacking experience, they would have folded. But Kong Rojan, who had dealt with all kinds of rough people during years of manual labor, was different. Team leader Nim. Forcing things too persistently can make the other person uncomfortable. I'll contact you later. Say what needs to be said, or you'll be taken lightly. Seo Woo-tae looked slightly flustered by the firmness in the voice of someone much younger. On top of that, he seemed to have hurt pride too, because he thought Rojan had ignored the pride he possessed. You're a little cocky, aren't you? Rojan Nim, popularity doesn't last forever. One moment you're acting high and mighty, next thing you know, you snap. This old man's finally bringing out his true self. Rojan channeled his past self from his manual labor days. No longer interested in holding back, he ran his fingers through his black hair and responded bluntly. Team leader Nim, have you ever really seen someone cocky? What? It seems you haven't. His face was super handsome, but there was a sharp edge in Rojan's gaze. A terrifying beast, normally kept hidden, had been awakened. I'm good at that kind of thing. Hey, watch your mouth. You didn't watch yours, though. This isn't going to end well for you, Rojan Nim. I don't care. I'm handsome. So, do you really want to see what cocky looks like? Seo Woo-tae scrunched his face in open displeasure and snorted. In this line of work, even if you just ooze a bit of pus, you end up falling flat on your face. Just looking at you, I doubt you'll last long. I'm not going to let this slide. TL note. I hope you got the meaning, but pus here represents a bad personality. And then let me take care of that pus, team leader Seo. A woman's voice cut in from behind. Both Rojan and Seo Woo-tae turned their heads, and in time with the sound of heels clicking, a woman in her 50s walked toward them. Seo Woo-tae's expression was like, who the hell is this butting in? But that didn't last long. Wah? He flinched in shock. A middle-aged woman with short hair and glasses. She looked modest at first glance, but the aura she gave off was far from ordinary. And for good reason. Wait, writer Han Seo-ryong? She was Han Seo-ryong, one of the top 3-star writers in the country. Not only that, she was also the co-CEO of the major writer management company, Culture Drawer. Approaching without hesitation, writer Han Seo-ryong looked at team leader Seo Woo-tae. In this line of work, even if you just ooze a bit of pus, you end up falling flat on your face. Yes, that's true. She gave a calm smile. Team leader Nim, do you want to fall flat on your face? It was an elegant threat. Chapter 100. For people too. Kong Rojan blinked as he looked at writer Han Seo-ryong, standing right in front of him. Writer Han Seo-ryong? Is she really that star writer Han Seo-ryong? Though she had a simple vibe with short hair and glasses, the aura in her gaze was anything but ordinary. Even more, she was calm and composed. Team leader, do you want to fall flat on your face? A threat delivered in a cultured tone. Rojan, while gazing at Han Seo-ryong's profile, recalled the things he had searched just yesterday. Starting from the major management company Culture Drawer, all the way to writer Han Seo-ryong. The information was easy to find. The power of Culture Drawer was immense. Movie issue horror film master director Kim Oh-jun joins Culture Drawer. Culture Drawer. Thriving even in content production. Feature, bullying by broadcasters is a thing of the past. Digging into the den of giants. Culture Drawer. Writer Han Seo-ryong also had massive influence in the entertainment industry. 3-star writers with undeniable ticket power, including Han Seo-ryong. All to be seen this year. Jaw-dropping per episode script fees. Even casting is in her hands. Writer Han Xiaoryong begins her comeback. Her career, her numerous hit works, and so on. Thanks to the writer management meeting, Rojin had searched her name out of pure admiration. And that very star writer, Han Xiaoryong, also co-CEO of Culture Drawer, had shown up in person. Kong Rojin's mouth opened slightly. I thought for sure it'd just be Culture Drawer employees. He hadn't imagined that the co-CEO, writer Han Xiaoryong, would personally appear. There hadn't even been any mention of her coming. Apparently, team leader Seo Wu-tae of WW Creative was in the same boat. Writer Nim, why are you here? The panic spread across his wide face. On the other hand, Han Xiaoryong, radiating elegance, spoke in a tone between a neutral face and a faint smile. Are you just going to ignore my question? Pardon? I asked if you wanted to fall flat on your face. No. Writer Nim. The thing is dash. Han Xiaoryong slowly shook her head. No explanations or persuasion. Just answer. I've been listening to everything team leader CEO said from the beginning. I get the situation. So what are you going to do? In truth, she had arrived here for her next scheduled meeting. And as the time for the meeting with Rojin came, she had shown up, only to witness the situation by chance. Team leader Seo Wu-tae, unaware of this, visibly lost color in real time. This is a misunderstanding, writer Nim. That's strange, because no matter how I look at it, forward or backward, it doesn't seem like a misunderstanding. Glancing briefly at Kong Rojin standing next to her, who wasn't particularly intervening, writer Han Xiaoryong spoke again. Persisting stubbornly until they break, falling flat on your face. How could any of that be a misunderstanding? That is. It is true though, team leader Seo and I have both been in this industry for years, right? There's no market as polished yet rotten as this one. But do you realize? The things you said, team leader, could apply even to producers like me or you too. Letting out a soft sigh, she pointed at Kong Rojin. The market is already small enough, and you treat writers like this? In a writer management company? I don't understand. I must have gotten a little too worked up. Team leader Seo, how many times have I warned you in the past? All the careless words you toss out are knives, so don't treat writers or directors poorly. Just a few minutes ago, team leader Seo Wu-tae had been yelling at Kong Rojin with full confidence. Now he was like a gentle lamb. No, more like prey cowering before a wolf. Watching it up close, Kong Rojin could only be amazed. Whoa, seriously badass. This is real power. It was like a scene straight out of a drama, and Rojin just decided to enjoy it like popcorn in his mind. At that point, writer Han Xiaoryong took out her phone. If I send just one text here, team leader Seo won't be able to get back up once you fall. You really should have known your limits. Writer Nim. I'm sorry. Team leader Seo Wu-tae suddenly began begging writer Han Xiaoryong desperately. It was understandable. The writers under WW Creative, the actors belonging to WW Entertainment, and even the CEOs of both companies. One text from Han Xiaoryong could mean execution for Seo Wu-tae. A breeze from her was a typhoon to him. Writer Han Xiaoryong then spoke quietly. Leave. Team leader Seo Wu-tae bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Then, thank you. He disappeared with the female employees as if fleeing. Watching their backs for a moment, writer Han Xiaoryong turned to Rojin and gave him a small wink with one eye. He said thank you, so I should at least send a text as response, right? She wasn't letting him off the hook. As Rojin murmured inwardly, writer Han Xiaoryong sent a text to someone. It didn't take long. After putting her phone back into her handbag, she locked eyes with Kong Rojin. Again, I'm kind of close with WW Entertainment. WW Creative was a subsidiary of WW Entertainment. Hearing her words, and recalling the wide-faced Seo Wu-tae, Kong Rojin was certain. Guess I won't be seeing that old man again. A short while later, inside the meeting room, Kong Rojin and writer Han Xiaoryong sat facing each other. Given the situation, it was natural for Rojin to feel slightly nervous. After all, he was face-to-face with one of the top 3-star writers in the country. Especially after seeing her annihilate that management company team leader, makes it even more intense. Writer Han Xiaoryong didn't speak or act in an overbearing manner. On the contrary, she was unassuming. But the weight she carried was considerable, probably the natural aura of a giant in the industry. At that moment, writer Rojin, with a calm tone, Writer Han Xiaorang gave a soft smile. When I saw you on TV and in articles, I thought you looked really handsome. But even that was an understatement. Huh. I saw a comment saying you don't look human, and it was true. I've never seen a visual like yours in my life. Rojin's shoulders involuntarily rose. Thank you. Your face. Beautiful is the right word. And the fact that you're a writer makes it even more amazing. Is it that amazing? Yes. It's amazing. It's like a fairy tale, the path you've walked, writer Rojin. A fairy tale? Maybe it was because she was a star writer, but Rojin thought her expressions were different and let out an awkward cough. Ahem, I was surprised that writer Nim came. To be honest, I insisted. There were other staff members who were supposed to come. Oh, I'm the type who can't stand not knowing. I really wanted to see you. Was this really the same Han Xiaorang who just executed Xiao Wute? She now seemed endlessly gentle. Writer Rojin, how did you come to write? It was the first time he had been asked that in any of the meetings so far. How did I come to write again? After thinking briefly, Rojin answered honestly. I think I didn't want to be bored or feel empty. Because when I started thinking too much, when Kong Rojin was at his worst, he had to do mind control every second and minute. Even the slightest lapse would allow despair, hopelessness, pain, and negativity to consume him. Those feelings grew even worse when time was spent in emptiness. That's why Rojin worked however he could and also wrote in his spare time. Fantasies and imagination end if they stop in your head, but if you record them in writing, they remain in the world. So I wrote for that reason too. That's a wonderful way to put it. Taking fantasies and imaginations and pulling them into the world. With affection pouring from her eyes, writer Han Xiaorang asked something else. Do you enjoy writing? Enjoy it? Honestly, he hadn't in the past. It was just one of the tools that helped him endure life. But now, it was a bit different. Since his trash writing, those worthless words, were now being recognized, writing had started to feel enjoyable. It used to just help me endure, but now I think I actually enjoy it. Scary. A writer who enjoys writing is the hardest to beat. You'll grow by leaps and bounds, writer Nim. Do you think so? Yeah, I think so. Lately, I feel like my own growth has stalled, being tangled in so many interests and obligations. So when I see someone like you, my eyes are dazzled. Makes me think of the old days. You were seriously cool earlier, too, writer Han Xiaoraya. Her smile deepened, and she brushed her short hair back. Thank you, writer Rojin. Make sure to keep that my-pace attitude you showed to team leader Xiao. That kind of determination and energy will help keep your center. How should he put it? Kong Rojin genuinely liked this conversation. Until now, the meetings had all been about complex, realistic matters. But this finally feels like a real writer-to-writer conversation, doesn't it? Moreover, when else would he ever get advice from such a renowned writer? If Rental Lover hadn't surfaced, he probably wouldn't have met her at all. While Kong Rojin was deep in thought, writer Han Xiaorang tilted her head slightly. I heard you consider being an idol your main job. Then how far are you thinking about your side job as a writer? How far as in dash? You know, things like that? At the very least, I'll reach this point. From what I've seen of you, writer Rojin, I figured you'd have some kind of goal set even if it's just a side job. Kong Rojin answered quickly. A world-class hit work, maybe? I heard you're supposed to set your goals big. Han Xiaorang's lips twitched. A world-class hit. Yes. Then what about being an idol? Universe class? In the end, writer Han Xiaorang burst into laughter. Sorry, not laughing at you. It's just so impressive. You've already achieved one of those. Which one? Your face. I think your face is already universe class. At that moment, writer Han Xiaorang checked the time and stood up. I have another schedule, so I'll have to wrap this up. About the matter of bringing writer Rojin on board, I think this should be enough. Our culture drawer can be a stepping stone for you to reach that world-class, universe-class level a bit faster. She offered a handshake. Think it over and let us know. I'm really glad I got to meet you, writer Rojin. You gave me a lot of inspiration too. With a faint smile in his eyes, Kong Rojin made his decision on the spot. I'll join culture drawer. After that, a slightly surprised writer Han Xiaorang asked if he was sure, but Kong Rojin was firm. With a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, Han Xiaorang exchanged numbers with Rojin. Someone from Culture Drawer will come to see you within a few days. She explained that the official contract process would begin soon. She added that most of the terms would be met without issue. After finishing her conversation with Kang Rojin, Rider Han Seoryong got into her parked foreign car. Sitting in the driver's seat, she didn't start the engine right away. For a few seconds, she recalled Kang Rojin from earlier, then made a call. The person on the other end was CEO Hyo, her fellow co-CEO at Culture Drawer. Yeah, I just met him. Rider Rojin. He far exceeded my expectations. In the call, she confirmed that the contract was moving forward. Meet all the major conditions, and we'll need to tweak the contract ratio too. After exchanging some rather practical points, the call ended. At the same time, her phone rang. This time, an incoming call. The caller ID showed top actress Choi Rina. Smiling lightly, Han Seoryong held the phone to her ear. Are you a ghost? How do you manage to call the second the meeting ended? Really? You're done? How was it meeting Rojin Nim? Rider Rojin. He's something else, something I've never seen before. Recalling her conversation with Kang Rojin, Han Seoryong felt a strange shiver run down her arm. He might just accomplish something no one else has ever done. The next day, Tuesday morning, Kang Rojin could be found in the hall with the stage on. Campus. Of course, he wasn't alone. He was with the 9 other contestants who had just finished their break. What was interesting was that in front of the lineup of contestants, cameras and lights had been set up. In other words, filming was in progress. Naturally, dozens of staff members were present, along with the writers, and PD Woo Han-suk, too, stood among them with a serious expression. At that moment, several cameras filmed each contestant individually, and writers including Kim Si began calling out the contestants one by one, starting with Kang Rojin. It was to record simple interview cuts. About an hour later, Rojin and the 9 participants lined up again at the front of the stage. Swish. PD Woo Han-suk, who had been on standby, appeared while adjusting his glasses. His face looked even more serious than before. Did you rest well? Yes dash. Yes dash. After hearing their answers, PD Woo Han-suk ran a hand through his messy hair. Produced That 100 has now aired 13 episodes. From a planning standpoint, we're already entering the final stages. He continued in a calm, yet serious tone. Starting now, I'll announce the details of the 5th evaluation. The contestants murmured softly. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk's briefing remained steady. And after this 5th evaluation, only 4 survivors will remain. In other words, this 5th one was the final evaluation. Those 4 will be the final winners. Out of the current 10, 6 would be eliminated. Only 4 would survive. Kang Rojin thought to himself. Already the final evaluation, those 4 will debut as an idol team. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk lifted a tablet and spoke. The 5th, no, the final evaluation theme is Freedom. Chapter 101. For People 3. 10 participants including Kang Rojin gathered in the hall. In front of them, PD Woo Han-suk briefed them about the 5th evaluation. No, the final evaluation. Out of the 10 people, 6 would be eliminated and only 4 would survive. Many emotions were reflected on the participants' faces. Worry and fear, unease, and many others. Most of them already knew that 4 people would be the final winners. Kang Rojin was also aware, having roughly heard about it before joining Produce That 100. Still, now that he had reached the final stage, a subtle tension began to build inside him. Then, PD Woo Han-suk revealed the final evaluation task. The 5th, no, the final evaluation theme is Freedom. Freedom? At the unexpected word, not only Rojin but all 9 other participants murmured among themselves. Freedom? The participants' expressions shifted to ones that said they didn't understand. Several cameras filmed each of them individually. After briefly scanning the participants, PD Woo Han-suk spoke again. The evaluation task is freedom. Just as the word suggests, the final evaluation allows you to do whatever you want, freely. PD Woo Han-suk lowered the tablet he had been holding. What evaluation song should you choose? Anything is possible. A song you've liked for a long time, or even an original composition is okay. You can also develop something you performed in a previous evaluation and do it again. Whether it's vocal, dance, or rap, what you choose to highlight is entirely up to you, and it's fine to mix all 3 if you want. Solo, duet, or even a group with more than 3 people, that's also fine. Simply put, it was do whatever you want. Until now, all the tasks had been decided and enforced by the production team. But now, everything regarding the final evaluation would be left to the participants' discretion. Of course, you can also freely decide the concept of the stage, starting from your outfit. Our production team intends to silently observe whatever decisions you make. Why suddenly freedom? Did the Produce That 100 production team become too lazy to work at the end? Not at all. The current viewership rating of Produce That 100 had surpassed 30% and was making history. On top of that, it was setting trends and leading the latest wave. It was precisely because it was the final evaluation of such a show that the production team should be putting in even more effort, not less, unless they were crazy. But PD Woo Han-suk granted the 10 participants freedom. If I were to make an analogy, until now you were trainees, and this final evaluation is like your debut. This had been planned from the early stages of Produce That 100. Furthermore, once these kids graduate from Produce That 100, they will be thrown into the filthy and ugly, cold and harsh reality. Compared to the entertainment industry, this place is a flower garden. So, at the very least, it's right to let them make the final decision themselves. It was also a final evaluation designed more for the participants than the viewers, so that they might become even slightly stronger and have even a bit more of an independent spirit. Produce That 100 was just a signboard. It's not that the signboard was bright, making you shine. It was because you shown that Produce That 100 could be bright. PD Woo Han-suk and the Produce That 100 production team hoped the participants would believe in themselves. That way, leaving Produce That 100 with a powerful flap of their wings would be the best. Then, PD Woo Han-suk made eye contact with each of the 10 participants and wrapped it up. The final evaluation shoot will be on Monday, November 2nd. Today was October 20th. It was tight. In any case, after wrapping up the rest of the briefing, PD Woo Han-suk exited the room. However, the cameras kept rolling. The participants also stayed in their spots. No voices could be heard. The vast hall was quiet. After a while, the participants stared blankly into the air or glanced at their fellow trainees. How about you? What are you thinking? Their expressions were filled with confusion and helplessness. At the same time, their thoughts and concerns deepened. They were only 20 years old at most. How many truly important decisions could they have made in their lives so far? But the world, society, does not wait. Situations that force a choice are all too common. It was not strange for the participants to be frightened in the face of the invisible future called survival. What do I do? Being told it's freedom all of a sudden, my brain just froze. Should I just redo the thing from the previous evaluation? No, that might feel stale. 2 weeks seems too short. What if I fail? Dozens of staff watched them silently. Among them, the writers whispered their worries to PD Woo Han-suk. Will it be okay? The kids haven't moved at all for several minutes already. It's obvious their brains have shut down. There was no change on the stern face of Woo Han-suk, who had his arms crossed. Now those 10, whether they survive or are eliminated, will walk the path of idols. This level of attention and popularity, even if they get eliminated, entertainment companies won't just leave them alone. They know it too. They're just flustered by the unfamiliar situation. We just have to watch. St still. This is the kind of moment when the real ones show themselves. Some may get trapped in confusion and struggle to make a decision, while others might break through this gloomy fear and change the flow. At this point, Kang Rojin, like the others, felt quite complicated inside. They kept giving us tasks, and now they suddenly give us freedom, so my brain really isn't working. Well, the production team probably aimed for this kind of reaction. While scratching his head lazily, Kang Rojin pushed aside most of his swirling concerns and worries. In times like this, it's better to keep it simple. Kang Rojin had truly experienced survival, because he had once lived as a grotesque monster. Not just passing or failing, he had deeply contemplated life and death and survived no matter what. The beginning was, let's go outside first. And that's why I'm here now. Rojin looked up at the ceiling where the lights were fixed. Soon, he let out a small sigh. Swish. He sat at the far end of the stage in the back. Seeing the movement, the other participants turned to look. Kang Rojin smiled faintly. Let's sit down for now. Don't just stand there. The first to sit next to Rojin was 58C, who After that, the rest of the participants followed and sat down in a line. Kong Rojin spoke again. Phew, I smell stir-fried spicy pork. I'm hungry. At that, the other participants, who now wore slight smiles, started talking. Isn't it bulgogi? Yeah, it's not stir-fried spicy pork. It's bulgogi. I saw the menu before coming. It's definitely bulgogi. Beef radish soup and bulgogi. Cucumber salad. Ugh, I don't like cucumber salad. Cucumber doesn't like you either. The atmosphere became less serious. With both hands braced behind his back, Rojin looked at the 9 fellow trainees sitting beside him. My thoughts are, the final evaluation is our last stage to show the viewers and entertainment companies who we are. And Produce That 100 isn't a show to pick solo singers, but a program to create an idol group in the end. Most of the participants nodded. Rojin's eyes once again turned toward the lights on the ceiling. Except for the early evaluations, we've been working together since Produce. By the time we got to Survival 100, we've built decent chemistry. Of course, competition and survival are at the core of Produce That 100. But since we've made it to the final evaluation, aren't we already pretty valuable? The oldest, 58C, who agreed. Yeah, when I talked to some of the guys who got eliminated during the 4th evaluation, some of them already had agencies. Whether we survive here or not, there's a high chance we'll run into each other again as idols. 26 Do, Hyung added in a blank tone. In other audition shows too, some who were eliminated early later became successful idols. Rojin, as if to say exactly my point, picked up the baton. So from here on, let's all think of ourselves as survivors and just enjoy it. He looked at everyone and concluded. How about we decorate the final stage as a group of all 10 of us, like true idols? The participants' reactions were varied. The one common thing was that everyone's eyes grew wider. Regardless, Kong Rojin kept laying out what he had thought through. Wouldn't that leave a stronger impression of us being real idols on the entertainment companies and viewers? Even if we all started as soloists, if the last moment is captured in a group performance, won't that image continue to be talked about even as time passes? Of course, the final performance would have to be jaw-dropping. In that moment, the 9 other participants imagined themselves being talked about for years to come. There would likely be more audition variety shows similar to Produce That 100 in the future. But surpassing Produce That 100 would be difficult. The impact, after all, the viewership rating had exceeded 30%. Such a show would continue to be mentioned as a legend by viewers, entertainment companies, idol trainees, and even across the entire entertainment industry. The final evaluation would be talked about too. In that case, would a solo performance or a group performance have a greater impact? Of course, it would be the group. The remaining videos were the same. Rather than being spread across 10 separate videos, having all 10 participants featured in a single video could better concentrate attention and interest. At that point, Kong Rojin spoke again. Of course, this is just a suggestion. Everyone should make their own choice. If you don't want to do it, you can do whatever you want. The one who asked a follow-up question was 46 Kong Min, whose exotic good looks stood out. If we were to go as a group of 10, how did you picture it? Luckily, each of us has solid skills, right? Let's go like we did with Survival 100. But from beginning to end, let's build the stage entirely with our own strength. Exactly. From vocals and dance to producing, everything. That way, it'll make for a richer broadcast image too. About several dozen seconds of silence passed. The one to break it first was 58C, who, with his baby perm. Gee, good idea, I think. I'm in. I'll take care of the composition part. Since there's not much time, instead of making something new, I think we should pick from what I've already created. Next was 26 Do, Hyung, in his usual tone. Then I'll talk to Sihu Hyung and handle the rap part. 46 Kong Min too. Then I'll have to take charge of the dance. 15 Tae, Min, with yellow hair, followed. I'll help with the dance too. Cool. 71 Young, Woo also joined in. Me too. I'll do producing. I've always liked it. In the end, all 9 participants agreed. At that moment, a vibration came from Kong Rojin's wrist. VRRR. The AI simulation had sent a notification. You've completed the hidden mission. Demonstrate leadership to the members. You've received 15 coins as a reward. Kong Rojin took a quick glance and smiled faintly with his eyes. Then I'll take on lyrics writing. 58C, who interjected right after. No, Rojin, you should do one more thing. All 9 participants spoke in unison, as if planned. You're the leader. Hyung, you're the leader. Meanwhile, the writers of Produce That 100 were smiling faintly. This is taking a weird turn. Seriously, didn't expect this at all. I have a feeling the finale is going to explode in the best way. PD Woo Han-suk was looking at Kang Rojin. He said he didn't want to be the leader, but he's doing just fine. The next day, late Wednesday morning, in the waiting room of a music show at a broadcasting station, the hallway was bustling with countless idols, and inside a shared waiting room used by several girl groups, some familiar faces could be seen. It was the rookie girl group, Lime Sum, who had connections with Kang Rojin. From Hayoung with her fox-like features to the rest of the members, all wore white stage outfits with their shoulders exposed. For some reason, the girls were all gathered around Hayoung. To be specific, they were all watching her phone. On her phone screen, a brand new teaser video that had just been released that morning was playing. Dash, We'll Lend You a Lover. Rental Lover. Official teaser, trailer Rental Lover. It was the official teaser for Rental Lover. It's uncommon for a one-act drama to release a teaser. Usually it's skipped. However, the teaser for Rental Lover felt like it had been given a serious push. The running time of the teaser that Lime Sum members were watching was about 15 seconds. It started with Choi Rina, a shut-in, the female lead Lee Do-eun, lying in a dark room using her phone. A light and upbeat BGM played underneath. From there, the screen switched rapidly. It showed the female lead opening her eyes wide at someone, followed by a lineup of several handsome men's faces. The last to appear was, it's Rojin Nim. It was Kang Rojin, or rather lover number 4. He wore pomade-styled hair and a suit, smiling faintly. His appearance lasted only about 2 seconds. Wow, his visuals are insane. He looks totally different in the drama compared to real life. He's not even human, seriously. Add hair and makeup, then editing. Honestly, I can't even see the senior actors who came before him. His presence was overwhelming. Then, the teaser cut to a black screen, and the title and text slowly appeared. Rental Lover. First broadcast on November 6th. What was incredible was that this teaser had been up for less than an hour, yet it had already surpassed 300,000 views. It looked like hitting 1 million views would be easy. And the Rental Lover team quickly pushed the hook further right after releasing the teaser. They dropped new bait through official SNS. Dash, writer of Rental Lover plus Rojin Nim, who plays lover number 4, have taken charge of the OST, and he even wrote the lyrics himself. It was a carefully timed, explosive chain reaction. Chapter 102, for People 4. I'm so excited. Why is time not moving fast? The teaser for Rental Lover is finally out. Wow, what's going on with Rojin's visuals at the end? Rojin is insanely handsome. I literally gasped out loud at the last part. The other actors are good-looking too, but Rojin is just on another level. His face is undeniably handsome. But what about his acting skills? Did Rojin do the Rental Lover OST too? There's an idol, not yet, who did writer plus actor plus OST all by himself. Honestly, not expecting much from his acting. Rojin is just enjoyable to look at because of his explosive visuals. Look at the teaser views going up. This is crazy. Another idol added to the list of trash actors? Rojin, have you been waiting? How many killing points does Rental Lover have? I feel like I have to watch just to find out. The first teaser for Rental Lover and the bait that Rojin was also behind the OST were delicious bait for the media. Issue pick, Rental Lover, teaser releases, racks up hundreds of thousands of views in no time. Rental Lover, team reveals first teaser trailer, Rojin Nim handled the OST. To Kang Rojin's fans, or the general public, these were irresistible. Materials, writer, actor, and even the OST. Anticipation rising for Rojin fans awaiting Rental Lover. Add to that Rojin's explosive visuals revealed in the teaser, and now the fact that he did the OST too. Of course, people were drooling. Naturally, interest overflowed, and the teaser for Rental Lover quickly surpassed 1 million views and headed toward 2 million. On top of that, Produce That 100, theme song Survival 100, still holding number 1 on various music charts, /photo. The synergy skyrocketed as the hype of Produce That 100 mixed in. While the internet was buzzing, Kang Rojin and the 9 contestants were fully focused on selecting the song to be used for the final evaluation. How about this song? I like it. Shouldn't we go with something more exciting? Really? Then how about this one? What about you, Rojin Hyung? I like the first one. Since this was a very important process, the contestants spent a lot of time on it, and the final song was decided around lunchtime. As soon as it was decided, the song was handed over to Kang Rojin, and 48 Kang Min Rojin had to write the lyrics, and 48 Kang Min along with a few others had to choreograph. The 2 teams skipped meals and threw themselves into it. They needed to move fast to secure enough time for practice. At this moment, the Rental Lover team, now at the final stage of editing, began their promotional schedule. Today we have the cast of the hot new show Rental Lover with us. Hello Dash. From lead actress Choi Rina to the male actors playing the lovers. Unfortunately, Kang Rojin wasn't present, but the remaining cast planned to push hard on promotion for about a week through YouTube and broadcast variety shows. Netflix Japan was also deep into preparing promotions for Rental Lover. However, executive director Tom Cavill, Flap, had been completely absorbed in script reading for several days now. What was it? It was the script for Like a Kaleidoscope that he received from Kang Rojin. The 2 copies, personally translated into Japanese by Rojin, had Tom Cavill hooked. By the time he finished reading, swish, it was already late afternoon. After finishing up to part 2 of Like a Kaleidoscope, executive director Tom Cavill sat back and let out a deep chuckle. It's ridiculously entertaining. Maybe even more than Rental Lover. The quality is definitely higher than Rental Lover. In terms of entertainment, direction, material, and pacing, it surpassed any recent script he had read. Soon his gaze landed on a stack of other scripts beside him, ones that had come in from Japanese writers or production companies. Compared to this, Like a Kaleidoscope, those are trash. Too harsh. But it was the truth. Executive director Tom Cavill was a veteran, a heavyweight. He had produced and invested in countless projects and reviewed more scripts than he could count. And the Like a Kaleidoscope he just read ranked among the top 5 he'd ever immersed himself in. Each episode is structured like an omnibus, but the overarching narrative of the main character holds the series together, so it doesn't feel disjointed. And the composition of each episode is brilliant. It's strange and witty. To briefly explain the script, Like a Kaleidoscope, it's 10 different stories that follow a detective protagonist. It's like there are 10 unique premises similar to Rental Lover. Naturally, except for the protagonist, the characters change in every episode. I've only read up to part 2. That means there are 8 more like this. Tom Cavill was convinced. This, Like a Kaleidoscope, would work anywhere, but especially here in Japan, it would definitely hit. Along with that, he felt an uncontrollable sense of urgency. Because of the things Kang Rojin said during the meeting and PD Woo Han-suk's final comment. By the way, these scripts weren't given only to Netflix Japan. Executive director Tom Cavill suddenly stood up. We absolutely must secure this project. He immediately convened an executive meeting. Meanwhile, there was someone in Korea exhibiting similar behavior to executive director Tom Cavill. During a short break from editing Rental Lover, PD Young Soo-ryong was flipping through a stack of papers. What she was reading was a movie scenario she had recently received from Rojin. This is ridiculous. She too let out a hollow laugh, overwhelmed. Though dramas and movies might appear similar, they are completely different. From pacing and directing methods to the messages they convey and more. A film must capture the screenwriter's intentions within a roughly 2-hour runtime. That's why renowned directors and famous screenwriters spend months crafting one. However, Kang Rojin did it all in less than 2 months. Even his film screenplay is high level. He pulled it off, and completely differently from his drama scripts. The quality was enough to make PD Young Soo-ryong widen her eyes. Of course, even though Young Soo-ryong wasn't a film expert, she could tell. It's worth coveting. What kind of reaction would people in the film industry have to this scenario? PD Young Soo-ryong met someone from the film industry the next morning, on Thursday. The location was a large cafe. Oh my, PD Young. Long time no see. Indeed. Was it the Baeksang 2 years ago when I last saw you, Manager Jang? Haha, that's right. The project you're working on these days is hot? I was surprised you reached out despite being so busy. The person PD Young called Team Leader Jang was a man in his 40s with a good-natured appearance. It's nothing big. I just got my hands on a scenario. A scenario? Oh, that's quite sudden. I received it rather suddenly myself. Can you take a look? Well, reading it is no problem. But I usually don't take scripts passed along through connections. Just take a light look, not deeply. Just tell me if it feels like a workable scenario or not. You're a production manager at a top-tier film company. You've got a good eye, don't you? I've got bad eyesight these days too. Well, just making a judgment isn't a bad idea. If you read it and feel tempted, you can even move forward with production. Soon, Rojan's movie scenario was handed over to this person named Manager Jang, and as he turned the first page, he asked with his eyes still on the script. By the way, whose script is this that PD Young is handing over personally? Is it written by a star writer I might know? It was a reasonable guess, but as promised to Kang Rojan, PD Young Surayong kept the screenwriter's identity hidden. That's difficult to say right now. Please just evaluate the scenario itself. That's mysterious. Being asked to read a script without knowing who wrote it, and even being told it's fine to produce it if he liked it? Manager Jang rubbed his chin. For PD Young Surayong to personally hand over a script and to hide the writer's identity? Something smells fishy. He quickly put on his business smile. All right, I'll read it and get back to you. That same afternoon, in Non-Hyundong, Seoul, at the film company BG Pictures. Housed in a standalone 5-story building, BG Pictures was one of the top 3 major production companies in Korea. In a small office inside BG Pictures' internal planning team sat Manager Jang, who had met PD Young Surayong that morning. Manager Jang, or rather, Jang Haxian, had the longest tenure as a production producer at this film company. He had also proven his ability through several box office hits. In short, Jang Haxian was one of the key figures at BG Pictures, and he was currently engrossed in reading the movie script he had received that morning. What had started off lightheartedly had now become serious. His hardened expression said it all. The interesting part was, while reading the script intently, he suddenly took out his phone and dialed someone. Was it PD Young Surayong? No, it wasn't. Director, I found a script that fits the feel you were talking about. At the same time, in Japan, for the past few days, Japanese social media, which had been abuzz over the Produce That 100 mini-concert, was now heating up over something else. Survival 100 is so good. Survival 100 just dropped. Everyone, go listen. I've been looping it nonstop, still listening to Survival 100 endlessly. I'm so thankful to the boys for giving us such an amazing song. I hope Rojan and Sihu collaborate on another track. Anyway, Survival 100 is the best. Following Korea, the theme song Survival 100 was officially released in Japan as well. Of course, not the Korean version, but the Japanese version. As soon as the Japanese version of Survival 100 was released, Japanese fans shared it like wildfire across SNS, flooding the streams and generating heat comparable to that in Korea. Of course, Japanese fans also said, "Thanks for the Japanese version, but is the Korean version of Survival 100 not going to be released here?" Release the Korean version of Survival 100 too. What about the acoustic version? Is there no plan to release that as a track? I want to keep it. They weren't completely satisfied with just the Japanese version of Survival 100. Friday the 23rd at the Produce That 100 campus. Early in the morning, after completing his daily mission and stats enhancement, Kang Rojan said, "Everyone must be gathered by now." Before even showering, he headed to the largest practice room. All the participants were scheduled to gather for a simple briefing regarding the final evaluation. For reference, Rojan had completed writing the lyrics for the final evaluation song the night before. Technically, he finished it in just 2 days. I'm definitely getting faster. His lyrics writing stat had passed 100 points, and as Rojan was gaining experience as an idol, his lyric writing speed had drastically increased. Of course, the other participants would need to approve the finished lyrics, but Rojan was satisfied. Lyrics are done. What about the choreography? They said the general structure was ready. With that, Kang Rojan opened the door to the largest practice room. All 9 participants were gathered. The funny thing was, despite Rojan entering, none of the participants even glanced at him. All of them had their eyes glued to their phones. Rojan slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "What is it? What happened? Only then did 58C, who lift his head and show his phone screen to Rojin. Rojin. We hit #1 on Japanese music platforms. Huh? Startled, Kong Rojin pulled the phone from his back pocket. A quick search. The results appeared immediately. Produced That 100 dominates major Japanese music charts / photo. Survival 100 sweeps music charts and SNS, causing a sensation in Japan. Official, it worked in Japan too. Produced That 100's Survival 100 shoots to #1 on Japan's major music platforms. The news that had started in Japan had already made its way to Korea. With widened eyes, Kong Rojin muttered softly, "It's real." Several participants echoed in disbelief. #1 on Japanese music charts? Us. Wow, is this really happening? Am I dreaming? At that moment, everyone confirmed it, right? A familiar male voice echoed from the practice room entrance. Turning around, they saw PD Woo Han-suk, with dark circles under his eyes, grinning faintly. Yep, we saw it. Survival 100 Japanese version. Hit #1 right away. But that's not all. After checking his wristwatch, PD Woo Han-suk's smile. Soon, the acoustic version of Survival 100 will be released. Grew twice as wide. In both Korea and Japan, at the same time. Chapter 103, for People 5. Survival 100 had reached #1 on the charts of major music platforms in Korea and Japan. Even this alone was more than enough to send dopamine rushing through the inexperienced contestants. But that wasn't the end of it. The acoustic version of Survival 100 will be released. Just as PD Woo Han-suk had declared, Produced That 100 still had more music attacks to launch. And this time, it would be released simultaneously in Korea and Japan. The contestants let out various exclamations in response. Wow, even an acoustic version at this timing. This is crazy. I mean, seriously, we might be able to line up the charts. Totally possible. If you drop more while it's this hot, people will absolutely listen. But honestly, I didn't expect it to hit #1 in Japan too, really. Gave me goosebumps. This is the first time in my life something I did hit #1. The attention shifted to Kong Rojin and 58C, who both had wide eyes. The contestants kept throwing thumbs-ups at them without pause. Survival 100 might have had help from the other contestants, but the largest share of credit clearly belonged to Rojin and 58C, who lyrics writing, composition, arrangement, and even vocals for the acoustic version. In a way, the explosion at the top of the charts this time was thanks to Kong Rojin and 58C, who. So the contestants were bouncing around the two hyungs, while PD Woo Han-suk watched them with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin thought, maybe it was possible because of the ripple effect of Produce That 100. But to hit #1 this quickly, that means a crazy number of Japanese people listened to the song? That's insane. Though it felt somewhat surreal, he couldn't suppress the twitch of his lips. This was another kind of thrill. When you create something with all your heart and put it out into the world, and many people, even from another country like Japan, recognize its value. Adrenaline explosion. It was a feeling that went beyond excitement. Then, at some point, 71 Young Woo, having found it, showed everyone his phone screen with the chart from one of Japan's major music platforms. Look at this. Look, the Japanese songs are all below, and ours is #1. Soon, Rojin and all the other contestants swarmed around 71 Young Woo's phone. Real-time Top 100, Real-Time Top 100. 1/Survival 100. 2/Jigtadome, Blue in Winter. 3/Fuxin Clubet, Wind God's Flower Song. 4/Plasma. 5/Konabep, Monsters Song. Indeed, many popular Japanese songs were ranked below Survival 100. Not only on the platform they were currently viewing, but other platforms showed the same trend. The songs from #2 downward might differ slightly, but #1 was always Survival 100, while the contestants were still caught up in the loud chaos. So, have you decided on the final evaluation song? PD Woo Han-suk changed the subject. Only then did the contestants somewhat regain their senses. Rojin, who had unintentionally taken the role of leader, gave the briefing. We've picked the song, and the lyrics are done. As for choreography, 46. No, Kong Min decided to handle it. When they turned to Kong Min, he nodded with a calm but confident expression. I've got the framework down. Since there isn't much time, I added some moves I'd thought of before, nothing too complicated, pretty straightforward. Having roughly choreographed it and even recorded it with his phone, Kang Min showed the save video to PD Woo Han-suk. After checking the contestants' progress over several dozen minutes, PD Woo Han-suk slowly nodded. You've already accomplished a lot, and the viewers have seen your potential. So even if it's not perfect, what matters here is seeing it through. Let's give it our all. Yes, let's go for it. Whether it was the boost from hitting #1 on the Japanese music charts or not, the contestants were bursting with energy. With a chuckle, PD Woo Han-suk called Rojin over separately. Out in the hallway, he whispered quietly, Rojin, so far, the only public info related to your work as a writer is for Rental Lover, right? Just checking in case you talked to PD Young separately. Yes, 4. Now, it's just Rental Lover. Okay, I saw the Rental Lover teaser, and the visuals came out great. PD Young really went all in on this one. Our writers are going wild too, saying Rojin's visuals came out amazing. Anyway, giving Rojin a double thumbs up, Woo Han-suk continued. We should all gather together to watch the first broadcast of Rental Lover. Later, by the time Kang Rojin and the contestants began meetings and practice for the final evaluation, news of Produce That 100, dominating the music charts in Korea and Japan, continued to pour in. 30% viewership powerhouse, Produce That 100. Tops charts in Korea and Japan. Is it still not over? Star Talk, Produce That 100. Team says, thank you for the great interest in the theme song. Please give lots of love to the upcoming releases as well. The fact that the theme song of Produce That 100 exploded in both Korea and Japan carried significant meaning. For one, hitting #1 immediately upon release wasn't easy even for professional idols. Moreover, the song was created by contestants who hadn't even officially debuted yet, and as far as Japanese activities went, a single mini-concert was all they'd done. Yet, the surge was nearly at a sensational level. It suggested the boundless potential of the 10 contestants who upheld the popularity of Produce That 100. Though still in its early stages, it wouldn't be wrong to say they had ignited the flame of national prestige. Another nuclear blast from Produce That 100. Which entertainment company will snatch up the surviving 10 contestants? In just a few months, they had gained tremendous recognition not only domestically, but in Japan as well. So, it was only natural that entertainment companies were practically drooling. The contestants were already of great interest, but now the competition to recruit them was fiercer than a tug-of-war. And then, whoa, the acoustic version just dropped. For real? It just came out? Yup, it just got released on Melon and other music platforms. Heading there to listen right now. I actually prefer the acoustic version of Survival 100. It's melting my ears. Rojin and Sihu's tones go so well together. As PD Woo Han-suk had announced, the acoustic version of Survival 100 was released around early Friday afternoon. New Survival 100 acoustic Produce That 100 theme song. Of course, it was a simultaneous release in Korea and Japan, and the Produce That 100 team used the opportunity to do a bit more. In Korea, they added the Japanese version of Survival 100, and in Japan, they added the Korean version. No matter what it was, even people who didn't watch Produce That 100 were now boiling over with interest, including hardcore fans. The blazing sparks naturally extended all the way to Rental Lover. Unsurprisingly, the influence of Kang Rojin, who had participated in all the Produce That 100 music, was significant. Even the OST of Rental Lover carried Rojin's touch and vocals. Thanks to that, will lend you a lover. Rental Lover. Official teaser, trailer Rental Lover. Views, 5,354,230. The teaser trailer for Rental Lover surpassed 5 million views in no time. In such a climate, Friday night arrived, and episode 14 of Produce That 100 began airing on the JTVM channel. It started right where episode 13 left off, with the departure to Japan. A brief chaotic scene at the airport was shown, followed by a shot of the contestants on the departing airplane. Are they flying for the first time? They're staring out the window. It's so cute. They really are adorable, stretching their necks out like meerkats. Rojin is insanely handsome as always. Sihu is sleeping like a mouse. He must be so tired. From then on, the screen quickly cut between scenes. Arriving in Japan, hundreds of Japanese fans swarming them, the 10 contestants exploring a huge accommodation and a performance venue so grand it made their jaws drop. After that, most of the footage focused on rehearsal cuts. According to Japanese mini-concert reviews, they really practiced their Japanese hard. As long as I get to see Rojin speaking Japanese, that's enough. Though seeing it in person would have been better. Eventually, the Japanese mini-concert featuring Kong Rojin and the contestants was broadcast. The frenzied Japanese fans were no different from the Korean ones, and the majority of the remaining runtime of episode 14 was devoted to the Japanese mini-concert. The ending of episode 14 was starting now, I'll announce the details of the 5th evaluation. It showed PD Woo Han-suk announcing the 5th evaluation to the contestants who had returned to Korea. And after this 5th evaluation, there will be a total of 4 survivors, and those 4 will be the final winners. Viewers could not hide their excitement at the fact that Produce That 100 was reaching its final stages. Already? Whoa, they're dropping 6 people. Nuja just debut all 10 of them as one team. Didn't they say from the start only 4 would be the final winners? I've gotten too attached to let them go. Who do you think the final 4 winners will be? Rojin is basically confirmed, right? You never know. Rojin is insanely popular, but he's such a villain. Who knows what stunt he'll pull at the end? I'm guessing Rojin, Sihu, Youngwoo, Taemin. Taemin? I don't really like that guy. Why are you ignoring Dookyung? No, it's gonna be Rojin, Youngwoo, Dookyung, and Kongmin. Then, on screen, PD Woo Han-suk made the announcement. For the 5th final evaluation, the task is freedom, and episode 14 ended. The next day, Saturday morning, after finishing his shower, Kong Rojin dropped by room 101 and put on an outfit with a somewhat solemn vibe. It's what I wore for the mini-concert. Whatever, it should be fine. Wearing a black blazer, he stepped into the bathroom to do a quick visual check. Looking good. After roughly sweeping back his black hair, he stepped out into the hallway and began walking. The dorm was quiet. The other contestants were probably already gathered in the practice room. The song, lyrics, and choreography were more or less finalized. After all, today we'll assign parts, and after that, we'll dive straight into serious practice. For the remaining period, the only option for survival was non-stop practice, excluding sleep. Or maybe even sleep had to be sacrificed. Still, Rojin and the other contestants looked upbeat. Because this final evaluation was a combined effort of all their strengths, the passion kept bursting forth endlessly. At this point, Rojin stepped out of the dorm building. At that moment, something came to mind, and as Rojin quickened his pace, he pulled out his phone. What he opened was Melon, Korea's #1 music platform. Soon, the real-time chart screen popped up on his phone. The moment he checked it, a wide crescent smile formed on Kong Rojin's face. He could almost hear the screams of the other 9 contestants from somewhere. It was only natural. 1 new. Survival 100 acoustic ver / produce that 100. Theme song. 2. 1. Survival 100 / produce that 100. Theme song. 3 new. Survival 100 Japanese ver / produce that 100. Theme song. 4. 1. Produce / produce that 100. Theme song. 5. 3. APT / 0. All of Produce That 100 theme songs were lined up at the top of the charts. Rojin had imagined this picture before, but seeing it for real gave him goosebumps. Insane. He quickly checked other music platforms besides Melon, and the results were not much different. There were minor differences in ranking, but the other major platforms also showed Survival 100 dominating the top. There was no need to even check the media or public opinion. They were definitely in chaos. Dopamine surged to its peak in Kong Rojin. He wanted to run straight to the contestants and share this thrill with them. But first, he had to calm his pounding heart. Hold it in. Can't come off as frivolous right from the first meeting. After taking a few deep breaths, Rojin managed to calm down and resumed walking toward his destination. He was heading to the meeting room in another building where he had previously met with the writer managers. Upon arriving at the door, Kong Rojin took another quiet breath. Swish. He opened the glass door. Inside, The men and women present immediately stood up to greet him. Oh my, hello, writer Nim. Hello. Receiving their greetings, Rojan bowed his head in return. Hello. There were a total of 4 people waiting for Kong Rojan. 2 women and 2 men. Among them, 1 woman looked to be the oldest, and the remaining 3 had relatively younger faces. Is she the highest ranking here? As if confirming his guess, the woman who appeared to be in her 40s, with permed long hair tied back, politely handed Rojan her business card. I've really been wanting to meet you. I'm a fan, writer Nim. I'm team leader Ryu Younghwa from Culture Drawer's Management Team 1. The woman who introduced herself as Ryu Younghwa smiled brightly. I'm in charge of handling the contract with you, writer Rojan. Today was the official contract day between Kong Rojan and his first management company, Culture Drawer. From now on, I and these staff here will be your dedicated team. Along with that, he got a dedicated team. Chapter 104, for People 6. Culture Drawer, a mega management agency ranked among the top 3 domestic writer agencies. Already home to numerous big names, Culture Drawer was primarily centered around 3 departments: the production and content team, the management team, and the PR and marketing team. Among them, the team that most frequently interacted with affiliated writers and directors was, naturally, the management team. Due to the large size of Culture Drawer, the management team was divided into 3 separate teams. Of those, Ryu Younghwa, the team leader of Management Team 1, came to handle the contract with Kong Rojan. Our CEO Nim really wanted to meet you too, writer Nim, but he had a prior appointment and couldn't make it. By CEO Nim, do you mean writer Hanseo Ryong? No, you must have already met CEO Hanseo Ryong. There's another CEO, Hyo Kite. He's very open and charismatic. You'll probably get to meet him later. Ryu Younghwa, who seemed likely to meet Rojan often going forward, had a mixture of warmth and calmness. She seemed like someone who would be sharply focused when it came to work, but outside of work matters. When CEO Hanseo Ryong told us about writer Rojan, I can't tell you how nervous I was. My daughter and I are really enjoying Produce That 100. Thank you. If it's all right, would you be willing to take a photo with me a little later? My daughter really likes you. Her room is covered in posters of you. Yes, of course. That warm atmosphere you might encounter anywhere. Thanks to that, Kong Rojan, who was about to sign his first contract in life, felt his tension ease. I thought a contract would feel all stiff and formal, but this is more relaxed than I expected. That's a relief. Meanwhile, the 3 team members who had come with Ryu Younghwa were quietly in awe as they watched Kong Rojan speaking with their team leader. Even seeing him this close, his face looks like CGI. Right? The moment he walked in, I rubbed my eyes thinking I'd seen wrong. Seriously, I can't help but gasp. His face is the size of my fist. And yet his eyes, nose, and lips are perfectly placed in that tiny space. Noticing the whispers, Rojan glanced at the team members behind Ryu Younghwa. The team members, who quickly stopped admiring him, smiled their businesslike smiles, and Ryu Younghwa turned around to introduce them. You'll mainly be communicating with me, writer Nim, but you'll occasionally meet these team members as well. A brief exchange of greetings followed. A few minutes later, Rojan was sitting across from the Culture Drawer team at the meeting room table. The team members quickly placed the transparent folders they'd brought on the table. In that moment, Ryu Younghwa, writer Rojan. She looked across at Kong Rojan and organized her thoughts. Seeing him in person, his visuals really are ridiculous. Even at my age, I can't take my eyes off him. What about the younger ones? Ryu Younghwa was, by industry standards, a seasoned professional. Even for her, this situation was unfamiliar. His main job is idol, but he hasn't even officially debuted in that idol field yet. He debuted first as a writer, his side job, but in his debut work, he pulled off a triple crown: acting, writing, and even the OST. And on top of that, Rental Lover is set to launch on Netflix Japan. The whole process feels like some kind of fantasy. To have this level of impact and an overseas launch starting from your first work dash, it was a storyline she had never seen before. As far as she knew, rookie writers followed a set path. Starting from the bottom, it took at least 5 years to establish oneself, and many took even longer or disappeared without a sound in the oversaturated market. But Kong Rojan had hit a home run from the start. Even though Rental Lover hasn't aired yet, Even if it flops once released, it doesn't matter. Writer Rojin's presence has already been fully demonstrated, and his very existence is unique. The fact that this is just the starting point is what's truly frightening. While Ryu Yoonghwa was awestruck by Kang Rojin, a real ecological disruptor, she also felt a slight sense of regret. If his main job had been writing instead of being an idol, he could have written more freely and spread his wings. But then again, if he weren't an idol, maybe he wouldn't have become this big? Anyway, the more famous he becomes as an idol, the more likely it is that his writing productivity will decline. It was common sense that when idols became overwhelmingly busy, their writing work would naturally be neglected. He might already be at that point. Still, if even one work with the same level of impact as Rental Lover comes out during the contract period, it's more than worth it for us. Providing support for Rojin and drawing out that benefit was the job of Culture Drawer. Writer Nim, having finished organizing her thoughts, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa pushed a transparent file toward Rojin. This is the contract. Please take a look, especially at the special terms section. Yes. Phew. This is kind of nerve-wracking. A contract? Really? Your expression looks calm. It reminded me of your villain character in Produce That 100. No, this is just the face of someone who doesn't know what expression to make. How honest of you. I'll read through it. Kang Rojin opened the contract that was handed to him. In fact, he had already received a draft for review a few days ago and had looked it over. Still, he had to double-check the special terms. Wow, how is there this much text? Whether she sensed Rojin's thoughts or not. Swish. Smiling, Ryu Yoonghwa began briefing him on the contract. It was a lengthy explanation, but the core was this. The contract period was 3 years, and any projects undertaken before the contract would still be managed by Culture Drawer, but they wouldn't apply the standard profit-sharing ratio and would treat them as a service. The rest followed standard procedure. In addition, if you look at the revenue-sharing ratio, it's set at 8:2. Our standard is usually 7:3, but CEO Han Seo-ryong specifically pushed for this change. Writer Han Seo-ryong? Yes. She said since we didn't contribute to the early efforts of launching the writer, the ratio should be adjusted accordingly. Rojin wasn't exactly sure what that meant, but internally, he gave a thumbs up to writer Han Seo-ryong. Nice move, writer Nim. The conditions were quite favorable. All of Rojin's desired terms were included, and Culture Drawer would benefit by securing Kang Rojin, truly a win-win contract. Yes, I think I can sign as is. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, smiling gently, handed her pen to Rojin. Please sign here, writer Nim. With a soft breath, Rojin signed the contract. My first time using my new signature is on a contract. And with that, Kang Rojin and Culture Drawer became linked. While not in the idol realm, as a writer, Rojin now had his first agency, which gave him a curious feeling. A manager supporting me. Not bad. It feels like I've gained an ally. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, having gathered the contract, bowed once more. Once again, thank you, writer Nim. Even if it's not about writing, feel free to contact us anytime. Now that they were officially a team, she asked more casually. This is regarding the special terms. Besides Rental Lover, do you have any other projects in progress? Truthfully, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa wasn't expecting much. Just managing Produce That 100 and Rental Lover must have been overwhelming. This clause was probably added due to some light discussions with PD Young Soo-ryong about the next project. However, Kang Rojin's response caught the entire Culture Drawer team off guard. Yes, along with Rental Lover, 1 drama and 1 movie. What? Team leader. Ryu Yoonghwa asked again with a shocked expression. So, besides Rental Lover, you've been working on 2 more projects? And the drama wasn't even for Korea. Yes. The drama is for Japan's side. Then, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and her team, now in charge of Kang Rojin, were left speechless with their jaws dropped. As for the drama, the title is like a kaleidoscope. I had a meeting with Netflix Japan when I was in Japan. Also, for the movie, PD Young Soo-ryong helped me. Was it BG Pictures? She said she had a conversation with them and submitted the script. The snowball had already started rolling far beyond their expectations. Yes, with Netflix Japan and BG Pictures. Despite his hectic schedule, he was working on not only Rental Lover, but also an additional drama and movie. And not just domestically, he had extended into overseas markets too. While team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and her team were reeling in shock, Kang Rojin calmly continued his explanation, including the contents of his meeting with Netflix Japan. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, who had been silently listening to the story, suddenly raised one hand. Wait a moment, writer Nim. Don't tell me. You wrote additional scripts and screenplays while working on Produce That 100. Ah, the scripts were written a while ago. The ones PD Young Soo Ryong has too. The film screenplay is the one I wrote recently. You wrote a screenplay during all that? You can write films too? Yes. There are cases where drama writers try screenplays, but for a rookie, that's nearly impossible. Ryu Yoonghwa muttered as if in a trance. Meanwhile, Kang Rojin casually scratched his chin and gave a light shrug. I don't know. It just worked for me. If you wrote a screenplay during the Produce That 100 schedule, how long did it take you to finish? A little over a month. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and the team members' expressions twisted. A little over a month. Yes. You finished a screenplay in a month? Yes. Even hearing it, Ryu Yoonghwa couldn't quite believe it. Then suddenly, one of the things Rojin had said flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. Did you say there are other scripts with PD Young? Yes. Those haven't moved forward yet. I heard PD Nim read the scripts though. To summarize, a rookie writer who had just made his debut was working on one for Netflix Japan, one for the major domestic film company BG Pictures, and one for PD Young Soo Ryong. Before his debut work even aired, he was juggling 3 projects. Regardless of the content of all the works, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa's jaw nearly dropped. If you look at the production companies alone, he's far beyond most star writers. Meanwhile, the other 9 contestants, excluding Kang Rojin, were. This is crazy. It's topping even the Japanese charts. Wow, this actually happened. Korea and Japan charts at the same time. Ugh, I've got chills. Gathered in excitement during practice. And of course they were. Produce That 100. Theme songs had not only dominated Korean charts, but swept through Japan as well. Ryaru Taima Top 100, Real-Time Top 100. 1/Survival 100, Acoustic Ver. 2/Survival 100. 3//, Blue in Winter. 4/Survival 100, Core Ver. 5/Clubet, Wind God's Flower Song. Japan had about 3 to 4 major music platforms, and the results were similar across all of them. From ranks 1 to 5, all versions of Survival 100 monopolized the chart. Produce That 100 sweeps major Japanese music platform charts, sets record for fastest full chart domination. And then came the viewership ratings for episode 14 of Produce That 100. Produce That 100. Setting legendary records in both Korea and Japan, episode 14 hits 33.4% viewership. Once again, it had smashed its previous peak ratings. With things like this, Produce That 100, fever was raging not just in Korea, but also in Japan. And since the content of episode 14, which aired just yesterday, was especially provocative, Produce That 100 finally enters final evaluation phase. What choices will the 10 surviving contestants make? The entertainment industry, media, and public were all ravenously awaiting the next episode of Produce That 100. Thus, Saturday and Sunday were entirely engulfed by Produce That 100. And by the time Monday came around again, the buzz in Japan had grown even bigger because episode 14 of Produce That 100 had just been uploaded to Netflix Japan. Meanwhile, in an editing room seemingly cut off from the rest of the world, PD Young Soo Ryong was. Let's lay the OSD over that part again. Yes. Continuing her editing work with a severely worn-out face. On the many monitors in front of her was Kang Rojin's face. Overlaying his breathtaking visuals was the OSD Lovers, featuring Rojin's voice. PD Young Soo Ryong was so immersed in editing Rental Lover that she didn't care what was happening in the world, and time was flying. And on that same Monday night, around 9 p.m., phew, with a long sigh, PD Young Soo Ryong leaned back deeply in her chair. This should do it. Everyone, great job. Ugh, finally. This is the first time I've edited a one-act drama this desperately. We're sending this to Japan too, so we couldn't do it half-heartedly. Still, the visuals came out like art. Anyway, editing's done. Let's sleep for now. The editing for Rental Lover was finished. Chapter 105. For People 7. Around the time editing for Rental Lover was completed. Though it was night, there were still quite a few lights on in various buildings across the Produce That 100 campus. The lounge, practice rooms, dormitories, and so on. Naturally, the contestants were all working on improving their skills. In their own ways. Kong Rojin was no different. Phew, my eyes feel a little dry. He murmured quietly while looking in the mirror. At present, Rojin was inside a bathroom that doubled as a practice space. He stood in front of the sink. Drops of water were still falling from his face, as if he had just splashed water on it. Yet, his devastatingly handsome appearance remained unchanged even today. Amazing. Kong Rojin stroked his face, from the sharp bridge of his nose to both cheeks and down to his razor-sharp jawline. It was a face he saw every day, but lately, he found it oddly fascinating. Not even a single pimple appears. He had been overwhelmed lately, juggling his main and side jobs, and frequently pulling all-nighters for practice. Yet, aside from a bit of fatigue, there wasn't even the slightest sign of inflammation on his face. While the other contestants were all fussing about breakouts, Rojin alone remained perfectly fine. SSS, is this the effect of the AI simulation? Either way, it's damn sweet. After a moment of admiring his own visuals, Rojin, swish, picked up his phone. Then he played the most recently saved song. The intro was a tense and majestic melody with noise mixed in between. It was reminiscent of the opening of a horror movie. The beat tempo was moderate. A piano. No, it was closer to an organ. The slightly eerie atmosphere was amplified by the organ melody. Gradually, the melody sped up. The organ did as well. From this point, someone's voice was to be inserted as a narration overlay. What Kong Rojin had just played was the song confirmed for the Produce That 100 final evaluation. The title was decided as Bold. The song Bold was composed by 58C, who and written by Rojin, but it had a different feel from everything so far. After the low, tension-building narration ended, the rap part followed immediately. From the rap part, the beat became more intense, but still retained its majestic tone. In the beginning, it expressed fear, terror, loneliness, and anxiety. However, once the rap ended and the lead vocals part arrived, the tone shifted to inspire courage. Starting from the chorus sung by the main vocal, high notes came in, conveying brilliance, sophistication, and ecstasy. Kong Rojin liked Bold, the song for the final evaluation. It captures the feeling of going from fear to a sense of being able to do anything really well. Listening to Bold naturally put strength into his steps. It was like, how should he put it, a strong sense of self-suggestion? Just listening to it made him feel like he looked cool, even if it was just an illusion. After listening to Bold a couple of times, Kong Rojin, let out his voice. He was trying to sing Bold, which he hadn't learned yet. From the narration of the intro to the rap, the lead vocal, and finally the main vocal part. It wasn't bad. Not as perfect as AI automation, but still usable. At present, Rojin's stats, excluding vocal, had mostly surpassed 40 points. At this level, I could definitely pass as an idol trainee. That was Kong Rojin's self-assessment, and it was fair to say he was good. Of course, he wouldn't exactly stand out among the overwhelming number of idol trainees out there. Being good wasn't enough. The world is overflowing with good trainees. One had to be better than good, and even better than better. Only then would one even begin to stand out. And once you became even better, there'd be yet another mountain to climb. Though short, during his time on Produce That 100, Rojin had come to feel it himself. The idol market is a place of endless competition. A place where the concept of a food chain fits perfectly. If I can manage to be both a top predator and an ecosystem disruptor, things will work out somehow. Next, Rojin played a video. It was the choreography video selected for the song Bold. It had been created collaboratively by 46 Kong men and a few others, and was finalized with additions from Kong Rojin and the remaining contestants. Kong Rojin danced along to the choreography. Though a bit off, his body moved smoothly. Every time he did it, it was truly an entertaining experience. Realizing that his skill had slightly improved compared to the last time. He could feel it. Like that, Kong Rojin sang or moved his body to Bold for several tens of Minutes. Probably. The other contestants were doing similar practice. Recently, the choreography and parts had been finalized, and until today it was personal practice, but from tomorrow until the final evaluation it would be all group practice. For now, Rojin used AI automation. Through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idol. He learned the vocals and dance of the final evaluation song Bold. This time it was more detailed than usual, and he also added a new request. Coins are cheaper for vocals. Dance was a bit expensive. Anyway, he felt the tingling pain twice. Along with that, everything about the song Bold slowly spread from his brain throughout his entire body. Soon, Kang Rojin played Bold once again. A few days later, around the 29th. With roughly 4 days left until the final evaluation, dozens of produce that 100 production staff were bustling around the large hall with the stage. Cameras and lights were being set up, and preparations for filming were in full swing. Cameras, move a little closer to the stage. PD Woo Han-suk was busy directing at the front line, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, but full of energy. The other staff were no different. The stage had also changed from the fourth evaluation. It was even more colorful. The stage also felt larger than last time. Kang Rojin and the contestants were nowhere near the stage. Naturally, they were currently filming interview cuts in the waiting room behind the stage. At that point, Kim Se-hee and a few other writers with high tension gathered around PD Woo Han-suk. It was writer Kim Se-hee who broke the silence first. The final evaluation stage turned out better than I thought. Other writers immediately agreed. Yeah, expanding the protruding stage was really a good move. It feels way more grand. But it's already the final round. Time flew by so fast. It still doesn't feel real that Produce That 100 is ending soon. But did the contestants prepare the rehearsal performance well today? The rehearsal performance. Yes, today's shoot was centered on the rehearsal and preparation for the final performance. It was the first time they would showcase a performance prepared entirely by the contestants without production staff involvement. Of course, PD Woo Han-suk had checked things here and there, but the main direction was left to the contestants. PD Woo Han-suk, who was staring at the stage expressionlessly, didn't show it, but he was secretly concerned. Honestly, this is a gamble. Even though the final evaluation was freedom, the original plan wasn't to be this hands-off. And the fact that 10 people would be evaluated as one group, that already went far beyond expectations. Still, PD Woo Han-suk respected the contestants' decision. He said to the writers, the evaluation song was good, the choreography wasn't bad either. They'll do fine. In contrast, Kim Se-hee and the writers didn't hide their worries. I saw how hard they worked. But what if it's not good enough for broadcast? There are only 4 days left until the evaluation. Then it's really over. Even though the kids have good abilities, suddenly organizing a 10-person performance, I think it would be better for the production team to intervene even now. What if, unlike the previous evaluations, the final one falls flat? What if it's underwhelming or like a deflated balloon? These were understandable concerns with good intentions. Up until now, professionals among professionals had helped create evaluations and performances. However, PD Woo Han-suk, arms crossed, didn't move an inch. It could be lacking. If the final evaluation ends up being a weak performance, then the kids will bear that, and the viewers will make their choice. Well, that's true, but from the start, Produce That 100 picked completely raw kids with no entertainment industry experience. So let's just show the raw as is in the end too. Just then, PD Nim. The contestants' interviews are done. At the shout of a staff member, the group of 10 people entered the hall alone. Their outfits were the same as usual, comfortable athletic wear. It was then that PD Woo Han-suk furrowed his brow as he looked at Kang Rojin. What is that thing in his hand? Only when Kang Rojin and the contestants got closer did PD Woo Han-suk realize what Rojin was holding. A megaphone? It was a white megaphone, the kind you'd commonly see during shoots. As PD Woo Han-suk opened his mouth to speak to the contestants. Are you all ready? Yes. Yup. PD Nim. He asked, glancing at Kang Rojin, holding the megaphone in one hand. By the way, what's with the megaphone? Is that something you're using on stage? All eyes, from the contestants to the writers, fell on Rojin, who nodded with a smile. Yes, I'll be using it on stage. I'll show you directly. Just what kind of stunt was he planning? PD Woo Han-suk blinked, then let out a laugh. All right then, let's begin the rehearsal. Head up to the stage. PD Nim. We discussed among ourselves and decided on something. Decided? What is it? PD Woo Han-suk scanned the 9 other contestants, starting from Kong Rojin. They all wore meaningful expressions with sparkling eyes. As the air grew more intense, the leader, Kong Rojin. I wonder if he'll be surprised? I don't know, let's go for it. Answered in a tone befitting his villain character. For the final evaluation performance, we're going to do it live, instead of lip sync. Live? Yes. PD Woo Han-suk, who was slightly flustered, hesitated for a few seconds, then asked again to confirm. You're sure about going live? Seriously? It must have been tough enough preparing everything on your own without staff help, and now you're adding live performance. TL note. Live performance here doesn't mean they will be broadcasting it live, but just that they will sing and dance instead of the song being a recorded track that they lip-sync and dance to. The nearby writers were openly murmuring in surprise. Regardless, Rojin, after exchanging a brief glance with the others, smiled with his eyes. We'll try it live. Did bringing this up suddenly make the setup too hard? No, it's not that. With some time, we can manage it. Then you can watch today's rehearsal and decide whether to go with it or not. From the megaphone to going live, it was one shock after another. But on the other hand, PD Woo Han-suk felt this could be interesting. A live performance for the final round dash. His curiosity was strongly piqued. Right, if it's unusable as Rojin said, I can just cut it. Let's watch it once. And so, PD Woo Han-suk gave his approval. Wait in the green room for a bit. We'll get everything ready right away. About 2 hours later, the 10 contestants reappeared on stage. Everyone, starting with Rojin, was given an in-ear mic like the ones used in music broadcasts. Swish. Once they were all set, the contestants took their positions. And then, the song Bold rang throughout the entire hall. Writers and dozens of staff stared intensely at the stage. Especially PD Woo Han-suk, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and focused. What was interesting was, that within just a few dozen seconds, PD Woo Han-suk let out a sound of admiration. So that's how they were planning to use the megaphone. And then, just 1 minute in, watching the contestants perform live on stage, PD Woo Han-suk muttered, "Those kids, is this really their first time doing a live performance?" The corners of his mouth curled into a wide crescent smile. After that, day by day passed like a bullet. Before anyone knew it, October had ended and November had arrived, and today was Monday, November 2nd. It was late morning. In the meantime, the status of Produce That 100 in the media and public opinion had risen even further, and episode 15 had aired. And just now, the Produce That 100 campus had completed setup for a major event. What was it? Today, the 2nd, marked the start of the final evaluation filming for the 10 contestants of Produce That 100. Because of that, tension flowed among the many staff inside the hall with the stage, and the same was true for the judges starting to take their seats in the front row. The stage got bigger. Ugh, why am I the one feeling nervous? Same here. Feels like I just saw the first evaluation yesterday, and now it's already the final one. Did you hear the final evaluation is being done with all 10 kids as one group? That twist. Honestly, I expected individual performances. Apparently, even the judges were shocked by the news about the final evaluation. I thought it'd be individual or maybe duets at most. Never imagined they'd prepare as one team. On top of that, I heard they did everything themselves, from selecting the song to composing, writing lyrics, and choreography. They say all the producing was handed over to the contestants. I'm worried. PD Woo really. There should be a limit to how much he trusts their guts. How can he just hand it over like that? He must have stepped in a little, right? When I asked earlier, he said he didn't touch a thing. I hope the kids don't tank the performance, or worse, completely mess it up. Soon, Song Min-gun leaned back into his chair and chuckled faintly. The story's interesting. Everyone knows Sihu and Rojin are skilled at composing and writing lyrics. And each of them is pretty talented individually, right? I'm kind of looking forward to it. They're still just kids, though. How do you expect them to handle producing two? Well, we'll see when the performance starts. One song with 10 members means the evaluation will end quickly, at least. About 40 minutes later. Stand by. PD Woo Han-suk and the staff quickly moved out of the shooting zone, and a signal was sent that filming had begun. The lights across the hall dimmed. Since all 10 contestants were one group, the process was straightforward. Soon, the 10 contestants took the stage. Their outfits had a street vibe. Some wore caps with baggy t-shirts or flannel shirts. Others had wide-legged pants, and Kang Rojin was dressed in black from head to toe, black cap, loose black t-shirt, and black denim jeans. Swish. They naturally took their positions. 6 formed a loose circle with one-step spacing, 3 stood in a straight line above the circle, and Rojin sat inside the circle. The judges narrowed their eyes as they looked at seated Kang Rojin. What's that in Rojin's hand? A megaphone? Looks like a megaphone. At that moment, a low, tension-filled melody began to play. It was the final evaluation song, Bold. At the same time, a sharp alarm and static-filled sound effect hit their ears. Red and blue lights crossed over the dark stage, and the 6 members who formed the circle twitched in sync with the steady warning sound and noise. Then, as the organ melody blended in, Kang Rojin inside the circle slowly stood up and stepped out, and when a white light was added to the stage, he lifted the megaphone and opened his mouth. Like a whisper amidst the eeriness, with a narration-like tone. Right then, all 5 judges sitting at the front of the stage. Live? They're doing it live? Their pupils dilated. Song Min-gun reacted the same, but the shock lasted only a moment. They're good, though. Chapter 106. For People. 8. The early performances of Produce That 100 were mostly performed live. The contestants' solo performances, duet rap performances, and so on. Of course, that applied to vocal-focused performances, and whether it was live or lip-synced didn't matter much for dance. Then, the first time the Produce That 100 contestants performed as a team in a group setting was in Produce. However, the focus was on dance. The next instance of the group performing vocals, dance, and rap simultaneously as one team came with a new theme song, Survival 100. From this point on, domestic and Japanese mini-concerts were scheduled, and the Produce That 100 contestants had never experienced an event of this scale before. Therefore, due to reasons such as the quality of the performance, intense choreography, and lack of experience among the contestants, lip-syncing was incorporated. Strictly speaking, the contestants had experienced both MR, live, and AR, lip-sync, and depending on the situation, they would mix live AR, LAR, and live MR, LMR. TL note: MR equals music recorded. AR equals all recorded. You can get more detailed explanation here https://www.kpopbehind.com/2015/007/about-mr-ar-do-kpop-idols.html. Of course, the audience was informed in advance, and the broadcast displayed clear labels. The production team's implicit message was that since our kids had no broadcasting experience and were still amateurs, please be understanding. So for all 10 contestants, including Kang Rojin, it was their first time performing a fully live team performance. To be blunt, since the final evaluation was freedom, lip-syncing wouldn't have been an issue. Even lip-syncing would involve their recorded voices, and viewers were well aware that they were not professionals. Viewers likely wouldn't take issue with it, and would vote based on the overall stage performance. However, the contestants chose live vocals for their first group stage and entered the evaluation. It wasn't strange that the judges were surprised. Live? Doing something for the first time brings fear and concern to people. The less experience you have, the more so. All the more when it's a final evaluation performance tied to survival. Nevertheless, the 10 contestants positioned on the stage began the evaluation song, Bold, with a calm demeanor, exuding a somewhat professional vibe. As tension rose, a grand yet subtly eerie melody resonated. Swish. Kang Rojin stepped forward holding a megaphone. Naturally, the megaphone had a small microphone attached, and Rojin, wearing a black cap pulled low, stared at the floor. His face was hidden as he didn't raise his head. In that state, he spoke the lyrics in a tone slightly faster than a narration. I'll be rich, I'll be famous. I'll be a star, I must win. The short lyrics ended and repeated again. However, compared to before, his voice now carried more strength. The tone of the song, as well. I'll be rich, I'll be famous. I'll be a star, I must win. When the same lyrics came up for the third time, Kong Rojin, still holding the megaphone, faced forward. At that moment, the melody suddenly cut off. Only the organ melody spread quietly. Rojin slowly lowered the megaphone to the floor. Then, slowly, he turned his body smoothly. 9 contestants were waiting. A circle formed by 6, supported by the other 3. Soon, the organ's melody gradually intensified, and then the melody that had stopped resumed with the drums. The beat was faster than at the start. Purple lighting was added by the spotlight. Swish. Kong Rojin turned his body again and took 1 step forward. The 6 who had formed a circle moved to his sides. The remaining 3 took 2 steps forward in a straight line. Their movements crossed naturally. The choreography had already begun. The movements of the front and back rows differed. The front moved big and high above their heads, while the back row crouched and used their legs more. At that moment, 26 Do Hyung in the back row stepped all the way to the front. He delivered a rap. Once 26 Do Hyung's part ended, he moved to the far left, and 58C, who emerged from the right. It was the lead vocalist's turn. When he came out, the previously fast beat felt like slow motion, and so did the choreography. Except for 58C, who, the other 9 spread out powerfully but smoothly. Up to this point, the mood of the song and the contestants' expressions carried a strong sense of darkness. That changed with the appearance of Kong Rojin. He looked at the camera and smiled. A naturally cast-eye smile. A stable vocal that changed the atmosphere of the song. The climax built up and then burst out in a high note. Smiles also spread across the faces of all 10 members. A rehearsed and coordinated performance. The choreography, too, unfolded fully using their whole bodies. As if a flower was blooming. With all 10 moving in perfect sync, it was a sight to see. The 5 judges stared at the final evaluation performance without a twitch. It wouldn't be wrong to say they were dazed. The first to speak was choreographer Lee Han-na. The choreography is well done. She was shocked they were doing it live, but she hadn't expected much from the choreography. She had been watching the contestants all this time, and thus knew their shortcomings well. Who choreographed this? Was it Kong Min and a few others? It's amazing. But seeing the results, it exceeded satisfaction. There are even some intense moves, and yet they weren't scared to perform them live. And despite the short preparation time, the 10 members were perfectly in sync. It showed how desperately they had practiced. Up until now, only Rojin really stood out in choreography. Of course, he's still good now. But today, the overall balance is solid. As a choreographer, Lee Han-na knew, well, just how grueling it was to have a group of that size perform choreography as one body. Hadn't they already experienced that in Produce and Survival 100? That's why Lee Han-na was proud of those 10 kids. Well done, really. Song Min-gun, too, was covered in chills. The song is killer. If songs like this come out so easily, Sihu is a treasure. No need to even talk about Rojin, who wrote the lyrics. Even from the perspective of a top-tier composer, the performance of Bold was high level. Who would believe that's their first live? People will think they're skilled idols. Of course, there are disappointing parts, but it's fine. Their pitch was accurate too. The other judges were also stunned by the contestants' astonishing live performance, breathing, and performance quality. This performance is the very essence of Produce That 100. What viewers were really hoping to see. By this point, Kong Rojin and the contestants finished the instrumental break and entered the second verse, with the atmosphere and tone ramping up to make hearts pound even more. PD Woo Han-suk, the head of the Produce That 100 production team, was all smiles. I'm so happy myself. Just imagine how much the viewers will love this. It was obvious that the thrill the viewers would feel being invested in the contestants would be several times greater than what the staff and judges were experiencing now. The contestants had prepared this final evaluation performance themselves and were performing it live. Then Woo Han-suk focused his gaze on Kong Rojin on stage. Everyone is important, but especially Rojin is the key. As the main vocal, he explodes the performance with power, and it's the same with choreography. No need to mention the visual center. Though he passed the rap to someone else this time, he's not lacking there either. A true all-rounder who fits anywhere, showing presence in every position. If such a guy gets thrown into the current idol market after Produce That 100 ends, there'll be a lot to watch. Eventually, swish. The contestants, having completed the second verse, stopped in a shape similar to the beginning. The final performance, bold, had ended. Sitting in the circle formed by 6 was Kong Rojin. Huff, huff. Even as he exhaled heavily, he looked straight ahead. The judges and dozens of staff members were silent. What? Isn't it a bit too quiet? For a moment, worry flashed through Rojin's mind. He thought he had done his best. Was it bad? Was it a failure? The contestants standing around him, sharing similar feelings, subtly started to observe the reactions. Their own mistakes were flashing through their minds. Shit. Was it because I slipped a little during the dance earlier? I couldn't pay attention to expressions and eye contact because of the choreography. Ugh, live is so damn hard. It was then. Clap, 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 clap. Clap. The sound of applause began to spread through the wide hall. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. It quickly filled the room. All 5 judges, PD Woo Han-suk, the writers, and dozens of staff members were giving their praise to the contestants. Only then did Kong Rojin, now relieved, regain his smile and instruct his teammates. Line up, let's bow. A moment later, after the final evaluation performance ended, the judges' assessments followed. Absolutely shocking. The fact that you created the entire performance with your own strength is amazing, and the live vocals were really well done too. Truly, it's hard to find live performances of this quality even among idols. No, rather than an assessment, it was a series of high praises. I want to compliment the choreography. I learned a lot just by watching it, you know? From the first evaluation to now, the judges had been both teachers and senior mentors to the contestants. And those very people were giving only favorable comments, without a single harsh critique. The contestants couldn't help but feel like they were floating. Rojin handled a lot, didn't he? Leader, main vocal, and more. Everyone did really well, but I especially want to praise Rojin for holding the center so firmly. When many gazes landed on Kong Rojin, for some reason, he was reminded of the beginning of Produce That 100. When he had sung Farewell on this stage, I somehow made it this far. It's almost absurd. The final performance is already over. What kind of thing will happen next, I wonder? The shoot continued for about an hour, and then PD Woo Han-suk spoke to the contestants on stage. Now, 2 things remain for you all, the choice of the viewers, and your own choice. To elaborate, after the final evaluation performance is broadcast, 6 of the current 10 will be eliminated, and the final 4 winners will be given the right to choose their entertainment agencies. This performance will be aired on the 6th of this week, and as always, the final announcement will be on Wednesday, when voting ends. You've all worked very hard. The performance will be broadcast on episode 16 of Produce That 100 on November 6th. At this moment, something dawned on Kong Rojin. 6th Rental Lover also premieres on the 6th. Meanwhile, at the same time, a studio where several filming teams had gathered. Right now, an interview with a famous writer was underway. 2 people were sitting in front of the camera. One was a female reporter conducting the interview, and the person answering her questions was the bob-haired star writer Han Seo-ryong. Writer Nim, what's the storyline of the new work you're starting? Han Seo-ryong, fitting her status as a veteran writer, answered with poise and elegance. I've just finished writing episode 1. It's basically a medical drama. I'm working hard, but there's so much research to do that it's exhausting. Come on. It's you, writer Han Seo-ryong Nim, so I'm sure it'll be another amazing project. I'm super excited too. Thank you. Recently, there was an article suggesting that Choi Rina SSI might be cast as the female lead. What do you think about that? Actress Choi Rina is a wonderful actor. I'm sure I'm not the only writer hoping to work with her. She'd suit this project very well. The interview mostly focused on writer Han Seo-ryong's new project, with some questions about her personal life scattered throughout. Then the female reporter flipped a cue card and changed the topic. We can't not talk about Culture Drawer. Culture Drawer was Korea's leading writer management agency. Culture Drawer has become a dream management agency for many rookie writers and directors, with so many star writers and master directors under its wing. What do you think was the driving force behind such growth? The driving force. Let's see. I think it's probably our strict focus on ability. We only look at the capabilities and potential of writers and directors. We don't do any recruitment based on blood ties, regional connections, or school ties in our management. Oh, I see. We do our best to support our writers and directors so they can perform in top condition. Just by her answers and expression, it was clear how much pride Han Seoryong had in Culture Drawer. Soon, the female reporter shifted to a new question. But Culture Drawer is also known for not having rookie writers or directors, right? So when you say you evaluate based on ability and potential, what exactly do you assess? We do recruit rookies, Culture Drawer does. Huh. Since Culture Drawer came up, I should share some new information. Oh, what kind? Sweeping back her bobbed hair, writer Han Seoryong quietly stated, Writer Rojin has decided to join us at Culture Drawer. At that moment, the female reporter's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 107. For People 9. The hot topic writer Rojin has signed with one of Korea's top-tier writer agencies, Culture Drawer. The female reporter conducting the interview was visibly startled by what writer Han Seoryong had just said. Her eyes widened dramatically. It was understandable. Wait, are you saying writer Rojin signed with Culture Drawer? She was also an avid fan of Produce That 100 and of Rojin. Well, even if she weren't, anyone who heard this would obviously be shocked. Rojin, who was hot issue right now thanks to Produce That 100 and other works, suddenly signed with Culture Drawer? In contrast, writer Han Seoryong remained composed. We were fortunate enough to sign a contract with writer Rojin. Oh, really? Yes. Your reaction, are you perhaps a fan of writer Rojin? Ah, yes. I've really been enjoying Produce That 100. Oh, then please write a solid article. Of course. But, after being thrilled, the female reporter suddenly had a question. I haven't heard anything about Rojin having an agency. Is this your first time mentioning it in this interview? That's right. What? Until now, almost no one knew that Kang Rojin had signed with Culture Drawer. Only Rojin himself, a few people who helped him, and the people at Culture Drawer knew. It hadn't been officially announced to the media or public, and writer Han Seoryong had suddenly revealed it. But in fact, this wasn't just her acting on her own. The timing had already been discussed among Kang Rojin, the people at Culture Drawer, and others involved. Originally, Culture Drawer had planned to announce it simply through social media, but writer Han Seoryong wanted a more dramatic reveal, and that moment was now. Of course, our contract with Rojin is solely as a writer and has nothing to do with the idol side. Please make that clear. Oh, of course. Anyway, wow. I didn't expect this. Culture Drawer, really. Isn't this the first time? A rookie writer signing with Culture Drawer? I believe so. The female reporter, aside from being a fan, had a strong instinct this story would sell well. How did Rojin and writer Han Seoryong end up connected? They had zero overlap. Whatever the reason, this is going to draw massive attention. And it was an exclusive. The next day, Tuesday, November 3rd, Produce That 100 was now like a hot furnace with the final evaluation broadcast just around the corner. Final evaluation of Produce That 100 to air on the 6th. Netizens say time isn't passing. Produce That 100 still dominates both Korean and Japanese music charts / photo. Endless issues, rumors, or gossip. Issue talk? A leaked post about the final lineup of Produce That 100 turns out to be fake. Because Produce That 100 was nearing its end, the noise only intensified. Korea had its own chaos. Japan had its own. Both sides were noisy, and around lunchtime on Tuesday, fuel was thrown on the fire with the release of a Rojin-related bombshell. Exclusive writer Rojin signs with Korea's top-tier writer agency, Culture Drawer. The report stated that Kang Rojin had signed as a writer with Culture Drawer. Since Rojin was the face of Produce That 100, and Culture Drawer was a heavyweight, the news spread like wildfire. Produce That 100. Rojin signs with Culture Drawer. Culture Drawer confirms it's true. Please support him. Writer Rojin, ahead of the premiere of Rental Lover, lands at Culture Drawer, home to star writers. Rojin signs with Culture Drawer. But which entertainment agency is he under as an idol? Within an hour, dozens of articles with slightly different headlines, but similar content flooded the media. Culture Drawer's first rookie writer is writer Rojin / photo. Naturally, this prompted reporters to start chasing the story, but many of these articles were intentionally seeded by the culture drawer side. As a result, Produce That 100, Culture Drawer, Kong Rojan, and Rental Lover were repeatedly mentioned. Whoa, Rojan joined an agency. What are you talking about? The final evaluation isn't even over yet? He didn't sign as an idol, he signed a management deal as a writer, just saw the article. Rojan signed with Culture Drawer as a writer. Wow, Culture Drawer. Don't they have a lot of famous writers and directors? This is wild, an idol joining a company as a writer before officially debuting as an idol. Public opinion was in complete chaos. So what? Rojan's going to have separate agencies for idol and writer work now. Yeah, that's how it's gotta be. Happens a lot in the idol industry. But this is the first time for a writer. Why am I so happy? If he signed with Culture Drawer, that means he'll keep working as a writer too? Will he have time? Doesn't writing take a long time? At the Rental Lover production presentation, the PD said writer Rojan works super fast. Congrats, Rojan. Kong Rojan's fans were busy celebrating and cheering for him, but some who were neither fans nor haters left negative comments. Rojan, who monitored real-time reactions, didn't really care. What are they even talking about? Why are they so passionate about trashing someone? Must have way too much free time. Insults, criticism, finger-pointing. Kong Rojan had experienced them all to the point of exhaustion back when his face was still hideous. For someone hardened like stone, this was cute at best. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk, who had helped writer Rojan a lot. So it happened. Wow, Culture Drawer. He told me about it on the plane, but I didn't think he'd really sign with Culture Drawer. Anyway, it's good. PD Young Soo Ryong also became aware of the news. Impressive, writer Rojan. Seems there's nothing more I can do for you now. Kind of makes me feel a little empty. From now on, I'll have to treat him strictly as a PD to a writer. Of course, it wasn't just these two who read the article. Participants of Produce That 100. Actors including Choi Rina, several people who had brushed paths with Kong Rojan, people in the broadcasting industry, and numerous entertainment companies drooling over Rojan. Many others saw it too. Meanwhile, currently active writers in Korea had a wide range of reactions. Some were in awe at Kong Rojan, who was disrupting the ecosystem. Wow, Culture Drawer. Signed with them as soon as he debuted. I already thought it was crazy an idol was writing, but he went straight to a top-tier agency. Others were openly jealous. What is this? Culture Drawer must be slipping. Signing someone like that? They say they pick based on talent, but it's clearly about popularity. I don't like it. Rojan was a comet that had fallen from the sky, and within the writer community, talk about Kong Rojan never stopped these days. Whether praise or criticism. Regardless. Feature, will Culture Drawer member writer Rojan's debut work, Rental Lover, match the hype? The atmosphere was heating up. At that time, near Cheongdam Station, a tall standalone building with a large book-shaped sculpture hanging on the front. This was the headquarters of the major writer management agency, Culture Drawer, and familiar figures were gathered inside a conference room. At the window side of a shaped table sat writer Han Seo-ryong with her bobbed hair, currently looking at a tablet. Across from her were team leader Ryu Young-hwa of Management Team 1, who handled the contract with Kong Rojan, and a few team members. Right now, team leader Ryu Young-hwa was updating writer Han Seo-ryong on the current status. Though she called it an update, it was basically a full report. The topic was writer Rojan, who was heating up the media. This is something that's already been shared with CEO Hyo and the executive team, but writer Rojan is handling far more projects than we expected. Still staring at the tablet, writer Han Seo-ryong slightly tilted her head. How many? 3 projects. 3. Yes. As if demanding further explanation, Han Seo-ryong shot a look, prompting team leader Ryu Young-hwa to continue. 2. Dramas and 1 film. One of the dramas was even in talks with Netflix Japan. Not even domestic, so he got an overseas offer early on. Yes. After taking over the handover documents, we checked and saw Netflix Japan had approached him first. And now, for now, we've told Netflix Japan that going forward, they should communicate directly with us. How was their reaction? They definitely sounded eager, and it looks like they'll be coming to Korea soon. Right now, we're in the dominant position. Writer Rojan had already built things up nicely in advance. Writer Han Seo-ryong recalled the moment she met Rojan, when he crushed team leader Seo Woo-tae. He did seem pretty sharp. Yes, I agree. As for the next drama script, I heard it's currently with PD Young Soo-ryong, but she's holding off for now since Rental Lover is a priority. What about the film? Where did he submit the script? To BG Pictures, to manager Jang Hak-seon. Seems it was passed through PD Young. Ah, that networker, manager Jang? Yes, but it seems he hasn't contacted PD Young yet. Maybe he didn't like the script. If there's any interest, PD Young said she'd let us know. When did she submit it? A little over a week ago. Still too early to judge? He might be in the middle of reading it. Or it could have progressed further. Writer Han Seo-ryong, who had been tapping the table with her index finger, made a decision. BG Pictures doesn't know that the script was written by writer Rojin yet, right? No. If they don't reach out in a few days, we'll just pass. BG isn't the only film company out there. That's right. But if it's something writer Rojin really wants, we'll have to secure BG Pictures somehow. Either way, BG is one of the top domestic film companies. Soon, writer Han Seo-ryong swept back her bobbed hair, removed her glasses, and let out a small laugh. Still, he really leaps over common sense, doesn't he? Pardon, I mean writer Rojin. When I met him, I thought he wasn't ordinary, but who'd have guessed he was juggling 3 projects while doing Produce That 100? I almost dislocated my jaw when I heard too. And the movie script was written during his Produce That 100 activities. The other scripts were revised too. So, he's more than just a genius at both his main and side jobs. Even for writer Han Seo-ryong, who had decades of experience and founded Culture Drawer, she had never seen a case like Kang Rojin's. At this moment, team leader Ryu Young-hwa joined in. Writer Rojin mentioned during the meeting that he can write scripts and screenplays in both Japanese and English without any problem. Both Japanese and English? Yes. His Japanese has already been proven on Produce That 100. And for English, PD Young Soo-ryong vouches for him. He'll need to build a bit of a track record first, but maybe he could be the first or the fastest Korean writer to launch a work in Hollywood. Han Seo-ryong smiled humbly, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, the idol side might move faster. To this, team leader Ryu Young-hwa handed over several stacks of paper. These are the scripts and screenplays we received from writer Rojin. Please read them when you have time. There was, like a kaleidoscope, that had been sent to Netflix Japan, 2 scripts currently with PD Young Soo-ryong, and the screenplay passed to BG Pictures. Then, team leader Ryu Young-hwa let out a sincere word of admiration. I'm reading like a kaleidoscope right now, and I'm so absorbed I can't focus on work. Writer Han Seo-ryong gave a happy groan. This is bad. I've got writing to do myself. A few days later, the location was the Produce That 100 campus. The time was early morning. Kang Rojin in his frequently used workout clothes came out of the dormitory. Phew, the weather's great. With November beginning, the once warm weather had turned a bit chilly. I'll need to wear a windbreaker starting tomorrow. After warming up, Rojin began running in a nearby park. His usual morning running or daily mission that he never missed. Today, Kang Rojin ran an extra hour compared to usual. Because Produce That 100 had entered a break after the final evaluation performance, he decided this was the perfect time to build up stamina. After running for quite a while, his black hair swaying as he moved. Huff, huh. He slowed his breathing and relaxed his legs. Time for final stretching. Next was strength training. As he moved, Rojin pulled out his phone. He first searched his own name, then switched to searching Produce That 100. The articles popped up instantly. Finally, it's the 6th. Episode 16 of Produce That 100 airs tonight at 9 p.m. Fans already hyped for final evaluation performance/photo. Next came Rental Lover. Issue pick, the hot drama Rental Lover premieres tonight, the 6th, at 7:45 p.m. Today was the 6th. Once the Rental Lover premiere ends, Produce That 100 kicks off right after, which meant a string of bombs would go off in just a few hours. Chapter 108. For People, 10. The final evaluation performance of Produce That 100 and the first broadcast of Rental Lover overlapped. Rental Lover was scheduled to start today at 7:45 p.m., and right after it ended, Produce That 100 would air at 9 p.m. Are people really going to watch Rental Lover on TV? I'm seriously nervous. It felt like just yesterday that the shoot happened. No, that his script had won the SBC one-act drama script contest. And now, somehow, it was already time for the first broadcast. Produce That 100 was heading into its final voting stage, and Rental Lover had Kong Rojan participating as the writer, actor, and even in the OST. Since he had significant stakes in both, even though they were on different channels, Kong Rojan was filled with anticipation for the two programs that were sure to hit back-to-back. What will the reaction be? How would people view our final evaluation performance? Will they say it was good? They could also say it wasn't much. What about Rental Lover? He hoped people say the writing was good and that, as an actor, the acting wasn't bad. Honestly, Rojan wasn't too worried about the acting part. After all, it was acting he had learned through AI automation. So many thoughts crossed his mind, but ultimately, there was nothing he could do but wait for now. Time's moving so damn slow today. It was like, how should he put it, the feeling of being the day before a long-awaited trip. Kong Rojan exhaled shortly and tried to calm his mind. At this time, outside the Produce That 100 campus, both online and offline were buzzing with today's breaking news. Rental Lover, the debut work of writer Rojan, now with Culture Drawer, premieres today. Most of it was related to Kong Rojan. Hot issue from Produce That 100. Final performance to the first broadcast of Rental Lover. So much to watch this Friday night. Key viewing points for the first broadcast of Rental Lover. Confirmed for Netflix Japan launch. Female lead Choi Rina and Rojan. As soon as Rental Lover ends, I'm watching Produce That 100. Rojan fans already buzzing. Of course, there were also quite a few negative articles. From writer to actor to OST, Rental Lover, overloaded with Rojan issues. Is it just shiny with no substance? Today's TV, with Rental Lover first broadcast, some netizens say, let's be honest, Rojan's all about his looks. With the press like this, it was only natural that public opinion wouldn't be quiet. Finally get to watch Rental Lover. Gotta order some chicken right after work today. First broadcast of Rental Lover, and then Produce That 100. Rental Lover looks like it'll be fun. But I don't have high expectations for Rojan's acting. This user's a subtle Rojan hater, so let's just ignore them. I mean, come on. How could he be good when it's his first time acting? With Rojan's visuals, even bad acting's fine. What? Another idol trying to act now. He's not even an official idol, yet getting ahead of himself. The lurking morons are starting to crawl out now. It's so obvious they gave him a small role just because of his buzz and looks, so why even debate his acting skills? If Rojan ends up acting well too, the morons will just scratch their bellies and look for another target. Many entertainment insiders also focused on Rojan. Now that it's the day of, the hate comments have really increased, but Rojan's hook factor is no joke. With that much aggro, he's already gone beyond just being a rising star. But will Rojan's mentality be okay? This is probably the first time he's seen this level of hate comments. He's probably having a hard time. Maybe the Produce That 100 side is blocking him from seeing any public reaction. Most entertainment people reacted similarly, but what they feared was never going to happen. Because Kong Rojan didn't care at all about hate comments. No matter what, every entertainment company, including broadcasters and the entertainment industry at large, can Rojan from Produce That 100 silence the acting controversy as an actor, not an idol. The spike in public interest was undeniable. That same day, in the afternoon, it was around 7:40 p.m. Many people had probably turned on the SBC channel, whether on TV or their phones. The media, the public of course, people from the Produce That 100 campus and various entertainment insiders. S-Class top actress Choi Rina and several other actors too. The reason was simple. Because in about 5 minutes, the first broadcast of Rental Lover would hit the airwaves. More than anything, the side that recently signed a contract with Kong Rojan, Culture Drawer, was bustling with activity. Executives and employees who even postponed their clock-out time gathered in the office or the break room with a large TV. How do you think it'll go? It has to be fun, right? It absolutely has to be fun. I monitored reactions all day today, and there were quite a few hate comments. Most of them were tearing apart writer Rojan's acting skills. It was a total mess. What are people even expecting from someone who's just now showing presence in the entertainment industry? He was a regular civilian just a few months ago. Isn't it enough that he's an idol who's also a writer? He can improve his acting over time. That's what I'm saying. With that face, not acting would be a waste, wouldn't it? Is it a given now that writer Rojin's acting will be disappointing? No, I didn't mean that. If he's even good at acting, it would feel less human. Even putting acting aside, as long as the content of Rental Lover is entertaining, that's enough. The OSD is writer Nim's main field, so that'll be good no matter what. While dozens of employees were chattering away with their own thoughts. Swish. A woman with a bob cut and modest appearance entered the spacious break room. At her appearance, the gathered employees gasped and stood up abruptly. WR writer Nim. CEO Nim, what brings you here? What brings you to the office so late? It was writer Han Seo-ryong, co-CEO of Culture Drawer and one of the country's star writers. She pushed up her glasses and smiled faintly. Sit. No need to make a fuss. I came to see CEO Hyo, but since it's about time for Rental Lover to start, I figured everyone would be here, so I dropped by. I can watch with you, right? Of course. Please, sit over here. Writer Han Seo-ryong was guided to an S-class spot right in front of the large TV, where she sat with her handbag on her lap. Our writer Rojin must really be hot right now. I haven't seen everyone crowd around the TV like this in a while. Dozens of employees scratched their heads awkwardly. At that moment, oh, the commercials are over. The TV tuned to SBC finished the commercials and shifted to a black screen. Without any characters appearing, rustling sound effects filled the room. Writer Han Seo-ryong and all the employees fixed their gazes on the TV. A few seconds later, the rustling stopped and the screen showed a messy room. A room so full of trash it clearly looked like a shut-in lived there. A woman was sprawled out in the middle of it. It was Choi Rina, playing the female lead Lee Ding-eun of Rental Lover. As she appeared in a complete wreck of a state, the Culture Drawer employees murmured quietly in admiration. Wow, Rina's eyes really gone all in. The response came from writer Han Seo-ryong, whose smile deepened. She's the type who'd put everything on the line except her life when it comes to acting, so something like this is nothing to her. On screen, Choi Rina was scratching her greasy, unwashed hair and obsessively tapping away at her phone. She had no particular goal or purpose, just killing time. Then, an ad phrase caught her eye. Rental Lover? What's this? After finishing that line, Choi Rina's character pondered for a day before, eventually calling the number listed in the ad. A highly professional female voice answered and asked about her desired lover's appearance and other preferences. The next day, a lover actually arrived at Choi Rina's house. With a tall height and a handsome face, he matched exactly what Choi Rina had described. He was lover number one. Choi Rina, caught in a mix of confusion, bewilderment, shock, and awkwardness, spent time with lover number one. But lover number one, who seemed perfect, had a problem. What's that smell? He had such a severe smell that it was hard to endure. Poop smell? Body odor? Around this point, while watching Rental Lover, writer Han Song silently gave Choi Rina the highest praise. Rina, your acting has improved even more. The nearby Culture Drawer employees shared the same sentiment. As expected, Rina SSI's acting is really good. She's not just any actress, she's Choi Rina. Afterward, the show proved to be quite entertaining, and both writer Han Seo-ryong and the employees were completely absorbed in Rental Lover. Not a single person left their seat. Around the 30-minute mark, even while still with lover number one, Choi Rina requested lover number two. Soon, a chaotic episode featuring both lover number one and lover number two unfolded. The Culture Drawer break room occasionally erupted in laughter. All he's got is a decent build. They're each missing a screw. One reeks so bad it stings the nose, and the second one is so frail, he just collapses all the time. On TV, Choi Rina ended up eliminating lover number one, and while with lover number two, she summoned lover number three. She began to show behavior close to addiction. This time, lover number three was a man overloaded with kindness and cuteness to the extreme. But even lover number three revealed his flaws after a few meetings. He's just way too cute. Lover number three was no different from a puppy begging for snacks. Still, the female lead endured and continued to meet with her lovers. Honestly, aside from their flaws, Their looks and everything else were top-notch. That was roughly 1 hour in. As the ending neared, some culture drawer employees glanced at the time and began to speak up. Is writer Rojan not going to appear in episode 1? That's possible. Writer Nim's role was lover number 4, right? So we have to wait until next week? Phew, but isn't Rental Lover itself super fun? Super fun. Time just flew by. Writer Nim's writing is seriously amazing. At that moment, a scene showed Choi Rena clutching her head in her room. Then her line came. Just one more. Let's just call one more. What number is it? The 4th? I'll stop after this one. With the situation hinting at the arrival of lover number 4, the eyes of the culture drawer employees widened. Oh, is writer Rojan coming out now? Feels like it, doesn't it? This pacing is seriously fast. Oh my god, why am I nervous about writer Nim's appearance? On the TV, Choi Rena applies for her 4th lover. In other words, lover number 4. Her request was for someone without any of the flaws seen so far. Seriously, I want someone so insanely super handsome that my jaw drops, who smells good, has a great and strong body, isn't just cute, but also has a distinct masculine aura. Oh, and he has to give me unlimited affection. With addiction came growing greed in the female lead. But even this request was accepted by the Rental Lover company. A few days later, a knock sounded at Choi Rena's now slightly cleaned-up home. Choi Rena, who had been lying down, sat up with a start and straightened her messy hair. He's here. Clearing her throat, she said something like, coming, and opened the front door. The camera angle changed from showing her back and the door to the view from outside, as if seeing her directly. Choi Rena's gaze slowly moved from the chest of the man standing there up to his face. Her eyes, nose, and mouth gradually widened. Soon, from the angle showing her face on, the sound of formal shoes stepping forward could be heard, and the camera panned from the man's side and hips to his full backside in a suit. Then, a frozen Choi Rena and the tall man standing by the shoe rack were captured in the same frame. The culture drawer break room fell silent. Everyone was holding their breath, staring at the TV. The camera on the TV moved slowly. A close-up of Choi Rena's face with her mouth wide open. She finally managed to speak. Lover number 4? But the man who had arrived didn't reply. The screen angle suddenly shifted to reflect Choi Rena's point of view, as if seeing the man's face through her eyes. Filling the TV screen was the face of lover number 4. Slicked back pomade hair, a devastatingly handsome face, flawless skin, subtly decadent eyes, and a perfectly tailored suit. It was Kong Rojan. The culture drawer employees gasped and murmured in awe as if they were under a spell. Wow. His visuals are just, wow, all I can do is gasp. He already looked unreal on Produce That 100. But with professional hair and makeup and a drama-grade camera, this is God tier. I can't believe that face actually exists in real life, even seeing it with my own eyes. Writer Han Seo-ryong, who was also entranced by Rojan's face, felt the same. Seriously, the word absurd suits this face perfectly. A visual like a fantasy character. He'd be a perfect fit even as a dreamlike figure in a story. Rental Lover seemed to deliberately give ample time for viewers to fully admire Kong Rojan's face, offering an extended close-up. Only after that did any movement begin. Swish. Kong Rojan, lover number 4, looked at Choi Rena. Something deep settled in his eyes. A thick, indescribable emotion. A stickiness swirled in. His gaze, his calm expression and gaze direction remained unchanged. Only his pupils carried a shift. Yes, they were the eyes one shows when sharing raw emotion with someone they truly care for. That Kong Rojan now filled the TV screen. After staring at Choi Rena for a moment, Rojan, or lover number 4, raised his right hand and gently stroked the matted hair of the frozen female lead. There was no hesitation, only certainty. Choi Rena, her pupils dilated, appeared briefly on screen before cutting back to Kong Rojan. Before they knew it, he was smiling with eyes full of affection and delight. In that moment, in the hearts of the dozens of culture drawer employees who sat there, slightly open-mouthed and at a loss for words and breath, something had flown in and pierced them. Lover number 4. No, it was a ticket sent by that fantastical being. The kind of ticket that might say, "Welcome to the world of fangirling." In Rental Lover, the affection in Kang Rojin's eyes deepened further. Feeling chills and tingles down her spine, the influential writer Han Seorang looked around at the frozen staff. Then she turned her gaze back to Rojin on the TV screen. Silently, she muttered to herself. With just one glance, one smile with those eyes, he planted delusions in everyone here. An incredulous chuckle followed. He created fantasy with just a few seconds of eye movement, and they're talking about an acting. Controversy? Nonsense. Then, a song began to play from the TV. A familiar vocal quickly mixed in. It was Lovers, the OST sung by Kang Rojin. Chapter 109, for People 11. In the culture drawer break room crowded with writer Han Seorang and dozens of staff members. The OST Lovers, written and sung by Lover Number 4, or Kang Rojin, filled the air. The bouncy melody paired with Rojin's clean, unembellished vocals made a strong impression. The culture drawer employees couldn't take their eyes off Rojin on the TV screen. This song, it's the OST that writer Rojin wrote and sang, right? Yeah, that's definitely Rojin Nim's voice. The song is great dash. The song is good, but writer Rojin delivered it so well. It fits the drama's storyline perfectly, doesn't it? When Lover Number 4 appeared and got a one-shot, and Rojin Nim's OST played right then, it overlapped with the character, and gave me chills. Agreed. Didn't it feel like writer Rojin was speaking directly to us? As expected from PD Young Surayong, she really nailed that scene. The staff, as if under a spell, spared no praise. What is this, Manager Kim? Did you fall for writer Rojin? How could you not fall for that face? Hyunji, aren't you the same? No. Starting today, I'm going to fangirl over writer Rojin. Meanwhile, on the large TV, still playing the OST, Kang Rojin's face gradually zoomed in. Though the affectionate smile was directed at the female lead, Choi Rina, it was also a flirtation toward the viewers. Like saying, do you want to fall into a fantasy? Come in. As the chatter among culture drawer employees sped up, writer Han Seorang, who had been quietly assessing every aspect of Kang Rojin on screen since earlier, thought, Episode 1 will probably wrap up around this point. I'll have to watch until next week, but from what I can tell now, Rojin's presence is overwhelming. She was evaluating everything about Kang Rojin as an actor, including his visuals. If this were an audition, I would have declared him accepted on the spot. Han Seorang, who had risen to the top through decades of writing experience, had likely encountered hundreds, if not thousands, of actors, and her eye for talent was exceptional. Acting? Unlike other actors, Rojin had no lines. But facial expressions, gaze, and action without dialogue are even harder. In her eyes, Kang Rojin's acting right now was nearly on a professional level. Looking at that one cut, he's no less than a veteran actor. There's no way a complete newbie could convey emotion through the eyes like that. Even more impressive, Kang Rojin's acting had nuance. He spoke with his eyes without making major changes in body movement or facial expression. Despite that, he still gave viewers a thrill. That child is born with it. There's a reason the picky PD Young used him, even at the risk of controversy. As Han Seorang quietly murmured, a few employees turned their heads toward her. Right? The media and public beat down on writer Rojin so much, but he endured it all quietly. Maybe he was confident because he knew he had this much impact. From PD Young Surayang's point of view, she must have been enjoying it, right? She already saw writer Rojin's performance during filming. At that moment, it's over. The episode runtime was roughly 1 hour and 10 minutes. Episode 1 of Rental Lover ended and commercials began airing. Though Rojin only had about 5 minutes of screen time, he left a more visually and emotionally powerful impact than any other actor. Wow. They wrapped it up just right after getting the viewers hooked with Lover Number 4. No way anyone's going to skip episode 2 next week after this. Viewers must be going wild. Not just viewers, right? The media's probably writing articles like crazy right now. As the murmuring grew louder, writer Han Seorang crossed her arms. Writer Rojin, he's strong in acting, but also no slouch as a writer. Rental Lover is quite original and fresh. The balance between lightness and tension is well executed. For sure. Hard to believe this is his debut work. That's writing good enough to have won a one-act drama contest. Han Xiaoryang smiled as she looked around at the surrounding staff. When employees of this caliber all stayed until the end. To watch the drama on a Friday night without anyone leaving, that says it all. And at the office, no less. Most of the culture drawer staff let out sheepish laughs. All right, today was Friday. We forgot about leaving work. No wonder Netflix Japan is desperate for this. Star writer Han Xiaoryang swept her short hair back. As a writer, I feel jealous, but from culture drawer's perspective, it feels like we've struck gold. An idol, a writer, and even natural talent in acting. In any industry, he'd be seen as a disruptor. She murmured with genuine sincerity. If he keeps growing like this, just how massive could he become? At the same time, countless members of the public had just finished watching Rental Lover. At cafes, bars, and more. No way. Wow, Rojin's face is insane. Super handsome isn't even enough. Wasn't that last part totally freaking awesome? Yeah, it was freaking awesome. Did you see his face? He's not human. People watching Rental Lover on their phones or the TVs in stores were gasping in awe. The whole place was in an uproar. This guy's that Rojin from Produce That 100, right? Yeah, you still haven't seen Produce That 100. I told you, I'm not into idols, but this Rojin guy, he's kinda crazy. His visuals are out of this world. He totally crushes other male actors. I watched Produce That 100 and liked Rojin, but honestly, I wasn't expecting much from his acting, but he's freaking good. People couldn't stop talking about Kong Rojin. His acting is good? What's he trying to do, being good at that too? Wasn't the drama fun too? And Rojin wrote this drama, right? Oh yeah, he's the writer too. And that OST at the end, he sang that too. That OST was so good. The track's gotta be released, right? Anyway, at this point, Rojin basically hard-carried the whole thing alone. Hey, but Choi Rina and the other actors were great too. True, Choi Rina was stunning. How can someone playing a shut-in look so pretty? The official open chatroom for Rental Lover was also flooded with messages. Our Rojin's acting was awesome. Where did all the people who trashed his acting go? So fun. I'm telling you, it was fun. Bring episode 2 right now. I seriously held my breath when Rojin came on screen. Rojin's acting is good? Isn't it even harder to express emotions with your eyes? Keep talking shit about his acting, you clowns. Ending it like this. Huh. How are we supposed to wait a week? Drama was fun, OST was great, and Rojin's face was fire. I want to see the rest of the acting fast, though I still love Idol Rojin more. Of course, the actors who appeared in Rental Lover, including Choi Rina, also watched the live broadcast. Especially Choi Rina. She couldn't get the OST that played near the end out of her head. That OST, once the track drops, I'm definitely putting it on repeat forever. The impact reached PD Woo Han-suk and the Produce That 100 production crew as well. No, seriously, what is Rojin Nim's identity? His acting is too good. My point exactly. You can already see directors who watched Rental Lover lining up for him. With that face, that physique, and that acting, if I were a director, I'd cast him no matter what. Just like that, episode 1 of Rental Lover hit Korea like a storm. Not just a hit, a full-blown disaster-level impact. Meanwhile, PD Young Soo Ryong and the key staff of Rental Lover were all gathered at SBC's drama department. PD Young Soo Ryong was monitoring the situation from the main control room. Around her, fellow PDs and senior executives from the drama department were also crowding in. Phew, as expected of PD Young. That scene was shot beautifully. Especially the direction in the final cut was killer. I heard that was all Rojin's doing though. Not exactly wrong. The script was good, the overall pacing was fun, but Rojin really slammed it home at the end, didn't he? Now all that's left is the viewership rating? PD Young, what do you think? PD Young Soo Ryong shrugged confidently with a face that said, do I even need to say it? I've got a real good feeling this time. Feels like it's about to explode. Other PDs, both envious and impressed, chimed in. Anyway, with this, Rojin secured his place as an idol even more, and he's also proven his talent as both a writer and an actor. If Rental Lover becomes a hit too, he's basically a guaranteed success. PD Young Soo Ryong's conviction was rock solid. Idol, writer, actor, all of them. About 15 minutes later, at the Produce That 100 campus. Due to the impact of Rental Lover, things were buzzing on this side as well. The location was a spacious practice room. Centered around Kong Rojin in a training tracksuit, all 9 participants had gathered, including 58C, Hu and 26 Du, Hyung. In front of them was a medium-sized monitor connected to a tablet. In other words, they had all just watched episode 1 of Rental Lover. Crazy no, Rojin Hyung. Hyung, are you seriously human? When did you even practice acting? That last impact was insane. Whoa, after watching the drama, Rojin Hyung feels kind of distant now. Looks like you could debut as an actor too. Be honest, Hyung, you're living your second or third life, right? You practice just like us. Actually, you spent more time on side jobs, and you're still that good at acting? That doesn't make any sense. The participants seemed unable to believe what they had just seen. Well, Kong Rojin was no different. Is that really me? I was shocked. It didn't feel like me. Even though it was footage of himself, seeing it on TV made it feel like a different person. Editing is amazing, honestly on. Said I wasn't even sure this would come out as a proper drama, but it looks so cool. And the fact that Rental Lover, which he thought was a half-baked script, had aired on TV and been seen by so many people, still felt somewhat unreal. It feels surreal, really. Soon the participants swarmed around him. This Hyung's a fraud. Surreal, my ass. Say that again with your lips lowered. More importantly, Hyung, how did it feel when you patted Choi Rina's head? Are you a pervert? No. Honestly, aren't we all curious? It's Choi Rina. You actually patted Choi Rina on the head, and you're saying you're not curious? I'm curious. Even with that greasy hair, did it smell nice? Huh. Hyung. The curiosity of these fiery young men showed no signs of fading, and Kong Rojin responded with a rather solemn tone. It did smell good. Ugh, so jealous. At this point, 58C, Hu, sitting next to him, chuckled. Still, it's a relief. That Rojin acted well. These past few days, all the buzz about acting controversy and malicious comments had the mood off. Right. Rojin Hyung totally proved himself, didn't he? Those hate comment bastards are probably shutting their mouths now. Still feels weird having a TV actor sitting next to me. The endless commotion continued. Naturally, Kong Rojin didn't dislike this atmosphere. Acting has its own kind of thrill. It was definitely a different kind of joy from being an idol. Since my main job is idol, if I keep acting on the side, it'll be twice as fun. Rojin imagined a future that might not be too far off. A vivid image of himself excelling in both his main job and side jobs. Soon after, the dry-toned 26 Du, Hyung chimed in. The OST was good too. If the track drops, it'll definitely hit the top of the charts. Other participants quickly agreed. Oh, Produce That 100 is dominating the charts right now. So does that make us competitors? Nah, since it's still Rojin Hyung, we're on the same team. Anyway, it's confirmed, we're lining up tracks on the chart again. At that moment, the exotic and handsome 46 Kong Min asked Rojin, Hyung, did you check your money? Money? Yeah, since you did songwriting, acting, all that, you should be getting paid for it, right? That's true. Honestly, with everything going on in Produce That 100 and elsewhere, Kong Rojin hadn't even thought about money. Also, being on campus meant he had no chance to spend any money anyway. Writer, lyricist, actor, plus the OST. Some money should have started coming in by now. From Produce That 100 and Rental Lover to songwriting for veteran singer Park Hyun-young and more. He didn't know the exact amounts, but he'd been given explanations about payments when starting each gig. Hundreds? No, surely not thousands. However, songwriting isn't a one-time payment. It keeps paying out as the song sells. So the initial fee for lyrics might not be that large. And since Kong Rojin was still a rookie in every field, that was even more true. PD Young Surayong and PD Woo Han-suk said what matters is what happens after a big hit. The difference between having results and not is huge. And right now, Kong Rojin had caused a storm across Korea and Japan. Whether main job or side, it meant his market value was skyrocketing. At that moment, commercials over. Produce That 100 just started. All the participants, including Kong Rojin, once again turned their attention to the medium-sized monitor. The JTVM channel was now being broadcast, and the program's title had just appeared. Produce That 100. Following Rental Lover, now it was time for Produce That 100. Chapter 110. For People 12. I can't wait for next week. Bring me Rental Lover Episode 2 right now. Rental Lover really leaves a strong aftertaste, but if we go straight into Produce That 100, we can see Rojan again. I turn on Produce That 100 right after Rental ended. Today is seriously a blessed day. I get to see Rojan twice. Rojan's fans must have already switched on Produce That 100. Now that we've enjoyed actor Rojan, time to savor idol Rojan doing his main job, right? Don't know if the PDs coordinated it, but the schedule is really well done. Cack. But isn't today also the final evaluation stage of Produce That 100? It's great, but so sad. Rental Lover ended around 8:55 p.m. Most viewers who were enjoying Rental Lover naturally switched over to Produce That 100 at 9 p.m. Of course, Kong Rojan and the contestants did the same. Episode 16 of Produce That 100 began with its dominance over the Korean and Japanese music charts. With fast scene changes, it showed off the force of Survival 100. Then, the scenes of Rojan and the other contestants appeared. The focus was on 58 Sihu. It was the moment they were deciding on the final evaluation song. Since episode 15 already covered how the final evaluation performance would go, viewers couldn't help but be curious about the final song. Then, the intro of the final song, Bold, rang briefly. Hundreds of thousands gathered in the open chat were excited, and as soon as the song selection was over, Kong Rojan and the contestants threw themselves into their tasks. 58C, who took on composition, Kong Rojan handled lyrics writing, and the rest of the contestants ignored sleep and focused. A result achieved entirely through the contestants' own efforts from start to finish. It was only natural for viewers to feel more emotionally invested watching them. They are working so hard. Hang in there. It's like they're putting their lives on the line because it's the last one. Thankfully, each one of them has strong skills. Please let us hear the final evaluation song. Soon. The footage then showed the contestants wrapping up their respective tasks. But that wasn't the end. Every contestant had to adapt to the new song, and they also had to memorize the lyrics. They also had to get used to the created choreography and stage parts. From here, it became a broadcast of the contestants' intense practice marathon. But did the contestants get their rehearsal performance ready today? The background changed to a hall with a stage, and the conversation of Produce That 100 staff could be heard. Then PD Woo Han-suk's answer. The evaluation song was good, and the choreography wasn't bad. They'll do fine. They showed the day of the rehearsal performance. While the staff had a lot of worry and concern, the contestants' interviews inserted between scenes gave a surprisingly bright vibe. I thought my heart was going to explode, but at the same time, I wanted to show it quickly. There wasn't anything I was particularly worried about. We practiced hard, so the screen quickly transitioned again. The 10 contestants appeared at the front of the stage. The angle focused on Kong Rojan, specifically on the megaphone in his hand. PD Woo Han-suk asked a question. What's that megaphone? Are you using that on stage? Rojan's reply. Yes, we're using it on stage. I'll show you directly. The unexpected prop sparked curiosity among viewers. A megaphone out of nowhere? I'm already picturing something crazy awesome. What kind of performance is Rojan planning to show us again? They prepared a lot. The megaphone wasn't the end. Kong Rojan muttered in a villainous tone, fitting his character. For this final evaluation performance, we'll be doing it live, not lip-syncing. Hundreds of thousands in the open chat exploded. Regardless, the background changed again in Produce That 100. No, it was the same space, but differently staged. The angle showed the 5 seated judges before panning to the stage. All 10 contestants, dressed in street-style outfits, were already in formation. Soon, the song information appeared at the bottom of the screen. Title, bold/lyrics, Rojan, composition, Sihu. The final song, Bold, began to play. The screen, which had been showing a full shot, shifted to a solo of Kong Rojan. He lifted the megaphone and opened his mouth. I'll be rich, I'll be famous. I'll be a star, I must win. Starting with this performance, Bold properly hit the airwaves, and viewers intensely focused on the live stage of the 10 contestants. Even the chat that had been flooding like crazy suddenly slowed down. They danced the choreography, showed off their vocals to match their parts, dropped rap, made eye contact, and smiled toward the viewers. This is insane. I'm serious. These 10 could debut as a group, and it'd work. And my ears are melting. Episode 16 of Produce That 100 was, why are they so good at live performances? Just debut under the group name Produce That 100. I'll stand forever. When Rojin opened with the megaphone at the beginning, it was super cool. Sihu is so cute. This song is honestly amazing. It's kind of dark, but sticks in your ears. This vote is going to be brutal. I guarantee this final performance will keep getting brought up on YouTube. The main highlight was the contestants' live final evaluation performance. After that, from late Friday night, right after Rental Lover and Produce That 100 ended, a huge flood of articles poured out, starting with Produce That 100, which had just wrapped its final evaluation performance. Final evaluation performance created by the power of 10 contestants on Produce That 100. Even the judges were speechless. Issue pick, final song of Produce That 100. Bold, finally revealed. Viewers say release the track now. Live final evaluation performance on Produce That 100. All contestants shine/photos. Final vote kicks off immediately after episode 16 ends on Produce That 100. Rental Lover didn't fall behind either. Rental Lover finally releases. Rojin, who appeared at the end, lacked nothing as an actor. Acting controversy? Rojin proves himself with skill/photos. With such a fun work, ended acting controversies, and more. What were the ratings for Rental Lover? Star Talk. Rojin stood his ground even against S-class top actress Choi Rina's acting. The common point between the two was Kong Rojin. At Sui_5751. I swear Rojin's actually insane. I watched Rental Lover, then immediately Produce That 100. And he was super handsome in both. My eyes were blessed. Produce That 100 mainly covered the contestants' live final evaluation performance, while Rental Lover focused on the drama's quality and Rojin's acting. Of course, there was quite a bit of talk about the OST too. Visuals are insane. Rojin captivated viewers as Lover number 4 and melted their ears with the OST too. The chain reaction was terrifying. Even if just one of the two had exploded, it would have taken over various communities and SNS. But with both hitting at once, there was nothing that could stop the flood of buzz. This carried on past the night into the early morning, and by Saturday morning, the snowball had rolled even harder. The Produce That 100 fans in Japan were also going wild. That was because word had spread that Produce That 100 and Rental Lover had both blown up today in Korea. Japan, where releases happen later than in Korea, was in a frenzy on SNS. Amid all that, Netflix Japan was busy with the Rental Lover launch. Since it had premiered in Korea, that meant it would soon be uploaded to Netflix Japan too. And executive director Tom Cavill, let's go with next Thursday. He gave instructions to a few senior staff members. We're going to Korea again on Thursday, 5 days from now. Please contact Culture Drawer. He declared a second trip to Korea. Last time, it was for the Rental Lover launch, but this time, it was to acquire a new project. This trip to Korea is about getting everything we want. Let's do our best. A solemn determination appeared on Tom Cavill's face. At the same time, at a major film company in Korea. It was BG Pictures, one of the top 3 domestic studios. Since it was the weekend, there weren't many employees in the office. Even so, 2 people were seen in the film company's large conference room. One was a familiar face, manager Jang Hak-seon, who had previously received a script from PD Young Soo-ryong. Sitting across from him was another man, an unfamiliar face. Around his late 50s, he was quite skinny and had a small frame. His cheeks and neck had a reddish tone, hinting at a bit of a drinking flush. The man briefly looked down at his phone and then said, "Produce That 100, or Rental Lover?" These two are stirring up typhoons everywhere, and only this place is calm. Suddenly fixing his gaze on manager Jang Hak-seon, the man dropped the stack of papers he had brought onto the desk. "I read the script you gave me all the way through." His voice was coarse. "To be honest, I read it twice." Manager Jang Hak-seon, seemingly surprised, asked again. "Twice?" "Yes." "Is that why it took a bit longer?" "But for you to read a script twice, director? If it's not good, you don't even get past the first line." So, is this really the script you've been looking for? The man referred to as the director cleared his throat. When I first read it all, I felt something strange. Like, what is this? The script felt rough and unrefined. But after reading it a second time, I knew for sure. Everything was intentional by the screenwriter. It was the style I wanted, and it was entertaining. Well, whether or not Kang Rojin had actually written everything with such intention and professionalism back then was questionable. But regardless, the man known as the director spoke with some seriousness. I had casually mentioned wanting to take a break from writing scripts, but you brought me a script that tastes pretty damn good? So who's the screenwriter of this thing? Well, PD Young Surayong was the one who passed the script along, but she's been keeping the screenwriter a secret. Seems there's a reason for it. PD Young Surayong? You mean that PD from SBC? Yes, but I'm sure she'll tell us if it's director Yoo Ji-hyun asking. Director Yoo Ji-hyun. In fact, he was a renowned director with a 10 million viewer film under his belt. There was even a saying, if you work with director Yoo Ji-hyun, you're already halfway to success, because he'd never had a flop. Most of director Yoo's films had exceeded their break-even points. Thanks to that, he was now considered among the greats. Soon, director Yoo Ji-hyun made a fairly serious request. Then go ahead and call her. PD Young Surayong. Manager Jang Haxian nodded and took out his phone. A few minutes later, while on the call, Jang Haxian heard something and furrowed his brows, asking PD Young Surayong over the phone again. Where do I call? Culture drawer? Meanwhile, PD Young Surayong, who had just finished the call with manager Jang Haxian, lowered her phone. Finally, manager Jang took the bait. Now the movie script business will be handled by Culture Drawer Dash. She was not at home, but at her home base, the SBC Broadcasting Drama Department. Not only PD Young Surayong, but several key staff members and fellow PDs were there as well. The fact that it was the weekend didn't matter to them. There was something tens of times more important than that. Phew dash. Letting out a rather tense breath, PD Young Surayong tapped the desk with the phone in her hand. She occasionally glanced at the clock. Right then, the door to the department director's office burst open and the bald department director came rushing out. Hey, PD Young. Not yet. Not yet. Ugh, why is it taking so long? It should be out any minute now. PD Young Surayong tried her best to hide her anxiety as she moved the mouse smoothly. The main pages of various portal sites were dominated by Rental Lover and Produce That 100, especially with many photos of Rojin, either as Lover Number 4 or the leader of Produce That 100. She suddenly became curious about Kang Rojin, the very person at the center of this chaos. I wonder what the guy who just flipped the world upside down is doing right now, probably acting like it's not even his business, doing something calmly as usual. At that moment, tat-tat, there was a sound of someone urgently running. It was the assistant director of Rental Lover who burst into the drama department. His face covered with acne, he appeared breathless. PD Young Surayong jumped from her seat. Well, what's the number? She was asking for the viewership rating of Rental Lover's first broadcast. Dozens of eyes from key staff members and others were fixed on him as the assistant director's lips slowly curled into a wide grin. He shouted toward PD Young Surayong. The rating came out to 21.9%. It was the first of its kind, an unprecedented figure across the entire broadcasting industry. It went over 20%. A one-act drama had surpassed a 20% viewership rating. Chapter 111. For People, 13. Including SBC, all the terrestrial channels, general programming, and cable combined, the highest viewership rating for a one-act drama had been 5.8%. It was a figure achieved about 5 years ago by a one-act drama from MBS, and due to its rising popularity, the one-act drama writer wrote one more episode. For additional broadcast, it had been a huge deal at the time. Even by the standards of miniseries or morning dramas, it was a respectable rating. One-act dramas typically hovered around 2%, and 3% was considered good. The 5% range was considered a mythical barrier. In fact, aside from that one-act drama from 5 years ago, no other one-act had ever come close to hitting 5%. One-act dramas were generally considered a niche within the drama market. But now, a one-act drama that shattered this long-held record and atmosphere had appeared. One-act, Rental Lover, makes history, sets record with 21.9% viewership rating. It was Rental Lover. As if mocking the mythical 5% barrier, it recorded a staggering 21.9% viewership rating. This was the highest and first of its kind for a one-act. Hot issue. Rental Lover hits 21.9% viewership, crushing not just one-acts, but also mini and morning dramas. It was at a level that effortlessly trampled the ratings of many currently airing dramas. The power of a well-made one-act drama. Writer Rojan, who wrote Rental Lover, properly proved his ability/photo. Choi Rina, Rojan, and others all smiles. One-act Rental Lover turns drama market upside down with 21.9% viewership rating. Could there ever be another one-act drama that surpasses the 20% range of Rental Lover? Probably not. In fact, it's almost certainly close to impossible. Even among mini or morning dramas, a 20% viewership rating is considered a mega hit or miracle. Moreover, this Rental Lover was the result of multiple forces coming together. First and foremost, Kong Rojan. Issue Talk, another hit with Rojan magic, nothing lacking in writer, actor, or OST. Along with the buzz Kong Rojan brought, the unprecedented image of an idol being a writer drew in a massive general audience. Of course, word of mouth from Rojan's fans played a big part, and the participation of top actress Choi Rina and other star actors in the one-act further snowballed the momentum. Above all, it was the skill of PD Young Surayong, who rolled that snowball strategically and contractually, that played a major role. PD Young Surayong was receiving a flood of praise. Wow, PD Young, congratulations. You pulled off a monstrous viewership. Phew, 21.9% viewership? Is that even real? A one-act drama did what even star-studded minis can't. That's insane. Insane. PD Young, you've seriously written a legend in the drama world. The SBC drama department was buzzing with excitement. From the director to fellow PDs, the admiration and exclamations were nonstop. Naturally, the assistant directors and key staff of the Rental Lover team were also in a frenzy. Whoa, we passed 20%? Ha ha PD Nim. We did it. We did it. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen a 20% range viewership. And it wasn't even a mini but a one-act that pulled it off. At the center of it all was PD Young Surayong, letting out a sigh of relief. Even she, scratching her coarse brown hair, seemed to be in shock. Honestly, my goal was something in the 10% range. Of course, even that felt a bit unrealistic. But 21.9%? My God. In that moment, the memories flashed through her mind when she selected Rental Lover in the script contest, the day she met Kong Rojan, and everything that had happened since. A faint smile tugged at her lips. What would have happened if I hadn't picked Rental Lover back then? Soon after, PD Young Surayong gave a double thumbs up to the Rental Lover team. It's all thanks to you and the not here writer Rojan Nim. Everyone, you've worked so hard. The key staff jumped up and down with excitement. This is only the beginning. We have to contact writer Rojan Nim and congratulate him. Wow, a debut work with a 21.9% viewership. In the midst of the chaos, the bald-headed director leaned in to whisper to Young Surayong, a grin stretching from ear to ear. PD Young, you've added quite a big medal to your collection. That medal's not mine. It belongs to writer Rojan Nim. Right. Writer Rojan's power was tremendous. So, you should work on the next project with writer Rojan too, right? The next project had already been discussed with Kong Rojan, and the script was also in PD Young Surayong's hands. But if she revealed everything here, the broadcasting station would start to underestimate Rojan. Thanks to that, PD Young Surayong only gave a light shrug of her shoulders. Well, of course we'll try to compete. But as you know, writer Rojan is with Culture Drawer. We managed to handle Rental Lover. Well, since it was our script contest, but from the next project onward, it's war. True, he's a writer who broke the 20% viewership with a one-act. He's probably going to be dozens of times more expensive now. That's all. If we just get writer Rojan, script, actors, and OST are all solved in one go. From broadcasters to production companies, they're going to swarm him like crazy. Still, come on, you've got a close relationship with writer Rojan, so wouldn't we have the upper hand? That might be true. In any case, I'll give it a shot, but don't try to save money or anything. Blink and someone else will snatch him away. The station director, who was nodding with infinite positivity, gave Young Soo-ryong a couple of pats on the shoulder. CEO Nim has been singing your praises like crazy. If you keep this up, you're definitely next in line to be the director. Young Soo-ryong snorted. If I get promoted to director, I'm quitting. The desk job's boring. She replied as if she had no interest. I may not make it to CP, but I'll be directing for life. TL note. CP equals chief producer. At the same time, over on campus, a flood of congratulations was pouring in for Kang Rojin. From the 9 contestants, of course. Crazy. Hyung. You broke through 21% viewership rating? Wow. You're totally killing it as a writer too. Isn't a flood of casting offers about to pour in? You made a strong impact as both writer and actor. PD Woo Han-suk, PD Young Soo-ryong, Song Min-gun, and other judges, along with Choi Rina and the cast of Rental Lover, sent texts and messages. Naturally, the Culture Drawer team did the same. Writer Han Seo-ryong even called to offer her praise without holding back. Surrounded by attention from every direction, Rojin was a bit dazed. Rental Lover, which I had dismissed as trash writing, ended up hitting 21% viewership dash. First, he mentally apologized to Rental Lover and his other works, which he had once called garbage and trash writing. Then Rojin browsed through YouTube. Rental Lover Rojin appearance scene edited by me. Hyun's daily life. Views, 1,784,421. He checked SNS and online communities to see the public reaction. The reactions were explosively nonstop. The scene where Rojin appears in Rental Lover is legendary. I screamed the moment I saw it. WTF, even watching it again, my jaw still drops. Rojin had that classy, decadent, sexy vibe, agree? How can someone look like that? I still can't believe he's human. Rental Lover was insanely good and Rojin's OST is ear candy. Release the OST now. Top 3 legendary appearance scenes updated. I'm not even a fan, but Rojin's aura is different. How many times have I replayed this video? Just like that, the weekend passed, flooded with Produce That 100. Produce That 100 shows final evaluation performance, final voting officially underway. And Rental Lover and Kang Rojin. Rental Lover, a huge hit. Will Produce That 100. Rojin become a box office guarantee beyond a rising star. It all went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Kang Rojin's fandom grew thicker. On top of Produce That 100, viewers, new fans were joining from those who had no prior interest in the show but had watched Rental Lover. The AI simulation app found this situation more than worthy of sending Rojin rewards. You have achieved the hidden mission live? No problem. You've been rewarded with 20 coins. You have achieved the hidden mission, publicly releasing your first work as a writer. You've been rewarded with 10 coins. On the bright Monday that followed, episode 16 of Produce That 100 was uploaded in Japan as well. Alongside it, the nuclear bomb level situation of Rental Lover in Korea also crossed over to Japan. Japanese fans flood SNS with endless talk about Produce That 100. Final evaluation performance/photo. International news. Upon hearing about the 21% viewership, Japanese fans clamoring to release Rental Lover quickly. Japan was now fully armed with its own nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, around lunchtime on Monday, the setting was the fairly spacious meeting room of Culture Drawer. Present in the room were director Yoo Ji-hyun, a renowned veteran with a flushed face, manager Jang Hak-seon with a warm demeanor, and a few staff members. In other words, the BG Pictures team was visiting Culture Drawer. The reason was a meeting about a movie script. However, no personnel from the Culture Drawer side were yet present in the meeting room. Soon, manager Jang Hak-seon, who had previously delivered the script to director Yoo Ji-hyun, slid his index finger across the script of Rojin's film that was placed on the table. I didn't expect the director to request a meeting so quickly, but sure enough, the script is really solid. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, with his small build, let out a soft chuckle and responded in a raspy voice. It's incredible. The more I read it, the more I get drawn in. The story itself is strong, but the pacing and writing technique were also impressive. I'd say, no, I'm almost certain it was written by a star writer affiliated with Culture Drawer. Director Yoo Ji-hyun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Either that, or it was written by a veteran screenwriter. Based on the tone of the script, a few people come to mind. At that point, one of the male staff members from BG Pictures joined the conversation while checking his phone. By the way, both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover are blowing up. Articles are updating literally every second. Turning his attention, director Yoo Ji-hyun replied, "That one-act drama Rental Lover. I haven't seen it yet, but it reportedly surpassed a 21% viewership rating. Yes, it's insane. A one-act drama hitting 21%. That Rojin kid who wrote Rental Lover. Isn't he with Culture Drawer? I saw an article recently. Oh, is that so? I heard that guy's really hot these days." At this point, he's way past just being hot. Then came the evaluations from the BG Pictures staff. I saw Rental Lover. It was fun, sure, but not to the extent that the reactions should be going this wild. Feels like a rookie writer just happened to hit it big once. Oh, I thought the same. The piece was good, but the response felt a bit exaggerated. The writing itself was average. It just blew up bigger because of the idol fandom. Manager Jang Hak-seon from BG Pictures, arms crossed, turned to his staff and asked, "Why do you assess it that way?" "Well, it's because Rojin is primarily an idol, right? Based on the articles, he's doing everything. Idol, writer, actor. You can't be perfect at everything." Director Yoo Ji-hyun took issue with that remark. Writing a script under a brutal schedule alone is amazing. I've written scripts myself, I know. Film company staff shouldn't be putting on tinted glasses from the start. Sorry. Whether it's a drama script or a movie script, writing isn't something you do in a day or two. I'm sure it's the same for that Rojin kid. Manager Jang Hak-seon, shaking his head as if disappointed in the staff, agreed. Exactly. That Rojin kid probably busted his back writing Rental Lover from the early days of filming Produce That 100. Letting out a sigh, director Yoo Ji-hyun pointed at the script on the table. Enough of that. Let's focus on this script. Suddenly occurred to me. Could it be writer Han Seo-ryong? Writer Han. Didn't she just start a new drama recently? Did she? At that moment. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the meeting room door as Culture Drawer staff entered. It was team leader Ryu Young-hwa, with her long, wavy hair tied back, along with several team members. It was Management Team 1, now officially assigned to Kang Rojin. After offering a polite greeting, team leader Ryu Young-hwa handed out business cards to the BG Pictures team. "Hello, I'm team leader Ryu Young-hwa." Since they had all met before, introductions were brief. Team leader Ryu Young-hwa took a seat across from director Yoo Ji-hyun, and manager Jang Hak-seon of BG Pictures was the first to speak. As we mentioned over the phone, director Yoo Ji-hyun has taken interest in this script. Team leader Ryu Young-hwa smiled slightly and looked directly at director Yoo Ji-hyun. "Did you like the script?" With a soft hum, director Yoo Ji-hyun gave a straightforward, candid answer. "It's the best script I've read recently. It's exactly my style. I thought the writer behind this couldn't be ordinary, but if they're from Culture Drawer, that makes sense. You've got all the heavyweights there. So who wrote this script? Is that something you can't disclose?" Still smiling, team leader Ryu Young-hwa responded as if it were nothing. "It was written by writer Rojin Nim." Director Yoo Ji-hyun's face went a bit blank, blinking as if he'd misheard. "What? Who?" Chapter 112. For People 14. In the meeting room of Culture Drawer, Kang Rojin's name was suddenly mentioned. It was in reference to the person who wrote the movie script that had been passed over to BG Pictures. At this, director Yoo Ji-hyun asked back with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. "What? Who?" Team leader Ryu Young-hwa, maintaining her smile, repeated Kang Rojin's name in a calm tone. "The person who wrote the script is writer Rojin Nim." Director Yoo Ji-hyun's confusion was clear. He paused briefly and turned to look beside him. The eyes of manager Jang Hak-seon and the staff from BG Pictures who had come with him also widened. It was only natural. They had just been talking about Rojin, and it never occurred to them in their wildest dreams that the one who wrote the script was writer Rojin. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, whose face had a generally flushed tone, met eyes with team leader Ryu Young-hwa across from him and spoke again in a slightly rough voice. "Writer Rojin? The one who wrote Rental Lover, right? The one causing all that buzz now?" "Yes, Directo Nim. That's right. You're telling me that guy wrote this script? Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, responding with a professional attitude, explained the circumstances. PD Young, who received the script from writer Rojin Nim, passed it on to manager Jang Hak-seon here. It was initially a request to have it reviewed, and the reason the writer's identity was hidden, well, you'll understand if you consider writer Rojin Nim's current situation. Alright, Kang Rojin was undoubtedly the hottest topic at the moment. If director Yoo Ji-hyun had known Rojin was the writer when he first read the script, his perspective might have been different. In fact, didn't the staff from BG Pictures who were here come in already wearing tinted glasses? Saying you don't care about someone's background doesn't mean it's ignored. In that sense, hiding the writer's identity was the right move. Whatever the case, director Yoo Ji-hyun was shocked. Regardless of Kang Rojin's current fame, it's been a while since I came across a script I really liked, and it turns out it was written by such a young writer. He couldn't help but admire writer Rojin's talent. A hollow laugh naturally escaped from director Yoo Ji-hyun. Given how packed and dense the script was, I automatically assumed it had to be written by a well-known writer. I still have a long way to go. As director Yoo Ji-hyun scratched his head, manager Jang Hak-seon, whose eyes were still wide, chimed in. I also never imagined that Rojin. No, that writer Rojin Nim wrote this script. But wait, is writer Rojin Nim capable of writing movie scripts too? While there were occasional cases of drama writers writing movie scripts, it was by no means common. In fact, it was more usual for film directors to write drama scripts. That writer Rojin, who had only just made his debut, could freely write both drama scripts and movie scripts was undoubtedly astonishing. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, sweeping her long, slightly permed hair to the side, answered next. We also haven't known writer Rojin Nim for very long, so we're constantly surprised. However, writer Nim tends to write whatever he wants, regardless of genre. For reference, this script was written during the filming schedule of Produce That 100. What? Manager Jang Hak-seon visibly dropped his jaw. You're saying it wasn't pre-written, but he wrote it during the filming of Produce That 100. Is that even possible? Logically, it's hard to understand, but it's true. Manager Jang Hak-seon, flustered, met eyes with director Yoo Ji-hyun. The two exchanged a look that roughly meant, then what about Rental Lover? Soon, manager Jang Hak-seon asked directly, didn't he write Rental Lover during Produce That 100 too? It's hard to go into details. Anyway, writer Rojin Nim completed this script in just a little over a month. A month? What dash? Director Yoo Ji-hyun, who had been quietly listening, summarized the situation. So, what you're saying is, writer Rojin worked on Rental Lover while participating in Produce That 100. And in the midst of all that chaos, he also managed to write this script. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa confirmed. A short silence passed through the meeting room. The expressions of the people from BG Pictures were something to see. In particular, director Yoo Ji-hyun, who was classified as a master-level director, looked serious. Even for someone like him who had been scrambling in the film industry for quite a long time, this was a first. He allowed himself a brief moment of imagination. Writer Rojin, I heard that kid can act too. Not just the directors, but even the high and mighty actors in this field better keep their heads on straight. If his acting is subpar, then fine, but if he has that face, that writing talent, and even decent acting. At that point, director Yoo Ji-hyun let out a quiet scoff and shook his head. This is why people in this field always need to stay humble. You never know when a monster like this will just suddenly pop out. Not only the drama side, but the film industry had better be on edge too. He then addressed team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, who carried a mix of warmth and composure. I've understood everything about this script, and I really want to do it. Is that possible? At his abrupt decision, the employees of BG Pictures rolled their wide eyes in a hurry. Director Nim. That's so decisive. What silenced the employees was manager Jang Hak-seon, whose face had turned stern. The director's decision is correct, so be quiet, all of you. After a few minutes of realistic conversation, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and the people from Culture Drawer temporarily stepped out of the meeting room. At that moment, manager Jang Hak-seon looked at the employees and spoke. Produce That 100, which turned not just Korea, but even Japan upside down. The face of that show is Rojin. The one-act drama Rental Lover he released recorded a viewership rating of 21%. And now, this movie script written by writer Rojan that hasn't been revealed to the world yet. The usually serious manager Jang Hak-seon of BG Pictures curled his lips slightly. We've hit the jackpot. Big time. Afterward, while the meeting between Culture Drawer and BG Pictures was intensifying, online, the voting atmosphere for Produce That 100 was heating up. Enormous attention focused on Produce That 100 voting/photo. SNS, various online communities buzzing with predictions for the final winner of Produce That 100. Though it was a vote that had been held several times already, this one was explosively powerful. It was the final vote for Produce That 100. Choosing the final winner with their own hands brought the public both fun and excitement. Issue pick, Produce That 100. Voting page crashes again. When will it be back to normal? The interest was so intense that the voting page frequently went down. Of course, the rental lover side wasn't any weaker. Rental Lover, Episode 2 Official Preview SBC. Starting with the official preview for Episode 2 released by the Rental Lover team, various videos easily surpassed 1 million views, showing massive firepower. In particular, the edited clip of Kang Rojan's appearance scene, shot up with determination by PD Young Surayong, was 21% viewership rating. Rental Lover, Rojan's entrance scene hits 6 million views. In an instant, it exceeded 6 million views. And even now, it was increasing exponentially. Riding this momentum, both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover dropped new teasers. Woa, the final song Bold of Produce That 100, will be released tomorrow. For real? Seriously? Look how fast Produce That 100 moves. Yeah, they gotta row that boat fast. I heard the OST for Rental Lover drops tomorrow too? The one sung by Rojan. Yeah, that's right. They announced that the final evaluation song, Bold, and the OST Lovers would be released tomorrow. That afternoon, Culture Drawer called Kang Rojan, who was on campus. Specifically, it was team leader Ryu Yoonghwa from the dedicated team. Writer Nim, the meeting with BG Pictures is over. She relayed the details of today's meeting with BG Pictures. There were a lot of complicated things said, but what stuck in Kang Rojan's ears was director Yoo Ji-hyun said he really enjoyed reading the script. He was very surprised to learn that writer Rojan Nim was the one who wrote it. Ah, really? That feels good. Of course, Rojan had been told beforehand about today's meeting. He also knew about director Yoo Ji-hyun. Even though Rojan didn't watch movies often, he roughly knew who director Yoo Ji-hyun was. I looked it up because the movie was super fun, and it turned out it was directed by Yoo Ji-hyun. Of course, it wasn't like he had gone to the theater. They were movies that had aired on TV or that he had watched through OTT platforms. After that, Rojan had even searched more about director Yoo Ji-hyun. He was a fairly famous masterclass director. That director said he enjoyed my script. An unknown catharsis was rising within Kang Rojan, and from the other side of the phone, team leader Ryu Yoonghwa asked a question. Are you okay with director Yoo Ji-hyun? He is certainly a great director, but if you say no, we won't move forward. Your script is desirable not just to BG Pictures, but to other film companies and other directors as well. Rojan, whose shoulders were practically floating, didn't see the point in beating around the bush. No, I'm good with director Yoo Ji-hyun. A day later, Tuesday, November 10th. The world was in an uproar, but Kang Rojan's daily routine on campus was surprisingly similar to any other day. He woke up earlier than the other participants, put on his workout clothes, and stepped out of the room. Today, wearing his cap low over his head, Rojan checked the time. Phew, let's run first. He completed the daily mission just like that. However, it was hard to concentrate on exercise today. The reason was simple. Today's the last day of voting. Because the final vote would close tonight. After that, the final judgment would be made. Maybe that's why Rojan had so many distracting thoughts. He forced himself to clear away the faces of the other participants and checked the AI simulation app on his phone. Title, Side Job Tycoon Plus 3/Recognition Monster Plus 4/Global Genius Plus 2/Instrument Master Plus 1. User, Kang Rojan/age, 24/height, 182.8 /desired occupation, idle/coins owned, 922. Side jobs, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist. Global languages: 1 Japanese, 2 English. Instruments: 1 acoustic guitar. As he headed for the shower, Rojan opened the stats window. Since he had accumulated quite a few coins, he felt like using them and invested 30 coins into enhancement. Appearance: 100/100. Singing ability: 50.1/100. Rap: 50.3/100. Dance: 43.1/100. Eloquence: 24/100. Acting: 22.4/100. Lyrics writing: 100/100. Composition: 21/100. Arrangement: 0/100. As he scanned through the stat scores, Rojan murmured to himself, I feel like the naturally rising scores after 50 points have become quite a bit slower. Regardless, some of his stats had passed 50 points. Rojan thought he should test them out soon. After that, Rojan had his own time. He spent time in the practice room doing vocal or dance training, then moved to the lounge to study lyrics writing and composition. Today's composition study included guitar playing as well. Though it was just practice or study, there was so much to do that time flew by. The writing work was temporarily on pause. The reason was that Culture Drawer, now officially Rojan's agency, needed time for the handover and organization. Since Culture Drawer had unexpectedly taken on quite a bit, it made sense they needed time. Around lunchtime, Rojan had a long overdue Japanese conversation session with 58C, roughly an hour. As the conversation came to an end, 58C, asked Rojan a question. Hey Rojan, don't you think it's about time you tried making a song? Nothing too complicated, something simple. I can help you. A song? Yeah. Now that he thought about it, he had been studying composition for quite some time. While he was far behind compared to 58C, who were other professionals, if the song wasn't too complex, he felt like he could gradually piece it together. Learning guitar was seriously a godsend. When it came to writing lyrics or composing, the difference between playing an instrument yourself and just listening was like heaven and earth. There was a definite difference in instinct and learning. After he started learning guitar, his composition stat had been rising more rapidly too. Let's try making one. If I get greedy after completing it, I can always refine it using AI automation. Soon, 58C, smiled and added, if you can handle composition freely too, you'll be doing vocals, lyrics writing, and composition all by yourself, right? True. That's crazy. Come to think of it, that's overpowered. No, never mind, don't do composition. Hyung, I feel like your personality's getting weirder. It's just your imagination. To 58C, who was grinning, Rojan shrugged his shoulders. I'll try making one song, for now, by myself. Chapter 113, Enter 1. While Rojan was gaining confidence about composition as he looked at 58C, the other 8 participants excluding the 2 were also spending their respective time. Some in practice rooms, some in their rooms, some taking walks, and so on. The participants in the practice room were doing so with the intention of not losing their touch even during rest. They were enthusiastically reviewing everything from the group performances they had done so far on Produce, Survival 100, and Bold. Everyone's expressions were bright, but deep inside, the unease was significant. Soon, 6 out of the 10 would have to leave Produce that 100. That's why they enjoyed this moment that might be their last even more. Overall, the atmosphere on the Produce that 100 campus was calm. That was partly because it was a break after running with full passion, but the biggest reason was that the final voting would be concluded tonight. Not only the participants, but also all staff members were in a subdued mood. However, the world outside wasn't quiet. Produce that 100 to release final evaluation song Bold at 2 p.m. today. Lovers, the first OSD of Rental Lover, which wrote history with legendary 21% viewership rating, will be released soon. As Produce that 100 and Rental Lover had announced yesterday, they dropped their tracks to the public. The schedule and time were nearly identical. Produce that 100 and legendary Rental Lover dropped music simultaneously, sweeping domestic and Japanese charts. Who will win? Chart-dominating Produce that 100 vs Rising Star Rental Lover, a major showdown. Though the media blatantly framed it as a competition between Produce that 100 and Rental Lover, those on both sides didn't really care which one won. Their styles were different, but there was a shared link in Kong Rojin. Soon after, Bold and Lovers were released on domestic music platforms. The public, regardless of preference, quickly listened to the songs, and the response was, unsurprisingly, a new peak. As expected, the final evaluation song Bold had many Produce That 100 fans. This song is super trendy FR. Honestly, among the idol songs these days, the ones from Produce That 100 are GOAT. It's great to hear such a good song, but it's sad that this is the final song for Produce That 100. Came from the other side, but the song's actually good. Sihu and Rojin's combo is insane. The song is great, and the lyrics are insane, eargasm. They really nailed this track. This is probably going to win first again. It's clear Rojin and Sihu have a sense for trends. On the OST Lovers side, it wasn't just fans, but also general listeners who joined in. Did Rojin sing this? I seriously didn't know. What can't this guy Rojin do? For your info, Rojin wrote the lyrics and did vocals for this song. Watching the drama, it makes me think of Lover Number 4, and I'm so into it. I came because I liked the OST while watching the drama, and turns out it was sung by Lover Number 4 himself. Come on, does he have to be good at singing too? Rental Lover is fun, and the OST is also great. Wow. Usually when you listen to the full OST, it's kind of mess sometimes, but this one's amazing. I say the song is cute. It's been a while since I heard this style. I love it so much. The results were known by late Tuesday afternoon. 1 new. Bold/Produce That 100. Theme song. 2 new. Lovers. Rental Lover OST Part 1/Rojin. 3 2. Survival 100 Acoustic Ver/Produce That 100. Theme song. 4 2. Survival 100 Japanese Ver/Produce That 100. Theme song. 5. Survival 100/Produce That 100. Theme song. 6 3. Produce That 100. Theme song. Both songs ranked simultaneously at first and second place as soon as they were released. Because of that, other Produce That 100 songs were pushed down in the rankings, but the overall picture became even richer. Songs related only to Kong Rojin were dominating the top ranks of the music charts. And this wasn't just the case on one music platform. Bold and Lovers, released today, sweep major domestic platforms like Melon. It was the overall flow of the entire music market. Thanks to that, the buzz and hook power were multiplied several times, and the media and public opinion spread the issue as much as they could. Thus, Tuesday night came to an end. Hot issue. Produce That 100. Final voting ends. The final voting of Produce That 100 was over. The next day, Wednesday morning, the location was the Produce That 100 campus. As usual, Kong Rojin had completed his daily mission early, and after taking a shower, he encountered the other participants and headed to the cafeteria. The 10 of them, as always, quietly conversed or laughed together, but Rojin sensed a subtle shift in atmosphere. It feels oddly heavy. However, no one brought up the heavy atmosphere. Soon, news reached the participants who had finished eating. All 10 participants were to finish their personal preparations and gather alone in an hour. Kong Rojin immediately realized. It's here. The final vote had ended the previous night. And as always, PD Woo Han-suk announced the voting results with a shoot on the Wednesday following the vote. In short, the time of the death sentence had arrived. Of course, the other participants felt the same as Kong Rojin. But there were no big reactions. Each of them simply felt the near-bursting tension in their hearts. My mouth is completely dry. Already the announcement. No, don't start worrying already. I have a good enough chance to be picked. Even just making it this far is something to be proud of. Still, I really want to win. Ugh, damn. I'm so nervous I feel like I need to go pee. The participants moved on time to the hall with the stage. However, before entering the hall, they first stopped by the backstage waiting room. It was to briefly wait and film each person's final interview cut. All 10 were seated, but the waiting room now felt quite empty. Soon, staff members began calling out participants one by one. It didn't take long. About 15 minutes later, Kong Rojin was called. Rojin Nim. In the adjacent waiting room, several cameras and about 5 or 6 staff members were waiting for Rojin. Among them was the lively writer Kim Se-hee. As soon as she saw Kong Rojin, she smiled brightly and waved her hand. Rojin, sitting in the chair in front of the camera, thought for a moment. It's fair to say I started Produce That 100 because of her. He recalled the first time he saw Kim Se, who resembled a hamster, and she seemed to be thinking the same as she brought up their first meeting. You remember when we first met, right? In Seongsu. Yes, of course. It was a bit scary seeing you running toward me back then. Huh, what are you talking about? When did I? I'm joking. What dash? Anyway, it feels like I just saw you for the first time yesterday, and it's already the final. I feel sad. Kim Se-hee, with slightly moist eyes, asked her first question. Rojin-nim, how has your experience with Produce That 100 been? Kong Rojin answered without hesitation. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot. The full round of participant interviews took about 50 minutes, and then Kong Rojin and the 9 others moved toward the familiar stage area. Upon arriving at the stage, all of the participants blinked in surprise. Rojin was no exception. Wow dash. Whoa dash. The familiar hall where they had performed their final evaluation performance had gone through a lot of changes, especially the upper part of the stage. First of all, the gigantic screen attached to the back of the stage stood out. The largest screen was in the center, with 10 medium-sized monitors attached on either side. On top of that, the overall decoration of the stage was elaborate. With colorful star shapes and the Produce That 100 logo mixed in, it was dazzlingly flashy. At the center of the stage, 4 square spaces were drawn. As expected of the final announcement stage, it was a stage that clearly showed how much effort PD Woo Han-suk and the Produce That 100 production team had put in. There were also more cameras filming the participants than usual. PD Woo Han-suk stood in the middle of it all. His expression was calm. Dozens of staff members, PD Woo Han-suk, and many cameras were all focused on the 10 participants. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk signaled the nearby riders with his eyes. In a matter of seconds, the entire hall dimmed slightly, but the stage lighting became so bright it was almost blinding. Several cameras captured the nervous faces of the participants, and at just the right moment, Woo Han-suk stepped forward. All 10 participants, please come stand at the front of the stage. With that line, the filming of the final evaluation announcement of Produce That 100 began. Kong Rojin and the participants walked forward with rather stiff expressions, and once they were in place, PD Woo Han-suk held up a tablet. The final voting results are in my hands. Today, the 4 final winners and 6 eliminated participants of Produce That 100 will be decided, but I truly believe that all 10 of you standing here are the best. Thank you for your passion up to now. PD Woo Han-suk bowed almost 90 degrees toward the participants. His eyes were heavy with fatigue, but his voice was full of sincerity. At that moment, 58C, who and a few other participants welled up with tears, and after a brief pause, PD Woo Han-suk continued. The voting was so intense that the page crashed several times, and now, the results are in. At that moment, SSS, the screen and monitors behind the stage lit up. The central giant screen was simply white-toned, but the 10 surrounding monitors began displaying the faces of the participants, including Rojin. From now on, I will call out the 4 final winners. When your name is called, please step onto your designated spot on the stage. And PD Woo Han-suk trailed off as he looked deeply at the 10 participants. The 6 who are eliminated, please leave Produce That 100 immediately. PD Woo Han-suk lowered his eyes to the tablet, then looked back up. I will now begin the announcement. The final evaluation announcement. No, the final winner announcement of Produce That 100 was calm and not noisy. Other than PD Woo Han-suk's voice, it was silent. Of course, in the edited version, many scenes would be added along with sound effects and dramatic BGM, but the live setting was quiet. Still, the tone for announcing the winners couldn't be too flat. PD Woo Han-suk knew that very well. The first final winner. Suddenly adding strength to his voice, PD Woo Han-suk shouted loudly. Sihu, congratulations. 58C, whose name echoed throughout the vast hall, and 58C, who, before he could stop himself, let out a loud wah. Simultaneously, fireworks burst from the stage. With the loud popping sounds, the remaining 9 participants, including Kong Rojin, applauded in celebration. Naturally, dozens of staff members joined in. Clap, 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 clap. The camera captured 58C, who in full shot, bust shot, and close-up. Phew, Thank you so much. Thank you really truly. 58C, who, unsure whether this was a dream, bowed repeatedly in all directions. Anyway, the first winner of Produce That 100 was confirmed to be 58C, who, after watching the situation for a few minutes, PD Woo Han-suk spoke with a smile. Congratulations. Sihu, please go up on stage. Whether his legs gave out or not, 58C, who no, Sihu, wobbled as he made his way up to the stage. Before anyone noticed, Sihu's name had been displayed on one of the 4 square slots on the stage. His position was the second of the 4. Also, out of the 10 monitors at the back, Sihu's face was moved to the central giant screen. Still seeming weak in the knees, he kept sitting down and standing back up. Swish. He somehow managed to stand straight. It wasn't an unusual reaction. He was likely seeing all. The moments until now passed by like a panorama. The bright stage lights filled Sihu's eyes. To him, it felt like they were praising all the effort he had put in. I did it. I really became the winner of Produce That 100. Then it happened. The second final winner. Do Kyung. Congratulations. The next winner was announced. The spotlight was on 26 Do Kyung. Even Do Kyung, who was usually lifeless and expressionless. Gra! He roared, unable to contain the catharsis of the moment. Throwing both arms up, he shouted for several seconds before suddenly bowing 90 degrees. Thank you very much. Applause from the participants and staff poured out again, and Do Kyung's face followed Sihu's on the giant screen behind the stage. Do Kyung's stage slot was the third, next to Sihu's. Now only 2 slots remained, the first and the last. The 8 participants remaining in front of the stage began to feel their mouths go dry. Then PD Woo Han-suk called out again in a booming voice. The third final winner, Kong Min. Congratulations. The third winner was 46 Kong Min, with his strikingly handsome, exotic features. He exhaled deeply and covered his face with both hands. His fingertips visibly trembled, as if his heart were about to explode. Fireworks burst again, applause rained down, and Kong Min's face was added to the giant screen behind the stage. Before long, the screen had 3 of the participant slots filled. Thank you. I'll work very hard. Among the 4 square slots on the stage, Kong Min's name appeared in the last slot. In order, it was Sihu, Do Kyung, and Kong Min. The only slot left now was the first. 7 participants remained in front of the stage. Interestingly, for some reason, 6 of the participants except one wore resigned smiles. As if coordinated, they all looked toward one person with overwhelming visuals. The final winner. Rojin. Congratulations. It was Kong Rojin. Chapter 114. Enter 2. The reason why 6 of the 7 remaining participants in front of the stage gave resigned smiles was simple. Because Kong Rojin's name had not been called yet among the 7. Rojin had already proven his overwhelming popularity in various vote results, and his recognition was unmatched both domestically and in Japan. His name, the final winner, Rojin, resounded loudly throughout the entire hall. The 6 participants, who had accepted reality the moment Kong Rojin remained, clapped toward Rojin while somehow maintaining faint smiles. However, it's over. I wanted to become one too. I wanted so desperately to be among the winners. Ugh, I'm about to cry. The deep regret, frustration, and emptiness bursting from the depths of their hearts were inevitable. It was already impressive just to have come this far, but because they had made it here, they wanted to be the final winner. However, none of the 6 names were called. Some of the participants clapping had eyes that became moist. Kong Rojin, receiving the attention of dozens of staff and cameras while watching those participants, lightly clenched one fist. Nice. Even though he had heard people say things like, "You're a guaranteed winner," there was still a clear catharsis in experiencing that moment firsthand. Final winner Kong Rojin, just before officially becoming an idol. Compared to his hideous face days before, he now shone excessively. After bowing deeply to the camera, Rojin turned his body and made eye contact one by one with the 6 participants clapping for him. Then he murmured quietly, "Let's meet again at work." He implied that they would meet again on the field soon. The participants, feeling a strange kind of camaraderie like that of comrades, gave thumbs up to Kong Rojin. Yeah, congrats, Rojin Hyung. I should debut before you, Hyung. Even if you debut first, You think you'll have higher recognition than Hyung? No way, Hyung's just on another level. Brief conversations exchanged. At this moment, PD Woo Han-suk, who had been watching, made a request. Rojin, please come up on the stage. Kang Rojin left behind the six and went up to the stage. Sihu, Do Kyung, and Kang Min were waiting. Rojin's spot was the first among the four positions. Only after Kang Rojin took his place was the perfect picture of the four completed. Hush, pop, fireworks exploded around the stage, and something like flower petals scattered from the ceiling. On the giant screen at the back of the stage, the faces of Rojin, followed by Sihu, Do Kyung, and Kang Min, were being displayed. Around this time, a reward arrived for Rojin. Of course, it came from the AI simulation app. You have completed the hidden mission. I'm the final winner. You have been awarded 50 coins as a reward. The cameras filmed the final winners, including Kang Rojin, for a long time. Left, right, front, back, full shots, bust shots, etc. Of course, there were also cameras filming the 6 eliminated participants. These participants now had to leave, produce that 100, and PD Woo Han-suk addressed them off-air, not for broadcast. You've only been eliminated from Produce That 100. But as idols, this is just the beginning. Let's meet again soon. The eliminated participants left the hall after giving farewells to Woo Han-suk, each with different expressions, teary, plain, bitter. After that, the shooting focused on the 4 final winners. They posed for commemorative shots, and individual interviews of the successful ones were conducted as part of the intended directing. Sihu, Do Kyung, and Kang Min, who at first couldn't believe it, were now smiling brightly, because the reality of being final winners had hit them deeply. Then, the 4 final winners gathered in front of PD Woo Han-suk. With a deep smile, PD Woo Han-suk ran his hand through his disheveled hair. I'm deeply moved. Congratulations once again. The staff behind made a fuss. As congratulatory shouts spread, PD Woo Han-suk's voice shifted to a much more serious tone. As you know, the Produce That 100 schedule isn't over yet. The name of our program is Produce That 100, and there's still one producing left by the viewers, choosing where the final winners will settle. Several cameras moved in from the side. Before I inform you about the upcoming schedule, let me make one thing clear. Originally, you were supposed to carry out a few months of schedules under Produce That 100, even after the broadcast ended, but that plan has been canceled. You've already shown far more than the original plan, and that's enough. The initial plan for Produce That 100 was up to episode 16. However, 2 extra episodes were added, and from the mini-concert to the unexpected release of a theme song, many things happened that weren't originally scheduled. Of course, this also included all the buzz that was stirred up due to Kang Rojin's various talents. In short, they had received a lot already, and to expect more would be greedy. The broadcasting station JTVM had wanted more, but PD Woo Han-suk had firmly opposed it. In other words, once filming for Produce That 100 ends, you'll move straight to your assigned entertainment agencies. Of course, there will be a brief adjustment period. Although the separation was earlier than expected, PD Woo Han-suk, who had no time to feel sentimental, continued speaking. Well, what comes later can wait until later. Next, we'll proceed with filming alongside the selected entertainment agencies. We received countless applications from various agencies and narrowed it down to 10. They'll present briefings to you including self-PR, future plans, and more. Just like you participants fought a survival battle, now the agencies will wage war, and it will be included in this week's episode 17. This meant that the agency's PRs would also be broadcast nationwide. While you're contemplating deeply, the agencies that finish their PRs will also receive votes from viewers. These votes are simply meant to help the 4 of you make your choice, and for that reason, the voting period will be shorter than usual. It will begin Friday night after episode 17 airs and end on Sunday. The results will be revealed next Monday. The image of the agencies as perceived by viewers was quite important. It felt like a pre-survey for that. The final selection day is Friday, November 20th. That day is the air date of episode 18, the final episode of Produce That 100. And the last broadcast will be live. Live broadcast. The eyes of Kang Rojin and the other 3 widened. They hadn't even imagined a live broadcast. Kong Rojin was quick to ask the question. If you say live broadcast, you mean the one we think dash. That's right. Live broadcast, live stream. Real time. Viewers will watch your final choice in the final episode as it airs live. So yes, choosing is important, but you'll also need to prepare performances for that day. Think of it as a final greeting to viewers as the winners. Soon, Du Kyung raised his hand and asked in an expressionless tone, "When do we film with those agencies?" PD Woo Han-suk checked the time and answered right away. "This afternoon. We've got about 4 hours left." A little later, Kong Rojin, Sihu, Du Kyung, and Kong Min moved to same dorm room after finishing their final winter shoot. The time had passed noon. The 6 eliminated participants were nowhere to be seen, and Sihu, who threw himself onto a bottom bunk, let out a long breath. In this huge place, it's just the 4 of us now. Du Kyung, who sat hugging a chair, scratched his head roughly. I still can't get used to this." Kong Min, who was standing beside them, agreed. "Right? Doesn't it feel like PD Nim will suddenly barge in and go, 'This was a prank'? If that happens, I'll be genuinely pissed." The oldest among them, Sihu, raised his lying body. "Anyway, starting today, the 4 of us are a group. Yeah, let's do our best." I'm already getting nervous. I can't even imagine the future because it's so dark ahead. But Rojin Hyung, why are you so quiet? Soon, the eyes of all 3 turned to Kong Rojin, who was sitting on a single bed with his legs crossed. Rojin, too, had been lost in thoughts about the future like the others. "No, I was just thinking idle life, or the entertainment industry. Either way, it's going to be a total jungle, right?" At that thrown-out comment, Sihu, Du Kyung, and Kong Min grew serious. "I heard it's like Animal Kingdom. Honestly, I'm half excited, half scared. Hazing, will there be such things?" "Probably. I saw on some community posts that rookies get subtly ostracized and bullied. What if they retaliate against us? We did dominate the recent music charts." That's a bit much. I'm more worried about music show PDs ignoring rookies. I've heard they do that a lot. Then what do we do? Just fight back? Then what? Just charge at them? Du Kyung, do you want to ruin things in your first year of debut? We just have to endure. What do you mean fight back? While various speculations were pouring out, the eldest, Sihu, summed it up. "I don't really know about idol hazing, but when it comes to PDs, even if it does exist, it's probably not that bad. We're not total unknown rookies with nothing. Right, Rojin? Why are you asking me?" Kong Rojin then realized that he was the one with the most outdoor experience among them, drama shoots, and so on. Still, it felt too complicated to explain everything, so he decided to keep it simple. Whatever it is, just charging straight in is the answer. That's what I always think. We won't die, so? Let's just charge ahead. Dash. Despite having different personalities, they nodded seriously as if Rojin's words had struck a chord, though their expressions still showed lingering concern. Perhaps to shift the mood, Kong Rojin changed the subject. "More than that, let's talk about the agencies." Right. Sihu pulled out a sheet of paper he received from PD Woo Han-suk. The paper listed the 10 final selected agencies. Participating entertainment agencies. 1. GN Entertainment. 2. EY Entertainment. 3. Big Star Entertainment. 4. KRO Entertainment. 5. Harmony Entertainment. Each had their pros and cons, but all 10 were considered major domestic agencies. Naturally, all 3 besides Rojin were familiar with them. Whoa, amazing. This agency lineup is seriously epic. They're actually coming to the shoot just to get picked by us? My hands are shaking, I can't do it. Sihu, Du Kyung, and Kong Min were hit with a wave of nervousness, but comparatively, Kong Rojin remained calm. Maybe it was because he hadn't thought deeply about it before. I mean, I became an idol all of a sudden, but these guys probably imagined this moment for a long time. So they must know a lot about the agencies too. As if proving Rojin's assumption, the 3 quickly began pouring out information about the agencies. Du Kyung started. GN, EY, and Big Star are the undisputed Big 3. KRO's Big 2. Harmony's not bad either. Still, in the idol market, the Big 3 are GN, EY, and Big Star. GN was originally an actor-focused company that added idols later, so aren't they a latecomer? True, but they've got tons of money. Both their male and female idol groups launched successfully. Big Star's been kind of off their game lately, though. An overwhelming amount of information flooded in. Kong Rojin didn't even have a chance to join in. Let's just stay quiet. The only agency he was even somewhat familiar with was Culture Drawer. Anyway, there were about 2 weeks left before deciding on an agency, and a serious decision could wait until after today's shoot with the agencies. Around 30 minutes passed while they talked about the agencies, and then Kong Min brought up a new topic. This might be getting ahead of ourselves, but should we come up with a group name? Group name? All of a sudden. Well, we've got some time before the next shoot, and it sounds fun, right? It's not official or anything, just us deciding on a name. Why not? Sihu Hyung, you go first. And me? After folding his arms and thinking deeply, Sihu slowly raised his head. Bad guys. Kong Rojin responded immediately. That idea is really bad, Hyung. The others joined in. Bad guys? That's harsh. Seriously bad, Hyung. Then you guys try. Kongmin said. How about Big Four? Big Four. Duke Hyung threw out some names as they came to mind. I say, Razakangdo, combining just the first letters of Rojun, Sihu, Kongmin, and Duke Hyung. Rojin shook his head. Is all this meaningless conversation really necessary? Why, Big Four sounds good, Big Four. What are we, dried squid snacks or something? Hyung, what about Razakangdo? Sounds like a knife-wielding gang. Then Kongmin and Duke Hyung almost simultaneously said, Hyung, you give us one. Say something too. Isn't that something the agency decides later anyway? Still. Kong Rojin scratched his chin and, a bit annoyed, just said the first thing that came to mind. Green bee. TL note. It doesn't translate exactly as bee but green bee, but in English I think having green bee is better. But if you guys don't like it that way I can switch to green bee. Duke Hyung quickly asked back. Green bee? What is that? Green-colored rain? No. Rojin explained the meaning behind green bee. It's pure Korean. It means a longed-for-man. The three blinked, then reacted at the same time. That's nice. Meanwhile, vans were steadily entering the Produce That 100 campus. Some had lettering on the sides. GN Entertainment. Hoping to be chosen by Kong Rojin and the other 3 finalists. Vroom. 10 entertainment agencies in total. Chapter 115. Enter 3. While 10 entertainment agencies were entering the Produce That 100 campus. One after another, PD Woo Han-suk was directing the setup around the stage hall. Including him, dozens of staff members were bustling about. PD Nim, please check the composition. Yeah. On it. The final winner announcement had ended, and now it was time to shoot the segment involving the entertainment agencies. Accordingly, seats for the 10 entertainment agencies were being arranged in a fan shape in front of the stage. The seat models had already been prepared in advance. They had the feel of white, shaped lecture desks. The names of the entertainment agencies were engraved in front of the models. In a way, this was the final setup for Produce That 100. So PD Woo Han-suk had poured a lot of effort into checking everything, and before long, one of the staff members approached him. PD Nim, all the agencies are on standby. Yeah. PD Woo Han-suk pushed up his glasses and asked again. They're all here. Yes, all 10 agencies have arrived. Okay, let's go. After informing the nearby writers of the final setup, PD Woo Han-suk and a few staff members moved. Their destination was a large conference room in a building near the hall. All 10 entertainment agencies participating in today's shoot had gathered there. Buzz buzz. Entertainment agencies' representatives gathered at a shaped table. Team leaders or higher-ranking executives, along with staff members. Each company had about 3 to 4 people, so in total, the number easily exceeded 40. They were some of the most prominent agencies in the country, and perhaps because they had come well prepared, their expressions were stiff. The final winners of Produce That 100, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Duke Hyung, had already been revealed to them. Perhaps that was why the atmosphere was so tense. It was understandable. No matter what, we have to get them, no matter what. Whichever company it was, they were overflowing with desire. We have to get them no matter what, because once they debut, they'll devour everything. And that's not all. The road to Japan is already paved, so they can cross over there right away even without much build-up. They were major entertainment agencies. They had surely done the math long ago, and they possessed data from numerous past idol successes and failures. So how could they not covet the kids from Produce That 100? The initial capital needed to raise an idol is all saved here. On top of that, each member has excellent ability, especially Rojan. Just look at him. Idol, writer, actor, lyricist, he's a complete package. On top of that, the passionate interest of fans from both Korea and Japan was a bonus. If we get picked by the winners, it's basically like winning the Powerball. But since it's the final winners who get to choose, the stress is insane. Ugh dash. Because of that, over 40 entertainment agencies' representatives were glancing around, engaging in a silent war of nerves. They had all come with a lot prepared, but other agencies surely hadn't come empty-handed either. This was already a battlefield, just without knives or guns. Then, swish. PD Woo Han-suk and his staff entered the meeting room packed with entertainment agencies' representatives. The buzzing chatter quieted down, and all eyes turned to PD Woo Han-suk. Hello. After a brief greeting, PD Woo Han-suk continued with a briefing to the agencies. He explained the filming format he had already told Rojan and the successful contestants, and the upcoming process. He also included the fact that the final selection day would be broadcast live. Some agencies murmured in surprise, while others remained calm as if they had expected it. Next, regarding today's filming. As he swept his gaze across the entertainment agency's representatives, PD Woo Han-suk gave a small smile. Before filming with the final winners, you all will first play a simple game in the hall. The agencies were visibly flustered. G-game? That wasn't mentioned before. What kind of game? In contrast, PD Woo Han-suk replied in a relaxed tone. Well, just the usual things you see in variety shows. It wouldn't be fun to jump straight into self-promotion, would it? After all, Produce That 100 is still a variety show. The outcome of the game will determine how much time you get for self-promotion. Every success will earn you 10 seconds. As murmurs grew louder among the agencies, questions poured in. What happens if we don't succeed even once? Do we get no time for self-promotion at all? No, we'll provide each company with a basic 30 seconds. Think of the game as a way to earn additional time. Each company would receive a baseline of 30 seconds, but if they wanted more, they had to earn it through the game. PD Woo Han-suk added an explanation. There needs to be a survival element. I'm sure you all understand, right? It was an unexpected turn of events, but the entertainment agencies had no choice but to go along. Compared to the Produce That 100 participants, they were at a weaker level. Where else would they not be eliminated? Either way, the minds of the entertainment agency's representatives grew increasingly tangled. Mostly, no, all of them had prepared self-promotion content that far exceeded 30 seconds. Damn it, Woo Han-suk, can't you just make things easy for once? Everyone was carrying their company's special mission on their shoulders, so the pressure kept building. Ugh, what kind of game is this all of a sudden? 30 seconds? How are we supposed to say all this in that time? This is crazy. We're gonna have to bust our asses to win that game? If we mess this up, we'll get chewed out back at the company too. This is insane. The scene of entertainment agencies that had always been the top dogs now flailing as underdogs was about to unfold. It was exactly the situation PD Woo Han-suk had intended. This is good, though, it'll entertain the viewers, and if you try hard, it'll help with your image too. Of course, if the game is too difficult, you're free to drop out before starting. Any agencies that want to quit? There was no way anyone would. The agencies fell silent. Some had already started condensing their prepared PR content down to the essentials, in case the game went badly. As PD Woo Han-suk answered the entertainment agency's questions, his smile deepened. Then we'll move in 30 minutes. Several dozen minutes later, the 10 entertainment agencies moved to the hall where the stage was. Their seats were already set, and PD Woo Han-suk and the staff held out a square box to the agencies. Shall we decide the game order first? Naturally, filming had already begun. With cameras rolling, the tension on the entertainment agency's representatives' faces multiplied. Regardless, the Produce That 100 production team was thrilled. While the order for the game was being decided, the writers asked PD Woo Han-suk, "But PD Nim, what if we don't get any usable footage for the broadcast?" As if it were nothing, PD Woo Han-suk shrugged his shoulders. "Then we skip it. It's not like we haven't filmed stuff and ended up not using it before. If it was usable, They'd edit it as provocatively as possible and air it. If all the footage turned out to be garbage, they'd scrap it and replace it with a single subtitle line. That was it. Whatever the case, the game order had been determined. Next, in front of the entertainment agencies, PD Woo Han-suk put his hand into another box. This time, to decide which game they'd play. After a few seconds of fumbling, he pulled out one ball. It's the celebrity game. It was a game where they would show a photo of a famous figure, and the person who saw it would have to quickly say the name within a few seconds. Some agencies let out sighs. We're screwed. I really can't do this one. Same here. Standing on stage, PD Woo Han-suk called the first company. GN Entertainment, please come up. 3 people clumsily climbed onto the stage. The woman who looked oldest seemed to be the team leader. Soon, they sat on the prepared chairs, while PD Woo Han-suk, the writers, and other staff stood in front of them. Ready? Here we go. The game began abruptly. PD Woo Han-suk quickly held up one sheet of paper from a stack. However, the female team leader sitting in the first seat only widened her eyes and failed to say a name. Like a goldfish, her mouth opened and closed silently. PD Woo Han-suk showed no mercy. Wrong. Team leader. Ugh. I suddenly blanked. PD Nim, please just one more chance. Just once. Nope. GN Entertainment gets 30 seconds of self-promotion. GN Entertainment, who had gone up first, was tragically defeated. The female team leader tried to get another chance no matter what, but it was hopeless. In the end, GN Entertainment left the stage just like that. Their expressions were gloomy. Seeing them, clouds formed on the faces of the other agencies as well. After that, the game continued. Kim Dae-soo. No, Tae-soo. Wrong. Why? I got it right. It's not Kim Tae-soo, it's Lee Tae-soo, right? Aw damn. Some companies did well at the game, but quite a few failed miserably like GN Entertainment. The best performance came from EY Entertainment, known as one of the top 3 idol agencies in Korea, who succeeded 7 times. With 30 seconds as the base, they added 70 seconds to earn a total of 100 seconds. The desperate game filming of the entertainment agencies took about an hour. Call the kids. Next, the 4 final winners of Produce That 100 entered the stage. Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Dookyung. Dozens of entertainment agency representatives looked up at them. Once again, their greed swelled. Kong Rojin thought, whoa, there's a lot of people. He looked calm as he glanced at the scattered entertainment agencies in front of the stage, but inside, he was quite nervous. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk called the first company. EY Entertainment, please begin your self-promotion. Then the 100 seconds that EY Entertainment had earned appeared on the screen behind the final winners standing on stage. When PD Woo Han-suk gave the signal, the seconds began counting down, and one of the male executives from EY Entertainment, who had stood up, quickly began the briefing. Hello, we're EY Entertainment. As you all know, we have abundant experience and many achievements when it comes to idols. If you choose EY Entertainment, we'll support you with everything we've got and help you fully spread your wings. And even though EY Entertainment held the top record, 100 seconds wasn't enough, and the self-promotion from the major agency EY Entertainment was both full of confidence and desperation. Next up, Harmony Entertainment, please begin your self-promotion. The entertainment agencies continued with their self-promotions, mostly focusing on their strengths rather than weaknesses. Even so, fans in the idol scene would already be well aware of each company's pros and cons. The joint shoot with the agencies ended only by nighttime. Great job, everyone. Some entertainment agencies' representatives tried to approach the final winners coming down from the stage, but nope. The entertainment agencies are not allowed to meet the final winners. PD Woo Han-suk blocked them completely. At the same time, in Song Min-gun's studio. This was the studio of Song Min-gun, judge for Produce That 100 and hit songmaker. Sitting in front of the production equipment was the chubby Song Min-gun, and on the sofa behind him sat a woman with her legs crossed. It was veteran singer Park Hyun-young, wearing her hat low. As she sipped her iced Americano and looked at her phone, Park Hyun-young murmured, "Wow, the new song from Produce That 100 topped the charts in Japan too?" With a sigh, Song Min-gun shook his head. "Aren't you busy? Why are you here again when you've got a new album coming out?" "That's exactly why I came. I wanted to have some wine with you before things get really busy. What about my opinion? I don't care about that. Are you insane? Still staring at her phone screen, Park Hyun-young switched the direction of her crossed legs. By the way, releasing an album right now is absolute hell. The digital charts are dominated by Produce That 100. On top of that, there's even the Rental Lover OST. Then avoid it. I heard some idol kids who were planning comebacks delayed their releases. What are you talking about? A real singer breaks through during times like these and delivers results. It's gonna be tough as hell. I know, but this is the right timing for me. Do whatever. Title track is black and white sound. Have you decided on a subtitle track? For now. So, when's the new album dropping? Only then did Park Hyun-young lift her head and make eye contact with Song Min-gun. Next Monday. About 2 hours later, at the Produce That 100 campus. It was already late at night. Kang Rojin had spent the day filming a lot. Normally, he'd do other work in the lounge, but today, perhaps due to fatigue, he went straight to bed. Bed is heaven, heaven. Of course, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung were also lying on their beds. Sihu was looking at his phone, while Kangmin and Do Kyung had fallen asleep the moment they lay down. Rojin turned to his side and turned on his phone. He was about to open the AI simulation app, but suddenly something came to mind, and he opened a different app. Phone banking. It was about the income he had been thinking about before. He had some expectations, but they weren't that high. However, Rojin's eyes suddenly widened when he saw the result. And with good reason. An amount he had never seen before was in his bank account. Thousands? Not just thousands, but several thousands. Chapter 116, Enter 4. The amount that had been lying dormant in Kang Rojin's bank account was tens of millions of won. Rojin suddenly shot up from his bed without realizing it himself. Wondering if he had seen it correctly, he checked the money again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. It was definitely tens of millions of won. To be exact, it was slightly over 20 million won. More than 10 million won appearing in my bank account. Until now, the most he had ever touched was in the 1 million won range. But now, just like that, 20 million won had been deposited. And more than that. This is the money from my early activities being settled now, right? This was just the beginning. The current tens of millions of won included only the initial and mid-stage earnings from Kang Rojin's appearance on Produce That 100, as well as his work as a writer, lyricist, and actor. The latter half and copyright fees that would be deposited every time his works were sold in the future were separate. Especially, the royalties would last a lifetime. Wow, this is crazy. Of course, early on, whether it was as an idol, actor, writer, or lyricist, Kang Rojin had been virtually unknown. In most sectors of the entertainment industry, it is extremely difficult for unknowns or rookies to even earn 500,000 won, let alone 10 million. In fact, even just debuting is something to be grateful for. However, Rojin had not done just one thing. He had been working on multiple things at once, and thanks to attention from people other than PD Woo Han-suk or PD Young Soo-ryung, he had earned over 20 million won from the start. In truth, the money Kang Rojin was starting to earn from this point forward, after the success of Produce That 100 and Rental Lover, when his recognition skyrocketed, was the real deal. Because his market value was properly established now. Though he had not yet made a breakthrough in the idol realm, as a writer, actor, and lyricist, he had hit a home run. Particularly on the writer's side, it was quite noticeable. When there are no results, a writer is judged only by their potential, but once results are available, it becomes possible to negotiate. The viewership rating for the first episode of Rental Lover was a whopping 21%. Moreover, the original writer was Kang Rojin himself. Clearly, there would be tremendous synergy, and Rojin was well aware of it. If I work hard at both my main and side jobs, my market value will keep going up. He couldn't help but smile. The money was nice, but what excited him even more was the future that lay ahead. Damn, at this rate, I might even get to handle money in the hundreds of millions? No, billions? Really? Billions. The thought of handling money he couldn't even have imagined before was no longer just a dream, and any trace of sleepiness completely vanished from Kang Rojin. Rojin, where are you going? Just to the break room for a bit. Kong Rojin chose to work overtime. This is fun, seriously. Later, a day passed, and Thursday dawned. Kong Rojin had fallen asleep at dawn, and he only managed to get 4 hours of sleep, but he was full of energy. He immediately got started on his daily mission. After eating breakfast, Rojin headed to the large practice room. Inside the practice room, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were already waiting. Rojin Hyung is here. Hyung, did you go running again? Awesome. Since Rojin's here, let's get started right away. Officially, all of the evaluation stages for Produce That 100 had ended. Nevertheless, the reason the final 4 winners were gathered in the practice room was simple. There had been a special order from PD Woo Han-suk for the final episode of Produce That 100, airing next Friday the 20th. Because of the performances they would be showing in the final episode, which would even be broadcast live. Once everything ended, Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung would present a few performances to the viewers. Produce, Survival 100, Even Bold. Originally group songs, but in a 4-person version. A sort of final farewell from Produce That 100 to the viewers. Since the final winners were capable of composing, writing lyrics, performing rap parts, and choreographing dances, it wasn't a difficult mission. Soon, Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung dived into practice. Then around lunchtime on Thursday, a familiar group arrived at Gimpo Airport. This is the first time we've come to Korea back-to-back like this. This time, unlike last time, the topic is heavier. They spoke in Japanese. At the head of the group was a foreigner with curly yellow hair. He was executive director Tom Cavell, and the group was Netflix Japan. The reason they had returned to Korea was simple. Because of the script, like a kaleidoscope, that Kong Rojin had submitted. Soon, executive director Tom Cavell made an announcement to his staff. At tomorrow's meeting with Culture Drawer, we must secure this work. The meeting with Culture Drawer was scheduled for tomorrow. Same day, afternoon. In the practice room, Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung sat in a circle, looking over stacks of papers. On the covers of these stacks were the names of various entertainment agencies. In other words, these papers were organized summaries of the self-promotions the entertainment agencies had presented the previous day. There were 10 of them. The boys were discussing with considerable depth. Judging from the PR, EY Entertainment seems to be the best. Wasn't GN Entertainment decent too? Yeah, but I read an article yesterday saying GN Entertainment is scaling back their idol division. Really? Either way, wouldn't it be best to choose from the big 3, GN, EY, and Big Star? I think so too. For idols, you can't ignore things like agency size, influence, and experience. True, and KRO or Harmony didn't really give off a trustworthy vibe. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung did most of the talking, while Kong Rojin was more of an observer. I did some searching too, but the range of knowledge is totally different. This would be the nest they'd settle into for the next few years. Contract conditions and such would be dealt with in a later, more advanced stage. For now, choosing the agency was the urgent task. At that moment, Baby Perm Sihu let out a small laugh. I can't believe we're choosing from these kinds of agencies. Kong Min and Du Kyung agreed wholeheartedly. Seriously, normally, even getting in as a trainee here would require tons of auditions. Now it's the agencies auditioning for us, and we're the ones choosing. It's kind of surreal. As the conversation seemed to be veering off track again, Kong Rojin stepped in. Isn't it too early to choose just one now? We still need to see the viewer vote results anyway. Right. Then let's just rank our top 5. From 6th place onward, let's just not think about them. Too many options only make it harder to decide. Good idea. 30 minutes later, the first round rankings for the agencies were set. The eldest, Sihu, handled the summary. First place, EY Entertainment. Second place, Big Star Entertainment. Third place, GN Entertainment. Fourth, Harmony. Fifth, KRO Entertainment. That's the list. Of course, the big 3 take first, second, and third. Honestly, the other agencies are big too, but when it comes to idols, they just can't beat these 3. These are dream agencies for countless idol hopefuls. I was one of them, and now we're entering them with a free pass. EY, Big Star, and GN definitely have some amazing idols. EY Entertainment's Bambidi seems to be prepping for a US concert now. Will they make it? I don't know, but just getting on the Billboard chart was already huge. Was it 40th? First girl group to do it, right? It's insane. A Korean girl group ranking on the Billboard chart. Though EY, Big Star, and GN, known as the Big Three of the idol market, were ranked in the top 3, the evaluation for GN was rather lukewarm. GN Entertainment's overall vibe is off. Their recently launched boy group and girl group both flopped. Honestly, I feel the same way. You can't ignore trends. GN Entertainment is still in 3rd place because it's part of the Big Three, but it feels like other entertainment companies will overtake it soon. I prefer EY and Big Star. GN is just SOSO. Compared to GN Entertainment, EY and Big Star Entertainment received much higher praise, especially EY, which was a hot topic. Rojin, listening to the conversation, crossed his arms. They're leaning hard toward EY Entertainment. Like, about 70% maybe? EY was the one with the longest PR session, right? The briefing was definitely solid. He, too, began leaning toward EY Entertainment. Honestly, among the Big Three agencies, their scale and everything else were all impressive. What mattered from here on would be the finer details. If things continue like this, it'll probably go to EY Entertainment. Meanwhile, in the office of a major media outlet in Seoul, the office was buzzing with noise from countless reporters. The sounds of ringing phones and clacking keyboards filled the space. At that moment, a tousle-haired man entered the office. He was a reporter as well, and after passing by his messy desk, he knocked on the door to the chief editor's office. Knock, knock. Inside, a man with graying hair was on the phone. He gestured for a moment, signaling the visitor to wait, and as soon as he put down the phone, the chief editor spoke briefly to the tousle-haired reporter. What is it? The tousle-haired reporter gave a sly grin. Chief, I've got an exclusive scoop. At the word scoop, the graying chief furrowed his brow. What kind of scoop? Heh. The reporter, grinning like a bit of a pervert, leaned closer to the chief and replied in a near whisper. EY Entertainment's tax evasion case. In an instant, the chief's expression changed. Are you sure? Yes, it's offshore tax evasion, so it's a big one. I'll compile it and report back to you soon. How long will it take? Won't take long, 2 weeks at most. I've only gotten the source for now, so I need to do some digging. EY Entertainment, Hadash. Being one of the Big Three in the country, the chief was also quite familiar with EY Entertainment. Didn't an article already come out a couple years ago hinting at tax evasion over there? Yes, but whether EY Entertainment pulled some strings behind the scenes or what, it all quieted down quickly. That's why this time I'm going to be fully prepared and hit hard. If it's a false report, we'll have to deal with lawsuits and all that hassle, you know? I know. Don't worry. With the case from 2 years ago and this one tied in together, if we package it right when we drop it. The tousle-haired reporter's perverted grin deepened. EY Entertainment will probably be shaken to its core. A few hours later, at night, after finishing practice with the others, Kang Rojin showered and headed not to his room, but to the break room. Seeing him carrying a laptop and a guitar, it seemed like he was going to do another night shift. Starting today, I'm making a song. It was something he had discussed with Sihu earlier. Kang Rojin would try composing a song on his own. Nothing too complicated, something simple. Will it work? Who knows? I'll just give it a shot. In the empty break room, Rojin set up his laptop and guitar. And then, right before diving into serious work, Kang Rojin suddenly got lost in thought. The agency I'll be joining. In truth, since the earlier conversation with Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung, the agencies had been constantly on his mind. The usual worries and concerns anyone would have, especially since this would be his main base for at least the next few years. He scratched his black hair roughly. They're all big companies, so maybe any of them would be fine. It's not like thinking about it will give me an answer right now. As long as I keep running hard like now, it'll be fine wherever I go. True to his personality, Kang Rojin seemed to brush it off neatly, but he was still young and had zero experience with this kind of thing. The thought didn't disappear cleanly. Phew, this is the kind of thing AI automation should analyze for me. Could it though? AI automation was overpowered, sure, but could it really do something like this? Without much hope, Rojin picked up his phone. He tapped the AI automation section of the AI simulation app. It was more out of curiosity than anything else. Through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idle. For the first time, Rojan typed in a request different from usual into the blank space. He listed 10 entertainment agencies, including the big three, EY Entertainment, Big Star Entertainment, and GN Entertainment, and asked the system to score how well each company matched with him or with his fellow members. The longest request he'd written so far was now complete. What am I even doing? Like this would actually work. He hit confirm and chuckled. But then, AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. AI automation, which was analyzing the request, showed a result that was completely unexpected. To achieve the desired result, 150 coins are required. It needed 150 coins. That meant, it works? It actually works? AI automation could provide the answer Rojan was looking for. And it wasn't cheap. 150 coins. But Rojan, now slightly serious, thought, it's AI automation. If it's asking for 150 coins, it must be giving something worthwhile. Well, 150 coins wasn't small, but for the current Rojan, it was a level he could earn in a little over a week. More than that, Kong Rojan was more curious. As a result, swish, he pressed the confirm button. Using 150 coins. Applying. Application complete. Once again, the phone screen showed a spinning circle. Interestingly, there was no stinging pain in his wrist at all. AI automation simply displayed a message on Rojan's phone screen. EY Entertainment, /3 points. Big Star Entertainment, /28 points. GN Entertainment, /95 points. KRO Entertainment, /73 points. Harmony Entertainment, /69 points. Kong Rojan, who was scanning through the listed items, slightly furrowed his brow. EY Entertainment got 3 points? Why is the score for them complete trash? Chapter 117, Enter 5. The entertainment company's scores displayed by AI automation. Kong Rojan stared at the results silently for several seconds. EY Entertainment, /3 points. Big Star Entertainment, /28 points. GN Entertainment, /95 points. KRO Entertainment, /73 points. Harmony Entertainment, /69 points. The most eye-catching was the score of EY Entertainment. 3 points? That's harsh. Because compared to the other entertainment companies, the score was absurdly low. No, it wasn't just low. It could be said that it was basically non-existent. The scores for the other entertainment companies were at least above 20 points. But only EY Entertainment had 3 points. On top of that, Big Star Entertainment is also low. Following EY Entertainment, Big Star also had a low score of 28 points. In contrast, GN Entertainment, which was evaluated the harshest by Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, received a score close to 100. GN Entertainment got 95 points. Should I consider the remaining 7 entertainment companies' scores as average? The others scored around 60 to 70 points. In other words, only the so-called Big 3 entertainment companies, EY, Big Star, and GN, had unusual scores. What was going on? Why did 2 of the biggest and most dominant entertainment companies have the lowest scores? Rojan scratched his head, not understanding. They're the 2 most famous when it comes to idols, so their scores should be high. Even so, 3 points was a bit harsh. Even 28 points was enough to make him frown. What Kong Rojan had asked of AI automation was to assign scores indicating how well each entertainment company matched with himself and the other final winners. That meant EY and Big Star Entertainment were essentially trash. Especially EY. After thinking for a moment, Rojan came to a conclusion. AI automation, giving a flawed or incorrect answer makes no sense. It's AI automation, after all. He concluded, even if I don't know exactly why, going to EY or Big Star Entertainment means we're screwed. AI simulation is a god-tier cheat item, so not trusting it would be foolish. And although he couldn't yet tell why those 2 companies scored so low, there was no time to find out, and no need, either. He would need to make a final decision in about a week. I should avoid EY and Big Star, and push for GN Entertainment. Excluding those 2 trash score companies, the remaining 8 had scores above 60. Among them, GN had a near-perfect score of 95. There must be a reason AI automation assigned that score. With his decision made, Rojan turned off the AI simulation app and opened a search engine, starting to look up the big three entertainment companies, focusing more on EY and Big Star than GN Entertainment. As Kong Rojan skimmed through various articles and blog posts, he came across a few incidents, then lowered his phone. I'll try explaining it to the others with this. If they refuse, I'll have to take extreme measures. Finishing his thoughts, Rojan stretched and let out a small breath. Shall I start making the song? He immediately picked up the guitar next to him. Hugging the guitar, Rojan strummed lightly as he let out a low hum. What kind of song should he start with? Up until now, Rojan had experienced ballads, rap, dance, and more while staying on Produce That 100. Still, maybe it was best to start with a ballad? Come to think of it, the first song he ever learned was also a rock ballad, Farewell. Since it's my first composition, I want to put some meaning into it. How about making it as a gift to his late parents? Farewell had been a deeply emotional song mourning the departed, so this time, Rojan thought it would be nice to create a song that gently conveyed greetings or asked how they were doing. Once the concept was set, the melody started to come to him. Though his fingers didn't move as naturally as Sihu's, just having ideas forming in his mind was enough. It must be thanks to his composition stat having passed 20 points. It feels a bit daunting, but let's give it a try for now. It was at that moment. Bzzz. A short vibration came from the phone lying next to him. As soon as he checked it, Kong Rojan smiled faintly. It popped up. The reason for the vibration was a notification from the AI simulation app. Sudden title mission activated. Related title, Side Job Tycoon. Reward upon completion, Stat plus 8 enhancement coupon. Condition for completion. Finish your first composition. A sudden mission appeared. What pleased Kong Rojan the most was the reward. Nice. Right after, Rojan recalled his current side jobs. Side jobs. 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist. He was confident that completing this quest would add composer to his side jobs. That would bring his total to 4, and the title Side Job Tycoon would be enhanced by +4. Kong Rojan's battle power surged. Even if it takes time, I'm definitely going to complete this, whether for the title or the reward. The next day, Friday morning, a large building near Hapjeong Station in Seoul. Even now, countless people were coming and going in this building, which was the headquarters of GN Entertainment, one of the country's big 3 entertainment companies. As expected of a major corporation, minivans, and even celebrities could be seen. Inside GN Entertainment's main conference room, a conference room with a shaped table setup where more than 20 individuals were seated. GN Entertainment's team leaders and executive-level staff were present. At the head of the table sat the CEO of GN Entertainment. The person receiving everyone's attention in the meeting was a female team leader, her face shadowed with gloom. Team Leader Park, how did the self-PR filming for Produce That 100 go? At a director's question, the female team leader's expression darkened even further. I'm sorry. We unexpectedly had to proceed with a game. A game? Yes. The female team leader had participated in the filming of the entertainment company segment for Produce That 100, representing GN Entertainment, and was chosen as the first participant in the celebrity game, and had failed spectacularly. She now recounted everything that happened during filming to the room. Soon, the executives around her sighed. 30 seconds? It ended in just 30 seconds. Seriously? After all the effort we put in, only 30 seconds. That Woo Han-suk guy went too far. A game, out of nowhere. So were you able to say everything you needed in those 30 seconds? The female team leader hesitated and then answered with difficulty. About half. Sounds of tongue clicking were heard all around from the executives. What about EY and Big Star? They got about 80 to 100 seconds. Don't tell me we were last. A silent affirmation. The executives let out open sighs. You really should have done better. You blew it. It's over. The final winners of Produce That 100 have probably leaned toward EY or Big Star. You should have kept your head in the game, sigh dash. The executives weren't just upset about the short self-PR segment. They were even more frustrated that GN Entertainment, among the big 3, had come in last. The female team leader could only bow her head. At that moment, swish. The CEO of GN Entertainment at the head of the table slowly folded his arms. Muscles bulged from his forearms, visible thanks to his rolled-up shirt sleeves. With a solid build and fairly tall stature, he looked to be over 50, but still handsome enough to be called attractive, maybe even a charming middle-aged man. The CEO looked steadily at the female team leader and spoke. "Raise your head, Team Leader Park. There's no need to feel small." His voice was soft yet firm, and as the female team leader raised her face, the CEO glanced around at the executives and muttered indifferently. "If you were so concerned, you should have gone yourselves." "Ah, no. It's just that we were CEO and him, we were just a bit disappointed. Anyone can babble with their mouth, show it through actions." The conference room instantly froze. Something unexpected happened on site, and she went out there and fought through it. That should be enough. Why all this chatter? This time, the executives bowed their heads sharply. Soon, the CEO gave the female team leader a faint smile. "Good work, Team Leader Park. Thank you. Nothing's been decided yet, has it?" "No. After this filming airs, the voting will take place. I heard the results will be announced, and the final choice made live on the 20th. A live broadcast. Sounds like it'll be entertaining." The CEO, who had spoken in a low voice, lightly tapped the table with his index finger. Then he crossed his legs. "There's nothing we can do right now. We'll have to accept it humbly." One of the executives chimed in. "We even scouted managers and producers with renewed determination. But if we missed the produce that 100, kids, it was a chance to really take off. Wouldn't it be regrettable? Just regrettable? We'll remember this for the next few years. But what can we do? We have no choice but to wait." In reality, GN Entertainment couldn't do anything in this situation. The same applied to the other 9 entertainment companies. Though they were all powerful corporations in the entertainment industry, there wasn't a thing they could do. The CEO let out a dry laugh as he recalled PD Woo Han-suk with his dark circles. That PD Woo Han-suk, at the very least, you've got to give it to him for how he sets the stage. Then he raised his voice so the entire quiet meeting room could hear. "It's not time to give up yet. You never know, a twist might happen." Meanwhile, at the same time, a new article hit the internet. Queen of the music industry, Park Hyun-young, about to release new album. Veteran singer Park Hyun-young returns. Waiting fans say, "My neck almost broke from waiting." Park Hyun-young, the veteran singer, was making a comeback. Star Talk. Park Hyun-young's new album announcement. Release on streaming platforms next Monday/photo. The new album would be released next Monday. It had been quite a while since Park Hyun-young last released an album, and several media outlets hinted that the timing was not ideal. Digital charts dominated by Produce That 100 and Rental Lover. Even Park Hyun-young may struggle to chart. Queen Park Hyun-young makes her return, but Produce That 100 is too dominant. Still, Park Hyun-young was a heavyweight in the industry. She had a wide fan base and quickly garnered attention. "Wow, I've been waiting. To be honest, I was getting tired of idol songs lately. This is great." "What do you mean she won't chart? Someone like Park Hyun-young will definitely land in the top 10. It's almost winter now, perfect time for emotional ballads. I've been listening to Park Hyun-young songs lately, and now she's releasing a new one, perfect timing." However, the impact of Produce That 100 and Rental Lover remained strong. Friday is here again. Netizens say, it's time for Rental Lover and Produce That 100. It was Friday, and right after episode 2 of Rental Lover aired, episode 17 of Produce That 100 would follow. Last week, Rental Lover stirred things up, and now Produce That 100 was heading into the final winter broadcast. Issue pick. Rental Lover episode 2 airs today. Will we get a proper look at Lover number 4's visuals? Communities flooded with predictions for the final winner. Produce That 100 expected to break ratings record today. Rojin captivates Friday nights. Trend experts say he's not just an idol trainee anymore. He's a rising star. Amidst the surge of trending topics, Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kang Min, and Do Kyung were deep in practice at the rehearsal studio on campus. Now, counting from today, there was less than a week left until next Friday. Time was tight, so they had to push their bodies even harder. Because the 20th, a week from now, would be their final appearance to viewers as contestants and as the final winners of Produce That 100. After about 2 hours of focused practice, the 4 of them. Ugh, I'm dying. collapsed onto the floor of the practice room the moment break time started. Drenched in sweat, they panted heavily. Rojin was also lying spread out on the floor. Then Du-kyung, who sat up, spoke in a dry tone. Still, practice is fun now that the survival part is over. Before, the pressure made everything uncomfortable. Same here. Practice is actually fun. Once we join an agency, it'll be even more fun, right? Kong Min and Du-kyung chatted quietly. Slide. Suddenly, Kong Rojin got up and brushed his sweat-drenched black hair back. Du-kyung glanced over and clapped absent-mindedly. Looks like a photo shoot. Kong Min agreed. Once Rojin Hyung debuts, I bet girl groups are going to be hitting on him nonstop. Not just girl groups. Even seniors and actresses will be trying to flirt for sure. He's going to have to manage scandals super strictly. As the others brought up their energetic and hormonal thoughts, Kong Rojin spoke abruptly. Let's not go to EY Entertainment or Big Star, let's go with GN. At that moment, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du-kyung blinked their eyes in surprise. But Rojin continued, undeterred. Even if you guys don't, I'm going to GN Entertainment. Chapter 118, Enter 6. Even if you guys don't, I'm going to GN Entertainment. At Kong Rojin's bombshell statement, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du-kyung all looked at Rojin with visible confusion. A moment of silence passed. The first to speak was the eldest Hyung, Sihu, whose eyes had grown ridiculously large. What? Rojin, what are you saying out of the blue? That's when Kong Min and Du-kyung, who had finally come to their senses, joined in. Hyung? Wait a second. According to what we discussed, GN was our third choice, right? EY and Big Star were first and second. What's going on, Hyung? Did you hear something? Did I hear something? Yeah. AI Automation said EY and Big Star Entertainment were garbage. Of course, Kong Rojin couldn't say that directly, so he responded seriously. I've looked into a lot of information about EY and Big Star Entertainment. EY Entertainment had some tax evasion issues a few years ago. Tax evasion? Yeah. There were just a few articles, but it made me uneasy. And Big Star hasn't been doing that well lately, right? No, but that's Dash. If we're talking about that kind of stuff, GN is even worse. The three other than Kong Rojin had ambiguous expressions. Faces that said that explanation wasn't convincing enough. Honestly, Rojin also couldn't provide a clear reason, unless he talked about the AI simulation app. At that point, Kong Min, the exotically handsome one, scratched his chin. Hyung, suddenly bumping GN from third to first is a bit much. No, I'm not bumping it to first. Rojin answered definitively and calmly. Like I said, I'm going to GN. Huh? Even if you guys go somewhere else, I'm going to GN. Kong Rojin, who had seemed more like an observer or bystander before, now looked completely different. Like a solid fortress. Just trust me on this. Silence fell again. This time, too, it was Sihu who broke it. If our leader's going, I'll go too. Kong Rojin looked at Sihu. Hyung, I'm not the leader anymore. You're not done. And honestly, I'm fine with going to GN. Even a small or new agency is okay, as long as I can debut. Yeah, exactly. Wherever we go, we just need to raise it ourselves. So if Rojin's going, I'm going. Sihu soon turned to the two younger ones, Kong Min and Du-kyung. Let's be real. It was because of Rojin that produced that 100, got 30% viewership, am I wrong? You're right. Agreed. It started with buzz over Rojin's visuals, but it blew up more and more as his abilities stood out. We worked hard too, but without Rojin it would have been bland. Even PD Woo Han-suk had said that himself. On top of that, if the four of us were split and offered to those 10 companies, who would they pick? Rojin, right? I'm not trying to ride Rojin's coattails, but I do need him to stay fired up. You guys feel the same, right? Anyway, if Rojin's going, I'm following him. To GN, Du-kyung spoke right away. I'm going too. Like Sihu Hyung said, without Rojin Hyung, our team would be totally screwed. What's he saying? Screwed might be a bit much, right? Rojin thought internally as Du-kyung met his eyes. I'm going to grow by watching you, Hyung. Lastly, Kong Min let out a small sigh. If Rojin Hyung had just decided from the beginning, we would have all followed. So GN it is, huh? Sihu, Kong Min, and Du-kyung all had skills that would stand out even if they debuted right now. But they had always strangely followed Kong Rojin well. Though they were technically rivals, they seemed to treat him like a bit of a role model. Whatever the case, since the talk went well, maybe it didn't matter. Kong Rojin seemed satisfied and made his decision. Then let's go with GN, but for now, let's keep it between us. Cool. Same day, early afternoon. A standalone building near Cheongdam Station. It was the writer management company Culture Drawer. Soon, a bear-like man in a suit entered the first-floor lobby, where a few people, including a familiar woman, were waiting for him. The familiar woman was Ryu Yoonghwa, team leader of Culture Drawer Management Team 1. She, who was in charge of Writer Rojin, bowed politely to the bear-like man. CEO Nim. The people around team leader Ryu Yoonghwa were the same, and the man who received their greeting smiled brightly as he walked toward the elevator. Hello, Oz. Everyone waiting. Yes, CEO Nim. Contrary to his rather disorganized appearance, the bear-like man with high energy was the co-CEO of Culture Drawer. His name was Hyo Kite. Although writer Han Seoryong also held the title of CEO, the actual management of Culture Drawer was effectively handled by CEO Hyo Kite. He, along with team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and the others, boarded the elevator. Swoosh. As team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, her long hair tied back in a single line, pressed the floor button, CEO Hyo Kite asked a question. How's the situation with writer Rojin? Though his build was like a bear, his voice was rather gentle, and team leader Ryu Yoonghwa answered right away. Inquiries and casting requests are pouring in. It's insane, right? Yes, it's absolutely overwhelming. In fact, recently, Culture Drawer had been receiving an explosion of contacts regarding Kong Rojin. Naturally, as writer Rojin. From project proposals to variety show casting and more. We're even getting casting requests for him as an actor. Actor? Well, let's keep that on hold and maybe pass it along to writer Rojin later. I've already mentioned it to the writer. Oh yeah? What did he say? He said he doesn't want to rush any decisions regarding acting. Though offers were coming in for Kong Rojin as an actor, after being informed by Culture Drawer, he wasn't in any hurry. He had plenty of time. He figured he could handle acting as a side project while focusing on his idol career. CEO Hyo Kite nodded as if he understood. That's the smart move. Produce That 100 is wrapping up anyway. There's no rush to get into acting. He can think about it after Produce That 100 and Rental Lover are over. For now, we just need to focus on the writer's side. What kind of project offers have come in? I'll organize them and submit a report. Okay, good. If there are any offers that seem decent, toss them over to writer Rojin. Just as the conversation was wrapping up, the elevator doors opened, and CEO Hyo Kite and team leader Ryu Yoonghwa stopped in front of a meeting room. The bear-like CEO Hyo Kite adjusted his suit. How do I look? You look sharp. Do I seem to have some presence? It's been a while since I wore a suit, so it feels awkward. Your physique alone is enough to be overwhelming. Okay, let's go in. With a satisfied smile, CEO Hyo Kite opened the meeting room door. Inside were some familiar figures. A foreigner with curly yellow hair and a few others. Executive Director Tom Cavill and Netflix Japan staff. In other words, it was a meeting between Culture Drawer and Netflix Japan. The topic, of course, was the project, Like a Kaleidoscope, which Kong Rojin had handed over to Netflix Japan. In fact, there was no real need for CEO Hyo Kite to attend a meeting like this in person. The management teams could have handled it, but this time the counterpart was not just anyone, it was Netflix Japan. For Culture Drawer, this was a rare chance to expand overseas, and it was also Kong Rojin's first project contract, which is why CEO Hyo Kite stepped in directly. Then CEO Hyo Kite reached out his hand to Tom Cavill, the executive director. Hello, I'm Hyo Kite from Culture Drawer. When Hyo Kite greeted him in fluent Japanese, Tom Cavill was slightly surprised. He speaks Japanese well. More than that, he's huge. Was he a former athlete? Tom Cavill, feeling like he was shaking hands with a bear, grasped CEO Hyo Kite's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Tom Cavill from Netflix Japan. Your Japanese is impressive, CEO Nim. We're aiming for the global market. Been studying hard, haha. After some casual greetings, Culture Drawer and Netflix Japan sat across from each other. The first to speak was CEO Hyo Kite. You want to produce writer Rojin's Like a Kaleidoscope, correct? He went straight to the point with no beating around the bush. Tom Cavill, who seemed to have been waiting for that, answered right away. Yes, we at Netflix Japan want to produce it. I see. For reference, Netflix, which had taken over the world, generally used two approaches for producing content. Either a production company acquired a work from a writer and passed it to Netflix, or Netflix itself secured the work and then had a production company make it. This model was similar across all Netflix branches, including Netflix Korea. As soon as Netflix buys the rights to a project, they immediately start investing. Depending on the project, tens or even hundreds of billions of won can be spent, and once production starts, the show goes forward no matter what, whether it succeeds or fails. All the profit or loss is fully handled by Netflix. By that standard, this time with like a kaleidoscope, it felt like Netflix Japan was starting by purchasing the rights first. After that, they would select a production company to create the project. In any case, Netflix Japan's top priority was securing the rights to Like a Kaleidoscope. For writer Rojan's Like a Kaleidoscope, we are dash. Executive Director Tom Cavell brought up the money side of things with a voice full of conviction. 20 million won per episode, with a separate signing bonus. How does that sound? Currently, a star writer like Han Sirang receives about 80 to 100 million won per episode. Mid-tier writers, those considered A-list, earn a bit less, around 30 to 50 million won per episode. That meant Netflix Japan was evaluating writer Rojan as a mid-level writer. At 20 million won per episode, and with Like a Kaleidoscope being about 10 episodes, that came out to 200 million won, plus a separate signing bonus. It was quite a substantial offer. A rookie writer, or one just above that level, usually receives around 3 to 5 million won per episode. Of course, that's assuming things go very well. Many receive far less. Technically, Kang Rojan was a newly debuted writer, so getting 20 million per episode was certainly generous. Because Rojan wasn't just any writer, he had something special. But CEO Hyo Kitae, with his chin resting on his hand, thought, 20 million per episode. That's pretty strong from the start. Shows how much Netflix Japan wants writer Rojan. But it's still a bit lacking. There's room to raise his value. He wasn't satisfied. This doesn't quite meet the figure we had in mind. Though this project related to writer Rojan was something Culture Drawer was handling more as a service, CEO Hyo Kitae wasn't going to be careless. What Netflix Japan proposed is certainly impressive. However, right now Rental Lover is hitting a 21% viewership rating in Korea, and that's the same show planned to launch on Netflix Japan. Add to that the explosive power of writer Rojan's recognition and popularity. There's a lot we could say here, but at 20 million per episode, I don't think writer Rojan will agree. We at Culture Drawer also want to work with Netflix Japan. However, since the final decision lies entirely with the writer, there will need to be some compromise on the script fee. How much is Culture Drawer considering? Well, 20 million per episode feels a bit low. From there, the mood of the meeting gradually became more fluid. Several hours later, at the Produce That 100 campus, it was around 7:30 p.m. Kang Rojan and the others could be found in the break room. A tablet and a laptop were laid out on the table. The reason was simple. Just like last week, we'll watch Rental Lover first and then Produce That 100 right after. Right? Episode 2 of Rental Lover. And then our final victory scene in Produce That 100. I'm already nervous. Wonder how the fans will react. What if they bashing me for getting picked? Just as Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung were chatting. In about 15 minutes, Episode 2 of Rental Lover would begin, followed by Episode 17 of Produce That 100. In particular, today's Produce That 100 would reveal the final winner on air. Because of that, not just the kids, but even Kang Rojan himself. I'm crazy curious about the viewer response. We're busy chattering with mixed feelings of excitement and anxiety. Just then, BZZ, Kang Rojan's phone vibrated long. A call. It was an unknown number. Tilting his head in curiosity, Rojan gestured to the others that he was stepping out to take the call. Slide. He stepped out of the break room and held the phone to his ear in the hallway. Hello. A male voice he was hearing for the first time came through. Hello, writer Nim. This is Hyo Kitae from Culture Drawer. The caller was CEO Hyo Kitae. Kang Rojan realized with a jolt. He had spoken to him once before as an introduction, but had forgotten to save the number. Yes, hello, CEO Nim. Haha. I still haven't had the chance to meet you in person, but I'll try to arrange something soon. More importantly, Is now a good time to talk? Yes, of course. We had a meeting with Netflix Japan this afternoon and discussed, like a kaleidoscope. First, I should tell you about the agreed script fee. Kong Rojin had been informed about today's meeting with Netflix Japan as well, but he hadn't thought too deeply about it. Script fee, I wonder how much. A few $100,000. It's not that he didn't think it was important, he just lacked experience. This was his first time officially signing a project contract involving real money, including script fees. In any case, Rojin listened carefully, and on the other end, CEO Hyokite stated the script fee first. The final agreement is 30 million won per episode, plus a separate signing bonus. As soon as he heard the number, Kong Rojin blinked his eyes. Huh, it was a reasonable reaction, with Like a Kaleidoscope being 10 episodes at 30 million per episode. Wait, what? How much did he say? That meant 300 million won. Chapter 119. Enter 7. Over the phone, CEO Hyokite gave additional explanations about the terms negotiated with Netflix Japan, including the script fee. 30 million won per episode was the final agreement in this meeting. And as for the down payment, although the briefing could be heard faintly, it didn't register clearly with Kong Rojin, who blinked his eyes. 30 million per episode. For 10 episodes, that's 300 million. 300 million, seriously? He was in shock from hearing such an amount for the first time in his life. It felt like someone had struck him hard on the head. Hundreds of millions. Even 30 million was staggering, but 10 of those? 300 million? Hundreds of millions? His brain crashed at the unfamiliar and unimaginable figure he never thought he'd ever touch in his life, let alone hear of. It was a brief moment of mental breakdown. Back in the days when his face was hideous, he lived hand-to-mouth doing manual labor, but now, just a few months into produce that 100, he had the chance to earn hundreds of millions. And not even from his main job, but a side one. Kong Rojin's mouth involuntarily fell open. Wow, damn, I almost cursed out loud. Whether he sensed it or not, CEO Hyokite of Culture Drawer called out to Rojin over the phone. Writer Rojin? Snapping back to reality, Kong Rojin opened his mouth. Sorry. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Is this a bad time to talk? No. It's just the amount I heard. Do you feel it's a bit low? Low. Not at all. Rojin shook his head quickly, even though CEO Hyo wasn't in front of him. Not low. Just bigger than I expected. Oh, that's a relief. We did our best negotiating, and it feels like I'm being complimented. Ha ha. Though Rojin had yet to meet CEO Hyo in person, Kong Rojin could already tell he had a bold and straightforward personality. Then CEO Hyo spoke again. By the way, the 30 million per episode that Netflix Japan is offering for Like a Kaleidoscope isn't based solely on evaluating writer Rojin. Naturally, your current popularity and stature as an idol were taken into account. In other words, it was an amount unthinkable for a typical writer. The fact that Netflix Japan directly came to Korea to strike a deal was itself rare. Because it was Kong Rojin of Produce That 100 and Rental Lover, a mid-tier rate of 30 million per episode was made possible. Anyway, think it over, and when you're sure, let us know. I'll do it. Yes. Rojin responded immediately, as if there was no need to think. I'm okay with the terms you mentioned. Please proceed. Haha. Really? Writer Rojin, you've got such a bold personality. I like it, understood. Then we'll finalize with this agreement. The Netflix Japan team is likely waiting for an answer here in Korea, but if we reply too quickly, we might come off as too eager, so I'll contact them after about a day. Okay, sure. Oh, and as for the contract for Like a Kaleidoscope, we at Culture Drawer will handle that. But Tom Cavell said he'd really like to meet you. He mentioned he had something to say aside from the contract. Me? Yes. Would you like to meet him? After thinking for a moment, Kong Rojin nodded. If it's this weekend, then we'll wrap up the contract on our end first, and then arrange a meeting between you and the Netflix Japan team. We'll send a staff member to the campus on schedule. After that, CEO Hyokite concluded the call after confirming the date and time. Slowly lowering his phone, Rojin's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth curled up. 300 million. Damn, 300 million. This is really crazy. But the time to enjoy the thrill wasn't long. Rojin, from inside the break room, Sihu stuck his head out into the hallway and shouted. Rental Lover Episode 2 just started. Back in the break room, Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung began watching the second episode of Rental Lover, which had surpassed a viewership rating of 21%. Episode 2 began with Kong Rojin. No, the visuals of Lover number 4. Rojin gazing at Choi Rina, who played the female lead Lee Dae-eun, with eyes full of endless affection. The camera angle was from Choi Rina's point of view, looking up at Kong Rojin. On screen, a slow close-up moved from Rojin's waist to his chest, then to his face. Here, the inner thoughts of the female lead, Choi Rina, are revealed. Am I going crazy? Is he human? He's so handsome it's scary. Sihu muttered as if in agreement. Yeah, I cursed internally when I first saw Rojin too. Dookyung chimed in dryly. Everyone's the same. The moment they see Rojin Hyung, they all scream inside. Damn, he's super handsome. Even Kangmin, who let out a small gasp, joined in. Of course Rojin Hyung is super handsome, but doesn't he feel different in Rental Lover? Like, seriously, kind of CGI level? Probably because of the makeup. Still, it didn't capture his real-life visuals completely. With praise pouring in, Rojin let out a small cough, and on the screen, the terrifyingly handsome Lover number 4 suddenly began speaking fluent English to Choi Rina. Are you okay? You look very surprised. On a nice day, our first meeting will be memorable. Is your name Lee Dae-eun? Question marks filled the eyes of the disheveled Choi Rina. That's right, among the applied for lovers, Lover number 4, whose visuals were god tier, had a major communication problem. However, viewers of Rental Lover didn't seem to care at all. Wow, our Rojin even speaks English? Craze totally fell for Himrajun speaking English. That pronunciation, my ears are melting. With a lover like that, who cares about English? He could speak an alien language, and I'd still love him. Rojin's acting is seriously next-level a test like God made him just to be a celebrity. After Kong Rojin's appearance, Episode 2 of Rental Lover continued to mix in Lover number 2 and Lover number 3. Of course, the screen time for Lover number 4, Rojin, was greater than in Episode 1. In his second meeting with the female lead, Rojin's Japanese skills were also showcased. I care about you. Even though we don't understand each other. From the moment you called me, I was sincere. Though we couldn't communicate, I was silent because I believed that even without words, our hearts were connected. Even now, you don't understand what I'm saying. The viewers erupted in a frenzy again. In any case, Episode 2 mainly focused on the growth of the female lead, and its pace was faster than Episode 1. That's how Episode 2 of Rental Lover ended. What? It's over? Why is it over already? Seriously, I blinked, and it's done. Time flew while watching Rojin. Next episode. Give us the next one already. The acting is flawless, the story's good, and Rojin's face is a masterpiece. Nothing to criticize. This ends next week? Why? Give us like 20,000 episodes. Though the viewers were loudly buzzing. Now it's time for Produce That 100. Move. They quickly migrated to Produce That 100. Without a moment's rest, Episode 17 of Produce That 100 began. Especially today, anticipation was even higher due to the tease that the final winner would be announced. After the commercials, the title of Produce That 100 was shown. Produce That 100. It picked up from the final evaluation stage from last week's Episode 16. It showed the live performances of the top 10 contestants, their interviews, the honest reviews from the 5 judges who watched the performances, and so on. Then came footage of the contestants during their break time. During that gap, 10 entertainment companies were introduced. Not only the domestic Big 3, GN Entertainment, Big Star, and EY Entertainment, but also representatives from other well-known companies appeared and shared their ambitions. The Produce That 100 contestants are seriously so desirable. It's not just us. Every agency's atmosphere is intense right now. Naturally, the open live chats filled with hundreds of thousands of fans were going wild. I hope they end up at EY. Honestly, the Big 3 are all the same, but lately EY and Big Star are doing better. FRGN's been terrible lately. But Big Star kind of sucks too. They barely give us any content. They're all the same. None is clearly better than the others. What are you talking about? In the idol world, agency matters a ton. I've been a fangirl for a long time. Never underestimate agency size. UI and Big Star are doing well these days. GN's kind of on its way out. Good versus bad. Okay versus not. Endless takes were flooding in. At this point in episode 17, the broadcast showed meetings between the 10 entertainment companies and PD Woo Han-suk, along with the game played for self-promotion time. Then scenes of self-PR according to the time each entertainment company secured. On site, it was originally intended for the 4 final winners, but in the broadcast, it was edited to feel like they were speaking to the viewers. And then, I have the final vote results in my hands. The moment of announcing the 4 final winners of Produce That 100 had arrived. Because of this, the broadcasting industry, countless agencies, media, and everyone who had crossed paths with Kang Rojin watched the broadcast while holding their breath. Not only online viewers, but even the general public watching Produce That 100 on their phones and devices locked their eyes on the screen. Who's it going to be? Rojin's a sure thing. No way he doesn't make it. The real question is who ends up in the group with him. You never know. There could be a twist. Come on, Rojin's on another level. There won't be any twist. The stage where the final winners would stand appeared on the screen, followed by a sweep of the 10 contestants' faces. The intense background music added to the suspense. Soon, I will now begin the announcement. From PD Woo Han-suk's mouth, the first winner was revealed. The first final winner. Sihu. Congratulations. The chat exploded. Sihu. Sihu ya. Congrats Sihu. Sihu's my true favorite. I'm so happy. I thought he was kinda mid though. Get lost. Precious Sihu. Grandma loves you so much. Sihu. Eyes wide. Bowed repeatedly in all directions. Fireworks burst. Congratulatory sound effects played, and his face appeared on the giant screen behind him. Then came a montage of Sihu's journey from the start of Produce That 100 to now, and when the screen transitioned, he was already standing on the grand stage. And next, the second final winner, Do Kyung. Viewers went wild again. I love Do Kyung so much. Ho ha. Congrats, Do Kyung. Knew it. Do Kyung was definitely gonna make it. Do Kyung made it. I like his kind of slightly bad boy vibe. Do Kyung's reveal followed the same sequence as Sihu's. Before long, Sihu and Do Kyung stood on stage, and from PD Woo Han-suk's mouth came the name of the third winner. The third final winner. Kangmin. Congratulations. Viewers' excitement reached a new peak. In the chat, joy and curses coexisted in a strange harmony. Kangmin. Congrats. This is perfect. Sihu Do Kyung Kangmin. I was worried because Kangmin's presence dipped in the later episodes, so glad he made it. Kangmin. That's a stretch. What stretch? The lineup matches popularity perfectly. Youngwoo is way better than Kangmin. No. Youngwoo had 0 presence. Congrats Kangmin. Either their favorite had already made it or hadn't been called yet. Or more realistically, not being called now probably meant elimination. Sihu Do Kyung Kangmin. Just one left. 1 slot remaining. What do you mean 1 left? Rojin hasn't been called. Yet. No way. Of course the last one has to be Rojin. Rojin's the finale. Youngwoo goodbye. While the producers are so mean calling Rojin last. The remaining guys look at their faces, already look like they've given up. It's confirmed. Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung. Yup. Because Kang Rojin's name hadn't been called yet. And then, the final winner. As if proclaiming it to the entire nation. Rojin. Congratulations. Produce That 100's final winners were complete. The next morning, episode 17, which included the final winner announcement, had aired the night before, and now. Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung, final winners of Produce That 100. The final survivors of Produce That 100, confirmed as Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung, all across the country. Star pick, final 4 chosen by the viewers, Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung /photos. Social media flooded with congratulations for final winners Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung. It was Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung everywhere. Chapter 120, Enter 8. Starting with 100 participants, the final 4 of Produce That 100 were finalized. Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung, The moment episode 17 of Produce That 100 ended, their names began spreading across the country. Star Talk, Produce That 100. Final winners, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung/photo. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung selected as Final Four. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung. What agency will they choose? Expectations soar. Countless media outlets had been watching the broadcast live and started throwing out articles like crazy. From night into dawn, and from dawn into Saturday morning. The names of the final winners of Produce That 100 exploded without pause and soon blanketed the world. Communities buzzing over Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung's final victory. Issue pick. The whole world is filled with the names of Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung. Even YouTube taken over/photo. Of course, the main pages of search engines were filled with Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung's faces, and it was the same across YouTube and other video platforms. The moment Produce That 100. Final winners were confirmed. Unji's Daily. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung confirmed as final winners. Episode 17 Recap Issue Truck TV. Final Four of Produce That 100. Decided. Checked out community reactions, only reviewing. The moment the final winners of Produce That 100 were born. 201113 EP.17 screenshot power. The greatest moments were being shared endlessly, and an overwhelming number of people swarmed in. Honestly, I kind of figured Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung would win, but seeing all four of them stand on stage gave me goosebumps. The other guys were okay too, but my heart's pick was Rojin as expected. So, glad. They picked the winners so well. These four had the best chemistry. When Sihu's name was called and he teared up, I almost cried too, seriously. -0:44 Rojin's visuals are insane in this moment. Shout out to Gaj Rojin. Red heart, red heart, red heart. I'll keep supporting you guys from now on. I screamed even while watching the live broadcast yesterday, and I'm getting chills again rewatching. When these four debut officially as idols, it's gonna be epic for Real. For real feels like I produced these boy group members myself. Wow, I cried without even realizing. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung, may your paths be lined with flowers. Holding my breath until the official debut. On top of that, internet broadcasts featuring BJs and streamers were also noisy and excited. Produce That 100? Of course I watched it. I'm totally a Rojin fan, and when his name was called at the end, goosebumps. Online or offline, everywhere you looked, it was all about Produce That 100. If this wasn't a boom, then what was? Even the 5 judges, including Song Min-gun, and quite a few celebrities, added fuel to the fire. Produce That 100. Judges post congratulations on SNS/photo. Rental lover, Choi Rina on Instagram. Congrats, writer Rojin. Certified true fan of Produce That 100. Celebrities posting congratulations one after another on SNS. So many Produce That 100. Fans. It was a terrifying situation. Like a nuclear bomb had gone off, and the momentum didn't seem like it would die down anytime soon. Then, while the flames of Produce That 100 were still blazing, episode 17 of Produce That 100 hit 35% viewership crazy. Insane. 35%. This is seriously legendary. The viewership rating of Produce That 100 was officially announced. A staggering 35%. To be exact, 35.3%. Yet another record was set, and next up was Rental Lover. Official, episode 2 of Rental Lover hits 23.1% viewership, continues its hot streak. Both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover easily broke through their previous highs. And also, did you all vote for the entertainment agencies for Produce That 100? Heading to vote for the entertainment agencies now. Is the voting page open? Yup, it's open. It opened last night. He already voted. Voting for the 10 entertainment agencies had already started. The nest of the final winners was the hottest interest among fans, and the fact that the next week would be the final episode of Produce That 100 and broadcast live was also a major topic. There was considerable buzz about Rental Lover as well. Viewers who saw Rojin in episode 2 of Rental Lover say, "Wait, Rojin speaks English too." broke through 23% viewership. Rojin showcases fluent English and Japanese skills in Rental Lover/Photo. This week, Produce That 100 was overwhelmingly dominant. Although news about Rental Lover continued to pop up, it couldn't exert much power, overshadowed by Produce That 100. At this moment, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dukyung from the Produce That 100 campus were monitoring the current situation with their phones in hand. Wow, the articles are dropping every second. Gives me goosebumps. Our names are the only ones in the news. Screenshot, screenshot. I'm keeping this forever. However, it's a shame Rojin Hyung isn't here with us. Kang Rojin was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the location was near Cheongdam Station, at Culture Drawer. Kang Rojin could be found at Culture Drawer, a fairly large meeting room with posters of various works hanging on the walls. It was chaotic. Kang Rojin sat alone in a seat with a mask and hat placed nearby. The world was already in an uproar, and when Rojin first arrived at Culture Drawer, he had been drenched in nervous sweat from the explosive interest of the staff. I was flustered, but honestly, it feels kinda good. Anyway, Rojin had finished looking around his writer management agency, Culture Drawer. It was far larger than he had imagined, and there were many staff members. A company this big is working for me? That's amazing. The reason Kang Rojin was at Culture Drawer on a Saturday morning was simple: to meet with Netflix Japan. Right now, the Netflix Japan team was in another conference room wrapping up the formal contract with Culture Drawer. Naturally, it was a contract related to Rojin's, like a kaleidoscope. Once the contract was complete, Netflix Japan would come over to meet him. Even though others were handling the official contract, Rojin couldn't help but feel nervous. Why are my hands sweating? It was a contract worth over 300 million won. A script he had written long ago suddenly became worth 300 million. Then, Kang Rojin suddenly thought of his film script. Was it going well with BG Pictures? He had recently heard that things were progressing smoothly with director Yoo Ji-hyun. How's the film contract moving along? It was then. Knock knock. There was a knock at the meeting room door before it opened. Team leader Ryu Young-hwa, who was in charge of Rojin, entered with a few staff members, smiling. Writer Nim, thank you for waiting. No, it's fine. You arrived sooner than I expected. After a bit of casual conversation, Ryu Young-hwa handed Rojin a transparent file. This is the completed contract. The contract, then? Yes. Like a kaleidoscope, has been officially contracted with Netflix Japan. Even though he already knew, Kang Rojin nearly let out a cheer as he looked down at the contract. So this is what a project contract looks like dash. Just as a wave of unnamed emotions surged, team leader Ryu Young-hwa chimed in. We will make sure that there are no issues in the production of like a kaleidoscope going forward and manage everything clearly. Ah, thank you. Why do you look like that? No, I just feel a little strange, that's all. Now you need to meet with Executive Director Tom Cavill. Should I ask him to wait a little longer? Kang Rojin's schedule today was tight. As soon as the Culture Drawer matter was finished, he had to return to the campus and focus on practice. No, I'll meet him right away. Yes, writer Nim. Team leader Ryu Young-hwa left the meeting room with a smile and then returned again. This time, she was with some familiar faces. Executive Director Tom Cavill and personnel from Netflix Japan. Tom Cavill exchanged greetings with Kang Rojin, and Ryu Young-hwa sat beside Rojin. The foreigner with curly blonde hair Tom Cavill, spoke first. Of course, what came out was Japanese. Writer Rojin. Thank you for signing the contract for, like a kaleidoscope. Kang Rojin felt a little nervous, but it wasn't too bad. Perhaps because he had seen Executive Director Tom Cavill once before? I look forward to working with you. Of course, let's create a masterpiece together. What kind of result would, like a kaleidoscope, produced by Netflix Japan, bring forth? While a hint of curiosity rose in Rojin's mind, Tom Cavill spoke again. Writer Nim, we would like to offer you a role in like a kaleidoscope. As an actor, of course. It was real. Rojin was slightly surprised. Inside, actually, he had somewhat sensed why Tom Cavill wanted to meet him today. There had been that piece of advice from PD Woo Han-suk in the past. Still, he didn't expect them to offer him an acting role the moment the project contract was signed. For reference, Like a Kaleidoscope has a connected universe from episodes 1 to 10, with a separate main character each time, but every episode is its own story with different characters, an omnibus format. Soon, executive director Tom Cavell added an explanation. Please take on the character that opens episode 1 of like a kaleidoscope. After that, regarding Tom Cavell and the offer to appear in like a kaleidoscope, Kong Rojan's conclusion was this. I'll think about it positively, but I'll respond after my agency is confirmed. Because his main agency as an idol hadn't been decided yet. Culture Drawer could offer help, but once his main idol agency was chosen, the matter would need to be handed over. There was no need to double-handle the work, and anyway, next week, Kong Rojan's main agency would be publicly announced. Tom Cavell also said he could wait and ended the meeting with a smile. Kong Rojan returned straight to the campus, calmed the excited members, and jumped into practice to prepare for the live broadcast. As the world buzzed, the weekend passed in the blink of an eye. And then, Produce That 100. Viewer voting for the 10 agencies ends. Now the final winners just have to choose. The viewer voting for the agencies, held over the weekend, also came to a close. PD Woo Han-suk delivered the voting results to Rojan and the members late Monday morning. The four of them, who checked the results immediately, were quite surprised. GN Entertainment's public opinion is worse than I thought? Yeah, seriously. At the same time, Produce That 100 announced the voting results to viewers through its official social media channels. EY Entertainment / first place. Big Star Entertainment / second place. Harmony Entertainment / third place. KRO Entertainment / fourth place. GN Entertainment / fifth place. One of the big three, GN Entertainment, had been pushed down to fifth place. Of course, the vote count difference wasn't huge, and both Harmony and KRO were major companies, but it was still an unexpected result. On the other hand, EY and Big Star placed first and second as predicted. The media quickly reported on the outcome, and countless Produce That 100 fans were abuzz. Thus, Monday morning was also filled with Produce That 100 news, just like the weekend. Around lunchtime, veteran singer Park Hyun-young's new album was released on various music platforms. At that moment, rookie girl group, Limesum, who were taking a short break in their agency's practice room, picked up their phones. Let's listen to Park Hyun-young Sunbi Nim's new song. I've been super looking forward to it for days. I'm such a big fan of hers. All the members, including Hyung, had some connection to Produce That 100, but at this moment, they weren't thinking about Kong Rojan or the show at all. They immediately opened Melon, the #1 music platform in Korea. They typed Park Hyun-young into the search bar. The results came quickly. The songs from Park Hyun-young's new album appeared at the top of the list. The track chosen by the Limesum members was. The title track is Black and White Sound, right? It was Black and White Sound. The title was clearly marked in bold, and the girls quickly tapped the song. The interesting thing was, Hyung blinked after noticing something. Sensing something was off, the other members asked. What? What is it? Hyung tapped her phone screen with her index finger. Why is Rojan's name here? Rojan? Where? Soon, the other members also saw what Hyung had noticed. It was the song info for Black and White Sound. Title, Black and White Sound / Park Hyun-young. Composed by Song Min-gun / lyrics by Rojan. Release date, November 16, 2020. Genre, ballad. Specifically, the name listed under lyrics. Why was Rojan's name listed on the title track of veteran singer Park Hyun-young's new album? The members of Limesum blinked for a moment. Then, as if a light bulb went off, they all shouted at once. Rojan wrote the lyrics for this song? Chapter 121, Twist 1. The fact that Rojan was the lyricist for veteran singer Park Hyun-young's new album title track was something that not only the Produce That 100 staff not knew. What is this? Rojan's name is credited as the lyricist for Park Hyun-young's new song. Oh, you're right. What the hell? Is it an impersonation? PD Woo, do you know anything about this? Even the Rental Lover team quickly caught on. Is this lyricist Rojan our writer? Seems like it, doesn't it? I haven't heard a thing though. PD Young Soo Ryong let out a snort of laughter. This has to be our writer. But how did he end up working with Park Hyun-young? Very few people knew that Kong Rojan had written the title song for Park Hyun-young, the queen of the music industry. The project had been carried out in top secret from the beginning. At most, only Rojin, Sihu, Song Min-gun, and PD Woo Han-suk were aware of it. Of course, the person involved, Park Hyun-young, was also included. Wow, look at this, look at this. Doesn't it look cool having Rojin credited as the lyricist? No. Rather than that, shouldn't you be checking the public response to our song? We just released it. We can check the response later. Because it was such an unexpected situation, the news about Park Hyun-young's new song. Did you see Park Hyun-young's new song? Rojin wrote the lyrics? What? Seriously? Spread in the blink of an eye. Lyricist Rojin credited on the new Park Hyun-young song released today, /photo. This came right after the announcement of the final winner of Produce That 100 and the vote results from the 10 entertainment agencies. Rojin is truly popping up everywhere, now credited as lyricist for Park Hyun-young's new song, Black and White Sound. This time he's a lyricist. Rojin participates in the new track of music Queen Park Hyun-young. Park Hyun-young's new album was like pouring gasoline on a blazing fire, and even Kang Min and Do Kyung, excluding Rojin or Sihu, stood stunned with jaws dropped. No way, Rojin Hyung. When did you even do this? That's what I'm saying. Wow, I was so shocked I almost jumped up. You wrote the lyrics for Park Hyun-young Sunbi's new song? That's insane. On the other hand, Kang Rojin explained it nonchalantly. Well, it just happened to turn out that way. It had started with Sihu's, which led to Song Min-gun and eventually Park Hyun-young. But Rojin, seemingly annoyed, brushed it off casually. Whatever the case, the media got excited and began making their own speculations. To the public, the combination of Kang Rojin and Park Hyun-young felt random, and so a variety of tabloid-style articles began to circulate. Park Hyun-young released an official statement only a few hours after the song's release. Official post from Park Hyun-young on SNS. I really like the lyrics Rojin gave me. Later that afternoon, Park Hyun-young's new song ranked on the hellish digital music charts, filled with tracks from Produce That 100 and Rental Lover. 1. Lovers, Rental Lover OST Part 1, /Rojin. 2. New. Black and White Sound /Park Hyun-young. 3. 1. Survival 100 Acoustic Ver /Produce That 100. Theme song. It ranked immediately at number 2. Meanwhile, while Park Hyun-young's new song was the talk of the town, entertainment agencies throughout the country were at a loss for words over Kang Rojin. Wow, that kid Rojin even wrote lyrics for Park Hyun-young? He's just on fire. So now his presence as a lyricist is going to blow up too, right? It's not just any singer, it's Park Hyun-young, right? From the Produce That 100 theme songs to Park Hyun-young's new track, everything's ranking high on the charts. Even on Japanese charts, too. He hit a home run as a writer, and now immediately as a lyricist? He's a monster, a total monster. If this guy even knows how to compose, then what the hell is he going to become? The 10 entertainment agencies that had joined Produce That 100 for self-promotion each had different vibes. That morning, the viewer vote results had been released. Naturally, EY Entertainment, which took first place, was in a celebratory mood. From employees to team leaders and upper management. As expected, the viewers know. They know EY is at the top of its game right now. Our self-promotion segment was the longest, and we got first place in the vote. So the final winners are likely to choose us. Likely to? No way. It's practically confirmed. There's no reason to pick any other company, right? Don't you agree? That's right. No one's going to make the stupid mistake of passing over the number one agency for another one. Executives at the director level and even the CEO. Looks like we should start preparing to receive the 4 finalists from Produce That 100. Congratulations, CEO Nim. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The final results haven't been released yet. Isn't it just a matter of time? GN got pushed down to 5th place in the vote, and Big Star is a bit of a concern. But come on, would Rojin or the others pick 2nd place? Well, no harm in getting ready. Let's start putting together the dedicated team for the Produce That 100 kids. Big Star Entertainment, which ranked 2nd, felt similarly. We still have a real shot at getting the kids. The difference between 1st and 2nd place is paper thin. That's right. EY's probably feeling on top of the world right now, but nothing's been decided yet. Harmony and KRO Entertainment, who came in third and fourth respectively, were also in fighting spirits. Their rankings weren't at the level where they had to give up. However, GN Entertainment, despite being one of the big three, had been pushed to fifth place and was like a funeral home. From executives to the middle-aged CEO, the atmosphere was quite depressed. 5th place. Couldn't there be a mistake in the tally? Shouldn't we check again with the Produce That 100 team? We already checked. Fifth place is confirmed. Damn, we thought we'd at least be in the big three. Never imagined we'd fall to fifth. What pisses me off the most is that EY and Big Star ended up first and second. But still, wasn't this just a vote conducted by Produce That 100? This kind of thing is basically just a popularity contest. The CEO of GN Entertainment, his expression hardened, spoke in a low voice. Precisely because of results like these, we need to take things more seriously. If we just keep avoiding reality, we'll only be left behind. Still, for the GN Entertainment CEO, facing the final winners of Produce That 100 directly. Feel the crisis. Don't just sit and watch. Felt like it was going to be tough. A few days later, Friday the 20th. The third week of November, a week packed with exploding headlines, passed by in a flash, with each day shooting by like a bullet. Before anyone realized, it was Friday again, and the current time was around 8 p.m. Episode 3 of Rental Lover was currently airing. Final episode of Rental Lover airs today. Viewers ask, can't we see Lover number 4 Rojin anymore? It was the final episode of Rental Lover. Maybe that's why the main members of the Rental Lover team had gathered in a mid-sized conference room at SBC's drama department. PD Young Surayong was there, of course, along with several key staff members. They had all come together to watch the last episode. They were watching Rental Lover as it played on a monitor installed at the front of the conference room. The key staff members gasped as Rojin filled the screen. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, writer Rojin's visuals are seriously. I just want to live one day with that face. They also burst into laughter at S-Class top actress Choi Rina's comic acting. Ha ha ha. Even when I saw that cut on set, I almost died laughing. Rina really nailed the performance by breaking her image this time. The room was noisy and bustling. A dozen or so key staff members were chattering nonstop while watching Rental Lover, but PD Young Surayong, sitting close to the monitor, watched quietly without reacting much. Of course, she was watching Rental Lover, but her mind was elsewhere. When should I start the next one? Regarding the next project, she already had scripts in hand. 2 works submitted by Kong Rojin. Honestly, PD Young Surayong wanted to start right away, but I should give it a little time. There's the Netflix Japan launch for Rental Lover, and writer Rojin has the end of Produce That 100, too. Realistically, she couldn't move in haste. Around 40 minutes later, the OST Lovers, sung by Kong Rojin, played as episode 3 of Rental Lover came to a close. The key staff broke into wild applause. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. They shared their congratulations and feelings of regret. It's really over now. No, not yet. We still have Rental Lover launching in Japan. That's right. What kind of viewership rating will the finale get? It's already made history, so it'd be nice if it hits a number no one can ever beat, right? PD Nim, how do you feel? All eyes in the conference room turned to PD Young Surayong, who shrugged her shoulders. Do you think dramas are made in a day or two? And Rental Lover isn't the end, it's the beginning. Everyone, just keep your game up. I'll be calling you again soon. She then turned her gaze back to the monitor and smiled. By the way, unfortunately, today's main event isn't Rental Lover, is it? Put on Produce That 100. Huh? You're going to watch the JTVM channel here at SBC? What's wrong with that? If we get caught, we can move then. Before long, Produce That 100 began playing on the monitor, tuned to the JTVM channel. It was around 9 p.m. Today's episode was episode 18, and like Rental Lover, it was the final episode. Produce That 100. With its logo displayed, Produce That 100 didn't immediately show the live broadcast stage. It started with the final winner, Kong Rojin. Did I think I would win? Yes, I thought I would. Then came interview clips of Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, followed by a montage of their journey from the start of Produce That 100 to now. From when all 100 contestants first appeared, to the first through fourth evaluations, to the grueling training sessions, even the time when Rojan went running with others, etc. Roughly 30 minutes were dedicated to this. Then Produce That 100 suddenly cut to the stage. The four final winners were preparing for the performance: Rojan, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung. From here, it was live. Produce That 100 followed a mixed format, blending pre-recorded segments with live broadcasts, much like a music show. A familiar song began playing. With colorful lights flashing, the first song was Produce. Rojan, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung started a powerful choreography in sync with the track. I personally like this track when they used it as a surprise performance. It feels completely different with just the four of them. Love it. They're killing it. Must have practiced like crazy in a short time. Super handsome. Guys, please debut soon. The final winners delivered this performance as a tribute to the viewers, continuing with Survival 100 and Bold. The four, burning with passion, didn't stop until about 15 minutes had passed. As the dark stage lit up with stark white lights, the scene was illuminated. Rojan and the others stood in a line, panting in their street-style outfits. After staring into the camera for a moment, Kong Rojan glanced at his members. 2, 3. They bowed deeply to the many viewers. Thank you. Soon after, something appeared on the massive screen at the back of the stage. It showed the logos of the 10 entertainment companies that participated in this season of Produce That 100. From EY Entertainment, who ranked first in the viewer vote, to Big Star, GN Entertainment, and others. The chat window exploded thanks to the overwhelming number of viewers, and naturally, all 10 entertainment companies were watching the live broadcast of Produce That 100 at this very moment, including EY Entertainment. Wow, look at the kids' performance. The more I see, the more I want them. Right? You think we can get them? And Big Star Entertainment. Please, guys, choose us. Even GN Entertainment, who unexpectedly ranked 5th in the viewer vote. Sigh. I was trying to suppress my greed somehow. But now that I've seen their performance, it's driving me crazy. Damn it. Are we really going to let them go to someone else without doing a thing? Of course, Harmony, KRO, and the remaining agencies were also watching Produce That 100, with eyes burning. Then, now it's time for the final winners to make their selection. Came the voice of PD Woo. Hansuk spreading through the TV. The final winners will each choose one entertainment company. Of the four on stage, only Kong Rojan was handed a handheld mic. Soon, Rojan and the others were seen looking at the screen behind them. After scanning the logos of the 10 entertainment companies, the four turned their eyes back to the camera. Kong Rojan slowly raised the microphone. It seemed he would be announcing on behalf of the final winners. The choice of the four of us is... At that moment, countless speculations were flooding into the open chat. It's gotta be EY. Yeah, they were number one in the viewer vote too. It'll be one of EY, Big Star, or Harmony, for sure. What about GN? GN came in 5th in the viewer vote. This time public opinion totally tanked. Info. Viewer vote results were EY 1st, Big Star 2nd, Harmony 3rd. EY Entertainment is probably setting off party poppers right now. If they land the Produce That 100, Kids 2, EY becomes the uncontested number one. If you're taking Rojan, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung, EY, you better treat them right. GN Entertainment, watching this unfold in real time, was utterly despondent. From the GN Entertainment CEO watching Produce That 100 to the entire executive team, the atmosphere was heavy and grim. The situation's looking really bad. Even the viewers overwhelmingly expect EY. Sigh, what a shame. CEO Nim, what are your thoughts? What can we do? Whatever the outcome, it's the kids' decision. On the other hand, EY Entertainment felt like a festival. Over 80% of viewers are predicting us. Everyone's calling EY. Ha ha ha. With momentum like this, we can basically call it confirmed, right? Right? We should prepare to go to the Produce That 100 campus right away? Huh. Congratulations, CEO Nim. At that moment, from the large TV they were watching, Kong Rojan's low voice came through the handheld mic. The choice of the four of us is GN Entertainment. One of the EY Entertainment executives burst into laughter. Ha ha. As expected, GN and Turt, huh? Wait, what did he just say? He froze, and the smile vanished from his face instantly. Did he just say GN, not EY? Chapter 122. Twist 2. Because of Kong Rojan's final choice, which he declared into the handheld mic. The choice of the four of us is GN Entertainment. Countless viewers watching the final episode of Produce That 100 spewed out a flood of disbelief. Huh? GN? Huh, such a massive twist. This is crazy, suddenly GN? Wow, he was 100% expecting EY or Big Star. GN's not bad though. No one was even fifth in the audience vote. Why GN of all things? GN is seriously the worst. Rojan looked nervous. Maybe he said it wrong. Rojan, are you sure it's GN? Not EY. Of course, there were a few responses here and they're saying GN Entertainment was okay, but most were negative. What kind of twist is this? GN Entertainment's been seriously tanking lately. EY Entertainment, shaking with rage. Wouldn't Big Star have been better than GN? It wasn't strange. In the audience vote, the top first and second were EY Entertainment and Big Star Entertainment, while GN Entertainment had been pushed down to fifth. And looking at recent public opinion, EY and Big Star both ranked higher than GN. However, Kong Rojan and the members' choice turned everyone's expectations upside down, GN Entertainment. As a result, EY Entertainment, who had been more certain of victory than anyone else and was listening to Rojan's choice live and Produce That 100, was completely stunned. GN? I misheard EY, right? No, he clearly said GN Entertainment. What the hell? Not us, EY, but damn GN. The faces of EY Entertainment's executives, including the CEO, either completely shattered or crumpled. Did Rojan say it wrong by mistake? Maybe he got nervous because it's live. Still, how do you confuse EY with GN? It doesn't make sense. Why choose GN over us, EY? No, it must be a mistake. He said it wrong. He'll correct it. However, Produce That 100 made it certain that Kong Rojan had indeed said GN Entertainment. Among the 10 logos behind the final winner's stage, only GN Entertainment's logo lit up. The logos of the other 9 companies, including EY, remained off. There was no way the live production team of Produce That 100 would make the same mistake. In other words, GN Entertainment, it seems to be certain. What the hell is this? Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung had chosen GN Entertainment. From this point, the EY Entertainment executives no longer showed confusion, but burst into furious shouting. What the hell were those punks thinking choosing GN? Have they lost their minds? Exactly. What the hell were they thinking? GN must have pulled some shady trick behind the scenes. That's entirely possible. Someone call PD Woo Han-suk right now. At this point, the face of EY Entertainment CEO, his pride deeply wounded, turned a violent red. The executives, reading the room, had no choice but to start moving quickly. CC Yonim. We'll check on it right away. Something definitely went wrong. Meanwhile, GN Entertainment, which had been like a funeral home, also reacted in disbelief. However, the tone was a bit different from EY Entertainment. They chose us? What's going on? I was half giving up dash. Are we sure? Our logo lit up, didn't it? We won. Did we really win? After spending a few minutes processing reality, GN executives suddenly erupted in cheers. We won. Ha. Those 4 made a damn brilliant choice. Good, very good. CEO Nim. Just as you said, the twist happened. Congratulations, CEO Nim. But the GN CEO responded calmly without jumping around. This didn't happen because we did well, so don't get carried away. Looking over the executives, he slowly rose from his seat and gave instructions. Keep monitoring. The CEO, now wearing the suit jacket he had taken off, looked at Kong Rojan and the members on the TV screen. Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung gave a 90-degree bow to the viewers. See you on our official debut day. This has been Produce That 100. Produce That 100 came to an end. After that, many people watching the final episode of Produce That 100 were shaken. First, PD Young Soo Ryong and the Rental Lover team. Wow, I didn't expect them to choose GN Entertainment. Exactly. With the viewer vote in play, I thought they'd definitely choose either EY or Big Star. GN came out of nowhere. Sure, GN is still a major company and is technically considered part of the big three, but it's kind of disappointing, right? GN Entertainment's been pretty quiet lately. Yeah, the male and female idols they've released recently haven't done that well either. Why would Rojin writer Nim choose GN? PD Young, did you hear anything? In response to the question, PD Young Surayong replied with a tone that said, "How would I know? How could I possibly read that monster writer's mind? Anyway, the decision's been made, so all we can do is support them." That's what she said, but even PD Young Surayong couldn't erase her curiosity. It really is out of the blue. GN Entertainment. There's no way PD Woo Han-suk colluded with GN or anything. This must have been entirely the writer and the members' decision. Anyway, people are definitely going to be talking about this for days. Song Min-gun of Produce That 100, and the judges were all saying similar things from their own locations, and so were countless entertainment agencies who hadn't taken part in the competition. GN Entertainment? That's unexpected. Really unexpected. Well, GN is one of the big three agencies, so it's not bad, right? Sure, but EY and Big Star were both options. Choosing GN while tossing aside the others is weird. No matter what, the press quickly spread the news about the final episode of Produce That 100. Produce That 100 ends. Final winners choose GN Entertainment. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung choose GN Entertainment. Viewers say, what a twist. Of course, there were a lot of stories focused on the agency chosen by the final winners. Issue pick, EY Entertainment and Big Star Entertainment not chosen. The winner is GN Entertainment. Produce That 100. Final winners overturn everyone's expectations with a twist/photo. Viewer vote 5th place. GN Entertainment lands this year's biggest catch. Judging by the mood, even the press found Rojin and the members' choice puzzling. Why GN Entertainment? Viewers and broadcast industry confused by the choice of Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung. Rumors spreading on online communities about Produce That 100 and GN Entertainment's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Meanwhile, the hall at the Produce That 100 campus, which had just finished the live broadcast, was filled with applause. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Because the long journey of 18 episodes had come to an end. Phew. Thank you all for your hard work. Seriously, amazing job everyone. From Kim Se-hee to the writers and dozens of staff, everyone gathered in the hall shouting. Cheers mixed with joy and sadness. Phew. I feel kind of sad. If you're that sad, writer Kim, why don't you stick around a little longer? Oh, come on. That's not what I meant. It's over. This one really felt especially long. Maybe that's why it's such a bittersweet feeling. It was long. I mean, it ran for 18 episodes. Great job, everyone. At this point, Rojin and the members had come down from the stage and were bowing deeply to the staff. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you. Their backs kept bending nonstop. For Kong Rojin, the moment felt surreal. So, Produce That 100 is over now, right? Wow, it's such a weird feeling. While he'd continue working with the members from here on, the Produce That 100 staff who had shared the past few months with them ended here. It's the end, but also a beginning. Just then, PD Woo Han-suk, who was still bearing deep dark circles under his eyes, came over to the fore as they were talking with staff. Congratulations to all 4 of you. You worked so hard until now. All that's left is to spread your wings and fly. Rojin and the members bowed deeply once more. Thank you, PD Nim. For some reason, Sihu's eyes grew red with emotion. I learned so much from this experience. PD Woo Han-suk looked at the 4 of them for a moment, then extended his hand. Let's shake hands. After shaking hands with all 4, he gave a double thumbs up. Soon enough, we'll be seeing each other again, as idols and PD. I said this before too. Produce That 100 will be heaven. From now on will be the real hell. Anyway, if we cross paths, let's at least say hi, yeah? Among everyone in this large hall, the one feeling the most regret was PD Woo Han-suk. Even while directing Produce That 100, he had come to care for the members like a father. It's time for them to be on their own. With a small laugh, PD Woo Han-suk continued what might be his final briefing. But don't think we're parting ways too quickly. You'll still be on standby here at the campus for at least a week or so. maybe even a few weeks. PD Woo Han-suk checked the calendar on his phone. For now, stay on campus until this weekend, and from next Monday, head home. You've got to move your stuff too, right? Take about a week off, spend some time with your parents. As you wrap things up, GN will likely reach out with next steps. Now that they had chosen a home, GN Entertainment had a lot to prepare. First, the contracts had to be handled, and once all the smaller procedures were complete, there needed to be a dorm ready for the members. Until then, Rojin and the others could stay on campus and wait. I'll go over the details bit by bit. For now, just enjoy today. Check the press and see how the public's reacting. From the few articles I saw, people are losing it because you chose GN? Was it really that strange? Regardless, Kang Rojin had no intention of changing the decision. No way I'd go to EY or Big Star. Their scores were trash, 3 and 28 points. Never. Then PD Woo Han-suk placed his hands on Rojin and Sihu's shoulders, his smile deepening. Once we finish cleaning up, we're having a meat party right here. Let's all eat until we burst. About an hour later, past 11 p.m., while the Produce That 100 staff were excitedly packing things up, writer Kim Se-hee, having received a message from someone, rushed over to PD Woo Han-suk. PD Nim. Someone's at the campus entrance. What's at the entrance? Speak clearly. Sorry. After receiving the corrected message from writer Kim Se-hee, PD Woo Han-suk looked slightly surprised. Looks like they came the moment the results aired. Then, turning to Kang Rojin and the members, he lifted the corners of his mouth. They must be impatient. How unlike that person. A little later, Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung were summoned to one of the meeting rooms on campus. Nearly midnight. Why were the four of them in the meeting room at such an hour? Perhaps they had already been told, because baby perm Sihu looked quite nervous. Ugh, this is way too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared at all. Kang Min felt the same. Hyung, me too. I've only heard about him. Never thought we'd meet this quickly. Du Kyung kept a poker face, pretending otherwise. What? Why are you guys freaking out? Du Kyung, stop shaking your leg. I'm scared as hell right now. He was clearly just as nervous as Sihu and Kang Min. Only Kang Rojin seemed indifferent. Why's everyone being so dramatic? More importantly, it's way too late, isn't it? I want meat. We were just about to eat. Should have had a few bites first. Sihu, noticing something odd, asked Rojin. Rojin, aren't you nervous at all? Nervous about what? What do you mean, what? The reason Rojin could stay unusually calm compared to the others, he hadn't had much interest in the entertainment industry before. He had some fantasies, but he'd never seriously researched or obsessed over it. Honestly, I don't know much about the guy. Just seen him in a few articles. Right then, swish. The glass door to the meeting room opened. Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung immediately turned their heads and stood up. Kang Rojin was the last to lift himself from his seat. Through the open door entered a tall man with a sturdy build, dressed sharply in a suit. The moment Rojin saw him, his first thought was, whoa, the aura's insane. And damn, he's handsome. He radiated an impressive presence and effortless style. The man slowly looked over Rojin, then Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung, before extending his hand first to Rojin. Thank you for choosing us, and for giving us the opportunity to meet you. Even his voice was composed and weighty. I'm Ha Seo Hwan, CEO of GN Entertainment. Chapter 123, Twist 3. CEO Ha Seo Hwan. The man who founded GN Entertainment and elevated it to become one of the nation's top 3 agencies, and a figure who is undoubtedly mentioned when people talk about legends in the entertainment industry. Because of that, it's only natural that he holds immense power within the company. On top of that, he wields considerable influence across the entertainment industry as a whole. These days, GN Entertainment might have a poor public image and unimpressive performance, but regardless, GN Entertainment is still one of the country's leading major production companies. A face-to-face encounter with such a legendary figure. Kang Rojin looked at CEO Ha Seo Hwan standing in front of him with a mixture of tension and curiosity. The tension wasn't so much because he was intimidated by the man, but more because it was his first time ever seeing a CEO of a major company in real life, and that felt incredibly unfamiliar. Something about his aura is impressive, or should I say, dignified. He had seen him a few times in articles and heard about him from the members, but seeing him in person now made him feel even more colossal, like a massive mountain suddenly appearing before him. I thought he'd be super blunt and difficult, but he's more gentlemanly than I expected. He was completely different from the gruff, older men Rojin had encountered in the past. He didn't know. Honestly, Kong Rojin wasn't in a position to evaluate CEO Haseo Huan right now. That aura, that energy, that weight, he was experiencing all of it for the first time. Anyway, I don't know, damn. Just take the hand. Rojin took CEO Haseo Huan's extended hand. For some reason, Kong Rojin's voice came out deeper than usual. I'm Rojin. It's a pleasure to meet you. CEO Haseo Huan gave a faint smile and slowly shook hands. Even in that moment, he looked straight into Rojin's eyes. He was seeing something, but it was impossible to tell what. Pressure? Intensity? Anyway, this is what they call a heavyweight. Would grabbing someone with a gaze be the right expression? In contrast, CEO Haseo Huan kept a calm smile on his face. You're handsome. Huh. Rojin SSI, you're several times more handsome than you looked on screen. Oh, thank you once again. CEO Haseo Huan maintained formal speech while exchanging greetings with Rojin, and after letting go of his hand, he immediately turned his attention to the next in line, Sihu. Sihu, stiff with nervousness, took CEO Haseo Huan's hand. Hello. Nice to meet you. You look much cleaner in person. Your image, I mean. Thank you. Next was Kong Min. You have a unique appearance. I think you'd get a good response overseas as well as domestically. Then finally, the youngest, Du Kyung. You've got a raw image. I see that as a positive. After shaking hands with each of them individually, CEO Haseo Huan gestured for them to sit down. Swish. He took a seat across from the four. Even as he sat, his gaze slowly swept across them. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung all exceeded his expectations, but his eyes kept returning to Kong Rojin. He's composed. I can sense self-esteem in his posture and attitude. That face, of course, helps, but there's something oddly detached about him too. Intriguing. Even for CEO Haseo Huan, who had discovered and worked with countless stars, Rojin felt like a new category. Now I understand why people call him a disruptor of the ecosystem. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung all clearly showed potential for stardom. But Kong Rojin had something indescribable. What was it? As CEO Haseo Huan pondered briefly, he opened his mouth again. It's pretty late, isn't it? I'm sorry. Sihu quickly shook his head and responded immediately. No. It's fine. I was feeling impatient. Honestly, I thought you all would choose EY or Big Star. Well. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were visibly nervous. Scanning the three, CEO Haseo Huan locked eyes with Kong Rojin once again. Judging from the atmosphere, this kid looks like he's going to give me the real answer. He asked Rojin, who was sitting calmly. What did you see in RGN? In other words, why did you choose RGN? His tone wasn't accusatory, but rather curious. Soon, the other three's eyes were fixed on Kong Rojin, and his answer was surprisingly simple. I didn't see anything. You didn't see anything? Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung's eyes widened. Regardless, Kong Rojin continued speaking. Yes, rather than choosing because I saw something, I just felt like you'd stake your lives on it if we went there. Hearing this, the secretary who had accompanied CEO Haseo Huan briefly furrowed his brow. In contrast, the heavyweight across from Kong Rojin curved his lips into an even wider smile. Our GN. Yes. You're saying that if you join GN, which currently has a declining public image, we'll work as if our life depended on it. Something like that. Other agencies would do that. Same for you, wouldn't they? Whether EY or Big Star. I don't think it would be exactly the same. There's a difference in desperation. After looking at Rojin for a few seconds, CEO Haseo Huan readily acknowledged it. That's right, desperation is one of the biggest motivators. Desperation. Kong Rojin also knew that feeling very well. There were countless days in the past when he clasped his hands and prayed, saying, "Please let me be able to work today." That sounded pretty convincing, didn't it? But honestly, the reason for this decision had more to do with the power of AI automation than with desperation. Since he couldn't say that out loud, he just pieced together some decent-sounding words, and the response turned out okay. Meanwhile, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung stared at Kong Rojin, jaws dropping on the inside. Wow, Rojin's guts. pulling off a villain moment even in front of the CEO. Crazy, Rojin Hyung. His vibe's insane. Truly a leader. Changing the subject, CEO Ha Seo-hwan briefly laid out the plan going forward. He spent about 10 minutes on the briefing and didn't forget the final promise. We'll stake our lives on this. A short while later, after finishing the meeting with the 4 final winners, CEO Ha Seo-hwan got into the waiting car. The car immediately pulled out. Although it was already past midnight, there was still a spark of energy on CEO Ha Seo-hwan's face as he looked out the window. Watching his expression through the rearview mirror, the secretary in the passenger seat cautiously asked a question. How was it, Seonim? With his legs crossed and his gaze still fixed on the window, CEO Ha Seo-hwan spoke. That's not the kind of insight someone that age should have. Pardon? I'm talking about that kid Rojin. Honestly, I thought he was a little arrogant. He should be. If he's too smooth, he's boring. Idols need to have a bit of rough edge. What if that edge turns into trouble? CEO Ha Seo-hwan let out a soft laugh. I don't know why, but that kid understands desperation. You sensed it? Yeah, the scent of it. With that face, with that talent, what would he have to be desperate about? Recalling his earlier meeting with Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kang Min, Du Kyung, they all have potential and star quality. But Rojin, that kid is something else. He came to a conclusion. Enough to shake and collapse the foundation of the current idol market. Later, after parting ways with CEO Ha Seo-hwan, Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung showered Rojin with thumbs-ups. No, seriously, Hyung, that was insane. Right? How the hell do you stay that chill in front of CEO Ha Seo-hwan? I was so nervous I stuttered and everything. Share some of that with us, Rojin. Hyung, give me some too. That nerve to tell a CEO to stake everything on you. Wow, I flinched when Rojin Hyung said that. Did you see the face of the guy who came with the CEO? I saw. He was glaring at Rojin Hyung. Kang Rojin thought, is this really something to go wild over? Sure, saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie, but that was just at the start, and surprisingly, as he kept talking, he started feeling more and more at ease. The CEO asked, so I just answered. That's it. Not just anyone could do that, though. In any case, the 4, including Rojin, returned not to their dorm but to the hall where the meet party was still going strong. Fortunately, the staff were still fully in party mode. The members sat back down. Kang Rojin rubbed his hands together, reigniting his fighting spirit. I'm going to eat until I burst tonight, for real. By the next morning, Saturday, the media and public were completely dominated by Produce That 100. News portals, online communities, social media, you name it. Articles dropped by the second, reporting on the final episode that aired last night and the massive viewership ratings that once again hit new highs for both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover. Viewership ratings, Produce That 100 and Rental Lover end with record-breaking ratings. Beyond simply talking about the content, various topics flooded in. But what attracted the most attention was Rojin, Sihu, Kang Min, Du Kyung. Why did they choose GN Entertainment? It was the final winner's choice. Naturally, many articles tried to stir conflict as well. Today's issue, EY Entertainment and Big Star Entertainment, ranked first and second in viewer votes, lose out. Winner is GN Entertainment. Fans were also endlessly debating why GN Entertainment of all places. More than ever, the communities were on fire. Produce That 100 had officially ended yesterday, but judging by the intensity of the discussions, it hardly felt over. Still, quite a few fans were facing reality. Whether it's GN or anywhere, I don't care, just hurry up and get the boys ready for debut. I'm already dizzy. Can't believe Produce That 100 is over. How long do we have to wait for their debut? I'm going crazy, it only ended yesterday, and I'm already having withdrawal symptoms. I'll endure while watching YouTube. GN, now that you've taken the boys in, prepare properly and debut them right. By Sunday, a day later, this atmosphere had intensified several times over. Around lunchtime, the Produce That 100 team began withdrawing from the campus. Staff members collected the small cameras and other equipment set up all around. It was the natural course of things since the show had ended. The pullout is super fast, so we're really the only ones left now. Apparently not. I heard a few staff are staying behind. Kang Rojin and the members remaining on campus were technically free, but they couldn't help feeling a bit of emptiness. Still, they had to accept it. The authority over these four had now transferred from Produce That 100 to GN Entertainment. Now that it's happening, it really feels like Produce That 100 is over. But still, this is way too rushed. It's also because it's almost the end of the year, so they're hurrying. PD Nim said that. Oh, right, award shows and all that. Does the broadcast world get even busier at the end of the year? There are all the reorganizations, too. A bloodbath, apparently. Scary as hell. Listening to this, Kong Rojin felt time was flying damn fast. Is it already the year-end? It was November 22nd. In a week, December would begin. As the others said, once year-end arrived, the entire entertainment industry, including broadcasters and agencies, would go into full gear. Even GN Entertainment's CEO Haseo Huan had mentioned it. In fact, the three major national broadcasters were already preparing for their annual awards ceremonies. And so, Sunday passed, and the workweek began again. As soon as Monday arrived, following the staff withdrawal at the Produce That 100 campus. Hyungs, I'm heading out first. The final winners began moving too. As PD Woo Han-suk had said, it was a time for rest and reset, so they were going home. The period was about a week. The youngest, Do Kyung, left first, followed by Kongmin. My mom's here. Message me, okay? Now only Kong Rojin and Sihu remained on campus. The two sat side by side in the lounge. Of course, Sihu had already packed his bags. He was waiting for his parents to arrive. For some reason, baby perm Sihu glanced at Kong Rojin. Rojin, he spoke with difficulty. Why haven't you packed your stuff? The reason Sihu was hesitant was simple. Rojin hadn't packed. He was wearing his usual athletic wear and even had his hairband on. Rojin shrugged indifferently. I'm planning to stay here. Huh? You're not going home? Yeah. It's a hassle going back and forth. It wasn't a lie. But Kong Rojin didn't bother saying the deeper reason. Even if I go home, no one's there. It's just more comfortable staying here. Everything I need is already here. A house with no one to welcome him was just desolate. And since he had already brought almost everything he needed to the campus, there was nothing to swap out. If he went home, he'd probably just lie around scratching his stomach, eating ramen. The campus, with its practice rooms and environment, was far better. Not that Kong Rojin felt sad or anything. Go home, don't mind me. Yeah. Sihu sensed something but didn't say anything. Should I ask him to come eat at our house? No. Would that be awkward? Noticing the look in his eyes, Rojin smiled with his eyes. After you come back, just listen to the song I'm working on. I probably won't be able to finish it though. Yeah. Okay. Just then, Sihu's phone rang. Judging by the call, his parents had arrived. As he packed up his things, Kong Rojin also stood up. The two left the lounge together. Oh right, Rojin. Then Sihu paused. Yesterday, when we were talking about year-end awards at the networks, I thought of something. There'll be tons of super famous people gathered, but Looking back at Kong Rojin, he voiced what came to mind. Wouldn't you be invited too? You're the writer of Rental Lovered. Chapter 124, Year-End 1. Kong Rojin scratched his chin as he looked at Sihu. An invitation for me too to the year-end awards ceremony? Rojin hadn't yet heard anything from PD Young Surayon. No way. Would I really be invited to? Rental Lover did do well, but in the end, it was a one-act. Do one-act dramas also get invited to the year-end awards? And besides, Kong Rojin was a writer. Do writers get invited too? Well, even if I get invited, it doesn't matter. Still, an unexpected topic sparked a slight tension in his otherwise calm heart. Rojin shook his head as he looked at Sihu. I don't know. Would I really get invited? Aren't those kinds of places just for actors? Sihu, who had started walking again, responded. No. I actually like year-end film festivals and award shows, so I watch them a lot. While it does feel like actors are the main focus, they also give awards to the production staff. Never seen it. Not really. Even if I did, I only watched a few minutes and stopped. Sihu smiled faintly. You really don't seem to care about the entertainment industry sometimes. Anyway, the year-end awards from the three major broadcasting stations include variety shows along with drama. So they give awards to PDs and staff, and of course to writers too? One-act dramas too? I'm not entirely sure. I think there were awards related to one-act dramas too. As the two came down to the first floor, Sihu, recalling the past, continued speaking. But the year-end awards shows that the broadcasters change their format and flow a bit every year. So the most certain way is to ask the PD of Rental Lover. Got it, Hyung. Kong Rojin saw Sihu off to the entrance and saw his parents in the distance, prompting Sihu to turn his head. You're really okay, right? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm heading out. Message me if anything comes up. As if telling him to leave quickly, Rojin waved his hand, and after a slight pause, Sihu walked over to his parents. Watching Sihu grow distant for a moment, Kong Rojin also turned his body. Swish. As he slowly returned to the dorm, he muttered to himself. Now I'm really alone. Though a few staff members may have remained, it was practically safe to say that Rojin was the only one left at the campus. No cameras either. Feels free after a long time. Really free. The once crowded campus had grown quiet. Having lived through routine-filled days, things suddenly felt more relaxed, but Rojin wasn't particularly happy about it. Either way, as he walked, Rojin thought about the year-end awards Sihu had brought up. He hadn't watched them in full, but brief scenes he had caught flashed through his mind. Glamorous celebrities, the red carpet they walked on, the hundreds of reporters and audience members swarming around, and so on. Goosebumps rose on Kong Rojin's forearms. Sounds fun, though. The next day, Tuesday, Rojin woke up early again, just like the day before, and started running. Perhaps because the campus was so quiet, the noise from Kong Rojin's running sounded unusually loud. Huff, huff. After steadily completing his daily mission, Kong Rojin checked the stats he hadn't been able to focus on due to training. Definitely, it's much slower when they rise naturally. Since he hadn't been able to invest in a while, he poured 50 coins into enhancement today. Next, as he was about to head into the restroom he naturally frequented, he abruptly stopped. Rojin let out something close to a laugh. What? I don't need to go there anymore. Since all the cameras from the Produce That 100 team had been removed, he could now use the practice rooms freely. Kong Rojin entered the largest practice room and enjoyed it to his heart's content. Including some experimenting, an hour flew by quickly as he practiced. Soon after showering, Rojin walked to the lounge and checked his phone. The world was still buzzing with talk of Produce That 100 and Rental Lover. Regardless, Kong Rojin, swish, took a seat in the lounge and spread out his belongings. Laptop, tablet, phone, acoustic guitar. It was time to start working. Let's start with lyrics writing dash. Although his lyrics writing stat had already hit 100, he didn't neglect it. The more I do it, the more I feel like my instincts are improving. And it's not like 100 points has to be the cap for stats. With any Mr. Playing, Rojin smoothly wrote lyrics in Korean, Japanese, and English as he pleased. Then he turned his focus to writing. Feels like I could start writing soon, but maybe I'll just think about what to write for today. He had already used up roughly 2 hours by this point. Next, picking up the guitar, Kong Rojin moved on to his next task, composition. Let's try to make at least the first verse within this week. At the same time, at the SBC Drama Department. In the middle of the bustling SBC Drama Department, PD Young Surayong was seen inside the director's office. Her messy brown hair was still tied up, but after a few days of proper rest, her face looked like it had gained a bit of weight. She was sitting on a 5-person sofa, chatting with the bald director. The director looked to be in a very good mood, the corners of his mouth stretched up to his ears and not coming down. Rental Lover, final episode viewership rating, 24%. Ha ha ha. Amazing, just amazing. Especially the fact that it was a one-act drama makes it even more meaningful. It's a bit of a shame that it got overshadowed a bit due to the timing overlap with Produce That 100. But even so, this is top tier. It might have hit 24% precisely because it overlapped with Produce That 100. I know, kid. Anyway, great work. After several minutes of high praise, the bald director glanced at the tightly packed schedule on the table calendar in front of them and then changed the subject. By the way, does writer Rojin have a tuxedo? Even if not a tuxedo, he should at least prepare a proper suit. PD Young Soo Ryong shrugged her shoulders and replied, I'll have to ask. I doubt he has one. You punk. Don't tell me. You haven't told writer Rojin yet? To prepare for the year-end awards ceremony. I haven't. Produce That 100 just ended, so I figured he'd be overwhelmed. Oh, come on. Tell him quickly. At this rate, he'll show up at the SBC Drama Awards in training clothes. Your rich imagination, as always. The director let out a small sigh. Make sure he's properly prepared. No matter what anyone says, all eyes will be on writer Rojin at this year's Drama Awards. How common is it for an idol to attend an awards show as a writer? Never really. Probably. No, 100%. Writer Rojin will be the first. Exactly, kid. Just imagine how many reporters will come swarming. PD Young. Surayong also looked somewhat excited. For reference, broadcasters' year-end award shows are split into two: the Entertainment Awards and the Drama Awards. The Entertainment Awards cover variety shows, while the Drama Awards focus on acting and dramas. Every year the spotlight has been on full-length dramas, but I guess the one-act section will be hot this year. It's just that a big one like Rental Lover hadn't come out before. Still, both we and MBS, KBC have always kept an eye on short-form content too. Now that Rental Lover came out, the one-act scene will be buzzing for a while. Then PD Young Surayong stood up from the sofa. I'll let writer Rojin know to start preparing for the year-end awards. Meanwhile, at EY Entertainment, which had been almost certainly mentioned as the new home for the final winners, was now the target of much chatter from the media and public after the end of Produce That 100. In particular, feature, EY Entertainment not chosen by Produce That 100. Final winners. Why did they lose to GN Entertainment? Overnight, they were labeled with the tag of loser. With this situation, the once festive atmosphere at EY Entertainment had turned quite sour. Employees were watching the executives nervously, and the executives, in turn, were gauging the mood of the CEO of EY Entertainment. We checked with the Produce That 100 side. Turns out there was no particular discussion with GN. They said choosing GN was purely the decision of the final winners. I still don't get it. Why GN of all places? What can we do? It's already happened. Their future is clear now. They'll crash and burn soon enough. GN is handling them, after all. The executives were lying. Deep down, they were already acknowledging that Rojin and the members would succeed. But saying that in front of the stone-faced CEO of EY Entertainment would be insane. CEO Nim, we think it would be best to act in time with their debut. This meant launching a competitive counter, whether a current popular boy group or a fresh new male idol group. Then the CEO of EY Entertainment swept his cold gaze across the executives. That's obvious. He shot a silent look asking if there was anything else. But the executives avoided his gaze. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, the CEO spoke. If you can't even set things up that quickly. He began to voice his thoughts to all the executives. If it wasn't trickery or a mistake on our part, shouldn't we make those four regret their decision that day? They looked down on us. Sorry, I'm saying, don't let them carry on their careers comfortably. Oh, of course, Sionim. At that moment, the executives, finally understanding the CEO's plan, quickly voiced their agreement, and the CEO of EY Entertainment muttered through clenched teeth. We must never let them have it easy. And meanwhile at GN Entertainment, contract preparations are complete. We'll submit the report as is. What about the dorm? It'll be finalized within this week. CEO Nim went to see the kids in person. Get your heads straight and prepare. They were completely tied up preparing to bring in Rojin and the members. The next day, Wednesday, right after finishing his daily mission, Kong Rojin's phone rang. It was a call from PD Young Surayong. As the thought of the year-end awards flashed through Rojin's mind, he immediately held the phone to his ear. Yes, PD Nim. Hello. Hi. Are you resting well? Not bad, I think. PD Young Surayong's voice was notably high in energy. It's nothing else. I just wanted to pass on a hot piece of news. Writer Rojin, looks like you'll need to come to our SBC year-end awards ceremony. What he thought was just a vague possibility had now become reality. I'm really going to? Of course you are. If you don't go, who would? You sound surprised. A little, yeah? I was kind of hoping for it. You held a concert too, right? It's kind of like that. It'll be fun. Oh, and of course, this time the invitation is for you as both actor and writer. But your main identity is writer, so I passed things along to Culture Drawer. Understood. Soon, PD Young Surayong's laugh came through the phone. On the day of the awards, writer Rojin, you're going to get so much attention. Even the actors are super curious about you. Oh, and one more thing. She suddenly offered a bit of advice. They haven't decided on the award nominees yet, but just in case, maybe start thinking about an acceptance speech. An acceptance speech? What kind of speech? Blinking in confusion, Kang Rojin asked again. Should I really be preparing something like that? PD Young Soo Ryong responded, as if it were no big deal. It doesn't hurt to be prepared, right? Who knows? Maybe they'll call your name? Oh, and that'd be a first too. Receiving an award within your first year in the entertainment industry. So, in a state where it still didn't quite feel real, Rojin ended the call with PD Young Soo Ryong. But before he could even process anything, another call came in, this time from team leader Ryu Younghwa of Culture Drawer. Hello, writer Nim. Did you get a call from PD Young? Yes, I did. Congratulations. Your debut as a writer and an invitation to the year-end awards. This is the first time for us too, so we're in a frenzy. Startled, Rojin was momentarily taken aback, and then team leader Ryu Younghwa continued. More importantly, it's your first awards ceremony, so we need you a fitting appointment. I'll schedule it as soon as possible. A fitting appointment? The day you get your tuxedo fitted. We have a place we work with at Culture Drawer, and since it's a special occasion, of course it should be custom-made, right? A tuxedo. He never imagined there would be a day in his life when he'd wear one. After finishing the call with team leader Ryu Younghwa, Kang Rojin slowly lowered his phone. Then he searched celebrity tuxedo on his phone. Photos of massive stars popped up. Damn, they look super cool. Imagining himself in a tuxedo, Kang Rojin thought, let's work out a bit more. And he began focusing more on building his body. A few hours later, around lunchtime, the setting was the broadcasting station JTVM. Inside one of the variety department's meeting rooms, PD Woo Han-suk could be found. Naturally, several writers were there as well. Produce That 100 had ended, but it wasn't completely wrapped up. There were still YouTube videos to shoot continuously, as well as music and other loose ends to tie up. Still, the atmosphere was lighter than during the broadcast period. PD Nim, Music in Top keeps messaging us, asking where the final winners will make their music show debut. Just ignore it. They're saying since it's the same network, shouldn't we obviously choose Music in Top instead of another music show? We've already handed off the kids, have GN handle the PR now. Anyway, how's the YouTube video situation? It's good. The new videos are getting solid views too. Then it happened. Swish. The glass door of the meeting room opened in a rush, and writer Kim Se, who resembled a hamster, burst in. PD Nim. Oh, look at this. Her already high-energy demeanor was now overly excited, causing PD Woo Han-suk to let out a long sigh. What now? What are you bouncing around for this time? Writer Kim Se he quickly shoved her phone toward PD Woo Han-suk. I had just dropped. On her phone was a breaking news article. Exclusive EY Entertainment caught in multi-billion offshore tax evasion. PD Woo Han-suk's eyes widened to double their size. What is this? Chapter 125, Year-End 2. Exclusive EY Entertainment caught in multi-billion offshore tax evasion. PD Woo Han-suk's eyes grew absurdly wide as he read the article's headline, slowly opening his mouth in shock. It was a deeply stunned expression. Understandable. Billions of won in offshore tax evasion? He urgently asked writer Kim Se-hee, who had handed him the phone. When did this come out? I told you just now. Just now. Yes. It's been up for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. PD Woo Han-suk lowered his gaze back to the article on Kim Se-hee's phone. He was openly flustered. Billions in tax evasion? And offshore at that. This wasn't a minor thing. It was something terrifyingly huge. PD Woo Han-suk checked the name of the media outlet and the reporter who had published the article. The media outlet was one of the major domestic ones, and the reporter was someone PD Woo Han-suk was familiar with. That guy's damn ruthless. Recognizing the reporter, he read the article thoroughly. This isn't some half-assed rumor they're throwing out there. The whole article gives off a strong sense of certainty, which means they must have solid evidence. I mean, this media outlet wouldn't attack EY over some baseless gossip unless they'd lost their minds. Having quickly reached the end of the article, PD Woo Han-suk muttered to himself. This doesn't feel like it's going to end with just one hit. It was a seriously grim situation. If this is true, or if they can't handle it properly, EY could very well sink. The writers clustered around shouted out, PD Nim, what do we do? As if it was obvious, PD Woo Han-suk reacted immediately. Call EY Entertainment right now. Yes, yes. At the same time, PD Woo Han-suk's phone rang from where it was resting on his desk. Seeing the caller was the head of variety department, he ignored it, whether out of annoyance or a mindset of putting out the bigger fire first. Did you get through to EY? The answer came from writer Kim Se, who shook her head quickly while holding her phone to her ear. No, it's already the third time, and I can't get through at all. PD Woo Han-suk let out a deep sigh and rubbed his face with both hands. Damn it, this is a real headache. Even so, as a veteran, PD Woo Han-suk had been through stuff like this from time to time. He'd always taken a beating during those times, but because of that, he also knew the best way to handle it. First, cut off the tail. The tail? Cut it off so the fire doesn't spread. Billions in offshore tax evasion by EY Entertainment. Dumping a mess like that could cause serious problems for the entire entertainment industry. EY Entertainment had celebrities spread out everywhere. Even if the celebrities weren't the ones at fault, their image would take a hit. Of course, Produce That 100 was no exception. First, cut out every single cut that includes EY Entertainment from the broadcast. All right now. What? You want to wait till next year? Whether this tax evasion is true or not, cut it out immediately. Yes, yes. From the middle to the latter half of Produce That 100, quite a few scenes featuring EY Entertainment had been filmed. Airing content like that while a $1 billion tax evasion scandal was unfolding was ridiculous. Even though the show had already ended, reruns, YouTube uploads, and even releases on Netflix Korea and Netflix Japan were out. Right now, countless fans could be watching it on Netflix. So they needed to erase any trace of EY Entertainment from the broadcast footage as quickly as possible. Whether it was true or not could be dealt with later. If they waited and watched, the damage could easily spread to Produce That 100 as well. Just when I thought we'd get a break. TSK. Hey, hurry to the editing room. PD Woo Han-suk quickly gave orders to the writers who were now in a frenzy. Take down every single YouTube video that includes EY. Stop the reruns too. What about Netflix? I'll call them. Yes, yes. PD Nim. I'll start identifying the EY Entertainment cuts in the broadcast. Mark them. We'll worry about stitching it together smoothly later. Just hurry. The writers in the meeting room were practically running wild as if their feet were on fire. At that moment, writer Kim Se, who had been trying to reach EY Entertainment this whole time, cautiously approached PD Woo Han-suk. PD Nim, do you think it'll be okay? Checking the missed calls on his phone, PD Woo Han-suk answered more calmly than expected. It's fine. As long as we do what we need to do, it'll work out. If we slip up here, we'll just get splashed with some of the crap. Just keep your head straight. This is my first time dealing with something like this. It's kind of scary. It's not something that happens often. I've only seen it a few times myself, and especially with a company as big as EY. Still, I don't think this is the worst-case scenario. Why? Well, just think about it. If Rojin had chosen EY Entertainment in the end, phew, what a massive relief he didn't. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk furrowed his brows sharply. Damn, if Rojin had picked EY, we would have had to reshoot all the final scenes from scratch. And if EY had rushed to sign contracts with the members the day of the selection, shit, just thinking about it makes me dizzy. The reputation Produce That 100 had built up could have come crashing down in an instant. If contracts were involved, it'd get even more complicated. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk recalled Kang Rojin's ridiculously good-looking face. It must be pure luck, but that kid really have luck on his side. About 30 minutes later, the article about EY's tax evasion scandal, suddenly thrown into the world, spread at a jaw-dropping speed. Breaking, EY Entertainment under suspicion for offshore tax evasion worth billions. Billions in offshore tax evasion? EY Entertainment, unreachable/photo. Offshore tax evasion allegations caught at EY Entertainment. It was one of the big 3 domestic entertainment companies, and among them, EY was considered the top recently. Naturally, countless media outlets swarmed in. EY Entertainment's sudden tax scandal sends shockwaves through the entertainment world. Stock talk. Offshore tax evasion suspicions. Is EY Entertainment stock about to crash? Various other entertainment companies in Korea were practically throwing a party. EY Entertainment finally blew up. offshore tax evasion, and billions at that. This one's big. Yeah, they won't be able to walk away from this easily like last time. Ha. I thought they'd gain momentum from produce that 100. But they're going straight to hell. So does this mean GN stock is about to skyrocket? Regardless, with one massive scandal blowing up, other media outlets seem to have been waiting. They started dragging out EY Entertainment's past tax evasion issues one after another. EY Entertainment had tax issues in the past too. Tax evasion allegations that were controversial even a few years ago for EY Entertainment. And that wasn't all. Whether they'd been holding on to them or not, all sorts of minor issues related to EY Entertainment started getting tacked on. EY, hit with a full-on carpet bombing, remained silent. Even amid billion-won offshore tax evasion allegations, EY Entertainment remained silent. Clearly, the saying, cover a scandal with another scandal, existed for a reason. All the noise around Produce That 100 and Rental Lover vanished instantly, buried under the EY headlines. Even amidst all this, the names of Rogen and the members kept showing up. Big issue, Rogen, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung choosing GN Entertainment was the right call. Not picking EY was divine move. Why did they choose GN? That kind of questioning was nowhere to be seen. In this way, both the media and the entire entertainment world were flooded with the EY tax evasion story in the blink of an eye. Following PD Woo Han-suk, people like PD Young Surayong and countless others in broadcasting and entertainment confirmed the news. And at this moment, Kong Rogen, who was on the Produce That 100 campus, was also reading the article. Billions in tax evasion? That's insane. Then he recalled AI simulation and AI automation. So that's why EY only got a score of 3? Ah, wait, that's creepy. Kong Rogen once again marveled at the power of AI simulation. He'd already trusted it deeply, but now that trust multiplied several times over. If I hadn't run the AI automation and just picked blindly, I'd be totally screwed right now. He even praised himself for being curious enough to use AI automation. Soon, Kong Rogen checked the comments under the article and browsed through various online communities to gauge the public's reaction. Holy, that's crazy. Did you see the EY tax evasion article? Insane. Yep. Billions in offshore tax evasion. EY's probably done for. Didn't EY already have tax rumors last year or the year before? Wait, doesn't this make Rogen's pick legendary? OMG, you're right, people were whining about why he didn't pick EY. Rogen's timing picking GN was god tier. Wow, seriously? If the kids had picked EY, they would have been screwed. Our Rogen sees the future. The public opinion that had once been full of doubts or even slandering Rogen flipped instantly. Or rather, that crowd disappeared completely. Where are all the people who trashed Rogen for not picking EY? They all ran away with their tails between their legs? Wow. This is chilling. It's like the heavens are protecting Rogen, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung. Rogen must be protected at all costs. Now, whenever Rogen chooses something, no one can argue, just bring up EY, and it's game over. While Kong Rogen was busy scrolling through the comments, the 3 members who had already left the campus were also shocked. Sihu, who was at a barbecue restaurant with his parents. Huh? Sihu, why are you looking at your phone in the middle of a meal? Eat up. No. Wow. Mom, I seriously almost died. What? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Or Kongmin. Oh, is this real? This is insane. Did Rogen Hyung say that knowing something? Even Do Kyung. Holy God, Rogen. Kong Rogen, who had more or less expected the members' reactions, muttered. Hold on, EY was 3 points. Big Star was 28, right? Even as he lowered his phone, another thought popped into his mind. So what kind of problem is going to blow up with Big Star? Meanwhile, at the same time, as the EY Entertainment bombshell exploded across the world, there were places where things continued steadily, unaffected. One such place was a medium-sized meeting room at Culture Drawer. Inside were familiar faces from Management Team 1. At the center was team leader Ryu Younghwa. And sitting across from her was someone also familiar, manager Jang Hak-seon of BG Pictures, one of the top-tier film companies in Korea. It was his second visit to Culture Drawer. Last time, he had come with the esteemed director Yoo Ji-hyun. However, the director was not present today, and currently, the two sides were engaged in a fairly serious conversation. What was it about? The movie script contract that director Yoo Ji-hyun had passionately desired, written by none other than Rojan. Soon, team leader Ryu Young-hwa spoke with a faint smile. I see, 100 million won contract fee. Manager Nim, how about adding a 51 running to the 100 million won contract fee? 51 running dash. What she meant by running was the running guarantee. Though it sounds like just 51, it was not a small amount. For instance, if the break-even point, BEP, for the movie was 2 million viewers and the total audience hit 7 million, then the profit margin was roughly 5 million viewers. While accurately calculating net profit is complex, simply put, multiplying 51 by 5 million viewers results in 250 million won. Adding the 100 million contract fee brings it to 350 million won. Of course, if the movie bombed, there would be no running royalties, and it would end at the contract fee. Especially in the current sluggish film market, just surpassing BEP was already considered a success. That's why manager Jang Haxian hesitated a little but didn't think it was a bad offer. It's rare to offer running royalties to a screenwriter, but writer Rojan is special. On top of that, he had director Yoo Ji-hyun's strong command. Something along the lines of, no matter what terms they propose, just say yes. In truth, for a rookie screenwriter, it was almost unheard of to receive anything beyond the contract fee. Although Rojan's debut drama, Rental Lover, had been a massive hit, the film world was another story. Even the 100 million won contract fee was steep. Typically, rookie writers were lucky to receive 30 million won. But that 100 million had been set based on Kang Rojan's market value. Then team leader Ryu Young-hwa delivered the final blow. It's rare for a screenwriter to have ticket power, right? The stiff expression on manager Jang Haxian's face noticeably relaxed. It's not rare, it just doesn't happen. In film, ticket power always starts with the actor, then the director. That's why S-class actors command enormous fees. But for a screenwriter or original creator to draw attention is almost unheard of. However, Kang Rojan was different. Maybe he'll get more attention than the actor or the director. The movie script hadn't even been revealed to the public yet. If the film written by Rojan were to release, how curious would the public be? And there'll be a ripple effect from Rental Lover too. Soon, manager Jang Haxian reached out his hand to Ryu Young-hwa. All right, let's go with those terms. It was the moment another side job credit was added to Rojan's filmography. Chapter 126, Year-End 3. The massive tax evasion scandal of EY Entertainment broke out, and the date was Thursday, November 26th. Since yesterday, both online and offline platforms had been in chaos over EY Entertainment. Issue pick, multi-billion offshore tax evasion. When will EY Entertainment break its silence? But EY Entertainment remained silent all the way through Thursday morning. Thanks to that, the controversy and suspicions ballooned in no time, and twice as many articles were released compared to yesterday. The media went all out attacking EY Entertainment, and with no official statement from them, the only thing they could do was sit and take the blows. EY Entertainment finally broke its silence just before noon. Official, EY Entertainment states, "We will fully cooperate with the investigation, and we apologize to the disappointed public." The CEO of EY Entertainment held a press conference in person, offering an apology and pledging to fully cooperate with the investigation. However, nothing changed. After their statement was released to the public, the media published articles with even more fervor, and public opinion had already hit rock bottom. As a result, the outcome was as obvious as fire in daylight. In just a single day, EY Entertainment's stock price plummeted. Emergency press conference had no effect. EY Entertainment stock price crashes /photo. Next up was the broadcasting industry. Various programs began erasing EY Entertainment's presence. Episodes of Produce That 100, featuring EY Entertainment removed due to tax evasion controversy. Netflix also joins in. The advertising sector also began making serious moves. Entertainment Today panic for celebrities under EY Entertainment. Advertising industry begins expulsion movement. And that wasn't all. Enraged citizens began digging up EY Entertainment's past wrongdoings through SNS and online communities, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Even chaos didn't begin to describe it. All of this happened within 24 hours of the scandal breaking. National Tax Service initiates special tax audit on EY Entertainment. Hot issue: National Tax Service likely to file criminal complaint against EY Entertainment over offshore tax evasion. It was terrifying even to roughly imagine how much more EY Entertainment would be beaten down in the future. Building up a corporate image isn't an easy task, especially when it's been shattered due to a scandal. Recovery becomes even harder. Furthermore, it was inevitable that affiliated celebrities would start fleeing the agency one by one. The final result would have to be watched, but predicting the outcome wasn't difficult. Confirmed descent into ruin. Since EY Entertainment is such a large company, it's possible that replacing the CEO and retracting their public presence could eventually lead to a recovery. However, it was obvious that for at least 5 years, they would be trampled on mercilessly. Kong Rojan confirmed this situation inside the spacious practice room on campus. Yesterday, they were ranked #1 in the entertainment field, and today they're just trash. He got goosebumps at the cold-hearted nature of the entertainment industry. Well, I dodged the shit, so that's enough for me. Rojan once again praised the AI simulation app and soon erased EY Entertainment from his mind. That's their business, and I've got mine. In the campus, having completed his daily mission early in the morning, Kong Rojan, swish, warmed up for a few minutes, and then recalled his stats. He wasn't sure about the others, but at least his vocal, rap, and dance had surpassed 50 points. Rojan sang along to some familiar songs he hadn't formally learned but had heard often, using the lyrics as reference. Compared to his tone-deaf past, the difference was night and day. Settled in the practice room, Kong Rojan didn't stop with just one song, but sang several. From pitch to rhythm to high notes, it all felt decent. Compared to when my stats were in the 40s, it definitely feels better. At this level, maybe I'd get an okay evaluation among the trainees. Or maybe even rank among the top. Well, it was all just Rojan's guess, but he wasn't far off. However, the level of idle trainees rose rapidly every year, and those called geniuses were also appearing one after another. He might still fall slightly short of the top tier. Realistically speaking, that may be true, but Kong Rojan still felt good enough. I used to be tone-deaf and stiff, and now I'm at a level where I can keep up with trainees. That's a miracle already. His dance and rap practice that followed were also at a similar level to his vocals. The interesting part occurred when he performed things he had already learned. Starting with Farewell, every rap and dance routine he had already learned through AI automation now felt like they had even more tension and energy than before. What is this? They were things he had learned already, so of course they should be perfect, but now they felt more fluid and naturally fitting with his body. Is it because I've kept repeating them even after learning? Or maybe it's the result of combining that with my overall skill growth? As expected, being part of Produce That 100 in the entertainment industry, Kong Rojan's own abilities, aside from the AI simulation, were naturally improving, including his knowledge. Could the results be a combination of all those foundational capabilities? He would have to verify that little by little, but for now, it seemed to be the case. Whatever it was something for Rojan to smile about. Later on, once my base skills are solid, if I stack on AI automation learning, I might end up being insanely good. It meant he had no ceiling. Meanwhile, Netflix Japan was busy with its contracted project, Like a Kaleidoscope. Executive Director Tom Cavell separately selected personnel dedicated to Like a Kaleidoscope, and those staff members immediately began searching for production companies within Japan. Not that it was a particularly time-consuming task. In Japan, too, Netflix was an extremely hot platform, and the tide was turning. Due to Netflix's highly flexible production methods, multiple Japanese production companies. There are over 20 production companies that want in, and 5 we've shortlisted on our end. We'll select from these 25 total. Had an excessive preference for Netflix. They were feeling fatigued by Japan's long unchanged production system in the broadcasting industry. In any case, Netflix Japan officially kicked off the production of Like a Kaleidoscope, and their top priorities were selecting the production company and finalizing the director, storyboard, and cast. At this point, Kong Rojan, the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope, was mentioned once again. Executive Director. It looks like writer Rojan's idol agency has been confirmed as GN Entertainment. Isn't it about time we start discussing the actor you mentioned with GN Entertainment? We should move on that. As soon as the production company is confirmed, contact them right away. At the same time, amid their busy schedule, Netflix Japan continued its steady promotion efforts and launched a major campaign in Japan. Netflix Japan to premiere Korean drama Rental Lover this afternoon. Although Rental Lover had already finished airing in Korea, it was just starting in Japan. Thanks to Rojin being confirmed as the final winner of Produce That 100 and the explosive popularity that followed, his fame was surging in Japan as well. Because of that, Rental Lover received a blazing interest from Japanese fans even before it officially launched. After all, it was a drama written by Rojin in which he also acted. How could they resist? Rental Lover was uploaded to Netflix Japan in the afternoon. About an hour later, Japan's major social media platforms exploded with praise for both Rental Lover and Kong Rojin. And by the next morning, Friday, Rental Lover had overtaken even Produce That 100 to rank first. Japan's real-time top 10 content. 1. Rental Lover. 2. Produce That 100. 3. Spy Amy. 4. Strange Restaurant. 5. Late Night Diner. It stood proudly as number 1 on Netflix Japan. At the same time, in Korea, while Rental Lover was topping the charts on Netflix Japan, Kong Rojin could be found at a clothing studio in Seoul, specifically a custom suit studio. The space was lined with suits, tuxedos, shoes, and more. It was Rojin's first time in a place like this, and his eyes were full of wonder. Wow, everything here just screams expensive. Guiding him were team leader Ryu Younghwa of Culture Drawer and her team members. Writer Nim, please pick a design you like. She handed Rojin something that looked like a magazine as he sat on the sofa. When he opened it, it was filled with photos of handsome foreign models wearing suits and tuxedos. Oh, curiosity rising, Rojin began searching for the tuxedo he wanted. The reason he was picking one now was simple. He needed something to wear to the SBC year-end awards ceremony he was invited to. There's so much, it's hard to choose. While he was browsing, the male and female staff of the studio subtly approached team leader Ryu Younghwa and whispered, Rojin Nim looks absolutely insane in person. He's not even wearing any makeup. He could probably steal the whole award ceremony just as he is. His body's no joke either. He must work out a lot. With that face and that physique, seriously. Team leader Ryu Younghwa, her long hair tied in a single ponytail, felt her shoulders lift for no reason. Tuxedo's going to look killer on him, huh? What's there to even say? At that level, it's not the tuxedo making Rojin Nim look good. It's Rojin Nim making the tuxedo look good. As the murmuring in the studio grew louder, team leader Ryu Younghwa glanced at Kong Rojin, who was carefully selecting a tuxedo. How should I put it? He looks even more handsome now. A little more mature. His presence is even more magnetic dash. Compared to the first time she saw him, the current Rojin felt far more overwhelming. Maybe it's because his body's improved? Looks like he's lost some weight, too. At that moment, I've decided. Rojin made eye contact with team leader Ryu Younghwa. I'll go with this one. Huh? Yes. Team leader Ryu Younghwa, momentarily dazed by Kong Rojin's visuals, quickly snapped back to her senses and requested the tuxedo he chose from the surrounding staff. After they finished taking his measurements, about an hour had passed. That wrapped up faster than I thought. As Kong Rojin checked the time, team leader Ryu Younghwa approached. The order is complete. Once the tuxedo is ready, we'll deliver it right away. Writer Nim, is something wrong? She asked, seeing the odd expression on Rojin's face. He pointed to a tuxedo hanging on the wall with his index finger. Would it be possible to try on a tuxedo similar to my size? Team leader Ryu Younghwa blinked and smiled. Of course. Thank you. I've never worn something like this before, so I wanted to try it on at least once. Yes, I understand. Calling over a staff member right away, team leader Ryu Younghwa explained what Rojin wanted, and a few minutes later, Kong Rojin entered the fitting room with one of the studio's male staff members. Soon, both the Culture Drawer staff, including Ryu Younghwa, and the studio employees waited for Rojin to come out. Kong Rojin stepped out of the fitting room. Swish. About 15 minutes later, perhaps feeling awkward in the tuxedo, Rojin cleared his throat. Ahem, how is it? In contrast, team leader Ryu Younghwa and the dozen or so staff members looking at him stood frozen, mouths slightly open. Around that time, public broadcaster SBC dropped new bait on the internet. Official, rental lover Rojan confirmed to attend this year's SBC Drama Awards as a writer. It was news of Kang Rojan attending the year-end awards ceremony. Early afternoon, at the Produce That 100 campus. After having lunch with team leader Ryu Yoonghwa and the Culture Drawer staff, Rojan returned to the campus. Looking up at the still empty dorm building, Rojan muttered to himself, "When are the others coming back?" It was already Friday, so the members should be returning soon. Probably tomorrow, Saturday, or the day after. I'm starting to get a little bored. Just as he murmured and was about to move, his phone vibrated briefly. Buzz buzz. It was a message from team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, and she had sent a photo, Kang Rojan in the tuxedo. Looking at the photo, Rojan awkwardly scratched his chin. I can't get used to it. As he lowered his phone, another message came in. Team leader Ryu Yoonghwa, writer Rojan. Rental Lover is #1 on Netflix Japan. Congratulations once again. Though it was something he had already heard over lunch and seen the reactions. So on the way back, Rental Lover, #1 on Netflix Japan. Wow, amazing. He still couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Maintaining the ranking would be key moving forward. But wasn't this enough of a reason to break into a shoulder dance? Rojan looked around and actually gave his body a quick shake. Just then, buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Several short vibrations followed. Was it team leader Ryu Yoonghwa again? No, this time it was notifications from the AI simulation app. You have achieved the title mission, Growing Recognition Without Rest. Title Recognition Monster has met the conditions and is now enhanced +1. With the enhancement of Title Recognition Monster, a bonus coin has been added to mission rewards. Congratulations. Title Recognition Monster has reached +5. First +5 title completed. You have been awarded an AI Automation one-time free pass item. Seeing the flurry of notifications, Kang Rojan let out a small exclamation. Oh, +5 enhancement. Huh, but +5 is the limit for titles? As if responding to him, title evolution is now available. The AI simulation displayed an additional notification. Would you like to evolve the Title Recognition Monster, which has reached +5, into the Title World Star? Chapter 127, Year-End 4. Would you like to evolve the Title Recognition Monster, which has reached +5, into the Title World Star? Kang Rojan, who was looking at the notification that appeared on his phone. Title evolving? World Star? He muttered quietly while stroking his chin. As expected, +5 enhancement wasn't the end for titles. In the beginning, the AI simulation app had explained that each title could be enhanced up to +5. But once he actually reached that level, it threw in a new concept, title evolving. Did the Recognition Monster title get enhanced this time because of the launch of Rental Lover in Japan? Or maybe it was thanks to the accumulated impact of Produce That 100. The response after its conclusion was intense both domestically and in Japan. Anyway, for now, the thing in front of his eyes was this title evolving. That was what mattered. And Rojan didn't hesitate at all. Whatever it is, I absolutely need to evolve it. For reference, with the Recognition Monster title reaching +5, the number of coins Rojan could earn per day increased to 16. Titles were the only means to increase daily coin earnings. That reason alone was more than enough to evolve it. Soon, Rojan pressed Allow on the notification. Then the message changed. Congratulations. The Title Recognition Monster has been successfully evolved to the Title World Star. Evolved titles can now be enhanced up to +10, and bonus coins will increase to 2. A smile spread across Kang Rojan's lips. As expected, evolving changes the bonus coins to 2. Up to now, enhanced titles gave 1 bonus coin per level. So far, he had accumulated 11 bonus coins. When added to the base 5 coins earned daily, it meant 16 coins per day upon completing the daily mission. Now, those bonus coins would be 2 each. Well, maybe only evolved titles work that way, but who cares? So if I enhance the World Star evolved title up to +10, that's 20 bonus coins alone. A simple calculation meant he could earn 36 coins per day. In 10 days, that's 360 coins. And that wasn't even the end. More notifications popped up. Upon acquiring the evolved title World Star, the passive skill Overwhelm has been generated. Overwhelm? Rojan blinked and slightly furrowed his brow. What is the passive Overwhelm? Terms you'd usually see in a game. Well, the AI simulation was pretty much a game anyway, but the idea of a newly generated passive was still unfamiliar. After a short wait, the notifications disappeared, meaning the AI simulation had said everything it needed to say. Rojan immediately tapped the AI simulation app. His character appeared right away, and there was a noticeable change. A subtle glow surrounded the character. Moreover, the status had also changed. Title, Side Job Tycoon +3 / Evolved, World Star / Global Genius +2 / Instrument Master +1. Passive, Overwhelm. The evolved title, World Star, and the passive skill, Overwhelm, stood out. Rojan, still stroking his chin, tapped on Overwhelm, and brief text appeared on the phone screen. Overwhelm. No matter who your opponent is, the aura you emit will shine even brighter. User Kong Rojan's Overwhelm has increased. After reading the text for a moment, Rojan understood its meaning. Aura you emit? So it means my aura has been boosted? Aura was a word that encompassed many things: atmosphere, charm, energy, and perhaps even star quality. It could mean a tremendous presence or charisma, the kind of power that makes you capture attention without doing anything or hypnotize a crowd with just a word. Kong Rojan was already a visual monster, but now it meant that would be amplified even further. Kong Rojan was purely amazed. This kind of thing is possible, though for now, he didn't feel any major change. Maybe it looked the same to him but appeared different to others? Whatever it was AI simulation, so it had to be 100% real. As long as it helped, Rojan was thankful for any passive skill. Nice, evolving. If I get other titles to +5, will I get passive skills for all of them too? Or is it random? Rojan's interest soared at the appearance of a passive, and he had gained one more thing from this title evolving. Inventory. 1 AI Automation one-time free usage ticket. An item that allowed him to use AI automation for free. That's freaking sweet, totally awesome. Naturally, the corners of Rojan's mouth reached his ears. Saturday the 28th. With the news that Kong Rojan would attend this year's SBC Acting Awards. Rojan to attend SBC Acting Awards, making it to a year-end award show in less than a year since his debut? Quite exceptional. Rojan writer invited to SBC Acting Awards with his debut work. Various media outlets went wild. He's making it to a year-end awards show in under a year? Rojan's seriously a true disruptor. It's funny how he's attending an awards show first as a writer, his side job, before he does as an idol. Has anyone like this ever existed? It was understandable. Across the entire history of the entertainment industry, there had never been a case like Rojan's. He was the first and only. This guy, I swear he's going to cause a real stir. What if he actually wins an award? Come on, there's no way SBC would just hand an award to a guy who hasn't even been a writer for a year, right? Dude, Rental Lover pulled a 24% viewership rating, and it was a one-act drama. Think about how massive the buzz was. Anyway, reporters are going to swarm the SBC Acting Awards this time. I'm definitely attending and filming only Rojan. He's the hottest sell this year, no question. Only reporters? The public will be all over it too. I'm definitely going. The entertainment industry, always at the mercy of what's trending. Novelty was part of the appeal too. Big or small, many media outlets were desperate to capture footage of Kong Rojan, and this frenzy extended to the 3 major national broadcasters. How's the casting of the Produce That 100 final winners going? GN hasn't responded yet. If they're not responding, then go get the damn answer in person. You think just calling them will do anything? Is it even possible? GN Entertainment only just signed them. I don't care what's possible. This year's celebratory stage has to be them. And not just us at MBS. KBC and SBC are probably thinking the same. A war was breaking out to cast Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, and Dukyung. The 3 national networks were all aiming to bring the final winners of Produce That 100 onto their year-end award shows as celebratory performers. It made sense. No matter what anyone said, The phenomenon that dominated the year was Produce That 100, and the ones who inherited that massive popularity were Rojin and his team. But the one with the highest chances was still SBC. Even if they do perform, I think SBC has the best shot. I mean, their leader Rojin is already invited as a rider dash. MBS and KBC weren't ignorant of that fact, but they weren't giving up. So what? You want to throw in the towel without even trying? Whether we book them or not decides the ratings. Get your ass over to GN right now. After all, year-end award shows were also battles for ratings. That's why bringing in famous idols or singers for celebratory performances during the ceremony mattered so much. With Kong Rojin heading to SBC, the first battle had already been lost. Awards, well, SBC, riding on the success of Rojin and others, went among the 3 public broadcasters this year. If they handed over the celebratory stage too, it was obvious SBC alone would hit the jackpot this year. Meanwhile, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung returned to the Produce That 100 campus. As soon as they arrived, they gathered in the room with Kong Rojin, eager to catch up on postponed conversations. It began with EY Entertainment. Dude, I literally gasped while eating when I saw the article about EY. Same here. Rojin Hyung, do you have some kind of supernatural power or something? As if. But seriously, how does stuff like this keep happening? After a few minutes of talking about EY Entertainment, the topic shifted to what they all did during their break. Then, with a blank expression, Dookyung suddenly looked at Rojin and muttered, "But Rojin Hyung, you look even more amazing now." "What do you mean? I can't describe it with words. Did your face get more handsome? What is it? Don't you guys notice it too?" Sihu and Kangmin quickly agreed. "I thought the same. Rojin, did you work out hard while we were gone? Or did you go to a dermatologist? You definitely got better looking, but there's something else. It's hard to explain." Dookyung let out a deep sigh as he looked at Kong Rojin. "Come on, Hyung. Getting even more handsome is overkill. Are you trying to make the rest of us look like anchovies?" The oldest Hyung, Sihu, scratched his baby-permed hair. "Actually, starting today, I'm syncing my workout schedule with Rojin's. You guys should join too. Rojin Hyung, stop working out. Your body's already good enough." Yeah, this was the vibe. Kong Rojin smirked and shrugged his shoulders. "Nope, I'm gonna become a muscle man." As he replied, Kong Rojin murmured inwardly. Their reactions. That passive overwhelm is clearly working properly. The next day, the parents of Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung arrived at the Produce That 100 campus, and all of them couldn't stop exclaiming as they looked at Kong Rojin. "Oh my, Rojin? So nice to meet you. You're so handsome in person, really. Thank you. My kid kept going on about how unreal you look in real life. And wow, it's true." Soon, the parents shook hands with Rojin, saying they were counting on him to look after their children. As he politely greeted them, a brief sense of envy passed through Kong Rojin as he looked at the other kids' parents. They all seemed like such good people. But there was no time to dwell in emotions. Screech. Several vans soon arrived at the campus. They had been sent by GN Entertainment. The reason was simple. Today, including Kong Rojin, they were all scheduled to attend an official meeting for their contracts with GN Entertainment. Everyone got into their assigned vans, and they departed. Sharing a van with Sihu, Rojin kept his gaze out the window. Official contract. I'm kinda nervous. Several minutes later, the vans arrived at GN Entertainment's headquarters near Hapjeong Station in Seoul. Rojin looked at the massive building, purely impressed. Whoa, it's huge. Staff members who had been waiting in the underground parking lot guided Rojin, the members, and their parents inside. At first, everyone gathered in a large conference room for a brief overview. After that, Rojin and the other members each moved to separate meeting rooms. Kong Rojin entered a meeting room close to the conference room. Slide. A shaped table was set in the room. Rojin sat casually near the window, thinking, "Phew, it's fine, I already got experience at Culture Drawer." He encouraged himself. In fact, during his solo time at the campus, he had already organized what he wanted to say and the conditions he planned to set for the contract. He also recalled PD Woo Han-suk's advice. "I'm the one in control. No need to walk on eggshells, just be comfortable." Soon the meeting room door opened, and GN Entertainment staff entered. About 4 men and women, all smiling. After a round of handshakes, They handed Rojan their business cards. "We've been dying to meet you, Rojan Nim. When you shouted out our company on Produce That 100, I literally screamed." To lighten the mood, they started with casual conversation. "But, really, the broadcast didn't even show a quarter of what you've got. You're insanely better looking in person." "Thank you. I've seen a ton of good-looking people at GN, but I can't take my eyes off you." Rojan figured Sihu, Kongmin, and Du Kyung were probably hearing similar things in their own meetings. He responded appropriately to the GN staff's chatter. About 10 minutes later, the woman who was leading the conversation pulled out a draft contract. "We'll now walk you through the official contract." She made strong eye contact with Kong Rojan and deepened her smile. "But before we explain the terms of the official contract, our CEO asked us to first listen to your conditions. Other than what we shared in our self-PR on Produce That 100, is there anything else you'd like to request? Is it time?" With all the staff now focused on him, Kong Rojan exhaled softly and nodded. "Yes, I do have a few. MHM, please feel free to share them." "There are 3 conditions." The staff's expressions immediately turned serious, and Rojan calmly stated, "Freedom to use my phone, a personal workspace, and no personal training. I can manage that on my own." As soon as he finished listing the 3 conditions, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. Wait a second. First on Produce That 100, and now here too." And Kong Rojan, expression control, wipe the smile, go full poker face, was exuding maximum villainous energy. Chapter 128, Year-End 5. The GN Entertainment staff blinked upon hearing the 3 conditions of Kong Rojan's contract. The female staff member sitting in front of Rojan looked quite flustered. That's Dash. On top of that, there was also a trace of bewilderment. Of course, Kong Rojan had somewhat expected this level of reaction. It's understandable they're surprised, especially about the training part. They probably didn't expect me to say I'd still skip training even after Produce That 100. The staff looked at each other's faces, and then the female staff member cleared her throat. The fluster that had spread across her face settled down a bit. "We've heard your 3 conditions, but I think they'll need some explanation." "Yes." Rojan, who had intended to elaborate in the briefing anyway, started with the phone matter. His expression turned more serious. "The first of the 3 conditions. I don't want any interference when it comes to using my phone. Usually, idols or idol trainees under an agency aren't free to use their phones. Before debut, it's a given, and even after debut, phone usage is banned or restricted for at least a year or more. Of course, these days it's more relaxed than before, but typically, they have to hand in their phones during work hours and get them back once schedules are over. Either way, they can't use them freely. In fact, there are mainly 2 big reasons why entertainment companies restrict phones for trainees or idols, to prevent them from messing around or getting into trouble. Idols are generally young and inexperienced, so it's a way of guiding them. But Kong Rojan, I need to use my phone freely. Because he had the AI simulation, any restrictions would be a problem. Just having moderate freedom wouldn't be enough. There must be no interference at all. Not just the phone, but also the smartwatch he was currently wearing. However, Rojan couldn't talk about anything related to the AI simulation, and the GN Entertainment staff looked slightly hesitant. Kong Rojan smiled inwardly. "Well, there's a way." As if that wasn't the end, he added further explanation. "There are many reasons, but the key point is, as you all know, although my main job is aimed at being an idol, I also have side jobs, writer, etc. I have no intention of neglecting those even after debut." We agree with that too. Then even more reason why there should be no interference with my phone use. For one thing, I have a lot of data stored on my phone related to my side jobs. I need to be able to access them whenever I need to. The female staff member nodded, and the male staff member sitting next to her crossed his arms. "Well, Rojanim is also affiliated with Culture Drawer besides us, right?" The other staff members started nodding slightly. "That's right. So as a writer, there must be communication with Culture Drawer as well. Not only that, but also communication with PDs or directors involved in production projects. On top of that, your side jobs include being a lyricist or actor too, right? So having phone freedom is absolutely necessary." Observing the flow of the conversation, Kong Rojan inwardly murmured with satisfaction. Good. It's going just as I planned. He added a final comment. I don't have time to mess around on my phone or get into trouble. I don't even really use social media. Of course, I should start using it now, but I'm not that interested. Gradually, the staff were becoming captivated by Kong Rojin. Second, I want a workspace. This is simple. Just give me a space for writing, composing, and lyric writing. That shouldn't be much of an issue. We have a lot of studios, and anyone can use them freely if they want. Yes. Rojin nodded and moved on to the next point. It was just as important as the phone matter. Third, I'll do individual training on my own. The GN Entertainment staff were most bothered by this. It was one thing during Produce That 100, where they needed broadcast hype, but even now, as a properly signed idol under an agency, to skip training? Regardless, Kong Rojin calmly continued. Usually, training includes vocals, dance, and rap as basics, and expands to things like speech, acting, foreign languages, etc. That's true. But to do all of that individual training alone, yes, I'll handle individual training on my own. Of course, for group training, I'll participate just like the others. May I ask why? Why, you ask? Because the AI simulation is way better than any trainer out there. And the owner of that AI simulation is Kong Rojin. Who needs a trainer? Times like this, playing the villain character really helps. Rojin slightly altered his answer, adding a touch of sternness, like a blade. It's better to do it alone, in terms of efficiency and all that. You probably saw it during Produce That 100. But even before that, and up until now, I've done it all on my own. That's enough for me. As for foreign languages, I'm already fluent in English and Japanese to the level of a native, so there's no need to study them. It was overwhelming confidence, or perhaps self-esteem. The female staff member who met eyes with Rojin silently gasped inside. With that crazy visual added, I'm just being drawn in. Soon, a few names floated into her mind. Across the entertainment industry, there were a few true geniuses who didn't particularly need training. Those few could write songs and choreograph before even turning 20, taking on the role of producer and single-handedly creating entire albums. Just from Produce That 100, he definitely belongs in that genius category. Honestly, if someone grows on their own, it's convenient for the agency. But the reason the GN staff were struggling was because they couldn't just leave him be. And they'd never experienced a disruptor like Kong Rojin before. Unfamiliarity can sometimes turn into fear. However, Kong Rojin remained calm. That's it. If those three things are added to the contract, I think we're good. His confidence pierced the sky. If that's difficult, I'll have to reconsider the contract a little. A few hours later, Kong Rojin, along with Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung, and their parents, finished their meetings and left. The staff members who had met with them were now gathered in the GN Entertainment main conference room. Of course, among them sat CEO Haseo Huan, exuding the aura of a major figure. The shaped table was completely filled. Then, the staff members who had conducted the meetings with Rojin and the other members began reporting to the executives and to CEO Haseo Huan, who sat at the head. I met with Sihu Nim and his parents. Sihu Nim's conditions were, starting with Sihu, then moving on to Kongmin and Dukyung. Overall, it seemed smooth enough that the executives nodded their heads. Finally, it was Kong Rojin's turn. The female staff member who had met with him stood up. I spoke with Rojin Nim. He had 3 conditions in total. She listed the conditions that Rojin had told her. The executives around her reacted differently compared to the other members. Phone freedom and workspace, fine, but the solo training part is problematic. He did well and produced that 100. Sure, but now he wants to do the same all the way to official debut? Tisk tisk dash. They all gave strong reactions at the condition about individual training. He's definitely different from the others. No, maybe we should say he's unusual. Still, we have to acknowledge his genius. No matter what anyone says, that kid practically led Produce That 100. True enough. Even during the chaos of Produce That 100, he still pulled off side jobs like writing and lyric composition. But there are still some concerns. Isn't he someone without any debut experience? There was a clear divide between positive and negative opinions. At that point, the female staff member relayed Rojin's final words. He said, if these conditions are too difficult, he'll have to reconsider the contract. The executive's expressions darkened. So basically, if we don't accept them, there's no contract. We're going to be dragged around from the start. Still, would he really throw it all away in such a big game? Then CEO Hasio Huan, who had been quietly listening the entire time, finally spoke. His tone was low and heavy. He'll walk away without hesitation. Huh. CEO Hasio Huan recalled Rojin's face as he spoke of stakes and desperation like they were nothing. Rojin, that kid, if he doesn't like it, he'll flip the table no matter how big it is. He's got nothing to lose. If he becomes free again, you think other agencies will just leave him alone? As the executives all fell silent in an instant, CEO Hasio Huan slowly crossed his legs. We're the ones who are desperate. We didn't get those kids with skill, it was pure luck. So we need to go all in. Then, locking eyes with each executive one by one, he added a chill to his voice. So put your necks on the line. It was pressure, a desperate push to claw for results. Otherwise, their heads would roll. In any case, CEO Hasio Huan, who exuded a quiet brutality, made a declaration to all the staff. Grant all the conditions. Specify them clearly in the contract. Later, the next morning, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Du-kyung gathered once again at GN Entertainment. As before, they each met with GN staff in separate meeting rooms and received revised contracts based on their meetings. Reading through the contract carefully, Kong Rojin let out a small satisfied smile. Okay, this seems good enough. Kong Rojin, of course, and all the members signed the contract. Thus, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Du-kyung, please take good care of us. It's our pleasure. Rojin Nim officially became part of GN Entertainment. This news was released to the public around lunchtime on the same day. Official, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Du-kyung signed formal contract with GN Entertainment. No longer just produce that 100 contestants, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Du-kyung now with GN Entertainment. GN Entertainment. We plan to fully support Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Du-kyung and present them to the fans properly. Naturally, it was GN Entertainment who released the news. It was also a message thrown at other entertainment companies. In other words, don't get your hopes up. Regardless, fans were thrilled. Finally. GN, you guys better do a good job, okay? Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Du-kyung. We'll be cheering for you. Hurry. GN, please debut them quickly. Please. I was a bit worried because of EY, but this worked out so well. Open their YouTube and Instagram accounts right away. Still, I heard Rojin is showing up at the year-end awards, so I'm hyped. I never watch film festivals or award shows, but I'm watching the SBC one this time. Can't resist Rojin in a tux. Around lunchtime, Kong Rojin and the members returned to the Produce That 100 campus for now. GN had informed them that within a few days, they would move to the prepared dorms and that a management team would be assigned. Before that, the members had to pack up their belongings at the campus. One more day passed. November ended, and December began. Tuesday, December 1st. Around this time, Kong Rojin, swish, despite all the changes, still started his day with running, as usual. This view's coming to an end too. The campus scenery, which he'd grown somewhat attached to during his workouts, was nearing its close. GN apparently has a huge gym, so I'll be using that often from now on. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin completed his daily mission through exercise. Perhaps feeling a bit sentimental, he ran longer than usual and did extended strength training. Now it was December. The weather had turned cold, but Rojin, drenched in sweat, moved to shower. Shirtless, Kong Rojin stood in front of the mirror. His muscles had clearly become more defined. Chest, abs, and so on. Plus, he'd lost a bit of fat, so his body had a more sculpted look. My skin, is it clearer? Shinier? Anyway, it looks better. Feeling an odd sense of unfamiliarity, he opened the AI simulation app before showering. User, Kong Rojin age, 24/height, 185.1 desired occupation, idle coins owned, 976. Passive, overwhelm. Titles, side job tycoon +3 evolved, world star global genius +2 instrument master +1. Side jobs, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist. Global languages, 1 Japanese, 2 English. Instruments. 1 acoustic guitar. At this point, Rojin tilted his head slightly. Wait a minute, why did I get taller? He was definitely around 182 centimeters before, but now he was at 185. He'd grown 3 centimeters. He had noticed his clothes felt a bit short, and it turned out it was due to the height increase. Rojin checked himself again in the mirror, then moved on. To enhance himself, he opened his stats. What surprised him again this time? He was looking at his appearance stat, which had started at 100 from the beginning. Appearance, 150/150. It had gone beyond 100 and reached 150. I got even more handsome. Chapter 129, Year-End 6. This was the stat screen Kong Rojin was looking at. Appearance, 150/150. Singing ability, 60.2/100. Rap, 50.5/100. Dance, 50.2/100. Eloquence, 26.8/100. Acting, 25.2/100. Lyrics writing, 100/100. Composition, 23/100. Arrangement, 0/100. All the other stats still had a maximum of 100 points, but only the appearance stat had reached 150. Blinking as he looked over the stats for a moment, Rojin's gaze went back up. He was looking at himself in the mirror, so 100 wasn't the end. Rojin had assumed that 100 was the highest score since the appearance stat had been at 100 from the very beginning of the AI simulation. But now that appearance stat had broken past 100 to 150. Rubbing his chin, Kong Rojin muttered softly. I've been hearing more often these days that I've gotten even more handsome. What could have caused the appearance stat to rise? Several guesses came to mind, but the most likely were 2. Either from working out hard or getting some grooming and care here and there. Rojin had been in the entertainment industry for about half a year, had seen not just idols, but various actors, and had even done filming. Environment has a major impact on a person. Or maybe it's the recently added passive, overwhelm? It might have been the result of both combined. Whatever it was, he had always had an insanely good-looking appearance, and now that explosive impact had been amplified. It was an amusing result. Kong Rojin couldn't help but smile. His physical build couldn't be ignored either. Not only had his body gotten more toned from repeated exercise, but he had also suddenly grown taller. Looking at himself in the mirror, Rojin tried striking different poses. If I looked like a boy before, maybe now I give off more of a young man vibe? Anyway, damn impressive. A moment of self-praise. Kong Rojin spent several more minutes in front of the mirror, striking various poses. If anyone saw him, they might think he was crazy. Then, brushing back his black hair, Rojin checked his stats again. If 150 is possible for appearance, doesn't that mean the other stats can go beyond 100 too? This part still wasn't certain. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin was feeling extremely hyped. If I keep going like this, domestically or abroad, I could destroy everyone with just my face. Wiggling his butt, he started his shower. The next day, Wednesday the 2nd, in the morning. It was around 10 o'clock. Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were gathered in the lounge in a fairly natural manner. They were chatting about this and that, but it felt like they were waiting for someone. At this point, Kong Min, who had an exotic-looking handsome face, rubbed his hands together. What kind of people will come? I'm kind of nervous. It's our manager team, after all. The one who answered was Du Kyung, with his usual blunt face. Are the people coming today the ones we'll stick with going forward? Sihu, visibly nervous, slowly nodded. Probably. Ugh, hopefully they're good people. Rojin, who was scanning the members, also felt a bit nervous. Managers. The fact that we're getting managers now, it really feels like things are getting serious. Rojin recalled the support staff who assisted S-Class top actress Choi Rina during the Rental Lover shoot. The reason everyone was reacting like this was simple. The manager team from GN Entertainment, who would soon be in charge of Kong Rojin and the members, was about to arrive. They had reportedly passed through the campus gate about 10 minutes ago, so they would appear any minute now. Right at that moment. Swish. 7 unfamiliar people entered the lounge. Hello. Hello. 3 men and 4 women. Kong Rojin and the members immediately jumped up to greet them. Hello. Nice to meet you. After finishing his greeting, Rojin quickly scanned the 7 people standing in front of him. Is that man the manager level? Among the seven, the man who looked the oldest seemed to have the highest rank. Roughly in his mid to late 30s, he was wearing a navy long coat casually, and his face was average. But how to put it? He gave off an overall drained of energy vibe. Wilted? Like he lacked presence? His scruffy beard added to his rough, unkempt image. And then he was. Nice to meet you. The first to introduce himself. I'm Manager Team Chief Kim Ki-baek. I'll be taking charge of you all from now on. Looking forward to working with you. His voice was also somewhat weak and lacked energy. Rojin felt a disconnect between his name and his vibe. Kim Ki-baek, his name means spirit and strength, but he kind of looks frail. Suddenly, Chief Kim Ki-baek coughed and pulled a handkerchief from his coat pocket to wipe his nose. Sorry. Even as he apologized, he reached out his hand to Rojin, who instinctively reacted. Interestingly, instead of a handshake, Kim Ki-baek pulled Rojin in for a light hug. Handshakes feel a bit too impersonal. What the heck is with this guy? His character was refreshingly unique. Despite coughing again, team leader Kim Ki-baek went on to hug Sihu, Kongmin, and Du Kyung as well before finishing his self-introduction. Next up, he pointed to the team members he had brought along. This is Schedule Manager Lee Yulbin SSI. Next to her is Road Manager Han Taeyun SSI. It seemed the four women were part of the styling team. Road Manager Han Taeyun had notably large eyes and looked to be in her late 20s. Schedule Manager Lee Yulbin was slightly plump and appeared to be in her early 30s. While introducing the team, Kim Ki-baek gave a weak smile. That's it for now. These are the staff who will support you all, and of course, there are more back at headquarters. These are the people you'll see the most often, though. For the next few minutes, Rojin and the members chatted with the manager team. Kong Rojin found the stylists quite interesting. Their hair colors, they're all so flashy. Yellow, red, blue. It wasn't weird, though. The Produce That 100 participants had all kinds of colorful hair, too. The stylists looked absolutely thrilled to meet Rojin and the members, though it seemed like they were holding it in because of the setting. Then came the next words. Let's go cause some real mayhem. With those drained yet passionate words, Chief Kim Ki-baek gestured for them to move, and Rojin and the others grabbed their bags and left the lounge. As they headed down the stairs, Chief Kim Ki-baek told them their next destination. Next up, we're heading to the dorm you'll be living in. I'm looking forward to it too. Right. That sounded completely soulless. Kong Rojin once again found Kim Ki-baek's character to be unusual. Swish. As soon as they stepped out of the dorm building, Rojin took a moment to look around the entire campus. I probably won't come here again. Thanks for everything. In that instant, memories of his time at the campus flashed before his eyes like a panorama. The other members were likely feeling the same. Soon after, Kong Rojin and the others split up into two parked vans. Strangely enough, Rojin ended up in the same van as Chief Kim Ki-baek. Virum. The van started moving not long after. About 20 minutes passed. Kong Rojin was sitting across from Chief Kim Ki-baek, watching him doze off with his arms crossed. Then suddenly, lifting his head slowly, Chief Kim Ki-baek met Rojin's eyes. The arrangements with Culture Drawer for the SBC Awards ceremony are all sorted out. I'll let you know the exact plans for that day when the time comes. And I've also gone through all your side jobs, Rojin. What? His tone was still lifeless, but Rojin somehow found it strangely trustworthy. Smiling, Chief Kim Ki-baek gave him a half-hearted thumbs up. I'll take care of the schedule and the support work, so Rojin, just do what you want to do. Thank you. No need. Achoo. Sorry. I'm kind of a newcomer at GN too, so I've got to move fast. Got to get a feel for the atmosphere and all. Newcomer. Yes. I came to GN through something like scouting? Recruitment? Something like that. When Kong Rojin nodded as if he understood, Chief Kim Ki-baek brought up another topic. And you work out every day, right? Yeah, usually. I've registered you at the company gym too, so use it freely whenever you want. Also, I've arranged for the studio space you asked for. Let's check it out later. By the way, it's been reserved just for you. He was such a strange person. Slow-paced, yet somehow sharp. Two contrasting vibes that are usually hard to coexist were oddly present in him. Just as Rojin was getting lost in that strange feeling, the two vans entered the underground parking lot of a building. It was a luxury office del. The location wasn't far from Hapjeong Station, where GN Entertainment's main office was. This is your dorm, everyone. Right here. The place where Kong Rojin and the other members would now be living. As the four of them got out of the van, excitement quickly lit up in their eyes. Ding. After getting off the elevator, they arrived at the front door of a unit. Chief Kim Ki-baek, moving like it was second nature, unlocked the door lock. Basic appliances and furniture are all set up. Then enjoy. Enjoy? Kong Rojin barely held back his laughter at the sudden English. As soon as he and the members entered the new dorm, his mouth opened slightly. Wow dash. Whoa dash. It was quite spacious for 4 people to live in. 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms. Just as Chief Kim Ki-baek had said, everything they needed was there. It was surprisingly luxurious. While the other members rushed to explore the rooms, Rojin, for some reason, opened the fridge first. After the 4 had enjoyed the dorm for about 10 minutes, Chief Kim Ki-baek approached them. Pick one of these. He extended a fist holding 4 wooden chopsticks. Not quite sure what this was about. Rojin and the members each picked one. Numbers 1 and 2 were written on the ends of the chopsticks. Wearing his usual lifeless smile, Kim Ki-baek gave the explanation. Those with 1s in one room, 2s in another. How is it? Fun, right? Feels like produce that 100 again. Rojin gave up on trying to figure out Kim Ki-baek's personality. And then, Rojin, let's unpack first. Kong Rojin ended up in the same room as Sihu. Later, after introducing the dorm and giving a brief rundown, Chief Kim Ki-baek said he would return the next day and left. Currently, Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung were unpacking in their designated rooms. Kongmin and Do-kyung were thrilled they didn't have bunk beds. Single beds, no less. Rojin and Sihu, sharing the same room, were also busy unpacking their belongings. While taking things out of his bag and placing them one by one on his bed, Sihu spoke up. Rojin, what did you think of the chief? I felt like he was kind of unique. Holding an acoustic guitar, Kong Rojin let out a chuckle. Kind of unique? Nah, the guy's practically an alien. All right. Seriously, I've never seen a character like that. He also looked kind of weak. I'm a little worried. But when it comes to work, he's sharp. Really? Yeah. Scratching his chin, Rojin shrugged. Well, as long as we just keep doing our part and working hard, it should be fine. As Sihu gave a knowing smile, Kong Rojin brought up something else. More importantly, Hyung. Listen to this. What? What do you mean listen? You got something heavy. No. Not with your hands, with your ears. Ah, so what is it? My first song. That I composed. Whoa, you finished it? Sihu immediately moved closer to Rojin, who shook his head. Not 100%. But I finished the first verse. Yeah, let me listen. Be brutally honest, alright? You know. Yup. If it sucks, I'll curse you out. Please don't go that far. Swish. Kong Rojin pulled the acoustic guitar close to his body. The sheet music was saved on his laptop, but it seemed he had it memorized, too. Letting out a small breath, he started plucking the strings. A gentle, yet moderately bright ballad with a trace of longing. The composition itself might have some rough edges, but Rojin's guitar playing was skillful. After a little more than a minute of playing, his fingers stopped abruptly. How was it? With a serious expression, Sihu slowly nodded. It's good. Really? Yeah. I was actually going to tell you if it sucked, but I can't. It needs a bit of polishing, but for your first composition, it's solid. Oh dash. Sihu gave him a double thumbs up. That's how I started too. Every song you make, save it, just in case. You never know when you'll use one. I thought I'd never use which, but I did, right? I've actually been saving all the stuff I've been practicing as side jobs. Yeah, that stuff's all your asset. Sometimes when you revisit them later, an idea just sparks out of nowhere. And who knows, way down the line, you might do solo promotions with a song you made. Solo? Yeah, haven't you seen it? When idol groups finish promotions, they go solo or form smaller unit groups. Ah dash. You can write lyrics already, so if you master composing, you'll be able to make a whole song on your own. You could even produce it yourself. Kong Rojin decided that he should continue practicing composition steadily, in addition to writing and lyrics writing, and keep the completed songs organized separately. He then turned on his laptop, changed the title of the ballad he was currently composing to something rough, like Song Number 1, and created a separate composition file to save it. At that exact moment, VRRR, VRRR, short vibrations buzzed from the smartwatch on his wrist. They were notifications from the AI simulation. You have completed the sudden title mission first composition. As a reward, the item Stat plus 8 enhancement coupon has been granted. Due to the addition of a new side job, the title Side Job Tycoon has been enhanced by +1. The title Side Job Tycoon is now enhanced by +4, increasing bonus coins to 4. And then, Side Jobs, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist, 4 composer. With the title enhancement, the Side Job Composer was added. Chapter 130, Year-End 7. Kong Rojin faintly raised the corners of his mouth as he checked the flurry of notifications sent by the AI simulation. Oh, successfully added composer as a side job. In fact, Rojin had already anticipated it around the time the sudden title mission had appeared. The achievement condition was completing his first composition. The related title was Side Job Tycoon, so naturally, the side job would be composer. That guess had now become reality. Item and even title enhancement. As expected, the rewards from AI simulation this time were also quite useful. A deepening smile formed on Kong Rojin's face. As always, AI simulation is fun. It doesn't leave room for boredom. On top of that, when he imagined the future with the newly derived side job of composer, he felt quite excited. He had enjoyed composing the song number 1 this time, and just imagining how proud he would feel seeing the number of completed songs he personally created grow was fulfilling. Improvement in skill was just a bonus. The dopamine rush at the moment when a diligently practiced skill bears fruit is significant. Recently, Kong Rojin had experienced that several times. Vocal, rap, and dance have started to rise more slowly, but skills like acting and composing are still stacking up quickly. Rojin then picked up his phone. It was to log into AI simulation. See who was nearby, but after finishing his conversation with Kong Rojin, he was busy packing his things. Even if he looked, it'd be hard for him to notice. Swish. As soon as he launched AI simulation, Rojin quickly scanned through the changes. Titles, Side Job Tycoon +4 / Evolved, World Star / Global Genius +2 / Instrument Master +1. Side Jobs, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist, 4 composer. With the Side Job Tycoon title increasing to +4, the daily coin gain increased to 17, and composer was added to the list of side jobs. Already, he had 4 specified side jobs. Others might gape at how much he had to do, but Kong Rojin liked it. The busier it gets, the more fun it becomes. Besides, hadn't his side jobs now led to the kind of money that makes people say, whoa? The kind of busyness that came with clear rewards was happiness for Kong Rojin. As he imagined the future overflowing with tasks, Rojin's finger moved. This time, he touched Inventory. Inventory. 1 AI Automation one-time free usage ticket. 2 Stat plus 8 enhancement coupon. With the previous title evolving and the latest enhancement, the number of items had increased to 2, and both were highly useful. Grinning broadly, Kong Rojin decided to first use this Stat plus 8 enhancement coupon. His target was rap, which he had been raising after singing ability. As soon as he used the item, a tingling sensation ran through his wrist. Silently, muttering, ugh, Rojin endured the pain and checked his stats. Appearance, 150/150. Singing ability, 60.3/100. Rap, 60.5/100. Dance, 50.2/100. Eloquence, 27/100. Acting, 25.5/100. Lyrics writing, 100/100. Composition, 28/100. Arrangement, 0/100. For starters, rap had broken through 60 points, but more importantly, composition stat jumped by 5 points in one go. He wasn't sure if it was because it had been added as a side job, but the composition stat had gone up by a full 5 points at once. A nice result. Then, suddenly, Kong Rojin thought, if I run this song number 1 I created through AI automation, I wonder how it will turn out. He got curious. How perfectly would AI automation refine the incomplete song Rojin had composed? The quality would probably skyrocket exponentially. Well, what else could he do? If he was curious, he had to try. Rojin immediately tapped the AI automation button. Through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idle. In the blank field, he filled in what he wanted in quite a detailed and specific manner. The instructions came out a bit longer than he thought, but it didn't matter, and the coins required by AI automation weren't expensive either. Satisfied, Rojin immediately gave permission. Not long after, applying. Application complete, along with the tingling sensation on his wrist. Once again, a file arrived on Kong Rojin's phone. VRRR. It was a song, the one Kong Rojin had instructed to be created. He glanced at Sihu and then connected his earphones and put them in. Then he pressed play. The ballad echoed in his ears. Gradually, the corners of Kong Rojin's lips curved like a bow. It was definitely the song number 1 that Rojin had composed, but the level of completion was drastically different. There's clearly the melody I wrote, but AI automation is freaking amazing. And that wasn't the end. At that moment, Kong Rojin's mind was being flooded with a deep understanding of the completed song number 1. While saving the newly finished song number 1 into his laptop's composition file, Rojin mentally played the guitar as a form of review. He also created the sheet music. It took roughly 10 minutes to finish the work. Opening his eyes slowly, Kong Rojin recited to himself what he had just decided. For now, I'll do whatever it takes to compose the song myself, and for the final polish, I'll run AI automation. That way, his skill would naturally improve, and eventually, the composition stat would reach 100. He could also continue collecting completed songs. One of the biggest advantages of the cheat-like AI simulation was time reduction, and he had decided to exploit that thoroughly. He removed the earphones from his ears and rubbed his chin, because Kong Rojin's mind was already moving on to what came. Next, now that I've done a ballad, let's try making a dance track. Thursday morning, the 3rd. Around the time Kong Rojin and the members were waking up at the dorm, GN Entertainment, which had officially signed a contract with them, was kicking into full gear. Meetings were convened in both the management team and the A&R team within GN Entertainment. The management team. We finished introducing the dorm yesterday, and from today, we plan to introduce the company. And, centered around manager Kim Ki-baek, who was now in charge of the 4 members including Rojin, the upcoming schedule was laid out. Meanwhile, the A&R team, responsible for handling the overall planning, production, and release of the debut, said, "Before we collect songs, we need to decide on the type of album, the concept, and the members' individual concepts. Let's start by analyzing the profiles of Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung. We'll define the direction based on each artist's identity and characteristics. A new album usually proceeds after the company and artist align on the desired direction, that is, the concept or identity. Along with that, they consider the release timing, trends, and public demand. Once the overall concept becomes clear, they collect songs that match the direction. Once a song is chosen, the next step follows. Therefore, the management team and A&R team must communicate smoothly while managing not just the artist's condition, but many other factors. CEO Ha Seo-hwan of GN Entertainment had also given a special directive to both teams. And the CEO Nim especially emphasized ideas for the group name of Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung, so let's all think about that. It was time to finalize the group name. Of course, it wasn't just the management or A&R teams that were busy. The PR and marketing teams were also working at a frenzied pace. Issue pick, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dukyung leave, produce that 100, and move into a new dorm/photo. The key was to inform the members' fans of their recent updates while maintaining the popularity of produce that 100. As long as they provided that much, the fans would take care of spreading it through communities and SNS. Additionally, we should start setting up the members' personal SNS accounts and one for the group too, right? The YouTube channel should launch even sooner. I'll organize it and submit the report immediately. SNS and the YouTube channel also needed to be properly managed. In today's global era, it was essential, especially considering that Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung were practically already breaking into the international scene. The response from Japan was especially strong. The best link to Japanese fans was SNS and YouTube. Currently, although Produce That 100 had ended in Japan, its popularity remained, and they were particularly obsessed with the newly launched Rental Lover. It continued to hold the number 1 and number 2 spots. Japan's real-time top 10 content. 1. Rental Lover. 2. Produce That 100. Rental Lover was being passionately embraced among Japanese fans. Korean drama, Rental Lover, captivates the public. No wonder Japanese content can't beat Korea. The quality of the production was excellent, but more importantly, the relatively short number of episodes satisfied Japanese fans' preferences. Japanese dramas traditionally have fewer episodes and shorter runtimes compared to Korean ones. But of course, the real core was Kong Rojin. Could Japanese fans not melt when Rojin appeared in Rental Lover as lover number 4? However, even after hitting home runs with both Produce That 100 and Rental Lover, Netflix Japan, now riding high on the buzz, was not satisfied. Around noon, they announced the production of Kong Rojin's new work, Like a Kaleidoscope. The trigger was pulled by Netflix Japan's official SNS. Hello. We bring new updates from Netflix Japan to our subscribers. We are announcing the production of a new original series drama, and the confirmed title is Like a Kaleidoscope, the new work by writer Rojin who brought you Rental Lover. For those who enjoyed Rental Lover, this will be great news. This announcement spread among Japanese fans faster than light, and within just a few dozen minutes, Korea's culture drawer picked up the baton. Writer Rojin's next work officially launching on Netflix Japan. When did he even write the next one? Fans in a stir over news of Netflix Japan's contract with Rojin. Star Talk. Rojin is amazing even as a writer. What kind of work will Like a Kaleidoscope be? Revealed on Netflix Japan. As a result, even Korean fans were in an uproar. Domestic drama writers couldn't help but be stunned. My goodness, Netflix Japan original series? Wow. Overseas expansion right after the debut work hit. Even seeing it, it's hard to believe. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. There's no way this has ever happened. It's rare enough for a debut work to launch overseas after hitting in Korea, but to go straight to international for the next one, Rojin's definitely the first. One way or another, the combined media push from GN Entertainment and Culture Drawer lit up the front pages of various search engines. Squeezing into that buzz, one broadcasting station dropped a new scoop. SBC to hold its awards show first this year. SBC Acting Awards confirmed for Friday, December 18th. It was SBC. Later that afternoon, Kong Rojin and the members, along with manager Kim Ki-baek and the management team, entered GN Entertainment. Now coming back after signing the official contract, Rojin felt slightly sentimental. Now that it's my agency, I'm already getting attached. The four of them followed manager Kim Ki-baek as he took them around the various departments of GN Entertainment. Rojin and the members bowed at 90 degrees, and the staff who received their greetings gave them an enthusiastic round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Of course, congratulations, encouragement, and shouts of ambition were also thrown their way. As they made the rounds, it was a surreal experience for the four, who also got to see actors and other entertainers under GN Entertainment. After finishing the departmental tour, Kim Ki-baek said, Next, I'll show you the facilities you'll be using. Shall we start with the cafeteria? The food here's really good. Like they were on a food tour, they stopped by the in-house cafeteria first. Kong Rojin had imagined something of moderate size, but it was completely different. The sheer scale was overwhelming, and the interior resembled that of a hotel lounge. Wow, the quality is insane. Sniffing the air, Kim Ki-baek let out a faint smile. Oh, you're all hungry? All right then, let's eat. What? No one said they were hungry. As expected of the peculiar Kim Ki-baek, but truthfully, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung really were starving. Smells amazing. Food, food, food. Whoa, there's Korean, Chinese, Western, Japanese options. It's basically a buffet. Whispering and bouncing with excitement, Rojin and the members soon blended in among the already eating employees and dug in. Kong Rojin's review was straightforward, freaking delicious. Judging by their wide eyes, the members clearly agreed. Do-kyung even said, going for a second round, and added another plate. After eating their fill, Kong Rojin toured various facilities one by one, including practice rooms with different vibes, the gym, workrooms, recording studio, and more. The overall atmosphere wasn't so different from the Produce That 100 campus, but the quality here was several levels higher. Soon, inside the largest practice room, manager Kim Ki-baek slowly nodded. With this, pretty much everything's done. Oh, and I have one confirmed piece of news to share. Rojin, you probably already know this. He looked around at the members other than Kong Rojin and continued. You've been confirmed as the special performance at this year's SBC Year-End Awards show. Chapter 131, Year-End 8. Manager Kim Ki-baek, with his stubbly beard and a weak smile on his lips, coughed once before continuing. Of course, including SBC, both KBC and MBS really fought hard, but in my opinion, it seems right to throw our support behind SBC this year. What do you think? He asked the members, but Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung were just blinking their eyes without reacting. It was natural. It was a stage they hadn't even imagined. They were so shocked they seemed a bit broken. It was quite sudden. Sure, they knew Kong Rojin was attending the year-end awards ceremony, but they had never dreamed they'd be standing on stage for a congratulatory performance themselves. On the other hand, Rojin wasn't particularly flustered. He glanced around at the frozen members. There were a few tabloid-like articles about it, but I guess they didn't really think the congratulatory performance would actually happen. Well, even Kong Rojin didn't know for sure about the congratulatory performance. He had just received a bit of a hint from PD Young Surayong. Still, compared to the members, he was calm. At that moment, swish, one of the members raised his hand. It was Sihu, eyes wide open. Manager Nim. Yes, that congratulatory performance at the awards ceremony. Isn't that usually done by really famous singers or idol sunbainums? Right. Then we're doing it. Kim Ki-baek made an awkward thumbs-up gesture. Who else if not you guys? It's only for this year, but in terms of what's hot recently, no male or female idol can beat you. Like I said, I met with all 3 major broadcasters, and their combat power was intense. They were offering things like appearances fee, future broadcasting support, and so on. Manager Kim Ki-baek let out a feeble chuckle. It was funny, you know? Normally, rookie idols are the lowest of the low. They'd be bowing in gratitude just to get a spot. But all 3 public broadcasters were practically begging. The roles of superior and subordinate were reversed, even though we haven't officially debuted yet. It was my first time experiencing something like this. It was refreshing. Ooh. The members let out gasps of awe. From this point on, their hearts began to pound, and Kong Rojin looked at Kim Ki-baek again with surprise. When did he manage to have meetings with all those stations again? He looks like he's about to faint any minute, but he works insanely fast. Manager Kim Ki-baek added another thumbs up, making a double thumbs up. Anyway, choosing SBC among the broadcasters was because I was lazy. Huh, just kidding. Haha, a little drift to change the mood. Funny, right? The key point is, if we're going with SBC, we're going all in. Including the fact that Rojin Nim was invited, and that Rental Lover was a proper home run. It would be awkward to show up at KBC or MBS in a situation like this. More importantly, it sets an example for the other networks. If they treat us well, we'll also treat them well, that kind of message. Rojin and the members nodded as if they understood. Meanwhile, manager Kim Ki-baek maintained his feeble smile. Is set an example a bit harsh wording? Anyway, that's how it is. Usually, year-end awards shows have 3 segments, and there are 3 congratulatory performances placed between Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. You'll be performing for Part 1. For the next few minutes, manager Kim Ki-baek gave a briefing related to the congratulatory performance and shared a rough schedule for this month. This is your first proper performance since forming the team and getting an official agency. It's a good chance to greet the fans who've been waiting. From now on, while you're receiving training, your focus will be on preparing for the year-end awards ceremony performance. And the song for the congratulatory performance will be Bold, which was the final number from Produce That 100. I've already worked things out with the Produce That 100 team. In short, the year-end awards congratulatory performance by Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung would be their first and last schedule of the year. Soon, Manager Kim Ki-baek let out a quiet sigh. Phew, did I talk too much? I'm a bit dizzy. While giving the members a short break, he called Kang Rojin aside. Rojin-nim, your format is a bit different from the other members. The others will be training individually, but you said you'll be doing solo training, right? Yes. Since you've been doing it up until now, I'm sure you can handle it smoothly. Do it your way and show us your dream. He even talks about dreams now? Kang Rojin couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Manager Kim Ki-baek, seemingly pleased by that, also chuckled. Just smile like that at the awards ceremony. The reporters, the audience, even the actors will all fall for you. Oh, but of course, you still have to attend the group training. I understand. Yes, additionally you have side jobs, right? For lyric writing, quite a few proposals came in after Park Hyunyoung SSI. I'll organize and let you know later. And for writing, Culture Drawer is the main one, but I'm also keeping an eye on it. The scripts you gave to PD Young Soo Ryong are still on hold, right? Yes, for now. Manager Kim Ki-baek nodded listlessly. They might be working on things internally, but since it's the end of the year, they probably won't push too hard. Machu. Ah, sorry. What about acting? What's your stance there? What do you mean by stance? I'm asking if you're planning to stop after just trying it once with Lover number 4. No, I do plan to continue acting. So long as it doesn't interfere with your main job. Yes. Manager Kim Ki-baek, scratching his chin with its patchy beard, lowered his voice. Counting what came in through Culture Drawer and what's been submitted to us at GN, there are quite a few projects offered to you as an actor. From what I skimmed through, it's pretty diverse. Films, dramas, web dramas. Personally, I think it'd be best if, for now, you only act in works you've written. Would that be better? Well, appearing as an actor in your own work. Since there's no precedent, the impact and synergy are massive. There's a flower path laid out. No need to stray. Kang Rojin, listening seriously, felt the same way. It's more comfortable. Acting in something I wrote. It's easier to analyze the character too. Then Kim Ki-baek spoke again. The ones currently moving are Netflix Japan, BG Pictures, and PD Young Soo Ryong. The only one that's brought up acting so far is Netflix Japan, right? But there's a good chance the others will offer acting roles too. Even for films. Probably. It's just my guess. But if I were director Yoo Ji-hyun, I'd create a cameo role just to include you. Your script alone will attract attention. But if you also appear as an actor, the level of buzz multiplies. Kim Ki-baek coughed again, pulled out a handkerchief, and asked Rojin, have you decided on Netflix Japan's, like a kaleidoscope yet? Kang Rojin answered right away. Yes, I'll do it. Manager Kim Ki-baek made an OK sign with his thumb and index finger. Okay, I'll take care of the rest. After that, Kang Rojin and the members greeted their vocal, dance, foreign language, and other trainers. Compared to Rojin, who would be doing solo training, the other members were more nervous. Probably, their minds were filled less with the unfamiliarity of the current moment and more with thoughts of the upcoming year-end awards congratulatory performance. Today is the 3rd. The SBC Acting Awards are scheduled for the 18th, so about 2 weeks left. There wasn't much time. In 2 weeks, Kang Rojin and the members would be standing before hundreds of reporters, thousands of audience members, and many of Korea's top actors. The journalists and audience members they could handle, thanks to prior experience. But what really made the members nervous was the thought of standing before a lineup of top-tier actors. We're really performing at the Acting Awards? Ugh, I'm already nauseous. Same. I only ever saw those on TV, never thought I'd be on that stage. And it's even being broadcast live, right? Watching the members wail and panic, Rojin chuckled softly. What's got you so scared? We already did live broadcasts on Produce That 100. Hey, that was totally different. This is a year-end awards show. What's different? Just think of it the same way. So what if we mess up a bit? It's not like we'll die. News of this broke the following morning. Official Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Do Kyung, to perform congratulatory performance at SBC Acting Awards. As expected, the source was none other than SBC, smiling from ear to ear, and within seconds, other media outlets were publishing similar articles. Public reaction followed swiftly. Whoa, this confirms SBC is the pick for this year's awards show. Not only is Rojin attending as a writer, but we get to see the boys perform too? Can't miss this. This year SBC's viewership ratings are gonna blow up. MBS and KBC must be crying right now. Isn't this the first time? A male idol group performing at an awards show before their official debut? Rojin's attending as a writer and performing too? Busy man, busy life. By then, Kang Rojin and the members had already reported to GN Entertainment. They were gathered in the practice room early in the morning, in the middle of warming up their bodies. The song was bold. It was a group practice session to prepare for the awards ceremony congratulatory performance, and by around noon, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dukyung began their individual training sessions according to the scheduled plan. Of course, Kang Rojin was not included. Let's finish the mission first. Since the environment had changed, his routine inevitably had to adjust as well. Today's workout started at lunchtime, and the location was the company's gym. Because it was lunchtime, there were quite a few employees around, and some even struck up a conversation with Kang Rojin, but he didn't mind. After checking his coins and finishing his stat enhancements, Rojin, swoosh, headed straight to the practice room. He went through vocal, dance, and rap practice in a row. Whether it was something he had learned or not, he handled it all without hesitation. Next was the studio. It was more professional than expected, even equipped with a recording booth. Compared to the Produce That 100 campus lounge, this place has top-tier facilities. He began with composition. He started thinking of a new dance track. Hours passed as Rojin either played the guitar or jotted things down in his notebook. He only emerged from the studio several hours later. After that, Rojin met up with the members again and had dinner. Sihu Hyung, how was your training? I got completely wrecked. You guys too? Yeah. Produce That 100 was heaven compared to this. They dove back into group practice again. Practice ended late at night. Exhausted, Rojin and the members passed out the moment they returned to the dorm. This kind of grueling schedule repeated for several days. Especially for Kang Rojin, things were even tighter. While completing his daily missions every day, he still managed to handle idol-related training alone and carried out his responsibilities as a writer, lyricist, and composer. He even added acting study. He practiced lines and performances from other characters in Rental Lover without having watched or studied them in advance. His scene partner was his own reflection in the practice room mirror. There were also multiple meetings in between. Schedule-related ones with manager Kim Ki-baek from the management team, interview-style ones with the A&R team, and even requests from the PR and marketing team for photos to be shared with fans. Because of all this, several days seemed to melt away in an instant. And before they knew it, SBC Acting Awards to be held next week moved to the larger SBS Prism Tower in Sangam/Photo. The SBC Acting Awards were next week, Wednesday the 9th. GN Entertainment's main conference room. In the large conference room, team leaders and executives from each department and CEO Ha Seo-hwan had gathered. CEO Ha Seo-hwan, sitting behind the shaped table and emanating presence as usual today, was looking at the front of the conference room where these are the group name candidates that have come up so far. The screen was displaying a laptop screen, and a staff member from the A&R team was giving a briefing. Soon, several words appeared on the screen. Vanguard, meaning at the forefront, pioneer, emphasizes an image of leading new trends. Zenith, contains the meaning of reaching the peak or highest point. Novak, a coined word suggesting a group that emits a powerful light. In addition to those, names like Ascend, Momentum, Xenox, Zephyr, and more, over 20 in total, were listed. What were they? The list of group name candidates that every entertainment company agonizes over. Naturally, the main characters were Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dukyung. With their upcoming year-end awards congratulatory performance, it was no longer fitting to keep referring to them as the final winners of Produce That 100. That's why CEO Ha Seo-hwan had issued a direct order to finalize the group name before anything else. At the end of the list, a familiar name appeared. Green Bee, a suggestion from member Rojin in the past, a pure Korean word meaning a longed for mandat. Once the explanations for all the candidate names were finished, the conference room grew quite noisy. Executives and team leaders began expressing their opinions one by one. At this, CEO Ha Seo-hwan remained silent and just listened. Then he turned his gaze back to the group name candidates displayed on the screen. A one-of-a-kind, unprecedented, first-of-its-kind group. With the kids' vibe, Vanguard suits them well. Recalling the faces of Kong Rojin and the members, he slowly opened his mouth. Are the kids in the building right now? Yes, CEO Nim. They're in the practice room. He gave a firm instruction in a heavy tone. Call them in. We need to hear what they think too. It'd be even better if they made the final choice themselves. Chapter 132, Year-End 9. Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung entered the main conference room, where CEO Haseo Hwan, executives, and team leaders from each department had gathered. Hello, Dash. Good afternoon, Dash. Perhaps feeling awkward due to the heavy atmosphere, the members gave half-hearted greetings. Rojin also glanced at the gathered employees and greeted them appropriately. Seeing them, CEO Haseo Hwan gave a faint smile. I called you here. You must be in the middle of intense practice, so I apologize for the interruption. The voice came from behind Rojin and the members. A rather weak tone. No, it's okay. It was the voice of manager Kim Ki-baek. He peeked his head through to them, and CEO Haseo Hwan, still smiling, asked him, Manager Kim, you're adapting quickly. I'm struggling as best I can. I have high expectations. Yes. Manager Kim Ki-baek gave an odd reply and whispered just loud enough for only the boys to hear. Though I hope the expectations are kept reasonable. Right. Kong Rojin replied in a lower voice. Just say it. Clearly. Is there any reason to get expelled right after transferring? Especially in front of CEO Haseo Hwan. We really have to watch our mouths. He's an amazing person, right? Well, in this industry, he's a legend, a legend. He's also my role model. Rojin slowly nodded and fixed his gaze on CEO Haseo Hwan. CEO Ha leisurely crossed his legs and nodded to a few staff members. Extra chairs were quickly set up in front of Rojin and the members. Sit down. Despite the aura he gave off, CEO Haseo Hwan spoke quite gently as he addressed the A and our team staff standing at the front. It's a bit of trouble, but please repeat the briefing you gave us for the members too. Yes, understood. Then CEO Haseo Hwan turned his head toward Kong Rojin. We were in the process of deciding your group name, but I was curious about what the members themselves thought. So that's why we were called. Kong Rojin muttered inwardly and noticed the letters displayed on the screen in front. It had a distinctly professional feel. Group name candidates and explanations written there. Then, Rojin spotted something that included his own thoughts. Green bee. A suggestion from member Rojin in the past. A pure Korean word meaning a longed-for man. A nameless sense of embarrassment surged within him. I mean, having it posted up there like that is a bit awkward. It's not great. I thought it was okay back then. Manager Kim Ki-baek, sitting beside him, chimed in. Green bee. When I first saw it, I thought it was some kind of green bee, but turns out it's a pure Korean word. Stop it, please. Rojin screamed inwardly in embarrassment just as the staff member continued the briefing on each group name candidate. Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung all listened attentively. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin looked at the group name candidates on the screen with admiration. As expected, when professionals get involved, the group names really are on a different level. Well, of course they are. GN Entertainment was a major company and must have gone through this process countless times. The group name he had casually come up with was nowhere near comparable. So were they supposed to pick one from these candidates? Rojin carefully mulled over each listed group name while listening to the explanations. All the group names were usable, and their meanings were stylish, but for Kong Rojin, I think Vanguard is super cool. One group name particularly stood out. Vanguard. It rolls off the tongue nicely, but more than that, I like the meaning. It gave off a unique image, along with a sense of charisma leading at the forefront of trends and everything else. Kong Rojin glanced at the members seated around him. He wondered what they were thinking. At that moment. That's all. The staff's explanation ended. At some point, CEO Haseo Hwan had taken off his suit jacket and threw a question at Kong Rojin and the members. Which one do you like? Or even if there's none you like, feel free to say so. I'll give you time to think if you need it. Then, making eye contact with Rojin. Rojin, since it's your idea, Green Bee? Kong Rojin immediately shook his head. No. Then. Green Bee just popped out casually, that's all. For no reason, Kong Rojin rubbed his chin lightly and said what he liked right away. I like Vanguard. And the reason? It's just, it feels like it suits us well. The meaning behind it. Then Sihu, with wide eyes, chimed in. Oh, me too. Followed by Kongmin. We're in sync. I liked Vanguard the most too. Du-kyung also shared the same sentiment as Rojin. Vanguard even sounds hip. Though they hadn't particularly shared their thoughts beforehand, all four of them felt the same. Kong Rojin looked around at the members, wondering if they were serious, but their eyes were honest. Seeing that, CEO Ha Seo-hwan smiled with the charm of a refined middle-aged man. Then the group name is settled, Vanguard. From the team leaders to the executives, some looked a bit surprised as they glanced at CEO Ha Seo-hwan. Their expressions said, "That's it?" Just like that without further discussion. Sihu, Kongmin, and Du-kyung had similar reactions. Is this really okay? Rather than feeling shocked, Kong Rojin mentally gave the CEO a thumbs up. He's got such a cool, decisive personality. Regardless, CEO Ha Seo-hwan gave instructions to everyone. The group name is confirmed as Vanguard. Proceed accordingly. However, he designated the day Vanguard would be revealed. It would be best to reveal Vanguard on stage. A little later, once the meeting ended, CEO Ha Seo-hwan left, followed by the staff and executives. Rojin and the boys know, the members of Vanguard also exited. Manager Kim Ki-baek remained in the meeting room, apparently needing to speak with other teams. Soon, as Kong Rojin came out into the hallway, Manager Kim Ki-baek called to him. Rojin. Kong Rojin turned around, and Manager Kim Ki-baek whispered to him in his usual weak tone. Green Bee didn't make it as the group name, but I didn't think it was bad. There's really no need to comfort me. Rojin felt a fresh wave of embarrassment. As I said earlier, that one was just something I said casually. Yeah, I heard it was just a passing idea. But still I feel like it's a bit of a waste. Green Bee, a man one longs for. It's interesting, and it's a pure Korean word. That's true. What if you used it not as a group name, but as a song title later? As a song title? Yes, it could work for storytelling too. It was almost the group name before Vanguard, but ended up as the title of a song called Green Bee. Thinking it wasn't a bad idea, Kong Rojin clapped inwardly with both hands. Not bad at all. Unaware of this reaction, Manager Kim Ki-baek shrugged. Think about it. Then, with his usual drained aura, Manager Kim Ki-baek went back into the meeting room. At that point, Kong Rojin thought, Green Bee Hadash, and recalled the upcoming composition task for a dance track. The next morning at GN Entertainment, from early in one of the practice rooms, singing could be heard. Judging by the song being bold, it was obvious that the people inside were Kong Rojin and the members. The four of them had started practice early in the morning, before even all the GN Entertainment employees had arrived. Outside the practice room, Manager Kim Ki-baek and a few staff members were waiting. Today, Manager Kim Ki-baek was wearing a long padded coat. He leaned lightly against the wall and gave a weak smile to the other employees. Let's wait just a little longer. I don't want to interrupt the kids' practice. A few minutes later, once the music inside stopped, Manager Kim Ki-baek finally moved. The other staff members followed. When the practice room door opened, Kong Rojin and the members, slightly out of breath, turned their heads. Rojin glanced not at Manager Kim Ki-baek, but at the staff behind him. Cameras? About 2 out of the 5 people were holding cameras. Then Manager Kim Ki-baek addressed the members. We'll be launching the Vanguard YouTube channel soon. These people here are the team for the Vanguard YouTube channel. The members and Kong Rojin bowed politely. The staff did the same. In the meantime, Rojin became curious about the YouTube channel he'd only heard of before. Oh, a YouTube channel just for us? Of course, Kong Rojin had seen them before. Music videos and clips from popular idols easily hit millions of views, sometimes even tens of millions. Manager Kim Ki-baek continued his explanation. For today, it's just a simple greeting to the fans. That, and we'll film a bit of your practice. Also, I think it'd be nice to include you having lunch a bit later. Eating? Why film that? Kong Rojin tilted his head and asked. They film stuff like that too. Manager Kim Ki-baek made a light eating gesture. Things like that surprisingly go over well with fans. Just a simple eating scene can create relatability and give a fuller dimension to your daily lives. Think of it as a form of communication. Start small, and then at some point, hit with something strong. There needs to be a rhythm to video uploads too. Kong Rojin and the members didn't fully get it at the moment, but figured they'd understand someday. Soon, the YouTube team staff finished setting up the cameras. Interestingly, they were installed not in front of the members, but behind them. This too was part of manager Kim Ki-baek's intention. We're going to show your backs while practicing, give it a teaser vibe. Since it was a simple shoot, it didn't take long. Once the members gathered again, manager Kim Ki-baek told them when to expect the YouTube channel to launch. We'll of course be filming your congratulatory performance at the SBC Acting Awards, and I think the YouTube channel will probably launch after that. He then looked at Kong Rojin, who was dressed casually. Of course, we'll need to upload Rojin's red carpet walk in a tuxedo, right? Around early afternoon, the A&R team, in charge of everything from planning to the public launch of the group. Within that, the staff assigned specifically to Vanguard, which was finalized yesterday, called in Sihu separately. As a result, Sihu, who had been practicing with the members, arrived at the meeting room. Swish. Sitting down with a slightly awkward face, the dedicated team staff smiled and asked him, Sihu-nim, we're planning to start collecting songs soon. You're known for your excellent composition skills, right? The A&R team already held Sihu's composing abilities in high regard, not only which, but also the acoustic version and Bold from Produce That 100 had clearly proven his skills. They had also confirmed this with PD Woo Han-suk. Even the fans of Produce That 100 praised your songwriting without reservation. At the sudden compliment, Sihu's earlobes turned red. Normally, the old Sihu would have waved his hands and denied it, but in that brief moment, Kong Rojin's advice flashed through his mind. Hyung, you should be more confident. You're seriously amazing. When it's time to nod, just nod. Resolving himself, Sihu opened his mouth. I also think some of what I write is pretty good. Sorry. Trying something he wasn't used to, Sihu stumbled over his words and quickly corrected himself. Haha. I think I write well. Haha, yes. We definitely agree. Manager Kim Ki-baek does too. So actually, we were thinking of including some of your songs in the collection for Vanguard. Sihu's eyes widened. My songs? Yes. Song collection. Once an idol's group name and concept are set, the next step is deciding the songs for the debut album. They either receive submissions from numerous composers or request specific ones based on the concept. It's a complex process, but for a top-tier company like GN Entertainment, the nation's best composers line up. Out of all the submitted songs, at most 5 would be selected. Still, if a song gets picked, it will proudly be part of Vanguard's debut album. The fact that they were reviewing Sihu's songs meant he had a real opportunity. Sihu, frozen from the shock, remained still until a staff member continued. There's no pressure. Just because we include your songs doesn't mean they're automatically confirmed. They'll have to match Vanguard's concept, and there are many factors to consider. But we really want to listen. IV composed quite a lot. Should I give you everything? Yes, of course. You can give us all of them, or you can screen them and hand over a selection first. But we'd really like to hear them all, if possible. It felt like a dream, but Sihu managed to respond. Yes, understood. Once it's organized, please pass it through Manager Kim. Suddenly, Sihu thought of Kong Rojin. Oh, Rojin has also started composing. The staff's brows twitched. Rojin-nim is composing too? Since when? Chapter 133, Year-End 10. Sihu entered the practice room. Among the members who were taking a break from practice, Sihu called out to Kong Rojin. Rojin. Hyung. Did the talk go well? Yeah. Just a sec. Sihu called Rojin out into the hallway and scratched his baby perm hair as he opened his mouth. The A&R team said they want to talk to you too. Why me? Wasn't it just you they wanted to talk to? Yeah, that's true, but dash. To the slightly puzzled Rojin, Sihu explained the whole situation. How Rojin's matter came up during the conversation with the A&R team. Rojin nodded as if he more or less understood. Yeah? Well, I don't think there's any problem. Did I say something I shouldn't have? There's no such thing as saying something you shouldn't. I had to tell the company I composed something anyway. I just delayed it a bit since I didn't have as many songs as you. Rojin let out a short laugh and asked a question. More importantly, what did the A&R team say? They said they want to listen to the songs I wrote when they're collecting songs. Oh, that's great. All of them. Yeah, I think so. Awesome. You might even debut with one of your songs at this rate. That's crazy. If that happens, it'd be seriously amazing. But I don't think it'll be that easy. They're going to collect songs from super famous composers, like Song Min Gun Sunbi Nim. Of course, this is GN, after all. So what? You were the main composer for Produce That 100. I bet they'll go with your song. Sihu, who had been lost in thought for a moment, shook his head. Rojin, you've got a chance too. I've only got one ballot. You said you're working on the next one. A dance track. Yeah, that's true. But anyway, hurry up and go. Okay. After saying goodbye to Sihu, Kong Rojin walked down the hallway. Not long after, Rojin arrived at a meeting room. Inside, employees were waiting for him. The A&R team in charge of Vanguard. After a brief round of greetings, one of the male staff members asked Rojin, Rojin Nim, I heard from Sihu Nim that you've started composing? Yes. Sihu Hyung is a professional. I'm just studying. Wow dash. The A&R team members were all surprised. It was understandable. Isn't he already superhuman in terms of ability? And now he's studying composition too. Does he even have time to study? He must be swamped just with his other side jobs. GN Entertainment employees already knew well about Kong Rojin's side jobs. It was a workload that would normally have anyone gasping. But Rojin handled it all calmly, and now he'd added composing on top of it. He had long since surpassed common sense. This time, a female staff member asked a question. Do you already have a song made? Yes. It doesn't have an official title yet, but it's a ballad called Song Number 1. You already made a song. Then are you working on the next one now? For now, yes. Is the next one also a ballad? No. I'm planning to try a dance track next. Ooh dash. The employees let out pure exclamations. However, their expectations regarding the song's quality weren't that high. He's definitely great at writing lyrics, but composing must still be beginner level, right? He did say he's still studying. From the time of Produce That 100, Sihu had shown results. But as for Kong Rojin, even if he was skilled in other areas, he'd never shown anything in composition. Even if his composing is amateur level, the fact that he's trying is respectable in itself. He's naturally musically gifted, so even if he's lacking now, he'll probably get good soon. On top of that, the staff found it a little unexpected that his first composition would be a ballad. Then one of them recalled the early days of Produce That 100. Come to think of it, Rojin Nim sang farewell in the first evaluation of Produce That 100, right? That's part of why I made a ballad too. Would it be possible to listen to that ballad right now? Yes. If you'd prefer to polish it a bit more before sharing, that's totally fine too. Song number 1 was already perfect. As if it didn't really matter, Rojin took out his phone. No, it's fine. I'll let you hear it. Thank you. All eyes of the A&R team staff were fixed on Rojin, and Kong Rojin, with a calm expression, tapped his phone screen here and there. Meanwhile, he was slightly nervous inside. Besides Sihu Hyung, this is the first time, right? Letting someone hear my song. This is kind of nerve-wracking. A few seconds later, swoosh, Kong Rojin played Song Number 1. The meeting room was instantly filled with the melody of the ballad. What was interesting was, the expressions of the staff changing in real time. They blinked rapidly, or furrowed their brows. All of them shifted to uniformly serious faces. About a minute later, Rojin stopped the playback. How was it? As if waiting for that moment, the staff jumped in. What is this? It's good. It's so good. Exactly. Are you sure this is your first time composing? That makes no sense. The quality is honestly professional level? Wow. Wait. Please let us hear up to the second verse. Slightly startled by the excited staff, Kong Rojin played the song again while smiling inwardly. Nice reaction. This is the kind of thrill composing gives. Each side job offered its own kind of catharsis. That was the driving force that kept Kong Rojin moving. Whatever it was, once the staff had heard the second verse as well, their excitement evolved into frenzy. It's incredible. You could literally pitch this to top-tier ballad singers, and it would sell immediately. Wait, Rojin Nim, you said you're still studying composition, but your first song is already at a pro level. Even after that, the staff's praise didn't stop, and a female employee urgently asked Rojin, what are you planning to do with this Song Number 1? For now, I'm thinking of collecting all the songs I make. That's a good idea. The song's good enough to still sell even after a few years. The staff strongly agreed. Right? It doesn't sound dated at all, even after years. This makes me really, really excited for the dance track. Rojanim said he'd make next. Can we ask how far along the next dance track is? Still in the planning stage. It should be fine to share something. Kong Rojan responded, not revealing everything, but giving a reasonable summary. I've decided on the concept at least. Green Bee. Green Bee? That was one of the candidate group names? Yes. I'm planning to build the song around Green Bee. The staff suddenly became serious and exchanged looks. Then one of the male employees met Rojan's eyes. Would it be possible to hear that song sometime soon? We'd like to include it in the pool for Vanguard's debut songs. My song too. Yes. It's not definite yet, but after hearing song number 1, we really want the next one too. Of course, your opinion matters most, Rojanim. I don't mind. What's the deadline? Within 2 weeks would be best, but no later than the end of this month. But there's really not much time. It might be tough. While the staff looked discouraged, Kong Rojan remained upbeat. I'll give it a try. Later. Before they knew it, it was Friday. With the group name finalized, Kong Rojan and the members focused primarily on rehearsing for the year-end awards show performance. And in the meantime, various departments at GN Entertainment became even busier. Of course, among them, the one whose workload increased the most was Kong Rojan. I'll have to keep working even after I get back to the dorm today. So much that working at the company wasn't enough, he had to work at the dorm too. He cut down on sleep. While handling the training volume required of an idol, he also managed all his side jobs, like writing, lyrics, and composition. Especially in the past few days, he focused on composing. It might even be more intense than during Produce That 100. But Rojan didn't feel stifled at all. If anything, he enjoyed it several times more. Because the environment had changed. During Produce That 100, he had been an outright amateur, but now he was at the stage just before debut. Debut was right in front of him. His adrenaline had no choice but to explode. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were also influenced by Kong Rojan. Everyone was cutting down on sleep and striving for growth. Alongside composing, Sihu reviewed the feedback he had received during training, and Kong Min and Du Kyung also worked on improving what they were already good at or revisiting what they lacked. By the time the weekend arrived, the media had begun pouring out numerous articles about the year-end. Issue Pick, MBS and KBC, who couldn't secure Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, Du Kyung, complete lineup of S-class idols for year-end awards ceremony celebration stages. The year-end awards season begins again this year. Who will come out on top among SBC, MBS, and KBC? S-class idols versus Produce That 100. Winners, public broadcasters set for a showdown. At year-end award shows, only 3 weeks remained until the end of the year. Naturally, the atmosphere was intensifying. Red carpet to be laid at Sangam SBS Prism Tower, where this year's acting awards will be held/photo. Public anticipation was sky high. I want to see Rojan walking on that red carpet already. Even if MBS and KBC pulled in some amazing idols, I'm 100% going with SBC. This is hilarious. Those Produce That 100 guys haven't even debuted yet. Why is everyone so hyped? No feeding the trolls. This is the first time I'm actually excited for the year-end award shows. With that, the weekend came to a close, and Monday began once again. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who had brought Kong Rojan and the members to the company, stood in front of the GN Entertainment CEO's office. Even someone like him, who was usually a bit weak but rarely looked nervous, seemed to find CEO Ha Seo-hwan quite intimidating. First time one-on-one. After a moment of steadying himself, he adjusted his loosely worn coat and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Manager Kim Ki-baek opened the door. Inside the CEO's office, CEO Ha Seo-hwan, who had taken off his suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, came into view. Flashing a mature and charming smile, he gestured toward the 5-seat sofa. Have a seat. Yes, CEO Nim. As soon as Kim Ki-baek sat down on the sofa, CEO Ha Seo-hwan took the seat at the head of the set. Kim Ki-baek glanced between Ha Seo-hwan's solid upper body and his own weak-looking frame, then gave an awkward cough. Swoosh. He buttoned up his coat. Whether he noticed or not, CEO Haseo Juan crossed his legs and spoke in a calm yet weighty tone. This is our first time one-on-one, isn't it? Yes, that's right. How's GN treating you? Kim Ki-baek rolled his eyes briefly before replying. The food is delicious. That's the highest compliment. The staff look happy too. I think they have a lot of pride. More than anything, thank you for letting me handle the Vanguard kids. After staring silently at Kim Ki-baek for a few seconds, CEO Haseo Juan shifted the topic. Speaking of Vanguard, I'd like to hear your thoughts. By thoughts, do you mean about what exactly? What comes to mind when you look at how things are going recently? May I speak freely? By all means. Though the CEO said freely, Kim Ki-baek began with a touch of discomfort. I think the A and our team will report on it soon, but depending on the song collection process, there's a high possibility that the album will be a single with 1 or 2 tracks. I know. Yes, but I personally think that's a bit of a shame. A shame? Yes. From the perspective of a newcomer, Vanguard feels more suited to a mini-album with at least 3 songs than a single. But the trend is heading toward a single album? CEO Haseo Juan switched the direction of his crossed legs and muttered in a low voice. That's a passive move. It reflects subconscious fear due to past failures. It seemed that CEO Haseo Juan had already seen the big picture and anticipated this. Please continue. I think 3 to 4 tracks would be optimal. And I wonder if, rather than having one title track and the rest as B-sides, we could approach all of them as if they were title tracks. Make the promotion period longer? Yes. In other words, instead of wrapping up promotions with a single title track, all the songs would need to be produced with title track level quality and promoted equally as such. But doing that would cost several times more. Moreover, whether the songs sell only to fans or become hit tracks that reach the general public is a completely different matter. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who knew this industry inside out, understood that better than anyone. If there's only one title track, the cost is limited to things like one choreography and one marketing plan. But if all songs are treated as titles, then the cost triples or quadruples, which naturally made him cautious. Back at my previous company, when I brought up this idea, it got tossed straight into the trash can. Most entertainment companies aim to spend as little money as possible while maximizing profit. From that perspective, Kim Ki-baek's idea wouldn't be easy to approve. But the Vanguard kids aren't your average idols, right? Even if doing all tracks as titles is too much, at least 2 songs should be treated as title tracks. At that moment, let's do it that way. CEO Haseo Juan calmly and decisively gave the conclusion. Then we'll need to shoot music videos for all the songs. Chapter 134, Launch 1. CEO Haseo Juan's conclusion, recited in a low and clear voice. Then we'll need to shoot music videos for all the songs. Though he looked weak, manager Kim Ki-baek widened his eyes quite a bit in surprise. Shooting music videos for all the songs means dash. He reiterated what came to his mind. You're giving permission for every track to be treated as a title track. There's no reason to make a music video for every track unless that's the case. Perhaps it was an unexpected answer, and manager Kim Ki-baek momentarily malfunctioned, then let out a faint smile. If we do that, it'll require quite a large investment, CEO Nim. I know. 3 songs means triple the cost, 4 songs means 4 times. Maybe even more. CEO Haseo Juan, who had been tapping the armrest of the sofa with his index finger. He was silent for a few seconds, then opened his mouth. Lately, the words desperation and life or death keep swirling around in my head. I see. Maybe it hit hard because I got smacked by a younger kid. Manager Kim Ki-baek had a rough idea of who the CEO was talking about. Is he talking about Rojin? CEO Haseo Juan let out a small sigh and continued. I'm planning to go all in on Vanguard, whether it's money or the value of the name GN. So go ahead. Do what you want. As long as it helps Vanguard, anything. Feeling the sincerity from the weight of his gaze, manager Kim Ki-baek suddenly became serious. To sum it up, instead of a single, a mini-album. Whether it's 3 songs or 4, each track with a different concept, every track produced to the quality of a title track. In addition, every track to have a music video of equal quality. It sounded simple when spoken, but to make this a reality was quite complicated. Composition, recording, choreography, production, promotion, and so on. Since every song had to be handled at a title track level, not only did the entire company staff have to mobilize, but external personnel also had to be hired. It would require a huge number of people, to the point that jaws would drop. That meant it was expensive. Right now, manager Kim Ki-baek was essentially talking in tens of billions or more. But CEO Ha Seo-hwan, as if it didn't matter, swish, called in the A&R team through his secretary and gave the same instructions to the team leader-level employees who arrived. The A&R team was also quite surprised, but understood, Seonim. We'll do our best. Their fighting spirit quickly ignited. Afterward, CEO Ha Seo-hwan asked manager Kim Ki-baek about Vanguard, that is, Rojin and the members. How are the kids? Any shortcomings? Manager Kim Ki-baek cleared his throat lightly and answered, Seonim, you can speak comfortably. This is comfortable for me right now. Okay. So, the members are adjusting well. Lately, they're focusing on practicing for the congratulatory performance at the SBC Acting Awards. What about Rojin? He's exceptional. Exceptional. Yes. Manager Kim Ki-baek recalled Kang Rojin's face. The Vanguard kids are all very talented. But Rojin, he's different. I think the market is too small to fit him within the idol category. I've watched idols for over a decade now, but he's the first kid I can't understand even while watching. Then manager Kim Ki-baek gave a rough explanation of Rojin's daily schedule. Additionally, there are more than a few things that are either amazing or shocking, especially his visuals. Rojin's daily routine is clearly hellish, but every time I see him, he looks even sharper. It feels like he's getting more handsome by the day. Among the members, they joke that he's like a vampire. He didn't leave out Rojin's face. After thinking briefly, manager Kim Ki-baek spoke again. We might have to prepare for overseas advancement sooner than expected. A few days later, Friday the 18th. The time was around 6 p.m. The location was the SBS Prism Tower in Sangam-dong, a tall and wide building adorned with a large SBC logo. The area around that Prism Tower was, quite literally, in a state of saturation. From the entrance stretched a long red carpet, with metal fences set up on both sides. Attached to the fences were rows of SBC logos and advertisement boards. At a glance, it was the scene of an awards ceremony. Already, the first-floor lobby of the SBS Prism Tower was filled with over 100 staff members. Hashtag *% and *hashtag at $$ hashtag percent *hashtag. Screams so loud they seemed to tear eardrums blended together, making it hard to understand a single word. On top of that, countless cameras were set up from the beginning of the red carpet to the hall, and the so-called photo zone had also been installed on a fairly large scale. Bustling, noisy. The most eye-catching sight was the hundreds of reporters crowded on both sides of the red carpet. No, it wasn't just reporters. Mixed in were reporters, field correspondents, cameramen, and more. All of them were shouting at the top of their lungs, trying to secure the best spot. Hey, don't push. I said don't push. What the hell? Don't sneak in like that. Who was it? Who just hit me? Arg. Stop pushing. Are you all crazy? Hey, which media outlet are you from? That's our spot. What do you mean your spot? You put your name on it, or what? Because of the cold weather, everyone's breath fogged up in the air. And yet, the crowd of hundreds wasn't the end. Even more people surrounded them as spectators. Citizens or audience members holding smartphones in one hand. From above, it looked like the 100 or so reporters were surrounded by layers of audience members. Quite a few internet streamers with action cams or selfie sticks in hand could also be spotted. It was utter chaos. The reason for this crowd at the Sangam SBC Prism Tower red carpet was simple. Kicking off the year-end awards season, SBC Acting Awards fires the first signal flare, starting at 8 p.m., just 2 hours to go. Everyone had gathered to see this year's SBC Acting Awards. More precisely, when are the actors arriving? Yeah. Shouldn't they be showing up soon? It's freezing out here. To capture the dazzling actors on camera. Of course, PDs and writers would also be attending today, but the spotlight at award ceremonies generally falls on the celebrities. Moreover, tonight's acting awards were filled with top stars. The male actors were dressed up in suits or tuxedos, while the female actors flaunted themselves in dresses. Since every year there's a best and worst dresser selection, the actors also pay extra attention to their red carpet walk. Thanks to that, the public's interest also explodes. Soon, the 100 or so reporters lined up on both sides of the red carpet, rubbing their freezing hands together, started chatting. Reporter Kim, who's your target? Today. Who else? Rojan. What about you, Reporter Park? I'm half and half. Choi Rina's been doing well this year too. Well, it is rental lover after all dash. Right? I mean, probably more than half the reporters here are thinking the same, aren't they? Kong Rojan came up in conversation here and there. Rojan's coming, right? No way he stirs up this much buzz, and then no shows. Jian wouldn't be that crazy. He's definitely coming. Shows up as a writer at the year-end awards right after Produce That 100. He's seriously an interesting guy. Isn't he a writer and actor? If he even wins an award today, it'd be a truly unprecedented record. You think SBC will give it to him? I mean, considering the impact, it wouldn't be surprising. But the atmosphere of the acting awards has kind of stagnated. Maybe they'll just use him for buzz and then not give him anything. Right then, screech. A large van pulled up to the end of the red carpet. The first actor to walk the red carpet had arrived. Reporters who'd been chattering to endure the cold instantly. Pabababababak. Started pressing their camera shutters even before the actor got out. With hundreds of flashes going off in the dim light, it was bright as day, and the crowd of spectators, outnumbering even the reporters, held their phones up high. Then, swoosh, the first actor appeared, a male actor, and shouts erupted among the reporters. Whoa, Minwoo, SSI, Minwoo SSI, Minwoo SSI, please look at the camera and give us a wave. Minwoo SSI, over here too. The first male actor walked down the red carpet with a relaxed expression, waving his hand. He occasionally struck a pose for the reporters. Once his walk was over, he headed to the photo zone. After a brief interview, he proceeded to the hall where the ceremony would take place. Soon, more actors arrived one after another. Hello, Mina SSI. Please do a cheek heart. This way too. Over here too. A female actor in a shoulder-bearing dress despite the winter chill. A male actor striding swiftly across the red carpet. A veteran actor walking slowly, chuckling softly. Pabababababak. The flashes never stopped. Kaya. Wah. The screams of an enormous number of spectators heated up the red carpet of the acting awards. More and more actors began to arrive. Some came alone. Seihi SSI? Seihi SSI. You're truly beautiful. Please wave your hand. Hello Dash. How do you feel? Others walked the red carpet in pairs or trios. About 30 minutes passed like that, just as the excitement among the 100 or so reporters reached its peak. Screech. A white van pulled up, and from it, Choi Rina. It's Choi Rina. Top actress Choi Rina stepped out, dressed in a pinkish gown with long straight hair cascading down. The beauty mark next to her nose stood out more than usual today. With her appearance, the shouts and screams doubled in volume. Kaya. Yinny. I love you. Yinny. With help from a bodyguard waiting in front of the car, Choi Rina stepped onto the red carpet. Smiling sweetly enough to melt everyone, she raised one hand and waved. Just then, a vehicle came to a stop behind the white van she had arrived in. The 100 or so reporters, still in the midst of photographing Choi Rina, turned their heads. Who was it this time? Even while clicking their shutters, they were already anticipating the next arrival. Soon, someone stepped out from the newly arrived van. It was a man, quite tall and with a striking build. The interesting thing was that the moment he appeared, he's here. Reporters and spectators, easily numbering in the thousands, went into a frenzy. Rojan. Kya. Rojan. This is insane. Rojan. The one who had just stepped out of the vehicle was Kong Rojan, his black hair slicked neatly back, dressed in an all-black tuxedo, his face radiating more than any other actor. All eyes snapped to him at once. His presence had the power to completely shift the momentum. Many were overwhelmed by Rojan's face. Holy shit, what is that face? There are top actors everywhere, but he's going to crush all of them? Wow, he's incredible, truly incredible. That visual, it's just jaw-dropping. They took in the sight of him. Some reporters even forgot to press their shutters, mouths agape, and dozens of spectators let out non-stop gasps. Regardless, the explosion of flashes was blinding. Choi Rina, who had been waiting a short distance away, glanced back. How is that face even real? Phew, my heart's racing. For the male actors coming after Rojan, this must feel absolutely awful. But she was a professional. Deep breaths. Choi Rina, pull yourself together. This isn't your first acting awards. She forced herself to stay composed. You look beautiful, Sunbeam. Choi Rina's composure shattered in just 3 seconds. All Rojan had done was take a few long steps and say a single line beside her. Compliments like beautiful or pretty were things Choi Rina heard all the time. So why did it sound so seductive coming from Kang Rojan's mouth? Momentarily short-circuited, Choi Rina accidentally smiled. Thank you. That tuxedo suits you really well too, Rojan. Thank you, it feels a bit awkward. At the moment, Kang Rojan's head was a mess. Actually, to be blunt, he felt like throwing up. Why the hell are there so many reporters? He had searched for photos and videos of award shows the past few days to do some mental preparation, but seeing it in person was on another level. The violent bursts of camera flashes in front of his eyes, the audience's nearly crazed screaming. If I stay here too long, I'm seriously going to lose it. Though he'd had some experience with concerts and the like, first times were never easy. At the same time, the adrenaline was pumping. His heart thumped not only from nerves, but also from exhilaration. The red carpet laid out in front of him, the surrounding flashes bursting like stars. Was this the path that stars always walked? Kang Rojan wasn't calm, but he wasn't flustered either. No experience? Then crushed the nerves with sheer audacity. Then Rojan murmured to Choi Rina, "Shall we go?" Huh? Ah, yes. Kang Rojan took his first step onto the red carpet. And not long after, articles began to flood the internet. Photo, Rojan visual that turns the red carpet into paradise/photo. Chapter 135, Launch 2. Awards Ceremony. Face Genius Rojan shows off stunning visuals that leave people speechless on the red carpet/photos. SBC Acting Awards. Citizens shocked by Rojan's appearance. Photo, Rojan walking the red carpet. Flashlights pouring like a halo/photos. While Kang Rojan was walking the red carpet, the on-site reporters were rapidly publishing articles in real time. Since the SBC Acting Awards was receiving massive attention, it was all to attract the highest possible number of clicks from the public. Of course, the articles weren't only about Rojan. Photo, Choi Rina showing off her goddess-like appearance/photos. Top actress Choi Rina and many other actors who appeared on the red carpet were also featured in the articles, but ever since Kang Rojan appeared, the coverage was being dominated by photos of Rojan. Rojan came out of a comic book and walked the red carpet. Visual that calls for close-ups. Dangerously handsome Rojan/photos. Although the SBC Acting Awards was broadcast live, the red carpet event itself was not televised, so the public had to rely on on-site VTubers or online broadcasts. No matter the source, the moment Rojan appeared on screen. No way, wow, Rojan is insanely handsome today? His visuals are truly top tier. This dude is seriously insane, agreed. Rojan is just wiping the floor with the other actors' faces. TF is this CGI? His face is crazy. Of course the tux fits him well, but what's with these visuals? I gasped out loud. It's like a live-action romance fantasy novel. How is that a human face? Looks AI generated. Rojan's not just handsome. His gaze is full of confidence, and he's oozing decadent charm amazing for real. That face should be designated a national treasure. Fuck, he's so damn handsome. Viewers were erupting with frenzy and intense exclamations. Whether Rojan appeared near or far on the screen, the natural aura he exuded was more than enough to move everyone. At the same time, Kang Rojan was back, walking through the endless bursts of camera flashes. He had been a little nervous at first, but now Rojan barely felt any of it. Rather, he was enjoying it. What, this is fun. How many reporters are even here? This thrill is crazy. Just last year. No, even earlier this year. He had been lying at home watching similar scenes on TV, and now he was right there in person. Thousands of people were even screaming just for Kang Rojan. And next to him was none other than the top actress, Choi Rina. Could anyone not get goosebumps? It felt like a dream, but the burning heat felt on his body made it clear this was reality. It was a cold winter night, but Rojan, excited in spirit, didn't feel the chill at all. Kong Rojin was getting more and more comfortable with everything. At this moment, he felt like he could do anything, no matter what it was. Adrenaline rush. Maybe this kind of thing is just in my nature? Regardless, Rojin matched his steps with the dress-clad Choi Rina, waving to reporters and bowing politely. At first, the red carpet had seemed long when he stepped onto it, but it passed in a flash. Before he knew it, the entrance to the Prism Tower, where the awards ceremony would be held, was right in front of him. Feeling a slight tinge of regret, Rojin quietly asked Choi Rina, "Do we go in through there?" Choi Rina tucked her long hair behind her ear and smiled. "That's right. Once we're inside, there's a photo zone, so just strike a few poses and do a short interview." "Oh, but are you okay? You're way too calm. Rojin, you don't seem like someone attending their first awards ceremony." "It is my first, but it's more fun than I expected. Everything's new. Lucky you. I almost died from nerves at my first awards ceremony." And then, slide. As they reached the entrance, top actress Choi Rina linked arms with Kong Rojin. A casual bit of fan service. Rojin was more nervous about locking arms with Choi Rina than about being at this event. "This is my first time linking arms with a woman, and the other person is Choi Rina." Damn dash. Around the entrance, among dozens of reporters, manager Kim Ki-baek appeared in a long padded coat. He was with the Vanguard YouTube team, who were busy filming Kong Rojin. Looking at Rojin, manager Kim Ki-baek murmured with a faint note of admiration. "He's doing well. Thought he'd be a bit clumsy. He's a star, a real star." Then, Kong Rojin and Choi Rina completed their red carpet procession and entered the building. The screams echoing behind them continued, but even the building's lobby was packed with people. After all, actors typically seen only in TV dramas or films were everywhere. Around the photo zone, some were giving interviews, while others were chatting among themselves. Faced with the grand spectacle before him, wow dash, Rojin let out a silent gasp and instinctively bowed his waist. "Hello." Everyone here was a sunbae. There was no one who could be considered a Hubie to Rojin. "Hello." He offered nonstop greetings. With Choi Rina standing right beside him and Rojin's substantial rise in recognition this year, he quickly caught people's attention. "Oh, Rojin SSI, nice to meet you. I really enjoyed Produce That 100. "Rojin SSI? Where? Where is he? Wow, he's 1,000 times better looking in person. I liked Rental Lover. Please come on my YouTube sometime, Rojin SSI." Among the actors were some who had also starred in Rental Lover and had arrived early, and people quickly gathered around Kong Rojin. With greetings and questions pouring in endlessly, Rojin felt overwhelmed. All right, that's enough. Rojin is attending his first awards ceremony today. Thanks to Choi Rina, Kong Rojin was able to regain his composure. Soon, Rojin and Choi Rina struck a few poses at the set-up photo zone. "Hello, Choi Rina Nim, Rojin Nim. We'll just ask a few quick questions." The interview followed. Even during that, the surrounding actresses in vibrant dresses showing off their beauty. "Wow, that guy is seriously handsome. Right? He doesn't have the typical idol vibe, does he?" When I saw Rojin earlier, I literally froze for a second. Calling him handsome doesn't even cut it. He's super handsome. I need to take a few photos later. Couldn't take their eyes off Kong Rojin. About 30 minutes later, Kong Rojin entered the grand hall where the SBC Acting Awards would take place, along with Choi Rina. The moment he stepped into the hall, Rojin slightly opened his mouth. Whoa, this is insane. The inside of the hall was utterly majestic. It was easily twice the size of the Produce That 100 hall. Divided into the first and second floors, the first floor was lined with dozens of round tables, and the second floor had seats for thousands of audience members. The ceiling was also incredibly high, with tightly arranged lights hanging. The murmuring was loud. From the audience members on the second floor to the actors seated at each round table, the sound of chatter filled the air. More than anything, the stage, it's massive. The main stage of this large hall was remarkable. It was exactly like what he had seen on TV. No, the impact it gave off was even greater. From the various set pieces to the huge lettering at the back of the stage decorated in red and brown that left his mouth agape. 2020 SBC Acting Awards. Around the stage, about 100 staff members with intercoms around their necks were stationed. With only a few dozen minutes left until the live broadcast, the scene was even more hectic. Regardless of it all, Rojin got chills again. At that moment, our seats are over there. Choi Rina, tapping Rojin's forearm, pointed to one of the many round tables. At the table sat the other rental lover actors and PD Young Surayong. PD Young Surayong, who usually dressed comfortably, was in formal attire today. Kong Rojin and Choi Rina headed toward the round table, and even during that short walk, Rojin was the center of attention among the actors. He's seriously fascinating. He hasn't even debuted as an idol yet, but in terms of popularity, he's better than most top stars. Rising stars always have insane momentum. But yeah, there's really no precedent for him. He's proof of what's trending right now. As Kong Rojin arrived at the round table, lover number 4, Nim, and the female lead have arrived. PD Young Surayong, with her frizzy brown hair neatly tied back, greeted them with a faint smile. The other actors did the same. Sit down, sit down. Writer Nim, how was the red carpet? As he was sitting down, Kong Rojin smiled with his eyes in response to the question thrown at him. I think I enjoyed it quite a bit. Whoa, your posture was like someone who's been to several award shows already? Choi Rina added. Writer Nim was completely relaxed. I think I was actually more nervous. Why were you nervous, Star Choi? Because Writer Nim was next to me, and the reporters and fans swarmed us way more than usual? Understandable. Writer Nim is the hottest name at tonight's acting awards. After chatting for several dozen minutes, the round tables for the actors were completely filled, and a brief announcement echoed throughout the hall. The live broadcast of the acting awards was about to begin. A famous MC stepped onto the stage to host the entire event. While Rojin watched him with fascination, many others were also getting ready to watch the SBC Acting Awards. PD Woo Han-suk and the Produce That 100 staff, CEO Ha Seo-hwan, and the GN Entertainment team, along with various domestic broadcasting stations, media outlets, and entertainment companies. And then, we will now begin the 2020 SBC Acting Awards. With the MC's proclamation, this year's SBC Acting Awards officially began. The interior of the hall, packed with top actors, dimmed slightly, and the stage lights came on. Gentle classical music filled the air. As the MC on stage glanced at his cue cards and delivered the opening remarks, cameras placed in various locations began filming the actors, including Kong Rojin. When Rojin's face appeared, larger than life, on the massive screen behind the stage, Kaiwea, the screams of thousands of audience members erupted throughout the hall. The MC delivering his lines was startled. Haha, I was shocked, he's just too handsome. Rojin, could you give us a wave? Wave? To where? Ah, screw it. Rojin gave a faint smile and raised both hands toward the front, waving. The screams doubled in volume. This moment was being broadcast live across the entire country. Meanwhile, whoa, Rojin Hyung is so relaxed. Just sitting there, he radiates total actor vibes. He's straight up obliterating the other actors with his face alone. In the backstage waiting area behind the stage, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were gathered. The amusing part was that they were all dressed in tuxedos. They were waiting for their turn for the congratulatory performance, and their stage outfits matched Kong Rojin's tuxedo look. Then, shall we present the first award? Part 1 of the SBC Acting Awards began in earnest. Swish. 2 fairly well-known rookie actors stepped onto the stage. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, they opened the cue cards they had brought. The Youth Acting Award, soon, for children who looked quite young, came up on stage to receive their awards. Kong Rojin joined the other actors in applauding. An award for child actors? Each of the first recipients received bouquets and trophies in turn. All 4 were on the verge of tears as they gave their acceptance speeches. Around this time, Writer Nim, it's probably your turn now. PD Young Surayong, seated next to Kong Rojin, whispered to him. Rojin blinked. My turn? He turned his head toward the stage. The child actors had exited, and new presenters had taken their place. There were 2 actors whose faces were familiar, but Rojin didn't know their names. They spoke into the microphone. When I received an award here last year, I thought my heart was going to explode, but now that I'm presenting this year, I feel so moved. After exchanging a few heartfelt lines, one of the actors lifted a cue card. Then, let's take a look at the nominees for the Male Actor Scene Stealer Award. The hall darkened. On the massive screen at the back of the stage, a video played. with short clips from dramas. Actors, some familiar, some unfamiliar, appeared. Subtitles under their faces read, Model Bus Kim Tae-woo / Uncomfortable City, Ha Il-hun / Me and the Monster Lee Jin-iseo. And lastly, Rental Lover Rojin. Kang Rojin appeared in his lover number 4 role. The audience, which had been cheering moderately, erupted with several times louder shouts, and Rojin, seated at the round table, couldn't help but smile. Wow, I'm really up there. In fact, he had already been told beforehand that he was nominated for the Scene Stealer Award. But seeing it in person felt completely different. How to describe it? A thrill ran through his entire body. Even if I don't win. Damn, now that I'm here, I really want it. I want it bad. PD Young Soo Ryong and manager Kim Ki-baek had warned him that winning wasn't guaranteed. It wasn't due to a lack of skill or impact, but because the acting awards had historically leaned more toward tradition than change. The general atmosphere among the actors in the hall reflected this as well. He's been on screen for only a few months and already got nominated? The other nominees are strong too. Especially Il-hun, his acting is solid. I think he'll win. Isn't Rojin the first one to get invited to an awards show and nominated within half a year of appearing in the entertainment world? Even if he doesn't win this year, he'll definitely get it next year. Then, SSSHH. On the massive screen, the faces of each nominee present in the hall were shown. Kang Rojin came up last. Seeing his own face live, Rojin couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Gotta control my expression. At that moment, congratulations. The Male Actor Scene Stealer Award goes to Rojin. Kang Rojin's name rang out powerfully throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 136, Launch 3. Congratulations. The Male Actor Scene Stealer Award goes to Rojin. At the sound of Kang Rojin's name from the TV, cheers erupted from everywhere. People were watching the acting awards. PD Woo Han-suk and the writers went wild. Whoa, Rojin won it. What? Awesome. Oh, really? Rojin Nim really got it. PD Nim. Rojin Nim. Rojin Nim. I know you bastard. Don't cling to me. PD Woo Han-suk clapped at Kang Rojin on the screen with a pleased smile. That guy really got the award. He properly made his mark, though of course there will be more in the future. GN Entertainment, who had been quietly watching the situation, was having a similar moment. No, they were several times more excited than the Produce That 100 team. At dollar and #% and crazy. #%. Whoa. Percent. #*. Percent asterisk. Hashtag. Percent no way, really #%. #% asterisk. Hashtag. They screamed to the point it was hard to tell what they were saying, and the staff hugged each other and jumped around as if it were their own success. CEO Ha Seo-hwan, sitting in the CEO's office, let out a small breath. Phew, good. He gave a faint smile. But clearly, joy was welling up inside him. Culture Drawer also radiated energy that was no less than that of GN Entertainment. Just like this, from Kang Rojin's agencies to the related individuals, no one held back their praise. And of course, the fans watching live. Rojin, congratulations, Shuon. I knew Rojin was going to get it. Getting an acting award before debuting as an idol? That's hilarious. Never seen this before. An idol getting an award before debut. Various media outlets could not hide their astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Wow, he really won the award. He's the first, right? To win an award like that. Of course. Who else wins an award less than a year after debuting? He even attended as a writer and got an actor's award. He's originally an idol, but he's raising a trophy through his side job first. SBC's changed a lot, huh? Honestly, even if he was hot, I didn't think they'd actually give him an award. A seismic shift. It was a phenomenon that had never occurred before, nor had there been any signs it would. Is Rojin changing the flow of the entertainment industry? From his first appearance until now, nothing about Kang Rojin had been ordinary. He was the very embodiment of a disruptor, and he stirred a typhoon of change even in the traditionally rigid SBC acting awards on public broadcasting. This suggested a lot of things. Most significantly, it showed that the rigid entertainment industry had started to become more flexible thanks to the overwhelming presence of a single individual. At any rate, Rojin winner of the Scene Stealer Award at the 2020 SBC Acting Awards. Rojin, who received an award first as an actor, becomes the winner of the Scene Stealer Award. Rojin won an award at the 2020 SBC Acting Awards/photo. While news articles about Kang Rojin's award were slowly being published, inside the large hall where the SBC Acting Awards was still ongoing. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. The hall was filled with the sound of applause. Who else could that applause be for? Congratulations, Rojin. Congratulations, writer Rojin. Amazing. Truly, congratulations. Rojin was receiving endless thumbs up from the rental lover team. Before anyone realized it, Kang Rojin's face filled the giant screen behind the stage. And Rojin almost blurted out nice on the outside. He had hoped and wished to win an award, but to actually hear his name called. Rojin's lips naturally curled into a bow shape, soon forming a smiling expression with his eyes. It wasn't intentional, but Kaiawea. Rojin bewitched the audience in that fleeting moment. PD Young Soo-ryong tapped him on the shoulder and pointed her index finger toward the stage. Go on. Caught off guard, Kang Rojin stood up and began greeting PD Young Soo-ryong, the rental lover team, and the surrounding actors who were congratulating him nonstop. Swish. He slowly turned his head toward the stage. Better fix the tuxedo first. He adjusted his hastily worn tuxedo and took his first step. The camera followed him. The applause still hadn't stopped. Kang Rojin's heart throbbed, a vibration full of thrill. This feels freaking amazing. To other actors, the Scene Stealer Award might not seem like a big deal, but to Rojin, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had received an award in a space filled with the top actors in the country. Back in the waiting room, Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung were practically glowing with excitement. Hyung. Rojin Hyung. This is insane. Hyung actually won an award. Rojin. Congratulations. Kang Rojin's long legs reached the stage. With bold strides, he arrived on the brightly lit stage, showing no hesitation in his walk. For a moment, Kang Rojin turned his gaze toward the audience watching him. There's a lot of people. All the celebrities he used to see only on TV were now looking at him, and even giving him enthusiastic congratulations. With a tingling in his fingertips and toes, Kang Rojin took a deep breath. Was it because he was nervous? That was part of it, but mostly, it was to neutralize the overflowing energy inside him. The way he felt now, he could break into a butt dance or shoulder dance right there on stage. Soon, a bouquet of flowers and swish. A golden trophy in the shape of a person with outstretched arms were handed to him. Rojin, who also received congratulations from the two actors who presented the award and bouquet, thought to himself, so this is my trophy? It's dazzling, really dazzling. After staring down at the trophy for a few seconds, he lifted his face. It was now time for his acceptance speech. On the large stage, only Kang Rojin remained, standing before the standing microphone. What should he say? Back then, PD Young Soo-ryong had told him to prepare a speech just in case, so he had come up with a few ideas. But now, all of that had vanished. Or rather, he had forgotten. Mostly, he was just drunk on the moment. If he tried to recall it by force, he'd probably stutter. So, Rojin decided, I don't know, I'll just be myself. Just say how I really feel right now. He thought he'd speak just as he usually does, whatever came to mind. Then Kang Rojin, with a calm and composed tone, a faint smile on his lips, slightly lifted the trophy. This feels amazing. I haven't received many awards in my life, so maybe that's why. I think I'll remember today for the rest of my life. My experience in the entertainment industry is short, so every day feels new, and I'm enjoying that. Once he opened his mouth, the words flowed easily. Rojin lifted his gaze toward the audience on the second floor. There are many people I'm grateful to. First, to the fans who support me. I'll return soon with the best performances. A scream or roar loud enough to tear through the hall followed. Rojin then lowered his eyes to the first floor. PD Young Sung Nim and the rental lover team, Choi Rina Sunbi Nim, who taught me so much, and the other Sunbays. Thank you. He expressed gratitude to those around him as they came to mind. The Vanguard members were included too. To my fellow members, Sihu Hyung, Kang Min, and Du Kyung. Thank you. Lastly, Rojin suddenly raised his gaze toward the ceiling, which was filled with countless lights. No, he was looking past the ceiling, at the sky above. Dad, Mom, I won an award. After that, even as Kong Rojin stepped down from the stage and made his way back to the rental lover team's seating area. Clap, 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 clap. The applause continued. Of course, the camera captured Rojin's side and back profile. The image of him holding the trophy in his hand was likely being broadcast live across Korea. At this moment, having won the Scene Stealer Award, Kong Rojin was neither idol nor writer, but actor. Soon, Rojin arrived at the seat he had left, and PD Young, Soo Ryong, and Choi Rina once again offered their congratulations. Letting out a small breath, Kong Rojin placed the trophy on the round table. It's so shiny. As he looked at the golden trophy, an unnamed emotion surged inside him. PD Young's Soo Ryong lightly patted his shoulder. Not bad for a Taster Award, right? Taster, you're an actor and a writer as a side job. From now on, writer Rojin Nim will probably receive even greater awards as an idol. But what about me? She had a point. For Kong Rojin, today was just rehearsal. Today, he was surrounded by actors. But one day, he would be in a place filled with top-tier idols from all over the country. I hope I win an award then too. No, I will. Just as Rojin was making that strong determination, the SBC Acting Awards continued. Up next were the Best New Actor and Actress Awards. The format was the same as with Kong Rojin. The male and female actors who had won the Rookie Awards last year came on stage, and after introducing the nominees, the winners were announced with great fanfare. 2 male rookie actors and 2 female rookie actors. There were some actors Rojin recognized, and some he saw for the first time. As he clapped at their acceptance speeches, top actress Choi Rina quietly leaned in toward him. They were at close range. Rojin caught a very pleasant scent, and Choi Rina whispered softly, "That Rookie Award, it's not clearly stated, but I think there's a condition that you must have been active for over a year after debut. If not for that, Rojin Nim would have definitely gotten it." So there were conditions like that. But Kong Rojin didn't care much. Whether it was the Rookie Award or something else, what mattered was that he won an award. It's okay. From what I saw, the trophy looks the same anyway. Uft, what's that supposed to mean? Well, I guess that's true. After the Rookie Awards ended, awards recognizing the efforts of the staff continued, and the first part of the SBC Acting Awards was heading toward its conclusion. Accordingly, when should I sneak out? Kong Rojin began calculating when to leave his seat. After the first part ended, he had to perform the first congratulatory stage. They'll probably give a cue after part 1 ends, right? But Kong Rojin wasn't able to head straight to the waiting room where the members were. The reason was simple. We will now check the nominees for the Writers' Award in the Short Drama category. Because the Scene Stealer Award wasn't the end. Writers' Award in the Short Drama category. Congratulations, writer Rojin Nim. This time, it was the Writers' Award. Several minutes later, after delivering his second acceptance speech, now as a writer following his award as an actor, the first part of the ceremony came to a close. The TV was probably showing commercials, and inside the large hall, the actors were busy chatting as they waited for the congratulatory performance. Tomorrow's headlines are going to explode. Rojin won 2 awards, both an acting award and a writing award. I've been an actor for years, and even I've never seen something like this. Honestly, the media and public will eat this up. His character is so distinct. Just his character? I saw him for the first time today, and visually, I finally get why people say he looks CG. The main topic was, unsurprisingly, Kong Rojin. Every article about the SBC Acting Awards this year will be about that guy Rojin. He won as an actor, then as a writer, and now he's headed backstage to prepare for a congratulatory performance as an idol. What kind of guy is this? All right, the final winners of Produce That 100 are doing the performance, right? Now I'm curious about his main job. He's good. I watched Produce That 100 all the way through. He stands out as an actor and writer, but since his main job is being an idol, on stage, he just dominates. Just then, it's time for the first congratulatory performance of the SBC Acting Awards. Apparently the commercials had ended, and the MC took the stage to introduce the first performers. Recently, no matter what anyone says, in Korea and even in Japan, these guys were the hottest, right? Everyone knows Produce That 100, don't they? On the giant screen behind the stage, the faces of Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung appeared one after another. While the MC gave their intro, the number of viewers watching the awards show live skyrocketed. Here they come. Our boys are coming out. Congrats to Rojin on being a double winner today. I figured he'd get something like a writer's award, but I didn't expect an acting award too. I'm so happy for him. Rojin's really busy today, won the award, gave a speech, and now it's straight to the performance. But what are they supposed to introduce them as? Final winners of Produce That 100? Can SBC mention another network? They'll figure it out. They might just say the names. Either way, even if it's not an official debut, congrats on your first performance on public broadcast. Huh, GN, hurry up and give them a group name already. Calling them final winners of Produce That 100 at the SBC Awards is kinda hilarious. Finally, then, let's welcome those hot stars. The MC, lowering his cue card, called out to Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, who were waiting just behind the stage. It's Vanguard's performance. In that moment, viewers flooded the chat with question marks. Chapter 137, Launch 4. The word Vanguard came out of the MC's mouth. In other words, Vanguard was introduced to the world for the first time. Next, swoosh. The entire hall went dark, and the lighting focused on the stage. Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung stood calmly in tuxedos. At this, viewers watching the SBC Acting Awards poured out countless question marks. What? Vanguard? Dash? Is the group's name Vanguard? Wow. Guess they had already decided. Curiosity soon turned into certainty. Because Vanguard was called out, and Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung appeared. Vanguard was their group name. Viewers quickly went wild. Huh. In the year-end summary and festival full of top stars, they revealed the group name at the SBC Acting Awards. Dozens of reporters inside the hall where the SBC Acting Awards was taking place also looked surprised with various expressions. Vanguard, as in they'll stand at the front or lead. Not bad. Wow. Didn't expect them to reveal the group name in this congratulatory performance. It was understandable. No one expected them to suddenly reveal the group name like this. Haha, Vanguard. It has a bit of a rough tone, but it rolls off the tongue. Somehow it suits their image too. GN Entertainment really used their heads. Drew in tons of public attention with Rojin, then revealed the group name during the acting awards. Pretty much every fan who watched Produce That 100 must be watching the SBC Acting Awards, right? Not just Produce That 100. There must be fans of Rental Lover too, and lots of general viewers drawn in by curiosity. Even among the audience here, there are people like us reporters, tons of notable actors, and broadcast officials too. Soon, the shock felt by most reporters turned into admiration. The name Vanguard is going to be properly embedded in everyone's minds. Of course, even we're already repeating Vanguard over and over. Those guys are really going to have a legendary debut? Among those looking up at the Vanguard members on stage, the strongest reaction came from the Rental Lover team. PD Young Soo Ryong had a smile stretching to her ears. So the group name is confirmed as Vanguard. Finally, or maybe, why do I feel so good about this? Choi Rina, eyes wide open, kept her gaze fixed on the stage and silently repeated the group name in her head. Vanguard, Vanguard. Other actors, excluding her, were also busy murmuring among themselves. Why is everyone so surprised? You didn't know? This is the first time their group name was revealed. What? Really? That's refreshing. Usually, for idols, their group names are revealed during music shows or something like that, right? It's been unusual from the start. Even performing at the acting awards when their group name wasn't confirmed yet. I guess they decided to just reveal it here since it came to this. It was then. SSS. The four tuxedo-wearing men on stage know. The members of Vanguard started moving. A fog-like mist began to slowly disperse from the devices installed in front of the stage. A melody filled the entire hall, mixing grandeur with an eerie vibe. Then, keyboard sounds were added to lift the mood. It was the intro to the song Bold. Fog rolled across the dark stage, thick with a generally dark vibe. The first one to pick up a handheld mic was Swish. Kong Rojin, who had won 2 awards at today's SBC Acting Awards. Wearing a tuxedo, he looked out toward the thousands of seats filled with actors, his expression serious and firm, and began to speak. "I'll be rich, I'll be famous. I'll be a star, I must win." He recited the lyrics in a tone between narration and rap over the ominous melody. Soon, the actors were surprised again. "It's live? I totally thought it would be lip-synced." A live congratulatory performance at a live broadcast award show. However, unlike the actors' surprised reactions, Kang Rojun and the other Vanguard members remained composed. They had practiced countless times, and this wasn't their first live performance of the song Bold. While facing straight ahead and quietly delivering the lyrics, Rojun's gaze naturally turned toward the right side of the audience. "I'll be rich, I'll be famous. I'll be a star, I must win." Kang Rojun repeatedly echoed the same lyrics while sweeping his gaze over the many audience members, including the actors. Meanwhile, the melody continued to grow louder. Then, the song abruptly cut off. For a few seconds, the entire hall was enveloped in silence. At that moment, the sound of an organ began to play. Rojun, who had been at the front, blended in with the members standing at the back, and as the organ intensified, drums and keyboards suddenly burst out explosively. The fog on the stage cleared, and colorful lights beamed down. The dance began. As Rojun, Sihu, and Kangmin performed the group dance, Du-kyung brought the handheld mic to his mouth and began to rap. Then Sihu and Kangmin each took the lead in turn. Lead vocalist Sihu laid the foundation, and main vocalist Kang Rojun sang the chorus. Before they knew it, the actors watching the performance had shut their mouths and were only blinking their eyes. They were no different from regular audience members simply enjoying the performance of Vanguard. Vanguard was leading the tension and excitement of the entire hall. Several broadcast professionals voiced their admiration. "They've been doing this since Produce That 100. Sure, but even on an unfamiliar stage, they're doing great. That's far beyond just good. They're controlling everything from tempo to atmosphere. Now that I've seen their performance, the name Vanguard fits them even more perfectly." PD Young Soo Ryong, who had been focused on Kang Rojun, was now convinced. He's cool as a writer and an actor, and even when he does other side jobs. But as expected, he's at his most explosive when doing his main job as an idol. This was something everyone who knew Rojun acknowledged. Before long, Kang Rojun and the members entered the second verse as the first verse ended. Despite the unfamiliar tuxedos, the boys handled the performance effortlessly. And then, as the melody gradually faded, the movements of the boys on stage also became more subdued. With the end of the second verse, they wrapped up in a pose similar to their opening. The stage lights turned off. The entire hall slowly brightened. Soon, Kang Rojun exhaled softly and gave his fellow members a subtle signal. They stepped forward together. Rojun, holding the handheld mic, opened his mouth. 1, 2, 3. All the Vanguard members bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, we are Vanguard." At the same time, thunderous applause filled the entire hall. Clap, 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 clap. The cameras were capturing Vanguard in full shot. Afterward, following Vanguard's congratulatory performance, the live broadcast of the acting awards went into a commercial break. Sihu, Kangmin, and Du-kyung returned to the waiting room, and Kang Rojun also went back to his original seat with the rental lover team. Young Soo Ryong, Choi Rina, and others clapped again. That performance was insane. Vanguard, that group name is just so good. Choi Star seems a bit too excited. No, the performance was just that good. Within seconds, actors from other tables swarmed Kang Rojun. Countless compliments and questions. Rojun bowed and responded while smiling inwardly. "The reaction's good, and the performance went well, just as we practiced." Phew, feels good to see the actors going wild. He may not have known for sure, but today's performance likely earned him even more actor fans. In any case, the acting awards resumed with Part 2 after the commercials. In Part 2, Rental Lover was called up twice more. Drama of the Year. Congratulations. Rental Lover. One was the Drama of the Year award, and it was PD Young Soo Ryong who lifted the trophy. Naturally, she mentioned Kang Rojun first in her acceptance speech. "The moment I saw writer Rojun, I cursed at him because he was too handsome. You remember that, don't you, writer Nim?" The second award was for acting. Best Actress Award. Choi Rina-nim. Congratulations. Choi Rina received the Best Actress Award. With this, Kang Rojin personally had won 2 awards, but Rental Lover as a whole had taken home 4. The actors clapped while sticking out their tongues in awe. Rental Lover got 4 awards? That one act really made waves. I mean, it hit 24% in viewership. It'd be weirder if it didn't win anything. Still, 4 awards is impressive. Will there ever be another one act that creates this kind of impact? Doubt it. Unless there's another one like Rojin. So you're saying it's impossible? Just as they said, this year's SBC Acting Awards was dominated by Rental Lover. Many actors received awards, but the most attention was still on the Rental Lover team. The ceremony ended with the MC's closing remarks. On the live broadcast, the camera zoomed in on the hottest figure of the day. Who else could it be? They're ending the acting awards with Rojunkrasi. He was the most super handsome one. Of course they should end it with Rojin. Let's be real, Rojin outshined every actor tonight, agree? It was Kang Rojin. That was the end of the acting awards broadcast. While commercials played on TV, the scene in the hall was completely different. Actors who had been sitting at round tables quickly gathered around Rojin once more. The performance was amazing. Do you use social media? We'll support Vanguard. Let's get a meal sometime, and so on. The comments were all over the place. Thanks to that, Kang Rojin once again had to bow and nod nonstop in a daze. With my personality, I just want to ignore them and run away, but that would be too much. The one who saved Kang Rojin was, Excuse us. Our Rojin has to head to his next schedule right away. Sorry, everyone dash. It was manager Kim Ki-baek, shouting at maximum volume despite his weak tone. He apologized to the actors on Rojin's behalf and pulled him out from the crowd. Rojin, he whispered quietly. If you stay here any longer, we'll be here all night. Let's run. Behind manager Kim Ki-baek, the 3 other members were already waiting. Sihu, Kangmin, and Do-kyung glanced around at the surrounding actors with great curiosity. Rojin let out a chuckle and nodded. Yeah, let's bolt. Actually, after big events like the acting awards, there's always an after-party. That applied to the Rental Lover team as well. But things were too hectic here, so Vanguard planned to step out briefly and then join the after-party later. Not just Kang Rojin, but Sihu, Kangmin, and Do-kyung too. And so, the Vanguard members and manager Kim Ki-baek quickly exited the large hall. In the lobby outside the hall, dozens of reporters were already waiting. Vanguard, please strike a pose. Please say hello to the viewers once. Vanguard. They were shouting Vanguard like crazy. Since one of the key purposes of today was to introduce the name Vanguard to the world, manager Kim Ki-baek said. Just stand in a line and wave your hands simply. He didn't ignore the reporters. Flashbulbs exploded endlessly on Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do-kyung. Kang Rojin had already experienced this on the red carpet, but the other 3 were frozen stiff. All they were doing was waving, but it sounded like their joints were creaking. About 5 minutes passed. Thank you. Vanguard gave a deep bow to the dozens of reporters, and guards blocked the reporters trying to rush in. Manager Kim Ki-baek quickly led them toward the parked van. Once they got inside the vehicle, the Vanguard members immediately let go of the tension they had been holding. Wow, no, what was that just now? I don't even remember where I was. I don't know about anything else, but Choi Rina Sunbi-nim was seriously beautiful. No wonder Kang Min-hyung kept staring at Choi Rina Sunbi-nim. Sihu Hyung's frozen. Guys, we did go on stage at the acting awards just now, right? We did, Hyung. Crazy. The atmosphere quickly turned rowdy. Manager Kim Ki-baek looked at them warmly, and, after saying they worked hard, gave Kang Rojin a thumbs up. Congrats on your 2 awards. Oh, and Rental Lover itself won 4, right? Anyway, give that trophy a nice lift. Rojin smiled slightly and raised the golden trophies in both hands high in the air, and the members let out cheers. Hyung, can I touch it just once? Me too, Rojin. Looks so damn cool. At that moment, Lee Yul-bin, the schedule manager, handed a tablet to manager Kim Ki-baek. After scrolling down the screen for a few seconds, Kim Ki-baek let out a faint smile. Then he showed the screen to Kang Rojin and the members. Take a look at this. All 4 of them turned their eyes to the tablet screen. News articles were already popping up. Photo, Vanguard appears at the SBC Acting Awards/photo. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dookyung appear not as Produce That 100 winners, but as Vanguard. Group name revealed on live SBC Acting Awards. Vanguard members slay the congratulatory performance. Issue talk. Vanguard confidently declares their arrival in front of top actors. The world was now buzzing with Vanguard. Chapter 138, Album 1. Kong Rojin and the members were having a lively afterparty at a beef restaurant with the rental lover team. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dookyung avoided alcohol but welcomed the beef like crazy. The one with the highest eating power was Dookyung, who had even loosened his belt. Beef is crazy delicious. This Ningmayan is super delicious too. Though his tone was dry, his nonstop chopsticks movement suggested sincerity. Baby Perm Sihu usually ate small portions, but today he seemed determined as he rolled beef and green onion kimchi together and ate it. Wow, it melts. It just melts and disappears in my mouth. Kongmin, who somehow had found a headband and put it on, seemed to love Ningmayan more than beef. He had his nose buried in the bowl. This Ningmayan is seriously tasty, top tier among what I've eaten in my life. What about Kong Rojin? Hey, just eat the beef. Don't fill up on other stuff. Ningmayan is something you eat at the end as dessert. He too shoved a wrap into his mouth right after saying that. It looked as big as a fist, but there was no problem fitting it in. Rojin chewed vigorously on the wrap, mixed with 2 slices of beef. The oil's dripping out, and the flavor is insane. The Vanguard members had all taken off the tuxedo jackets they wore as stage outfits, and everyone was wearing simple aprons over their white shirts to avoid getting soup stains. Manager Kim Ki-baek gave a small laugh at the cute sight. They eat so refreshingly. Youth is good. Good. He showed a hint of envy. At the same time, he picked up his phone. He figured their current look would be great to pass on to the PR team. Everyone, strike a pose while eating. Even while constantly picking up meat, the members each posed toward manager Kim Ki-baek. Sihu waved his chopsticks with meat on them. Kongmin and Dookyung made V signs, and Kong Rojin solemnly gave a thumbs up. There was sincerity in it. This place was seriously good. Afterwards, they were completely absorbed in the after-party. They toasted with soda at other tables with the rental lover team, chatted back and forth with PD Young Surayong, and took verification shots at the actors table with Choi Rina. The final photo was taken by the rental lover assistant director. All right. Only the award winners. Gather up. With dozens of staff members distracted by beef in the background, Kong Rojin, PD Young Surayong, and top actress Choi Rina stood side by side. Of course, each had a trophy in hand. The 2 women held 1 trophy each, but Rojin had 2. 1-2. Click. Meanwhile, while the Vanguard members were struggling in beef heaven, various search sites, SNS, YouTube, and countless communities were in chaos. No, they were in turmoil. The hottest topic, of course, was Vanguard. Photo. Vanguard appears at SBC Acting Awards/photo. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dookyung break free from Produce That 100 tag. Now they are called Vanguard. Big issue GN Entertainment. Please support the members starting fresh as Vanguard. Communities exploding thanks to Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, Dookyung appearing as Vanguard/photo. It was burning hot. The group name Vanguard was being endlessly mentioned everywhere, and the media watching the situation were all stunned. Has there ever been a male idol group that blew up the moment their group name was revealed? Not that I know of. It's massive, absolutely massive. They nailed the group name promotion with just 1 congratulatory performance. That said, it wasn't only Vanguard that was hot. Other topics were also receiving significant attention. Awards ceremony. Rental lover sweeps 4 awards at the SBC Acting Awards. Rojin grabs 2 trophies, smiling with trophies in both hands/photo. 1-act miracle. Rental lover wins drama of the year. Choi Rina takes Best Acting Award. From rental lover winning multiple awards including Kong Rojin's, to the congratulatory performance by the Vanguard members. It was overflowing with hot issues. Interestingly, the news of rental lover sweeping 4 awards had even reached Japan. It wasn't strange. Rental lover was currently enjoying hot popularity in Japan as well. Whatever it was, the public was going wild. In particular, the fans of Vanguard were showing near-manic excitement. For starters, fan accounts for Vanguard had been exponentially increasing on SNS. Today's congratulatory performance was way better than any of the Produce That 100 performances. All four of them in tuxedos were insanely cute. To be honest, I wasn't really into the Vanguard guys, but after seeing Rojan on the red carpet, I've decided to stan him. Super handsome. The guys did so well on their performance, but the camera movement was trolling. So frustrating. Posts were flooding in nonstop. Is it just me who likes the group name Vanguard? It totally fits them. Today Sihu was totally in full Shih Tzu puppy mode. My bias is Do Kyung love his delinquent look. Honestly Rojan is just in a league of his own, and next in looks is Kong Min Hies, kind of like a prince. Various communities were just as active as SNS. Posts were being updated every second. Judging from the overwhelming response, it was clear a large number of new fans were pouring in. On YouTube, videos of Vanguard members' congratulatory performance were circulating widely, and interest in the performance was sky-high. Vanguard? So, I guess their group name is officially Vanguard. The Vanguard guys were seriously good on stage today. The live vocals were incredible. Doesn't seem like they've debuted long ago, but their live performance on a live broadcast was excellent. They're going to make it big. The camera movement and overall stage for the SBC Acting Awards were terrible, but the Vanguard guys saved it with their physical presence. They danced that well and sing live too. The live vocals were legit amazing. I love you, Vanguard. Late into the night, the buzz only grew bigger, and after finishing the after party and returning to the dorm, Kong Rojan and the members immediately picked up their phones once they lay down on their beds. How could they not be curious? Because of that, the members couldn't fall asleep and stayed up past dawn looking at their phones, and Kong Rojan, who was just as sleepless, found himself feeling grateful not only for the public's reactions, but also to the AI simulation. You have achieved the hidden mission. Perform with the official group name. You have received 15 coins as a reward. You have achieved the hidden mission. Hold your first trophy. You have received 20 coins as a reward. AI simulation had not forgotten to send him rewards again. And the next Saturday morning, official SBC Acting Awards achieves record-breaking viewership. The SBC Acting Awards had set a new record. After that, although the Vanguard members were given rest over the weekend, Rojan and the others were feeling so energized they all went to the company. Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung locked themselves in the practice room, while Kong Rojan shut himself in the studio. To complete the song he had officially titled Green Bee. Kong Rojan silently focused his gaze on the laptop. It had already been over a week since he began working on it, so he was nearing the final stages of composing. Around that time, official videos related to the SBC Acting Awards started being uploaded one after another on YouTube. Most were racking up explosive views. Many were throwing in promotional pushes. SBC, GN Entertainment, and even Culture Drawer were contributing. At present, YouTube was practically flooded with Vanguard. That loud, bustling weekend came to an end, and Monday arrived once again. After arriving at GN Entertainment with the members, swoosh, Rojan first moved to the gym and completed his daily mission. Well, lately he'd been enjoying building his body, so he'd been more dedicated than usual. Looking good. Admiring his defined muscles, Rojan's next stop was the studio he had been frequently retreating to these days. While the other members were likely deep in training, Kong Rojan, who was granted more freedom in his schedule, felt certain the moment he settled into the studio. I'm finishing Green Bee today. He was going to complete the composition. While tapping on his laptop, he quietly murmured, Green Bee, a longed for man. He began expanding on the emotional layers to assign color to the song. The dance track, Green Bee, is a pure Korean word, and its hidden meaning is a longed for man. To align the mood with the group name Vanguard, he decided to mix in wildness. If he's longed for, then there must be longing. But he's hard to grasp. Even when you can see him, you can't have him. A fantasy. The man who is longed for is also a man of fantasy. No, wait, there are 4 of us, so men of fantasy, and Vanguard. As Kong Rojan pieced together the puzzle he'd laid out, his focus intensified. His composition stat wasn't yet highly developed, so he was still a bit clumsy, but it was hard to find any hesitation in his hands. Fortunately, melodies came to him easily, and interpretation was one of his specialties. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Several hours had gone by since he began working. Before he knew it, it was already past noon. Sihu called to let him know it was time to eat, but Rojin had no intention of taking a lunch break. Another 2 hours passed. At that point, Kong Rojin stretched his body and swept his black hair back with both hands. Interlacing his fingers and placing them behind his head, he kept his eyes fixed on the laptop. Then he smiled faintly. It's done. He was moving his hands. Again, and after a few taps on his tablet screen, a track began playing from it. A dance song with a dreamy yet deep and dark undertone. It was Green Bee, which Kong Rojin had just completed. This time, unlike the ballad song number 1, which only went up to the first verse, he had produced it through to the second verse. After listening to the full song, Rojin played it again and quietly spoke his thoughts. Not bad. It was good practice for composing too. One thing was clear, his composition skills had improved compared to when he first worked on song number 1. And, surprisingly, writing, lyrics, and acting help with composition too. His singing ability, dance, and rap, of course, but even his other side jobs were helpful. As expected, nothing was useless. Writing and lyrics provided interpretation and imagination, while acting enriched his emotions. Same with the guitar he had studied in advance. It felt like all the abilities Kong Rojin possessed were organically connected, pushing him forward. Well, composition would probably help in another side job as well. In any case, he had gotten everything he needed from composing Green Bee. Now, the only thing left was to turn Green Bee, which was complete but lacking in polish, into a perfect song. Soon after, Rojin picked up his phone. Naturally, he opened the AI simulation app, specifically AI automation. He planned to do the same task he had done with the ballad song No. 1 inch. Through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idle. Kong Rojin carefully wrote down the concept of Green Bee as it existed in his mind into the input field, and according to the instructions, AI automation produced the result. It did require a decent number of coins, though. I've got a one-time free AI automation ticket, but using it here would be such a waste. So he casually spent his coins. Applying. Application complete. The file was quickly delivered to his phone. Having gone through this before, Kong Rojin wasn't particularly surprised. He played the now perfected Green Bee. The more he listened, the deeper his smile grew. It was addictive, he kept replaying it. Kong Rojin then set his next goal in composition. Next, it's time for song number 3, right? Let's go for another dance track, kind of as a review. But this time, something with a more calm vibe. 30 minutes later, Rojin left the studio and met with manager Kim Ki-baek. The reason was simple, to deliver the completed song Green Bee. For reference, Sihu had already submitted his tracks to the A&R team, and the team was in the final stage of song collection. In other words, Rojin had just caught the last train. After receiving the song from Kong Rojin, manager Kim Ki-baek gave a weak smile. You already finished this? Yes. Manager, what kind of song gets finished in just 1 week? Manager Kim Ki-baek had mixed feelings of disbelief and amazement. Did he rush it because of high expectations around him? His personality is pretty grounded, so I doubt he'd submit something sloppy. Still, a week is really fast. A small worry surfaced. It was his first time seeing someone finish a song in under 10 days. If you wrap this up in a rush, it's okay to keep working on it. The A&R team said they'll wait until the end of this month. On the other hand, Kong Rojin showed no hesitation. I didn't rush it. I worked on it comfortably. Please just pass it on to the A&R team as is. All right. Manager Kim Ki-baek immediately sent it over to the A&R team. Then, at 6 p.m., channel name, Vanguard. Vanguard official YouTube channel. This is Vanguard's official YouTube channel. The official YouTube channel for Vanguard had launched. And just a few minutes later, fans noticed. The excitement exploded. Holy crap, Vanguard's YouTube just opened. In other words, a flood of eager subscribers was on the way. Chapter 139, Album 2. Vanguard already opened their YouTube? It's true. I immediately subscribed. Looks like GN is staying sharp and working hard. Of course they had to open it fast. They're super popular in Korea and can pull in fans from Japan too. Gotta spread this to other communities. Already shared on Insta. Vanguard fan accounts are already going wild. If it's like this, debut teasers for Vanguard will probably be uploaded to YouTube. In hindsight, EY was trash and GN is like an angel. Vanguard's YouTube, seriously. It started with a single community post, but fans' fingers moved fast, and within just a few dozen minutes, the news had spread like wildfire. The news of Vanguard's YouTube channel launch. From communities, it spread to SNS, and from there, it reached various messenger apps. At this point, even the press caught a whiff. Star Talk. Vanguard launches official YouTube channel right after group name reveal/photo. Hot and hotter Vanguard. Fans say subscribing right away to new YouTube channel. With public opinion and the media both jumping in, it was basically free promotion. Thanks to that, the Vanguard YouTube channel had channel name, Vanguard. Vanguard official YouTube channel. This is Vanguard's official YouTube channel. Subscribers, 11,000. Videos, 3. Right after opening, they gathered 10,000 subscribers. Of course, this was just the beginning. Now that the fire had been lit, the rate of subscriber growth would surely become terrifying. Currently, there were 3 videos uploaded to the Vanguard YouTube channel. Vanguard, Dance Practice Video Vanguard. SBC Acting Awards Congratulatory Performance, plus Rojan's Red Carpet. Footage, Vanguard. Vanguard Talk EP.1 Vanguard. Footage of the members practicing the SBC Acting Awards Congratulatory Performance that was still a hot topic online along with Rojan's prominence. And lastly, a video capturing the daily lives of the Vanguard members. As word quickly spread among fans, the view counts and comment numbers on each video were increasing by the second, by the minute. And that wasn't all. News of Vanguard's YouTube channel opening even reached Japan. Japanese fans reacted with joy and excitement. The reason was simple. Japan was just as big in popularity as Korea, but in comparison, the content they could watch was limited. For example, the SBC Acting Awards was a live broadcast, but now they could watch it on the Vanguard YouTube channel. So, of course, they were jumping with joy. With the situation like this, Vanguard's form is insane. Reached 100,000 subscribers in less than 2 hours after launching YouTube channel/photo. Vanguard's YouTube channel quickly surpassed 100,000 subscribers, and by around 9 p.m., which was 30 minutes later, subscribers, 207,000. They had surpassed 200,000. Anyone could see that this speed was unusual. Naturally, it became a hot topic, and the number of articles increased. This situation, including both Korea and Japan and the influence of shows like Produce That 100, was heavily driven by the members' power, but more than half of that strength clearly came from Kong. Rojan. I got into Vanguard because of Rojan and Rental Lover. More than anything, it was Rojan's explosive visual. On top of that, the impact he had during Produce That 100 and his power as a writer and actor were what attracted subscribers from both Korea and Japan. It felt like all the buzz and issues from his debut until now were condensed and pouring into the channel's subscribers. The subscriber growth rate started accelerating. Later, when late night turned into dawn. Vanguard, Dance Practice Video Vanguard. Views, 1,503,128/2020. 12/21. As each video's views surpassed 1 million. Subscribers, 712,000. The channel passed 700,000 subscribers. And even at that moment, the number was still visibly climbing. Not only Korean fans, but Japanese fans were continuously flocking to the channel. Then Tuesday the 22nd morning dawned. Kong Rojan and the members left the dorm. Inside the waiting van, manager Kim Ki-baek was nowhere to be seen. That was because he had been tied up in meetings since this morning. In any case, the van headed toward GN Entertainment, and the members all opened the YouTube channel they had been monitoring since last night on their respective phones. The first to open his eyes wide in astonishment was Sihu. Wow! Next were Do-kyung and Kongmin. Especially Kongmin, with his exotically handsome face, rubbed his eyes as if to check whether he'd seen it wrong. Is this real? Insane. Kong Rojin also let out a pure gasp as he scrolled down the group's YouTube channel. This is nuts, seriously. It was numbers worthy of that reaction. The view counts of the uploaded videos were views, 4,821,556. Almost 5 million. The other two videos had also surpassed 4 million and 3 million respectively. Of course, the members were freaking out. Additionally, the current subscriber count for the Vanguard channel was channel name, Vanguard. Subscribers, 1.32 million. Videos, 3. It had exceeded a whopping 1.3 million. Big issue, Vanguard surpasses 1.3 million subscribers just one day after YouTube channel launch, proving themselves monster rookies/photo. Following the reveal of their group name, Vanguard opens official YouTube channel and surpasses 1.3 million subscribers in under 24 hours. And this was before a full 24 hours had even passed. Around noon. The location was BG Pictures, one of the top 3 film companies in the country. In a large conference room, dozens of people were engaged in conversation. More precisely, it was the first production meeting. At the shaped table were familiar faces, including manager Jang Haxian, who had led the meeting with Culture Drawer, and even director Yu Jihyun, a heavyweight always listed among the top names, who had fallen in love with Kong Rojin's script. The meeting appeared to be led by manager Jang Haxian, and many, including director Yu Jihyun, were listening attentively. So, what was the topic of this first production meeting? The answer was obvious. After all, director Yu Jihyun was present. The topic was the movie script that BG Pictures had recently acquired, written by Rojin. The people gathered around director Yu Jihyun included heads of production teams like cinematography, lighting, and art. In other words, key staff. In fact, after getting Rojin's script, director Yu Jihyun had moved right away. As of now, they had already completed staff recruitment for pre-production. Naturally, since director Yu Jihyun was holding the megaphone, financing, investment, had also been completed. With investment and production staff locked in, it was only natural for things to start moving quickly. Soon, manager Jang Haxian, standing in front of the director and over a dozen key staff, pointed to the screen illuminated by the projector. Director Nim, how would you like to handle the storyboard? Director Yu Jihyun, his face slightly flushed like he'd had a drink, rubbed his cheek. He slowly lowered his gaze. Right in front of him was the newly printed script. On the fairly thick cover, Rojin's name was engraved. Title, Blood Hunt. Director, Yu Jihyun. Screenwriter, Rojin. It seemed the title of the script written by Kong Rojin was Blood Hunt. Of course, the script was still strictly confidential to outsiders. Only those in the room were allowed to see it. After a brief moment of thought, director Yu Jihyun spoke in his characteristically rough voice. We should go with the script exactly as it is, no rewrites. A rewrite refers to the process of a director or others modifying or adding new material to an existing script. In short, director Yu Jihyun was saying they would film the script exactly as Rojin wrote it. This was also an acknowledgement from a top-tier director of Kong Rojin's screenwriting skills. Understood. Manager Jang Haxian nodded and moved on to the next topic. As it was the first stage of pre-production, a wide range of discussions were taking place, from storyboard development and the detailed production schedule to the overall budget and expected production costs. And then, lastly, regarding casting the actors. We'll probably need to dedicate a lot of time to this part. Manager Jang Haxian, who had already finished actor scouting, printed out the casting board. From S-class top actors everyone would recognize to A-class and supporting actors, the board was packed. This was the initial lineup manager Jang prepared based on who he felt fit the roles after reading the script, though casting could change depending on the actors' schedules and the director's opinion. Director Nim, do you have any actors in mind? I do. Jong-sik is missing. Actor Young Jong-sik. I'll add him, since actors are one of the core elements of a film, just as manager Jang Haxian had said. Many opinions were shared and much time was spent. After about an hour, some actors were removed from the initial casting board while others were added. At that point, director Yu Jihyun pointed to a specific part of the script with his index finger and opened his mouth. And you know, this character, though just a minor role, holds the key to the whole story. I know which role you mean. Right? I'd like Rojan to take that role. A faint murmur rose among the dozen or so key staff nearby. Unfazed, manager Jang Haxian, who had a pleasant demeanor, asked, but wouldn't the image stand out too much? Because Rojan's too good-looking? That's actually why I want him more. His striking appearance could contrast with a completely different personality. Soon, manager Jang Haxian smiled. Yes, Director Nim. I'll set up a meeting with GN right away. Setting up the meeting won't be hard, but will the casting work out? Rojan seems insanely busy right now. It won't be easy. I'm sure there are many others interested in Rojan too. But GN might also be aiming for Rojan to appear in Blood Hunt. The meeting of director and screenwriter Rojan will already cause a stir, but if he appears in it as well, that's another huge boost. Director Yu Jihyun slowly nodded and closed the script he had opened. I'll leave it to you. Late afternoon, in GN Entertainment's spacious practice room, Kong Rojan and the Vanguard members were gathered in the center of the room. Standing in front of them was manager Kim Ki-baek. Although the atmosphere was a bit drained, his eyes sparkled. He gave the members a double thumbs up. You're all doing great. The SBC Acting Awards went smoothly, and the reaction is still buzzing. Thanks to that, the name Vanguard got promoted properly. The PR and marketing team is grinning ear to ear. It made sense. Normally, it takes a great deal of effort for the name of a rookie idol group to become familiar to the public. It's common for idols to go all out on music shows. Of course, many idols can't even make it onto those shows. That's why PR teams work themselves to the bone, endlessly sending out press releases or circulating content on SNS. But Vanguard was different. Manager Kim Ki-baek opened the planner he held in his hand. There's quite a bit to share, but first, about Vanguard's debut album. Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung discreetly swallowed hard. Kong Rojan's eyes shifted with curiosity. Noticing this, manager Kim Ki-baek's lips twitched slightly. The debut album won't be a single but a mini-album. But instead of having just one title track and the rest as B-sides, you can consider every track as a title song. No matter how many songs are finalized, all of them will have music videos shot at high quality, and you'll need to record and learn the choreography for each one. The Vanguard members were slightly surprised. According to manager Kim Ki-baek's explanation, all songs will be title tracks. That meant they would need to master the vocals and choreography for all selected songs at once. And on top of that, we're debuting with a mini-album. It was rare for debuting idols to start with a mini-album instead of a single. A mini-album must have at least 3 tracks. In other words, they'd need to perfectly master 3 or 4 songs, whatever the final count, before debuting. What was interesting was that none of the Vanguard members looked afraid. In fact, they looked determined. Especially Kong Rojan, whose confidence was exploding. Whether it's 100 songs or 1,000, it doesn't matter. Thanks to that, manager Kim Ki-baek thought, they've got that can't-hold-back look in their eyes. Fortunately, they don't seem burdened. He could clearly see the fire in their eyes. Collecting and finalizing the songs will take some time, but once that's done, things will move quickly again. And Rojan, Sihu, your song compositions were successfully delivered to the A&R team. While talking about the members' compositions, manager Kim Ki-baek seemed to recall something and turned his gaze to Kong Rojan. Rojan, no matter how many debut songs are decided he laid out what he had in mind. How about you write the lyrics for all the songs? Chapter 140, Album 3. At the words spoken by manager Kim Ki-baek, who looked exhausted, Kong Rojan tilted his head and asked again. I'm writing the lyrics for all the songs. Manager Kim Ki-baek gave a small nod. Yes. This hasn't been discussed with the CEO Nim or the A&R team yet, but I think it would be good if you took charge of the lyrics for Vanguard's debut album. What do you think? Kong Rojan quietly mouthed something like, is that even okay? It made sense to wonder, because a company like GM Entertainment would have no shortage of well-known or highly skilled lyricists across the country. The usual order of completing a song is composition first, then lyrics. Once a composer sends in a track and the company selects it, they compile details like the song's concept and the direction of the idol group, then send that information along with the track to lyricists. Dozens of lyricists, not just one. Then those lyricists pour everything they have into crafting lyrics. But only one is selected per song. The process for both composition and lyrics is roughly the same, and in either case, the competition is cutthroat. Once the composition and lyrics are completed, the recording begins, and choreography for dance is created. Not a single part of the process is unimportant, which is why Kang Rojin found it a bit puzzling. They're skipping all those lyricists and giving it to me? I mean, I don't mind, but still. It would be one thing if it were just one song, but manager Kim Ki-baek had mentioned all of them. After briefly scanning the members, Kang Rojin made eye contact with Kim Ki-baek again. I'd like to give it a try, but is it really okay for me to do the entire album? Kim Ki-baek shrugged his shoulders slowly. There might be quite a few people who object, but we'll make it happen. It's better in many ways for you to write the lyrics, Rojin. What kind of ways, for example? Kim Ki-baek, who had been rubbing his chin, responded with a hum. You wrote most of the songs for Produce That 100, right? Including Park Hyun-youngnim's. That's right. Which, the original Survival 100 track, the Japanese version of Survival 100, Bold, and the OST's Lovers and Black and White sound. That's what I found when I checked. Are there any others? Though his tone was tired, his information was accurate. Rojin wondered. When did he even find time to look all that up? He looked like the type to be sloppy with details, but he had memorized the songs clearly, which was strangely impressive. No, that's all. As a lyricist, your filmography is absurdly strong for a rookie. Even more so because songs like those from Produce That 100 and Black and White Sound are still ranking high on the charts. The results of your lyric work have been quite good. On top of that, I hear your writing speed is insanely fast. Sources include PD Woo Han Suk, PD Young Soo Ryong, and Song Min Gun Nim. Oh, and even the members here. Like with composition, experienced lyrics writing would be even faster. He had clearly done his homework in advance. Among the members of Vanguard, the visual center also happens to be a highly skilled lyricist, and he works several times faster than other lyricists. I think this is something you absolutely have to do, Rojin. At that point, Sihu, who had been quietly listening, cautiously chimed in. Roju, I'd also prefer you write the lyrics. I trust you. You wrote all my songs and Produce That 100, and I want you to handle the ones I'll be singing in the future too. Kangmin and Dookyung strongly agreed as well. I'm absolutely in favor. No lyricist out there compares to Rojin Hyung. To this, manager Kim Ki-baek added further reasoning. If Rojin writes all the lyrics, of course, Vanguard's debut can happen sooner. Normally, lyricists take a few weeks to a month per song. Finally, he voiced the concern that had been on his mind. But if you think the workload is too heavy and intense, feel free to decline. The most important thing is your condition and health, Rojin. Decline? Kang Rojin had no intention of doing that. No, I'll do it. Though he'd been focusing more on composing lately, Rojin hadn't neglected screenwriting or lyric writing either. Of course, all my main and side gigs are fun. If I have the potential, there's no need to hand it off to another lyricist. With that,